Ding. Host, please traverse worlds to unlock your mythical word entries. Yuan-Yi's forehead veins bulged. 18 years. He had been in this world for 18 full years, and this system had never given him a moment's peace. Good news, he had a golden finger. Bad news, the unlocking condition was traversing worlds. Who even designed such a thing? Not bound before the traversal, not counted after the traversal. So what had these 18 years been for? Ding. Host, please traverse worlds to unlock your mythical word entries. The system kept urging. Screw this. Yuan-Yi scratched his head in frustration, let out a heavy sigh, and carried the groceries he had just bought as he walked home. He froze. The piece of paper wedged in the door was gone. This world was unsafe. He always left a paper slip before going out. Yuan-Yi's breath caught. He stepped back twice and opened the surveillance. A figure in black was sitting in his living room. He had just dialed the first 2 numbers of the security bureau. Click. The door opened. A hand grabbed his collar and yanked him inside. The door closed. Vegetables spilled everywhere. He was pinned against the wall, a cold, blood-stained hand covering his mouth. Don't make a sound. Please. A woman. Her black tight suit was torn in several places, her left arm pierced through, blood soaking the sleeve. The wound healed slowly. Her face was pale, her breathing ragged, her whole body trembling. I won't hurt you. Just let me stay a while. Then I'll leave. She let go, slid down, and a small pool of blood spread beneath her. They're still out there. I can't be caught. Yuan-Yi was silent for 2 seconds. She looked up at him. Her eyes held no threat, only a plea from someone with nowhere left to turn. He glanced at the door, then out the window, then back at her. Her gaze was fixed on his computer. You want to use my computer? She nodded. Just one message. He knew that helping meant wading into deep water. But if he didn't? 18 years the system had pestered him for 18 years, and he had accomplished nothing. He decided to gamble. Password. What? Your computer? Her voice was hoarse. I can't unlock it. Yuan-Yi walked over and pressed his fingerprint. The screen lit up in an instant. Myriad Realm Reincarnation Paradise sincerely invites you. Would you like to become one of us? Yes, you have 10 seconds to choose. If not selected within 10 seconds, it defaults to yes. 10, 9. Several lines of semi-transparent text appeared at the center of the screen. Yuan-Yi blinked. The words were still there. He blinked again. Still there, and the buttons were even faintly flickering. He asked cautiously, Sister, is there text on my computer? The woman looked at him blankly, then at the screen. What text? Yuan-Yi's heart sank. Only he could see it. Based on his years of reading web novels, this thing was most likely the main god space. If so, the woman grew anxious. Can you hurry? I don't have much time. Yuan-Yi looked at her. Her face beneath the mask was as pale as paper, her breathing more and more rapid, and her right hand on the desk was trembling slightly. Blood was still seeping from the wound, and the armrest of the chair had already turned red. In her current state, she really seemed about to collapse. Yuan-Yi took a deep breath. Whether it was the main god space or not, he had no choice now. And if it really was, then wouldn't it perfectly unlock the word entry? Without hesitation, his finger tapped the flashing yes on the screen. The instant his fingertip touched it, the woman behind him was motionless. Even the dripping blood droplets hung in midair, refracting the screen's faint light. The wind outside the window stopped, and the dust floating in the air froze in place. The next second, the scene before him receded like a tide. Endless darkness engulfed him. The sensation of weightlessness lasted for a few seconds, or perhaps several hours. Then light returned. He stood in a pure white space. No sky, no ground, no reference points. Only boundless white, soft, but not dazzling. Yuan-Yi looked down at himself, still wearing the rumpled t-shirt, dust from the fall on his pants. Welcome to the Myriad Realm Reincarnation Paradise. A voice sounded from all directions, emotionless like a synthesized machine or like the overlapping whispers of countless people. A ball of light appeared 3 meters behind him. Basketball-sized silver radiance slowly rotating. What are you? Yuan-Yi stepped back, then forced himself to stand firm. The light did not answer, only broadcast in that ethereal voice name. Yuan-Yi, Myriad Realm Reincarnation Paradise, newcomer points, none, current reincarnation, world 0. You can call me Paradise Guide. The light flickered faintly. Every newcomer goes through this step. Myriad Realm Reincarnation Paradise. Yuan-Yi repeated, what does it do? The guide's voice carried a hint of pride. Growth as essence, reincarnation as the path, transcendence as the goal. Yuan-Yi was completely lost. Speak plainly. The guide paused for 2 seconds. Simply put, you will traverse myriad realms, compete with other reincarnators in each world, plunder worlds, and kill each other. Survive and grow strong. Die and be permanently erased. Permanently erased. Yuan-Yi took a deep breath. Can I refuse? You have already chosen yes. Did you have a refuse option? The process doesn't matter, only the result. Yuan-Yi almost spat blood. Fine, since he was here, crying was useless. He stared at the light and asked the question he cared about most. Can I return to my original world? Yes. Complete the mission and you can return. Yuan-Yi breathed a sigh of relief. The guide's voice rang out again. Newcomer guidance ended. In 1 minute you will enter your first reincarnation world. Note each world will deploy at least 10 reincarnators. Newcomer mission: kill all other 9 reincarnators. Become the strongest in the world, control the entire world, then you may return. World rule: fairness. To balance the strength among reincarnators. The strong among reincarnators will be reborn as commoners, while the ordinary will be reborn as nobles. Start from scratch: fair competition. Yun was stunned. What does that mean? Literally, you will descend into that world as an infant and grow. Yun's expression changed. Starting from infancy. How long will I have to stay in that world? The guide did not answer. Countdown begins. 10, 9, 8. Wait. I still have questions. 5, 4, 3. Yun gritted his teeth and quickly ran through the key info. 10 people, only 1 can come back alive. The soul of a strong person reincarnates as an ordinary person. So with his system, would he be judged as strong or ordinary? But before he could figure it out, white light swallowed everything. Yun felt as though he had been stuffed into an industrial spin dryer. The world whirled madly around him, his internal organs staging a collective revolt. He wanted to vomit, yet his stomach was even emptier than his future. He did not know how long it lasted. Perhaps an eternity, perhaps only a heartbeat. Before that sickening, weightless sensation abruptly vanished, replaced by an experience so bizarre it defied comprehension. Warmth, softness, pressure. He tried to move on instinct, only to discover he could not move at all. His limbs were tightly confined by something all around him, like an insect imprisoned within a block of amber. All around was pitch black, yet he could hear a muffled rhythmic sound. Thump, thump, thump. A heartbeat. Yun was stunned for a full 3 seconds before realization crashed down upon him. Damn, had he really become a fetus? Before he could even digest this fact, an immense force began to squeeze him from all sides. The surrounding walls contracted violently, driving him towards some unknown direction. Pain followed. Not sharp, but a crushing pressure that seeped from bone and marrow, as if someone had seized him like a wet towel and begun to wring. Yun wanted to curse aloud, but his mouth would not open. He could only allow that inexorable force to squeeze him outward. He had no idea how long it lasted. A piercing wail suddenly tore through the air. Blinding light stabbed into his eyes. Yun felt himself lifted by a hand, his body slick with moisture, chilled from head to toe. Congratulations, Your Majesty. A prince. A healthy prince. The shrill voice rang so loudly it made his ears ache. He wanted to open his eyes and see what this legendary imperial father looked like, but his eyelids felt as if they had been glued shut, stubbornly refusing to part. Very well, so this was the newborn limited edition body. Perfectly normal. The next instant a pair of hands received him, movements so gentle they bordered on reverent. Good, good, good. A deep male voice sounded, repeating the word 3 times, unable to conceal his joy. Reward them. The midwife shall be richly rewarded. Yun felt a faint sense of relief. Judging from the tone, the emperor was clearly pleased. As a prince, his reincarnation landing spot was not bad at all. Yet almost immediately, a heavy melancholy welled up within him. According to the rules of the Myriad Realms reincarnation paradise, one's new birth was assigned based on the reincarnator's strength. To be born with such privilege, a prince personally received by the emperor with rewards bestowed on the spot. Did that not imply he was the weakest among them? What about the others? Could there be great cultivators from immortal realms among them? How was he supposed to compete on the same stage with people like that? He sighed inwardly. Just as the thought formed, a crisp chime sounded in his mind. Host detected, entering a new world. Mythic entry system activating. Drawing entry for host. Draw complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mythic entry, Heavenly Mandate Emperor Sovereign. Yun froze. It had arrived. The cheat he had been denied for 18 years had finally awakened. At the same time, a surge of information poured directly into his mind. Heavenly Mandate Emperor Sovereign, rank Mythic, effect 1. Favored by destiny, you are born with the visage of an emperor, your bearing naturally imposing, compelling others to feel instinctive awe. Any who stand against you will be suppressed by fate, their decisions will falter and go awry. Any who follow and swear loyalty to you will see their fortune rise and opportunities multiply. Effect 2. Eyes of destiny, you may pierce through all veils, discerning others' loyalty, true names, and countless hidden details. Effect 3. Emperor Star's protection, whenever your influence expands or your status rises, you will obtain corresponding enhancements. Upon becoming a king, your physical body is strengthened. Upon becoming an emperor, your very soul shall be transformed. Effect 4. Commanding national fate, you may take hold of the nation's destiny and distribute it among subordinates, armies, and kin, causing their aptitude, physique, and loyalty to surge, forging an imperial guard of the emperor. Effect 5. Emperor's transmutation, by touching mundane objects with national fate, you can directly evolve weapons, armor, pills, and spiritual plants. Common blades becoming imperial armaments, ordinary herbs becoming immortal medicine. Effect 6. Imperial investiture. You may consume national fate to confer titles of king, marquis, general, or prime minister. Those thus in theft will immediately gain the corresponding authority and power, the investiture taking effect at once. Current national fate 1. At present the host is the 10th prince. Your actual control over the nation is 0, but by virtue of your status as a prince you gain 1 national fate per day. Hidden condition. When the host ascends the throne as emperor, all permissions shall be fully unlocked. Yuan Yi was left speechless by the flood of data in his mind. 6 distinct effects. A full 6. The first 3 were already outrageous. Crushing opponent's fortune, an eye that stripped away all concealment, and dual strengthening of body and soul. The latter 3 were nothing short of pure unadulterated cheating. Commanding national fate, sharing destiny with subordinates so that every one of them skyrocketed in strength. Emperor's transmutation, a single touch, turning common weapons into imperial armaments, ordinary grass into immortal elixirs. Imperial investiture, conferring titles at will, so that whomever he in theft would instantly gain corresponding power. This entry was simply beyond all reason. Yuan Yi almost burst out laughing. Steady, steady. He could not afford to be too excited. Yuan Yi lay in the soft cradle of the swaddling cloth, sorting through each line of information from the system, one by one. Favored by destiny. A passive ability, an innate aura that suppressed enemies while empowering his own people. Eyes of destiny. The power to see through a person's loyalty, never again needing to fear betrayal from his subordinates. Emperor Star's protection. A progression pathway, become a king to strengthen the body, become an emperor to refine the soul. Commanding national fate. Sharing destiny with his followers to forge an elite super army. Emperor's transmutation. Turning worthless junk into priceless treasures. Imperial investiture. Granting office and promise directly with power taking effect the instant he bestowed it. And finally, current national fate 1. At present the host is the 10th prince. Your actual control over the nation is 0, but by virtue of your status as a prince you gain 1 national fate per day. Hidden condition. When the host ascends the throne as emperor, all permissions shall be fully unlocked. Yuan Yi stared at that line for a long time. 1 point per day? At present his national fate was at 1, which meant that to accumulate enough destiny to drive those heaven-defying effects he would have to. He made a rough calculation. How much would a single use of Emperor's transmutation consume? He did not know. What was the minimum amount required to share fate with his followers through commanding national fate? That too was unknown. One thing, however, was perfectly clear: with a mere single point of national fate, he could do nothing at all. Fine, Yuan Yi sighed inwardly. At least there will be daily income. Better that than nothing. He consoled himself. For now he was only a baby and had no use for those functions anyway. Once he grew up and had amassed sufficient national fate, he could slowly study how best to employ them. As he was thinking, a wave of drowsiness crashed over him. A baby's body tired far too easily, his eyelids began to fight to close. Just before sleep claimed him, one final thought flickered through his mind. He wondered what state the other 9 reincarnators were in at that moment. At the same time, in different places. Somewhere in a humble farmer's courtyard, a man was raging, cursing at the top of his lungs. Damn it, how can it be? His roar was so violent it seemed it might shake the ramshackle mud hut to pieces. The midwife, trembling, nearly let the baby girl slip from her arms. An elderly woman nearby frowned and spoke coldly. Born she is, and born she shall remain. The last one was named Zhao Di, so this one shall be called Pan Di. At the same time, elsewhere in a wealthy household, a baby boy lay quietly in a brocade swaddling cloth, surrounded by rows of servants standing with heads bowed, awaiting orders. Congratulations, master, it is a young master. Excellent, excellent. Reward them. The baby slowly opened his eyes, sweeping a calm, assessing gaze around him. Carved beams and painted rafters, silks and brocades everywhere, servant girls and houseboys in droves. He frowned ever so slightly. He was a legendary assassin, the sort who dared to challenge even the divine capital itself. And yet his new birth was this favorable. It seemed the other 9 must be formidable indeed. Only with such opponents would the challenge be worthy. In the rear courtyard of a certain springful pavilion, a pregnant woman lay writhing in agony on the ground, pounding her abdomen with desperate force. What kind of demon have I carried? I've drunk 10 bowls of abortifacient decoction, yet this child refuses to depart. Please spare me. She knelt in utter despair, pleading for mercy, only to be met with fiercer convulsions. A soft wet tear, plop, and a tiny delicate hand slick with entrails burst forth from her belly. Dripping crimson, its 5 slender fingers, tender yet unervingly steady, braced firmly against the ragged wound's edge, as if gathering leverage to pull itself free. Her eyes widened in silent horror, a guttural, choking gasp escaped her throat. Her body spasmed twice, then collapsed lifeless. The infant tumbled from the ruptured womb, smeared head-to-toe in blood, its umbilical cord still tethered to the corpse. He glanced once at his birth mother. Without hesitation he sank his teeth into her flesh. On the boundless steppe an infant's cry dissolved into the wind. The woman was already dead. The midwife's hands trembled violently as she stared at the newborn, cyanotic, eerily silent, and then toward the distant plume of smoke rising on the horizon. Their tribe had been attacked. All were fleeing for their lives. What a grievous sin. She clenched her teeth, dropped the infant into a thicket of tall grass, and staggered onto a cattle cart, never looking back as she fled. The infant lay motionless amid the swaying grasses. Wind rustled through the stalks, veiling his small form. He did not cry, only gazed upward, unblinking at the ashen sky. As dusk bled into night, the howl of wolves drew nearer, first faint, then piercing. A pair of emerald eyes glinted at the edge of the thicket, then another and another. The alpha wolf approached, nostrils flaring, sniffing the air. The infant turned his head, meeting those luminous green eyes. No fear flickered in his gaze. Only stillness. Only unwavering regard. The alpha held his stare for a long, silent moment. Then it lowered its head, gently gripped the infant's scruff in its jaws, and vanished into the heart of the steppe. The pack followed. Beneath the silver moonlight, a human child was carried into the den by wolves. 10 years later, in the imperial capital of the Great Yin Empire, within the emperor's private study, His Majesty set aside a stack of memorials and massaged the bridge of his nose. "How has the 10th prince been faring lately?" The grand eunuch, standing respectfully beside him, bowed deeply. "Your Majesty, Prince Yuan Yi has remained in the martial training grounds since dawn. 3 full hours of practice and counting." The emperor paused, startled. 3 hours again. Indeed. Each day His Highness rises at dawn, studies for 1 hour, then trains without pause until noon. After a brief rest at midday, he resumes scholarly pursuits in the afternoon, and concludes each evening with horseback riding at the imperial stables. This regimen is observed without exception, rain or shine. The emperor fell silent, his expression shifting, complex, unreadable. Prince Yuan Yi, born with a voice so thunderous it echoed through the entire court. At that time His Majesty had been consumed by border warfare, and the prince's arrival had felt like a celestial omen. Yet he never imagined his son would grow into something far more extraordinary. At 3, he recited poetry flawlessly. At 5, he rode bareback across open fields. At 7, he bested elite palace guards in the training grounds. 10 moves no more. Now 10 years old, he was famed throughout the capital, not as a prodigy, but as a phenomenon. No, more accurately, a madman. "This child," murmured the emperor softly, "pushes himself too hard." The grand eunuch dared not reply. The emperor rose and walked to the window, gazing toward the training grounds. "Prepare the imperial procession. I shall go see him." In the training grounds stood a slight figure swinging a long saber, a custom-forged blade lighter than standard arms, yet still formidable for a boy of 10. Yuan Yi moved as though unaware of weight or fatigue, repeating the same cleaving motion over and over, sweat cascading, robes soaked through. 437, 438, 439. He counted silently in his mind. The Imperial Guard instructor watched, heart pounding. The boy had trained continuously for 2 full hours, drinking water only once. Even iron would buckle under such strain. "Your Highness, might you take a short rest?" "No need." Without turning, Yuan Yi continued his relentless swings. The instructor opened his mouth, then closed it. Though outwardly affable, the 10th prince possessed a will of tempered steel. Once decided, no force on earth could sway him. Yuan Yi knew exhaustion intimately. He simply could not stop. For 10 years he had raced against time itself. Others saw only his pre-dawn rising, his collapse from exertion, but none sensed the crushing urgency that burned within him. 9 transmigrators. 9 monsters drawn from myriad realms, each now hidden somewhere in this world, assuming different identities, advancing by different means. And he, an ordinary mortal, his sole advantage a divine tier keyword system. Yet therein lay the paradox. The keywords granted power beyond comprehension, but required national fortune to activate. What was national fortune? Not wealth, not authority. It was the accumulated destiny of a realm, the depth of its history, the unity of its people, the resonance of its sovereign mandate. And what did a 10-year-old prince possess of that? Each day his royal status yielded a mere 1 point of national fortune. After a decade he had amassed just over 3,000 points. Impressive in number, yet pitiful against the system's demands. Emperor's Enlightenment. Minimum cost 100 points. Command of national fortune. Minimum allocation 100 points per person. Imperial bestowal. Minimum cost 500 points. 3,000 points meant barely 3 enlightenments, or 30 loyal retainers. What could that accomplish? Could it let him face those 9 transmigrators alone? No, not even close. So he had to push, harder, faster, farther. If national fortune accrued slowly through rank, then these 10 years would be spent forging every weapon he could wield. Physical endurance, martial technique, horsemanship and archery, military strategy, courtly alliances. Even with godlike keywords, confronting 9 unknown entities demanded more than divine intervention. To believe such power rendered him invincible, that would be fatal folly. Thus, even with omnipotent keywords, his own cultivation could never falter. 499, 500. Yun-E lowered his saber, exhaling deeply. Every muscle trembled, his arms refused to lift. Yet a quiet smile touched his lips. He had surpassed yesterday by 50 strikes. Progress. Just then footsteps approached behind him. His Majesty the Emperor approaches. Yun-E froze, whirled around, and dropped to one knee. Your son pays homage, father. Rise. The Emperor stepped before him, studying his sweat-soaked son, his gaze lingering on the trembling arms. How long have you trained? Yun-E answered truthfully, 2 hours, your Majesty. The instructor's lip twitched. Your Highness, you trained for 3. But he dared not correct him. The Emperor saw through the lie. Speak plainly. Yun-E blinked, then amended, 3 hours. Why push yourself so relentlessly? Yun-E paused, then replied with solemn clarity, I wish to grow stronger. Stronger? For what purpose? To protect the great Yin. To protect you, father. The Emperor fell silent. From a child's mouth, such words sounded like flattery. Yet gazing into Yun-Ye's clear, unwavering eyes, he knew this boy meant every syllable. You are only 10 years old, the Emperor said slowly. There is no need to strain so. Yun-E lowered his head, silent. He could not confess he fought for survival. He could not reveal that 9 rivals were ascending in secret, sharpening themselves across the realm. So he remained mute. The Emperor studied him, then asked suddenly, Do you know why I named you? Yun-E lifted his gaze. E signifies flight, transcendence, and tranquility, the Emperor explained. I wished your life to be one of ease and freedom, not bound as I am to this dragon throne for eternity. Yun-E blinked, stunned. This was the first time his father had spoken thus. Yet the way you train now, the Emperor sighed, outpaces even my own youth. Yun-E opened his mouth, then swallowed his words. The Emperor placed a hand on his shoulder. Enough. Rest now. Tomorrow after morning court, come to the study. I shall test your scholarship. Yes, father. The Emperor turned and departed. Yun-E stood rooted, watching the imperial yellow silhouette recede into the distance. Tranquility and ease. He murmured softly. He wished for it. But the truth was stark. Of 10, only one may survive, and he intended to be that one. That night, in the imperial study, the Emperor sat alone beneath the lamp, holding a confidential dispatch. It came from the border, and contained only a few sparse lines. A wolf god's child had appeared among the prairie wolf tribes, about 10 years old, capable of commanding wolves without number. He has united 17 tribes, calling himself Tianlang Kahan, and is mustering his forces. Candlelight trembled in the imperial study. The Emperor stared at the dispatch, his brow tightening with each line. He had read the first report 3 times. A wolf god's child, about 10 years old, commanding 17 tribes. He set the paper down and rubbed his forehead. 10 years old. The same age as his son, who trained himself to exhaustion. While one boy in the palace strained at his practice, another ruled tens of thousands of wolves on the plains. At that moment, hurried footsteps sounded outside. Your Majesty, an urgent report from the frontier. The Emperor's heart sank. Enter. A second dispatch was presented, the ink still damp. Bayan City in the northern border was attacked last night. Over 3,000 souls in the city, not one survived. There are no signs of siege on the walls, the gate was opened from the inside. Rumors among the common folk rise, they say Da Yin has lost virtue, and heaven sends calamity. The Emperor's hand tightened around the dispatch. Not one survived. Over 3,000 lives. The city gate opened from within. What did this mean? Someone had opened the gate and let the enemy in. But who could condemn an entire city to die, leaving not even a single courier to flee? Before he could think further, a third dispatch arrived. Urgent from the Jiangnan circuit, Linzhou, Xianzhou, and Huzhou have erupted in rebellion simultaneously. The rebels wield strange weapons, about 3 feet long iron tubes for bodies that can spew flame and fire projectiles with devastating power. Local garrisons tried to suppress them 3 times and were routed each time. Casualties exceed 2,000, the bandit forces grow fiercer. Iron tubes that can spit fire and shoot bolts. The Emperor's knuckles went white around the dispatch. He had been emperor for 20 years, what had he not endured? Border conflagrations, court machinations, natural and man-made disasters. He had carried them through. Yet these 3 dispatches tonight each pointed to the same conclusion: the fate of Da Yin was waning. A wolf god's child on the plains, commanding countless wolves and uniting 17 tribes. This was a calamity of heaven. Bayan City in the north, more than 3,000 perished overnight, and the gate opened from within. This was a human catastrophe. Jiangnan erupting in 3 places at once, rebels wielding iron tubes that spew fire. This was, what exactly? He lifted his head and looked out into the night. The candlelight made his features waver between light and shadow. Issue an edict. I am at your command. From the darkness, a figure appeared without sound. This was the most secret of the Emperor's forces, the Shadow Guard. No one knew how many of them existed or whence they came. They answered only to the Emperor. Investigate the prairie wolf tribes, determine the origin of this wolf god's child. Investigate Bayan City, find out what truly happened that night, who opened the gate, who the enemy was, and why not a single person escaped. Investigate the Jiangnan rebels, those iron tubes that spew fire. Where did they come from, how many are there, and who made them? Yes. The shadow guard melted back into the dark as if they had never been there. The emperor returned to his desk and stared at the 3 dispatches before him. He suddenly remembered what the 10th prince had said today at the training ground. I want to become stronger. To protect De Yin, to protect Father Emperor. A 10-year-old child had said those words with eyes astonishingly bright. At the time, the emperor had dismissed it as the talk of a boy. But now, the emperor shook his head. Yuan Yi was still a child. No matter how hard he trained, he could not change what was happening. What truly unnerved the emperor was the faint but unmistakable scent behind these 3 dispatches. Someone was setting a plan in motion. The plains, the northern border, Jiangnan. Trouble at the same time. It was no coincidence. Someone intended to play a grand game upon his realm. At the same moment, Yuan Yi had not slept. He lay in his bedchamber staring at the ceiling. He had practiced martial arts for 3 hours that day, and his body felt broken. Fortunately, with the protection of the nation's fortune, that fatigue would soon ebb. He planned to train another hour, and then sleep. As he thought this, a voice suddenly rang in his mind. Today's national fortune 1, current national fortune, 3,652 points. Detected national fortune fluctuation, overall national fortune of De Yin decreased by 3. Yuan Yi froze. A fluctuation in national fortune. Overall national fortune down 3%. What was happening? Yuan Yi lay on his bed, his mind racing. National fortune was not his alone. His personal national fortune was the 1 point he had accumulated, a pocket allowance attached to his identity as a prince. But the entire De Yin dynasty had its own national fortune. That fortune was the sum of the country's mandate, the people's hearts, and its general luck. Now that sum had fallen by 3%. What did that mean? It meant the nation was in trouble, and not a small trouble. Yuan Yi sat up. Trouble? What kind of trouble? He thought for a moment, rose and threw on a robe before stepping out. The night watch eunuch at the door started an alarm. Your Highness, at this hour where are you going? Yuan Yi did not look back and only tossed over a sentence. I cannot sleep, I am just walking. The eunuch dared not stop him and watched the small figure disappear into the night. Yuan Yi did not go far. He found a stone behind an artificial rock in the imperial garden and sat tilting his head to look at the moon, missing a corner. National fortune had dropped 3%. The system's entries did not lie. But what could he do now? A 10-year-old prince had no right to leave the palace at will, much less meddle in state affairs. All he could do was keep training, keep waiting, and keep accumulating that single point of national fortune each day. 3,652 points. He repeated the numbers silently in his mind. Enough points to transmogrify a mundane item 3 times. Enough to cultivate 36 personal guards. Enough for what? For nothing. He recalled the system's final hidden condition: when the host ascends the throne, all permissions would unlock. Ascend the throne. His father was 42 this year, vigorous, and still signing memorials in the imperial study until midnight. Ascend the throne. When his father passed, it would be at least 20 or 30 years hence. By that time, those 9 reincarnators would have picked his bones clean. He had to do something. Night wind cool against his face. Yuan Yi sat a while behind the rock, then rose and walked in another direction. It was not the way back to his bedchamber. The night watch eunuch followed at a distance, afraid to question, only able to quicken his pace to catch up. Where was the 10th prince headed? Yuan Yi walked with steady steps. For 10 years since he was 7, his day began at the hour of the hare. The first place he went each morning was the training ground. The drill master of the Imperial Guards, Zhou Xiong, was a man in his 40s, a veteran who had fought 2 decades at the border, his body bearing no fewer than 30 scars from blades and arrows. After injuring his knee and walking with a slight limp, he had been reassigned to the capital as drill master. He was the toughest man Yuan Yi had ever known, and the first man Yuan Yi had tamed. By means of Tianming Suague, Yuan Yi had taken a long time to understand the effect of that entry. Any who oppose you will be suppressed by adverse fate, their decision-making error rate increased. Any who follow you, who swear fealty, will have their fortune lifted and opportunities multiplied. This effect is not an active skill, but an aura. It triggers passively. Whenever he is present, if someone harbors goodwill toward him or is willing to draw near, they will be subtly influenced. At first, Yuan Yi did not know. He simply went to the training ground every day to practice, come rain or shine. Zhou Xiong was cold to him at first. After all, a prince training was thought a pastime. How long could he possibly persist? But Yuan Yi persisted 3 months, 6 months, a year, 3 years. Zhou Xiong's attitude slowly changed. From indifference to astonishment to acceptance to. One day after Yuan Yi finished his blade practice, Zhou Xiong suddenly dropped to one knee and intoned, "Your Highness, I am willing to follow you." Yuan Yi was startled. He probed gently, "Coach Zhou, are you certain?" Zhou Xiong looked up, eyes unwavering. I pledge to lay down my life for your highness. At that moment Yuan Yi felt that something had been established between him and Zhou Xiong. Not master and servant, not teacher and pupil, but a deeper bond. Later he used the same approach to reach others within the Jinjun. Not everyone would become as wholeheartedly devoted as Zhou Xiong. Yet strangely, so long as he treated them with sincerity and perseverance, the goodwill of those in the Jinjun accumulated until it transformed into an almost instinctive loyalty. This was Tianming Sugui, the mandate of destiny. It did not coerce or control, it simply made those who followed him more susceptible to his charm and firmer in their resolve. After 7 years the entire Jinjun, 30,000 men, had 70% of them holding goodwill toward him and 30% willing to die for him. Yuan Yi had never engineered this deliberately. He only trained each day and occasionally spoke with them, calling each man by name. He would occasionally offer words of encouragement or praise. That was all. But tonight he needed these people. A night breeze passed through the Yuhua garden, cool against his face. Yuan Yi's steps were steady and purposeful. He was not wandering aimlessly. He was heading toward the Jinjun garrison. The eunuch on night watch followed behind, growing increasingly uneasy. Your Highness. Your Highness. The eunuch called as he hurried up, lowering his voice. That's the Jinjun garrison. After curfew you cannot approach. Yuan Yi did not stop. I know. Then what are you? I am looking for someone. The eunuch was baffled. At this late hour who could he possibly be seeking? But he dared not press the matter. This 10th prince appeared gentle, yet his will was iron. Once he decided, no one could dissuade him. The Jinjun garrison lay in the southwest corner of the imperial city, separated from the palace by a single wall. Called a camp, it resembled a small military town. 30,000 troops stationed there to guard the palace and defend the capital. In the century since the founding of the Dayan dynasty, the Jinjun had never faltered. Because the one who led the Jinjun was no ordinary man. The current Grand Commander bore the surname Yu and the single character given name Dan. Yu Dan. The name was known throughout the capital. He enlisted at 18, cut down an enemy chieftain at 20, held a lone city for 7 days and nights at 23, was appointed deputy commander of the Jinjun at 28, and rose to Grand Commander at 32. Now 45, he had occupied the Grand Commander's post for 13 years. 13 years of unwavering order. In that time no one could move a single Jinjun soldier without his sanction. Even the emperor had to seek his counsel before dispatching the Jinjun beyond the capital. He was the Dayan dynasty's most solid shield, and its most immovable stone. Yuan Yi stood before the Jinjun camp's gate, looking up at the tall banner fluttering with the single character Yu. The gate was firmly closed. From the gatehouse the guard had already seen him. A 10-year-old child in moon-white sleepwear, a cloak hastily thrown over it, standing in the night wind. Who goes there? Came a low challenge. Yuan Yi tilted his head and smiled. It is I. The soldier froze, and by torchlight made out the child's face. 10th Prince. How did he come here? In that attire? Did he crawl out of bed? The soldier would not neglect his duty. He hurried down, opened the side door in the gate, and dropped to one knee. Your servant pays respects to your highness. Your highness, this is. I wish to see Grand Commander Yu. The soldier was stunned. See the Grand Commander. Now. He glanced instinctively at the sky. The moon was already sinking. It was the darkest hour of the night. Your Highness the Grand Commander. I know he is here. Yuan Yi interrupted. Go and inform him. Tell him the 10th Prince Yuan Yi requests an audience. The soldier parted his lips, but dared not dissuade him. He knew the 10th Prince's reputation within the Jinjun all too well. For 7 years he had come to the training ground before dawn regardless of wind or rain. He trained harder than anyone and remained truer than anyone. Among the 30,000 of the Jinjun, the prince could call at least half their names. He had called this man's name. 2 months earlier, while on duty at the training ground after the prince finished his sword practice, he casually handed the blade to him and smiled, saying, "Thank you for your hard work, Wang Hu." Wang Hu, that was his name. He had been stunned for a long time. A prince, and yet he remembered the name of an What an honor. Yet the prince had remembered and spoken it aloud. Your Highness, please wait. I will inform him at Wang Hu turned and ran into the camp, his pace 30% quicker than usual. Yu Dan had not been asleep. He sat in his command tent, studying a map of the Dayan dynasty spread before him. He continually simulated battles in his mind. Far more than commanding the Jinjun, he longed to fight on the field. Then footsteps sounded outside the tent. Grand Commander, the 10th Prince requests an audience. Yu Dan brow shifted. The 10th Prince. The child who trained at the ground every day. Now. Yes. He says he wishes to see you. Yu Dan fell silent a moment. This child never played. At 7 he could spar with the Jinjun. At 10 he trained to exhaustion. Now in the dead of night, he came to the garrison to request an audience. What game did he intend to play? Please. When Yuan Yi entered the tent, the first thing he noticed was not Yu Dan, but the Dayan map laid up. Yu Dan rose and cupped his hands in salute. Your servant pays respects to your highness. Commander, you spare the formalities. Yuan Yi withdrew his gaze, and looked at the middle-aged man before him. In his 40s, broad-shouldered and stern of face, his eyes were as calm as a deep pool. He projected no ostentatious pressure, yet simply by standing there, he carried an aura that brooked no slight. This was the Jinjin's Grand Commander. Yuan Yi's mind moved swiftly. Tianming, he mouthed silently. In the next instant the scene shifted before him. Above Yudan head appeared several lines of information visible only to Yuan Yi. Name Yudan. Identity, Grand Commander of the Jinjun. Loyalty 65. Assessment: this man is loyal and righteous, a masterful commander who thirsts for battle and slaughter. He favors you because of your 7 years of perseverance and sincerity. But to win his complete fealty will require sufficient cause. 65 points. Not low but not high either. It fell into the category of admiration, but not to the point of dying for you. Of course, part of the reason was that the Grand Commander's favor had not been cultivated often enough before. Yuan Yi had taken stock. Your Highness to visit at this hour. What is your business? Yudan's voice was steady and neither deferential nor arrogant. Yuan Yi did not answer immediately. He stood in the center of the tent watching this hulking man, studying that resolute face, serene as still water. 65 points of loyalty. 7 years of persistence had earned him 65 points. Was that enough? No. But tonight he needed more than 65. Yuan Yi did not beat around the bush. Commander Yue, I want you to swear loyalty to me. Yudan was silent. Not loyalty to De Yin, not to the Emperor, Yuan Yi enunciated, but loyalty to me. Those words changed the atmosphere in the tent in an instant. Yudan's gaze deepened, as if 2 bottomless wells had opened in his eyes. Your Highness, his voice remained calm and steady. Do you truly understand the weight of your words? I do. Do you understand what pledging allegiance to a prince entails? I do. Do you understand what it means when the Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial Guard swears fealty to a prince in the court of the realm? I do. Yuan Yi replied. I do, 4 times in succession, without hesitation, without pause. Yudan gazed at him silent for a long while. Then he spoke, his voice carrying a subtle complexity even he failed to perceive. Your Highness, grant this humble general a reason. Yuan Yi had been waiting precisely for these words. Because I can make you stronger. Yudan's brow furrowed slightly. At 45 he had waged war for half his life, his body bearing more scars than years. Stronger. He had long passed that age. Commander Yue. Yuan Yi took 1 step forward and tilted his head up to meet the gaze of this man who towered over him. You enlisted at 18, beheaded an enemy chieftain at 20, and held a solitary fortress for 7 days and nights at 23. You have fought for 27 years, your body marked by no fewer than 40 sword cuts and arrow wounds. Your knees suffered grievous injury on rainy or overcast days. The pain keeps you awake through the night. An arrow pierced your left shoulder. Still today your hand trembles when lifting heavy objects. Yudan's eyes changed. These details, even his personal guards were unaware of them. How could this child possibly know? Your Highness, how I know is irrelevant. Yuan Yi interrupted calmly. I ask you only this. If I tell you I can heal your old wounds, restore you to the peak strength of your 20s, and surpass it, would you believe me? Yudan fell silent. Of course he did not believe it. 20 years of chronic injury. How could such afflictions vanish overnight? Yet gazing into Yuan Yi's eyes, he found himself unable to utter the words, I do not believe. Those eyes were too pure. Pure in a way no 10-year-old child ought to be. Your Highness. Commander Yue. Yuan Yi suddenly smiled. Look at me. Instinctively Yudan lowered his gaze and met those eyes. Then he froze. Within those eyes that should have held only youthful innocence, suddenly shimmered a light beyond description. It was not the reflection of candlelight. It was something deeper. Like stars. Like the abyss. Like the boundless night sky he had watched countless times along the northern frontier in his youth. Instinctively Yudan lowered his gaze and met those eyes. Then he froze. Within those eyes that should have held only youthful innocence, suddenly, Yudan. Yuan Yi's voice softened, yet each word struck his soul like a hammer blow. Do you trust me? Yudan parted his lips. He discovered he could not say, I do not trust you. Not because he was coerced, but from an instinctive, near-submissive impulse. As if he stood once more before the Son of Heaven at 20, gazing upon the sovereign seated upon the dragon throne. No, this feeling ran even deeper. Yet before him stood merely a 10-year-old boy. You need not answer now. The luminous radiance faded from Yuan Yi's eyes, returning them to their former clarity and purity, as though all that had transpired were but a fleeting illusion. I ask you only this. He stepped forward, lifting his gaze to meet Yudan's. If the great Yin faces peril, will you protect it? Yudan's pupils contracted sharply. I will. If His Majesty faces danger, will you save him? I will. And if I face danger? Yuan Yi paused, deliberately enunciating each syllable. Will you follow me? Silence filled the grand tent, so profound that the faint crackle of candle flames echoed like thunder. Yudan looked upon this child before him. For 7 years he had watched him come to the martial training grounds, rain or shine, without fail. For 7 years he had watched him grow, from a 3-year-old toddler into a 10-year-old youth, his swordsmanship evolving from clumsy strokes to flawless mastery, his horsemanship from unsteady tumbles to effortless grace. For 7 years he had watched him memorize the names of half the Imperial Guards, and recall each soldier's hometown preferences and how many family members awaited them at home. He had never spoken a word, but he had always watched. Now this child stood before him and asked, "Will you?" Yudan remained silent for a long time. Then he knelt upon one knee. "This humble General Yudan pledges his life to your highness." Chime. Critical figure, Yudan, has sworn allegiance. Loyalty 6590. Due to the mandate of heaven, affect Yudan's fortune surges. Opportunities multiply. Your domain expands, triggering Imperial Star Protection. Current core forces 1 commanding general, physical resilience 50. You gain command over the 300 Imperial Guards. National fortune increases by 300 points daily. Yuan Yi stared at the line reading 300 points daily and drew a sharp involuntary breath. 300. A full 300. Once accumulating even a single point of national fortune had felt like cradling a candle flame through winter, terrified it would flicker out at the slightest gust. Now the allegiance of a single commander equaled the sum of all his past struggles. As for loyalty, leaping from 65 to 90 represented a staggering 25-point surge. This was no mere progression, it was transcendence. And the 50 physical resilience. His body forged through relentless punishing discipline had ascended an entire tier, not by sweat or sacrifice, but by a single system prompt. Yet tonight he sought far more than this. "Commander Yuan Yi extended his hand and gently raised him, his voice as steady and deep as an ancient well. "I told you, I will make you stronger." Yudan rose smoothly, his expression layered with conflicting currents. 20 years. Could 2 decades of entrenched injury truly vanish so effortlessly? Yet moments earlier when those eyes locked onto his, he had felt utterly immobilized, as if pinned by an unseen force. "Your Highness, do not move." Yuan Yi lifted his hand and placed it lightly upon Yudan's chest. Yudan stiffened entirely, not from any physical pressure. A 10-year-old's touch carried no weight, but because a gentle warmth seeped from that point of contact, flowing steadily into his body, like spring snowmelt soaking frozen earth, silent, inevitable, life-giving. Like old scabs sloughing away fresh flesh emerging beneath. Like the vigor of his youth, the unbridled energy of a 20-year-old warrior brimming with inexhaustible strength. That long-lost sensation had returned. The piercing ache in his knees on stormy days, gone. The trembling in his left shoulder when lifting heavy objects, gone. Yudan's pupils dilated wide. "Your Highness, this." "Say nothing." Yuan Yi offered no explanation, made no pause. He immediately channeled 300 points of national fortune, pouring every last drop into Yudan's body. That warmth persisted for roughly the duration of a teacup steeping. Then Yudan sensed something amiss. Not the benign healing kind of disquiet, but something fiercer, more overwhelming. As if a mighty river had burst its banks deep within his very being. "Your Highness." His voice choked, for his body had begun to glow. Not metaphorically, literally. A soft, golden aura emanated from beneath his skin. Faint at first, then intensifying, brightening, until it blazed with such brilliance that the entire command tent flooded with daylight. The guards posted outside jumped about to surge in by instinct. "Stop!" Yudan barked, his voice rolling like thunder, making the entire tent tremble. The guards froze, exchanging bewildered looks. The Grand Commander's voice sounded like a clap of thunder. Inside the tent, Yuan Yi withdrew his hand, stepped back 2 paces, and watched the man before him undergoing a kind of metamorphosis. 300 points of national fortune. He tallied quietly in his head. Over 10 years he had hoarded 3,600 points, living each day as if guarding a single precious coin. Now he had poured 300 points at once into Yudan. Was it worth it? He regarded Yudan's body enshrouded in golden light, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Worth. Utterly worth it. Yudan felt it more viscerally than anyone. When that warm tide surged in, old wounds healed first. Knees, shoulders, waist, and back, the injuries that had tormented him for 20 years were brushed away by an invisible hand, leaving no trace. Then came strength. He felt his body being opened, expanded from within. Muscles swelled, bones lengthened, meridians widened. Not with the tearing pain of rupture, but with a sumptuous filling sensation, as if something were pouring into every hollow. He could feel his power surging. An inexhaustible force climbed within him. Yudan felt as if but it did not stop. It kept rising. At the same time his mind began to shift. Blade forms, spear techniques, archery, unarmed arts. The skills he had practiced for decades suddenly crystallized with uncanny clarity. So lucid it was, as if someone were redrawing every stroke in his head. No, less a redrawing than those bottlenecks he had never solved over decades tore like rice paper at a single poke. Those realms he had thought forever out of reach now rose before him like a flight of steps, each one crossed with a single stride. Blade technique reached consummation. Spear technique ascended to the summit. Archery transcended into art. As for his fists, he thrust one punch out, the gust condensed into substance and detonated like a sonic blast, flipping the command table 3 zhang away. The guards outside could no longer restrain themselves. Grand Commander. Several of them burst and then stood, gaping in unison. What met their eyes? The Grand Commander stood at the tent's center, bathed in a pale golden radiance like an idol stepping forth from a shrine. The 10th Prince Yun Yi stood to one side, hands clasped behind his back, his expression as calm as a spectator at a play. Stand back, he ordered. Yudan's voice remained steady, yet the pressure it carried had been utterly transformed. The guards instinctively stepped back 2 paces, then retreated in a scramble. Silence returned to the tent. The golden light slowly waned. Yudan looked down at his hands. They were the same hands, same lines, same calluses, same scars. Yet he knew they were not the same. Completely different. Your Highness. He began, and the look he lifted to Yun Yi had been irrevocably altered. Before there had been admiration, then fealty. Now there was a near fanatical, worshipful gaze like a believer before a god. You're subordinate now. He paused, feeling his body. I feel I could fell 10 oxen with a single blow. Yun Yi smiled. Be more confident, he said. He shook his head. Commander Yue, he added, your sight must be set farther ahead. Yudan was stunned, then stared at his fist and fell silent for a long while. After a moment, he dropped to one knee. This time deeper than before, forehead almost touching the ground. Your Highness. His voice trembled. I have lived 45 years. Only today do I comprehend the workings of providence. Yun Yi reached out to help him. This time Yudan felt that hand light, as air, yet unbearably weighty to resist. Rise. Yudan rose and stood with his head bowed. He dared not look up at Yun Yi, not from fear, but because he feared that if he did, he would not be able to hold himself from kneeling again. That 10-year-old child standing before him still bore the same face and frame, yet the aura he exuded had utterly changed. Not a prince. He was a sovereign. Let's go, Yun Yi said, stepping toward the palace. It's almost. Yudan remained where he was, watching the small figure wane into the night. Then he turned and looked toward the camp where 30,000 Imperial Guards were quartered. Men, he barked. At once. Send the order. From today, Imperial Guard drills will double. Yes, sir. When Yun Yi returned to his bedchamber, the sky was already paling toward dawn. The night watch eunuch trailed behind, jogging breathless. Your Highness, you have finally returned. Had you been later, this lowly life would have. Yun Yi paid him no heed. He lay back on the bed, stared at the ceiling, and silently opened the system interface. Current national fortune 3352 points. Daily fixed increase 301 points, 1 point for prince status, 300 points for Imperial Guard commander. Core influence Yudan, Grand Commander of the Imperial Guards, utterly loyal. Controllable forces 3000 Imperial Guards, complete control. National fortune fluctuation the Yin Imperial Court, overall national fortune 3, no change from last night. 3,352 points. With the daily addition of 301 points. Yun Yi closed his eyes, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. 10 years. He had waited 10 years for this day. Not because he had become stronger, but because he finally had people. No matter how mighty a single person is, could he stand against those monsters spilling forth from myriad worlds? No. But now he had Yudan. He had 30,000 Imperial Guards. He had a steady income of 300 points a day. Those 9 reincarnators, wherever they were, however strong they had become. Do they have people? Do they have troops? Do they enjoy a stable 300-point daily income? Yun Yi did not know. What he did know was this. The game had only just begun. At the same time, deep in the grasslands, in a wolf den, a 10-year-old boy sat cross-legged amid a pack of wolves, a faint azure glow flickering about him. His eyes were vertical pupils, wolf pupils. Tianling Kagan slowly opened his eyes and turned his gaze toward the distant central plains, toward the land of Diyan, Jiangnan, in some remote mountain. Before a 10-year-old girl lay an array of strange glass tubes, and they were layered with unidentified liquids. She carefully poured one vial into another. With a hiss, the liquid shifted from red to blue, finally condensing into a crystalline emerald green. A satisfied smile curved the girl's lips. Gene enhancement serum prototype complete. She tilted her head back and drank it all in one gulp. The next moment her bones crackled, the once frail frame bulked up before the eye, flesh filling out with visible swiftness, her gaze sharpening like a blade. I wonder how those rebels fared, she mused. Whether they managed to procure the materials I sought. She rose and looked toward the mountains beyond. Ruins of Bayan City. In the heart of the devastation, a 10-year-old boy crouched beside a mound of corpses, cradling a human heart in his hands and methodically gnawing at it. His eyes were unervingly calm. Calm as a stagnant pool. 3,000 lives vital qi, and you have scarcely reached the 4th level of body refinement. He rose and licked the blood from his fingertips. Which city next should I choose? 3 years later. The Yin Imperial Court is the capital of the palace. In the imperial study, the emperor stared at the mountain of memorials on his desk. His temples were already streaked with white. 3 years. Only 3 years. Half his hair had gone white. Your Majesty. The chief eunuch gingerly set down a cup of ginseng tea. Please rest, you haven't slept a wink all night. The emperor waved his hand, refusing the tea. His gaze fell upon the topmost memorial. Urgent dispatch from Jiangnan. The Tiangong army has seized Lin and Fu. The prefect died, defending the city. Casualties exceed 10,000. The bandit forces grow ever fiercer, mustering 150 troops. Well equipped with firearms, our provincial armies cannot withstand them. Second dispatch. Northern border urgent. Baiyin City, Yunzhong City, Yinmen City have fallen in succession. The 3 cities together account for over 2,000 souls. None survived. The perpetrator's identity remains unknown. The methods are savage, likely the work of the same hand. So far, 41 cities have been sacked. The dead exceed 2,700. Third dispatch. Grassland urgent. Tianlang Khan has unified 48 tribes of the steppe, boasting iron cavalry. The vanguard has reached beyond Yunsis borders. Frontiers in dire peril. Fourth dispatch. Fifth dispatch. The emperor closed his eyes and drew a long, deep breath. Is the Yin Imperial Court truly failing? Is he still powerless? The so-called Jiangnan bandits now control half the region as separate powers. The monsters of the northern border have in 3 years razed 41 cities. The court sent forces to eradicate them 5 times. Each army was utterly destroyed. The steppe's iron cavalry, 400,000 strong, outnumber the mobilized forces of the entire Yin realm. And this emperor can do nothing. Must Yin truly perish in his generation? Your Majesty. A eunuch's voice came from outside the door. The crown prince requests an audience. The emperor opened his eyes. A complex expression flickered across them. The crown prince. His eldest son, 26 this year, appointed heir from childhood. Urbane, courteous, respectful, to worthy men, both court and country praised him. Yet the more flawless his image, the more hesitant he was. 3 years of chaos. What has the crown prince done? Nothing. He spends his days reading in the imperial study, admiring flowers in the imperial garden, and indulging in refined conversation with retainers in the eastern palace. Frontier dispatches arrive like falling snow. He only says, Father, the emperor is sagacious and will decide rightly. Half of Jiangnan falls, and he only says, I worry with a burning heart, yet my words carry little weight. When the steppes 4,000 riders press the border, he says, Father is the predestined son of heaven. He will surely avert the danger. Predestined son of heaven. The emperor looked at his whitening temples and gave a bitter smile. This supposed son of heaven could barely hold his own realm. Xian. The crown prince entered. At 26, his face was like carved jade, impeccably dressed. Every gesture exuded noble bearing. Your son pays homage to his majesty. Rise. The emperor watched him in silence for a moment, then abruptly asked, Eldest, whom do you think I should bequeath this kingdom to? The crown prince froze. Father, you are in the prime of life. Why speak thus? The emperor shook his head. I ask you answer. The crown prince opened his mouth, hesitated, and swallowed his words. He lowered his head and chose his reply carefully. I believe. Father will make a sage decision. Your son dares not presumingly comment. The emperor stared at him for a long while. Then he smiled. In that smile there was disappointment, resignation, and a subtle, inexpressible bitterness. Enough. You may go. Yes. The crown prince withdrew. The imperial study was left with only the emperor. He rose and walked to the window, gazing out at the gray, clouded sky. 3 years. The emperor suddenly recalled that night 3 years ago when the 10th stood before him and said earnestly, Because someone intends to destroy Yin. Your son does not wish to see Yin destroyed. Eldest. The emperor murmured, If you possessed half the resolve of the 11th, where would I be? He did not finish the sentence. Yet in his heart he had already reached a decision. 3 days later, morning court. The emperor sat upon the dragon throne, looking over the assembled civil and military officials, and slowly began. I have reigned 23 years, laboring day and night. Now my body ages and my strength falters. The ministers held their breath. The crown prince stood at the front of the ranks, head lowered, the hand concealed in his sleeve, trembling faintly. The emperor's gaze swept the court and finally rested on the crown prince. The crown prince. The crown prince lifted his head, a glimmer of hope lit his eyes. Cultured and refined, of benevolent disposition yet. The emperor paused. But in this age of turmoil one needs a ruler of firmness and decisive courage. The crown prince is too benevolent and lacks the necessary resolve. He cannot shoulder such a weight. The crown prince's face drained of color. Therefore I have resolved. Father. A voice abruptly cut him off. It was not the crown prince. It was the second prince. He strode from the ranks and stood beneath the imperial steps, tilting his head to look up at the man on the dragon throne, a cold smile curling his lips. Father, I fear this edict will not be issued. The emperor's brow tightened. What do you mean? The second prince offered no answer. He merely raised his hand and gently clapped. Clap, clap. Outside the imperial study, a disciplined cadence of footsteps suddenly sounded. A dark tide of armored men poured in from all directions, blades unsheathed, arrows knocked instantly, encircling the great hall so tightly that not even a drop could pass. The ministers erupted in alarm. This is a coup. The second prince has rebelled. Protect the emperor. Hurry, protect him. But no one moved. For those armored soldiers were the forbidden army. The second prince smiled. Father, you just said the crown prince is too benevolent and lacks resolve. I wholeheartedly agree. He stepped forward, his gaze burning upon the man on the dragon throne. So why not let your son take this seat instead? The emperor's face went deathly pale. Tragic son, how dare you? What is there to fear? The second prince produced a sheet of paper from his sleeve and unfolded it. Deputy Commander of the Forbidden Army Qin Feng has pledged allegiance to me. Commander of the Imperial Guard Zhou Huai has sworn fealty to me. The Minister of Personnel, the Minister of Revenue, the Deputy Minister of Rights. He read them off one by one for the better part of a teacup's time. 70% of the civil and military officials are already my men. Of the 30,000 Forbidden Army, half answer only to me. Father, what can you possibly use to contend with me? The emperor's hand trembled. Not from fear. From fury. He pointed at the second prince, enunciating each syllable. You beast. The second prince shrugged, utterly unconcerned. Scold me if you must, father. When you're done, be on your way. He waved his hand. The black-armored soldiers closed in. An arrow was leveled at the emperor's heart. At that moment, a voice drifted in from outside the hall, unhurried, even faintly languid. Second brother, did your list miss someone? Every movement in the hall froze. The second prince's pupils shrank. He spun around. At the entrance to the main hall stood a 13-year-old boy. He wore a moon-white robe, hands folded behind his back, a faint smile on his face. The 10th Prince Yun. 3 years had passed. He had grown from 10 to 13, shooting up in height, the once childish face losing its softness and revealing a few sharper angles. Yet those eyes remained as clean as ever. So pure they unsettled onlookers. Old 10, the second prince frowned. What are you doing here? Yuni smiled and stepped into the hall. The black-armored guards instinctively moved to block him, but an inexplicable presence pinned them in place. They stood rooted, unable to act. The roster you just read, second brother. I listened closely. Yuni stopped before the second prince, stood straight, and looked up at him. Minister of Personnel, Minister of Revenue, Vice Minister of Rights, Deputy Commander of the Imperial Guards, Commander of the Royal Forest Guard. He named them one by one, and the second prince's frown deepened with each name. You are indeed formidable, second brother. In 3 years you have bought off 70% of the court's civil and military officials. But, Yuni paused, his smile widening. Have you wondered why none of those 70 you bought came today? The second prince's face shifted. What do you mean? Yuni gave no answer. He simply raised a hand and snapped his fingers. Snap! Outside the hall a thunder of footsteps suddenly sounded. Thousands upon thousands of boots. The second prince spun, peering through the hall doors to the scene beyond. A black tide of troops pouring in from every direction. Not his black-armored force. The Imperial Guards. 30,000 of them, all mobilized, sealing the palace so tightly not even water could leak through. And at the front of the Imperial Guards stood a man, broad-shouldered, resolute featured, clad in dark iron armor that flashed coldly under the sun. Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial Guards, Yudan. The second prince's expression finally changed. Yudan, how could you? Qin Feng. Zhou Huai. Yudan glanced at him, but said nothing. Behind him 2 men bound hand and foot were pushed forward. The Deputy Commander of the Imperial Guards, Qin Feng, and the Commander of the Royal Forest Guard, Zhou Huai. Each more disheveled than the last, cloth stuffed in their mouths as they whimpered. The second prince's pupils contracted sharply. He slowly turned his head and looked at Yuni. Yuni was still smiling, an innocent, harmless smile. Should I call you second brother, he asked. Or should I call you Li Changlong? In an instant the second prince's face went through a cascade of emotions. First disbelief, then horror, and finally a darkness that words could not capture. He stared at Yun-Yi with eyes like twin poison blades. You, how do you know that name? Yun-Yi did not reply. He merely stood there, hands behind his back, his smile faint, as if admiring a prey that had wandered into a snare. The Tianming Eye of Destiny. 2 years ago when he first met this so-called second brother, in the Imperial Garden, he had seen namely Changlong disguise. Loyalty, 80 deadly enemy. Assessment: this man uses blood sacrifice techniques to peel away others' faces and graft them onto himself. Cruel and merciless. He had already replaced the real second prince a year ago, secretly bribing court officials and cultivating power with the throne as his aim. In that moment Yun-Yi had a plan. But he had not acted immediately. He did not yet know the other's true strength. So he waited 2 years. During those 2 years he watched as the second brother bought officials, wooed the deputy commander of the Imperial Guards, and raised loyalists. He said nothing, he merely did one thing in secret. Or rather, he did the same thing the second prince was doing. The moment he secured Yudan 3 years ago, the layout began. Where Li Changlong bribed courtiers openly, he had Yudan visit them in secret. Not with threats, but simply let Yudan stand before them and say, "His Highness asked me to deliver a message. Whatever the second prince offers you, His Highness will give you twice as much." That was all. Some, terrified at picking the wrong side, switched immediately. Some hesitated and required repeated visits from Yudan. He would even demonstrate a little of his strength. Others remained steadfastly loyal to the second prince. Yuan Yi did not rush. The Tianming, I recorded it all, their loyalty scores slipping from 80 to 75, 70, 65. Fate's favor shifted. It was not control or brainwashing. It simply made followers more receptive to his charm, more certain in their choice. And those who faced him, each time they met his gaze, a fragment of their fortune was shaved away, and their chance of making a wrong decision rose 10%. 2 years. 730 days. Li Changlong believed himself the architect of victory, a strategist who could win a 1,000-mile battle. The 70% of courtiers he had bribed, none had come. The deputy commander he had corrupted was brought out bound. The black-armored personal guards he had cultivated put down their weapons the moment Yun Yi appeared. The hall fell into a deathly silence. Li Changlong stood below the imperial steps, staring at the 13-year-old boy before him, suddenly chilled through and through. Not with fear, with the sensation of being completely seen through. Li Changlong. Yun Yi's voice was light, but each syllable drove into his chest like a nail. "You have truly disappointed me." He sighed softly. From the moment he discovered this man, he had proceeded cautiously, testing him a dozen times. The result: the man was indeed weak. Yet Yun Yi had not relaxed for an instant. One misstep, and the abyss would open. Life is only given once. Anyone who dared covet the throne should be prepared to be uncovered by other returnees and to be besieged. He had simply never expected the man to be this feeble. Perhaps it was for the best. His renown as the 10th prince carried weight only within the capital. To ascend the throne would be to announce himself to the world. All eyes, including those of other returnees, would turn toward him. He had been too sensitive in age, and so he had remained conservative all these years. Moreover, to overthrow the emperor directly would lack legitimacy and invite scorn. Even if he seized the throne that way, the augmentation of national fortune would be far less than that bestowed by a legitimate ascension. The arrival of this man, however, solved that problem neatly for him. Now Li Changlong looked at the 13-year-old, and noting his youth and recalling the time of their arrival into this world, a thought struck him. "You are a returnee as well." Yun Yi heard the question and felt his disappointment deepen. At this stage he still only now realizes. When Li Changlong asked, a sliver of hope remained in his heart. "No, I hope not." If this 13-year-old were merely a native of this world, Li Changlong still had a chance, a desperate gambit of blood sacrifice to escape. Even if the body was ruined, as long as he survived, there might be a way to turn the tide. But Yun Yi's next words shattered that last fragment of fantasy. "What do you think?" Yun Yi's mouth curved faintly. Li Changlong felt his heart plunge. "To be honest, you are weaker than I imagined." Yun Yi paused and shook his head slightly. "I have been testing you since 2 years ago." "Testing me?" Li Changlong froze. "Yes." Yun Yi stepped forward, hands clasped behind him, as casual as if strolling in his own garden. "The first test was the night you bribed the assistant minister of personnel. I had Commander you sit in his house for a quarter of an hour, saying nothing, merely drinking a cup of tea. The next day you noticed that man's attitude toward you shift slightly, but you wrote it off as imagination." Li Changlong's face changed. "The second test was when you tried to turn the Imperial Guard's deputy commander Chen. I had Commander you show a feat before him. One punch that shattered the 30,000 Jin trial stone at the marshal. After Chen Fong returned, he hesitated 3 days over his pledge, but in the end he chose to follow you, because he thought you offered him more." Li Changlong's breathing quickened. "The third, the fourth, the fifth." Yun Yi counted 1 by 1, 17 tests in all. "Each time I wanted to see your limits. Each time I prepared for your counterattack. I even suspected you might be concealing your true strength, waiting for me to strike first, so you could end me in one blow." He sighed, a helpless smile touching his face. "And the result? You discovered nothing. You did nothing. So foolishly you went on bribing court officials, cultivating confidence, and clinging to your imperial dream. I even thought perhaps you had seen through it all, and were merely putting on an act. But now it seems I was overly suspicious." Li Changlong's face had turned as white as paper. He opened his mouth to speak, but no words came. Because he suddenly realized that over the past 2 years he had indeed noticed oddities. For example, some ministers he had bought would sometimes look at him in strange ways. For example, Chen Fong once began to speak, but stopped, and said nothing. For example, among his black-armored guards someone inexplicably vanished. He assumed desertion and did not probe further. But he did nothing. Because he was overly confident. He believed himself a reincarnator in his former world. He had been a top-tier powerhouse. Even in another world, he believed he was destined to ascend to the pinnacle. He never imagined someone would have begun arranging things 2 years ago, using that time to probe him bit by bit, like a cat stalking a mouse, watching him walk straight into a trap. You. Li Changlong's voice was hoarse as sandpaper rasping stone. What exactly are you? With your kid, you could not have been born so fortunate. Yun Yi gave no answer. He merely turned and looked toward the main hall doorway. Come in. At his command, 10 silhouettes entered from outside the hall. Black armor, black helms, black masks. Only pairs of eyes were exposed. They made no extraneous movements, no needless sound. They simply walked and stood in a line behind Yun Yi. Yet that row of figures made every hair on Li Changlong's body stand on end. It was not bloodlust, not oppressive might. It was something more dreadful, a crushing weight like 10 mountains pressing upon him at once. He parted his lips to speak, but found his tongue trembling, not from fear, but by instinct. He had suffered death countless times, seen innumerable strong men, slain many. He possessed a near instinctual sense for danger. And in that moment his instinct screamed, run, flee. Every one of these men can kill you. Yun Yi's voice drifted as light as a breeze, as if introducing household servants. These are the personal guards I have cultivated over 3 years. I mean to use you to test their strength. And to test the reincarnator. Li Changlong was stunned. Before he could react, Yun Yi continued, each of them can lift 100,000 jin with one arm. Li Changlong's pupils constricted. 100,000 jin. With a single arm. He had trained himself to the hilt, and could barely hoist 3,000 or 4,000 jin. Not for lack of desire to improve, but because this world was so ordinary, there was scarcely any spiritual energy to be had. He had believed that reaching his present level made him formidable, and these 10 black-armored men were each 30 times stronger than him. How could that be? Of course. Yun Yi paused, smiling as if nothing were amiss. They're merely a bit stronger, nothing special. Nothing special. Li Changlong nearly spat blood. A bit stronger. One-armed 100,000 jin called a bit stronger. What then was he? An insect? You. His voice trembled, his fingers quivered, his whole body shook. Not from cold, but from terror. He finally understood why for 2 years he had always felt watched in the shadow. Why those ministers he had bought grew indecisive one by one. Why his black-armored guards had laid down their weapons the moment Yun Yi appeared. It was not because Yun Yi was merely strong. It was because he had never been a match. Not from the beginning. He suddenly recalled that guide in the paradise who claimed this was a newcomer's contest, absolutely fair. But tell me, is this fairness? How is this fair? Begin. Yun Yi did not glance at Li Changlong. He turned and walked toward the hall's threshold. Behind him the 10 black-armored guards moved in unison. No ornate flourish, no showy technique. Simply, they raised their hands. Then they struck down. Boom. The entire hall shook. Li Changlong did not even manage a wail before he was smashed into a pulp. That was the end. Yun Yi stood at the doorway, his back to the gore, hands folded behind him. Sunlight streamed in and fell upon him, lending a faint gilding to his moon-white robe. His face bore no expression. He only sighed softly. Too weak. Truly too weak. 2 years ago when he first discovered Li Changlong, he had been cautious, as if treading on thin ice. He had assumed the other man hid his strength. He had assumed the other man waited for him to act. He had even prepared for the worst. If he failed, he would escape the capital with Yu Dan and the Imperial Guards, and start anew. And yet, the man could not even defeat his weakest guard. Sigh, his worries had been for nothing. Your Highness. Yu Dan's steady voice came from behind. Yun Yi turned and saw the burly man kneeling on one knee, head bowed, as he reported, the rebel has been executed, the insurgent forces disarmed, I Chen Fong Zhou Huai, and the others have been escorted to the Tianlao to await judgment. Those ministers in court who had been bribed, none of them moved as you commanded. Yun Yi nodded. Well done. He hesitated, then asked unexpectedly, Commander Yue, do you think I acted rightly today? Yu Dan raised his head, a trace of puzzlement in his eyes. Why do you ask, Your Highness? Yun Yi did not answer at once. He looked toward the empty dragon throne in the hall. Sunlight filtered through the lattice and struck the gilded chairback, scattering a blinding brilliance. That is my father's seat, he said softly, not mine. Today I stood here, killed a man, quelled a rebellion, and saved my father's life. But I did not do it for that chair. He paused, his gaze settling on the pool of blood. I simply do not wish to see Dian destroyed by him. Yu Dan was silent for a long time. Then he bowed his head and spoke in a low, resolute voice. Your Highness, I know nothing of lofty principles. I only know this. 3 years ago that night you stood before me and asked if I would follow. I followed. To follow means to follow for a lifetime. Yun Yi turned to the burly man and suddenly smiled. In that smile, there was comfort, relief, and a hint of an emotion difficult to name. Rise. He reached out and helped Yu Dan up. Come with me to see father. The Imperial study. The Emperor, brought aside by guards when danger loomed, now sat behind his desk looking at the 13-year-old son standing before him with a gaze too complex for words. Half an hour earlier he had believed he would die. When the arrow pointed at his heart, 1,000 thoughts had flashed through his mind. What of the realm? What of the state? What of the princes who had not yet matured? Then Laoshi arrived. Laoshi stood at the doorway smiling with an untroubled air as if wandering his own garden. With a snap, the 30,000 imperial guards sealed the palace, leaving no way in or out. From beginning to end, Laoshi had not even frowned. This son, the one he had thought the most obedient, the least contentious, the most reliable, had been hiding so profoundly. Old 10. The emperor's voice was somewhat hoarse. He gazed at the 13-year-old boy before him, observing his clear eyes and serene expression, and suddenly felt a sense of disorientation. 3 years ago this child stood before him earnestly declaring protect Father Emperor. 3 years later this child stood before him saying nothing, but already firmly seated in this chair. Father Emperor. Yun slightly bowed, maintaining full decorum. Your son has arrived late to rescue you, causing you to be startled. Startled? The emperor let out a bitter laugh. Indeed, he was startled, but not because of the rebellion of the second prince, but because of this son's methods. 30,000 elite troops following orders and prohibiting disobedience. Among the civil and military officials, 70% had turned against him. A 10-year-old child in 3 years had taken control of the entire power network of the capital, and he as a father had been completely unaware. The emperor paused, weighing his words. You knew long ago that the second prince had issues. Yun did not conceal the truth. I knew 2 years ago. Then why didn't you tell me? Because there was no evidence. Yun raised his head, his gaze calm, and I wanted to see what he intended to do. The emperor fell silent. He suddenly recalled various events from the past 3 years. Those old ministers he regarded as sitting on the fence had unknowingly become supporters of Old 10. Those generals he believed to be loyal and devoted had long been bought off by the second prince. And he as emperor sat in the study reviewing memorials and worrying about national affairs, unaware that a grand drama of seizing the throne was unfolding right under his nose. Old 10. The emperor's voice was soft. Do you hate me? Yun was taken aback. Why would Father Emperor say that? You are my son, a prince, a descendant of dragons and phoenixes. The emperor stood up, walked to the window, and turned his back to him. But the path you have walked from childhood has been forged by your own efforts. What have I given you? Nothing at all. Yun was silent for a moment. Then he spoke, his voice as calm as ever. Father Emperor gave me a life. That is enough. The emperor's shoulders trembled slightly. He turned around, looking at this son, at that young yet steady face, and those clean yet profound eyes. Then he smiled. In that smile there was relief, release, pride, and a hint of indescribable guilt. He said, good. Someone. At your service. The head eunuch bowed in response. Draft an edict. Half an hour later. In the court, all officials stood solemnly. The bloodstains in the center of the hall had been thoroughly cleaned, as if the recent rebellion had never occurred. But everyone knew that things had changed. From today onward, the Dayan dynasty was about to undergo a transformation. The emperor sat on the dragon throne, his gaze sweeping over the civil and military officials. Those who had been bought off by the second prince lowered their heads, not daring to breathe. Those who had been sitting on the fence held their breaths, waiting for the final verdict. Those who had long since pledged allegiance to the 10th prince straightened their backs, their eyes filled with anticipation. The emperor's gaze finally landed on the young boy at the end of the row. 13 years old, dressed in a light moon-white robe, standing among a group of adults without any sense of incongruity. He stood there, neither servile nor arrogant, neither proud nor impatient. As if everything that was about to happen had nothing to do with him. Proclaim the edict. The head eunuch unfurled the imperial edict in his hands, his sharp voice echoing in the hall. By the will of heaven, the emperor decrees, for 23 years since my ascension, I have toiled day and night, fearing that I may betray the late emperor's trust and fail the hopes of the people. Now the affairs of the nation are precarious, with powerful enemies lurking outside and treacherous subjects causing chaos within. I am old and frail, lacking the energy to bear the weight of the state alone. The 10th Prince Yun is intelligent and strong-willed, with a heart for the state, deeply trusted by the people. For 3 years the elite troops have been reorganized and the court's order has been restored, all under his direction. Were it not for the 10th Prince's strategies during today's turmoil, I would have faced disaster. I have decided that from this day forth I will pass the throne to the 10th Prince Yun. I hope he will inherit the imperial legacy, uphold the nation, and protect the people. So decreed. In the hall there was a deathly silence. All eyes were on that young boy. Yun stood there motionless. He had already guessed it. From the moment he entered the study, from the moment Father Emperor asked, "Do you hate me?" He had guessed it. But he did not expect Father Emperor to act so quickly. Quick as if he were settling affairs before passing. Old 10. The Emperor's voice came from the dragon throne. Come up. Yun raised his head, meeting those aged yet gentle eyes. He stepped forward, one step at a time, towards the imperial steps. Yun reached the foot of the steps and paused. He looked up at the man seated on the dragon throne. 3 years had passed. The Father Emperor had aged so much. Half of his hair had turned white, his eye sockets were deep, and his face was filled with fatigue. Old 10. The emperor stood up, came down the imperial steps, and stood before him. I have sat in this chair for 23 years. For 23 years I have not slept a single night peacefully. He reached out and gently patted Yuan-Yi's shoulder. But you are different. You will be able to sleep peacefully. Yuan-Yi opened his mouth wanting to say something, but was interrupted by the emperor. Don't speak. The emperor took something from his sleeve and placed it in his hand. It was a jade pendant. Completely green, warm as jade. No, it was jade. The front of the jade pendant was engraved with the character yen. The back was inscribed with 4 small words: protect the people. This was passed down from the founding emperor. The emperor's voice was very soft. It has been passed down for 4 generations, and now it is passed to you. Yuan-Yi looked down at the jade pendant in his hand, remaining silent for a long time. Then he raised his head, looking at the elderly man before him. Father Emperor. The emperor withdrew his hand, taking 2 steps back, looking at this son. Go. That chair is now yours to occupy. Yuan-Yi took a deep breath, turned around, and stepped up the imperial steps. When he reached the dragon throne, he paused. He did not sit down immediately. Instead, he turned around to face the civil and military officials. He looked towards the entrance of the hall where Yudan stood. He looked at those guard soldiers in black armor. He looked out at the sky beyond the window. Sunlight streamed in through the window frames, casting down upon him. The 13-year-old boy stood before the dragon throne, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. His face showed no pride, no excitement, only tranquility. Tranquil as a bottomless pool. Long live the emperor, long live, long live. The officials knelt in worship. The sound shook the heavens. Yuan-Yi watched it all, slowly sitting down. The moment he sat down, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host has ascended to the throne, triggering hidden conditions. All permissions of the divine level title Destined Emperor are now officially open. Current national fortune 182,347 points daily fixed. Increase 5 points. Emperor identity court elite troops initial public support. Emperor star blessing upgrade. After becoming emperor, the physical body transforms into the destined emperor body, and the soul transforms into the heavenly emperor soul. Destined emperor body automatically synchronize with 100% loyal attributes. Heavenly emperor soul immune to all negative effects. New effects acquired. Effect 7. Destined heart. The common people, officials, and beings will involuntarily develop reverence and loyalty, automatically gathering faith, which in turn feeds back into the national fortune and themselves. Effect 8. Dragon Court Domain. The Imperial Palace unfolds an absolute domain within the domain. I am the destiny, where the rules of heaven and earth favor you. Enemy strength is suppressed, and all attributes of allies surge. Effect 9. Imperial Palace Awakening. Activate the palace capital with national fortune, transforming it into a living battle body with the palace as bones, dragon aura as blood, and city walls as armor. Effect 10. Palace Rebirth. The palace can be rapidly repaired at the cost of national fortune, if destroyed, growing stronger with each battle, immortal and indestructible. 18,000 national fortunes. 50,000 points of income per day. Yuan-Yi's fingers lightly tapped against the armrest of the dragon chair, producing a faint tapping sound. Not enough. Over the years, the 40,000 cavalry from the grasslands have been eyeing him hungrily, while the 150,000 craftsmen from Jiangnan are poised to strike. The demonic cultivator who slaughtered 41 cities in the northern border lies in waiting, and not to mention the 5 reincarnators hidden somewhere. The loss rate of the entire Dian Empire's national fortune has reached 50%. All of this needs to be repaired by him one by one. At ease. His voice was not loud, yet it distinctly resonated in everyone's ears. The ministers stood up, bowing their heads in silence. No one dared to look up at the youth on the dragon chair. Not out of fear, but because of the invisible imperial pressure that compelled them to submit instinctively. Grassland's royal tent. Kan Tianlang sat cross-legged on a wolf pelt, toying with a bone whistle in his hand. Outside the tent, the howls of wolves echoed one after another. 40,000 wolves, 40,000 cavalry waiting for his command to tread upon the central plains. Suddenly his movements came to a halt. His vertical pupils slightly contracted as he gazed towards the south. Dian has changed emperors. He murmured to himself, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The 10th Prince Yuan-Yi, 13 years old. He stood up, walked outside the tent, and looked at the gray sky to the south. Reincarnator. He almost instantly reached a conclusion. 13 years to ascend the throne. Who else could it be but a reincarnator? He extended his hand, gently stroking the head of the giant wolf beside him. The giant wolf lowered its head obediently, letting out a low whine. Interesting. Kan Tianlang's smile grew even brighter. With such a good background, he must be a somewhat cunning, ordinary person. In other words, this Yuan-Yi is the weakest among the 10 reincarnators. He lifted his head, gazing at the sky with disdain in his eyes. The weakest chooses to ascend the throne at this time. Does he already have the confidence to sweep us away? A pity little mouse. You will never know what you are facing. He waved his hand. Send the order. 3 days later marched south. Jiangnan, the Tiangong army camp. Mu Yu stood in front of a newly constructed workshop staring at the imposing black behemoth before her. A mech. A true mech that can fly. In 1 year's time, she had led 3,000 craftsmen to dramatically advance this world's technological level by 1,000 years. Of course, this was not her area of expertise. Her main focus was genetic engineering. But even so, she had some knowledge of mech theory. Captain, a personal soldier rushed over kneeling on one knee. Urgent news from the capital. Mu Yu took the intel and glanced over it. Then she froze. Yun Yi has ascended the throne. She stared at the name, her brow furrowing. 13 years old. Reincarnator. She almost instantly reached a conclusion. Absolutely correct, it must be a reincarnator. She crumpled the intel into a ball and casually tossed it into the nearby brazier. A prince. With such a good background. She paused. In other words, he is the weakest among the 10 reincarnators. After all, she couldn't think of anything more prestigious than the identity of a prince. Northern border. In a recently slaughtered city. Amidst the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, when Dao stood on the city wall holding a still beating heart in his hand. He chewed on it while reading the intel in his other hand. Ascended the throne, 13 years old. He lifted his head looking towards the south, his eyes devoid of any ripple. Reincarnator. He spoke softly, his tone calm. 13 years old to ascend the throne at this age. Undoubtedly a reincarnator. He swallowed the last bite of the heart and licked the blood off his fingers. Strong people are reborn as commoners while weak ones are reborn as nobles. He paused, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth. I am Mo. When Zunja thus, I was nearly killed by those 10 bowls of abortion medicine at birth. In this world devoid of spiritual energy, I was forced to consume the blood and flesh of my kin to refine my body. I practiced body refinement even before my body was fully developed. Enduring the excruciating pain. He looked down at the mountain of corpses below the city wall. I slaughtered 41 cities and killed 270,000 people just to barely achieve body refinement. What about that little emperor? Has he killed anyone? He shook his head. No. He hasn't even seen blood. Such a waste. What right does he have to compete with me? What right does he have to live so comfortably? He raised his head looking towards the south, a hint of emotion finally appearing in his eyes. Greed. The capital. I heard there are 500,000 people. The blood energy of 500,000 people should be enough for me to attempt a breakthrough in Foundation establishment, right? He licked his lips. Just right, so I don't have to run from city to city. He leaped down from the city wall, landing in the pile of corpses. If I slaughter a few more cities to stabilize my realm, I should be ready to move. Little Emperor, wait for me. In a wealthy household, a young man sat in a garden pavilion holding a book, his expression calm. His name is Zhou Zhan. In this world, he is known as Zhou Yulang, the only son of the richest Zhou family in Jiangnan. Dressed in silk and living in luxury with servants aplenty, he needs not do anything to enjoy the riches of life. But he knows this is not what he wants. 13 years ago, he had transformed from a legendary assassin in a magical world into a baby in this world. 13 years. He has done nothing. Reading books, admiring flowers, sipping tea, living like a true wealthy young master, idly waiting for death. Because he knows, this world lacks spiritual energy, lacks magic, lacks any extraordinary power. The assassination skills, stealth techniques, and poison formulas he prided himself on have all become useless here. All he can do is wait. Wait for those strong ones to make their move. Wait for them to reveal their flaws. Wait for them to fight to the death. Then, strike with deadly precision. Young master, a servant hurried over bowing to report. News from the capital, the new emperor has ascended the throne. Zhou Zhan raised his head. New emperor? Yes. The 10th Prince Yun Yi, 13 years old, ascended the throne today. Zhou Zhan fell silent for a moment before suddenly smiling. That smile was faint, as fleeting as ripples on a lake, disappearing in an instant. 13 years old to ascend the throne. He murmured to himself, reincarnator. He stood up, walked to the edge of the pavilion, and looked to the north. That is the direction of the capital. With such a good background, he should be the weakest among 10. He paused, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. But the weakest one chose to ascend the throne. Interesting. He turned to the servant behind him. Prepare the carriage. He paused, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. But the weakest one chose to ascend the throne. Interesting. He turned to the servant behind him. Zhou Zhan interrupted him, his tone still calm, but insistent. Go prepare the carriage. The servant dared not inquire further, and bowed deeply before retreating. The one from the grasslands. The city-slaughtering fiend of the north. The one from Jiangnan. And that young emperor. He knew a confrontation among them was inevitable. And he would visit that young emperor first, before that fated clash. To observe him closely. To discern his true nature. To determine whether he warranted intervention, or even merited it. Or perhaps, leverage his hand to eliminate the others. The imperial capital, the Forbidden City. Yuan Yi sat alone in the imperial study, surrounded by towering stacks of memorials. It was the third day since his ascension. For 3 days he had scarcely closed his eyes, not from unwillingness but impossibility. 40,000 cavalry from the grasslands had already marched south. Their vanguard lay less than 300 li from the border. 15,000 soldiers of the Jiang and Tiangong army advanced steadily northward along the Grand Canal, seizing 3 cities in succession. Meanwhile, the demon cultivator of the northern frontier had just razed 2 more cities. Over 50,000 perished. And the troops at his command, only 30,000 imperial guards, and fewer than 300,000 border garrisons scattered across distant frontiers, impossible to mobilize in time. Worse still, the imperial treasury stood empty. Popular resentment boiled over, regional officials trembled with uncertainty, and those opportunistic senior ministers in court once again stirred restlessly. He had anticipated the throne would be arduous, but never imagined it would be this unforgiving. Your Majesty, Yu Dan entered the imperial study and knelt on one knee. Urgent report from the frontier. Yuan Yi lifted his gaze. Speak. The grassland cavalry has breached Yunzhou. Its garrison of 3,000 lies utterly annihilated. The prefect of Yunzhou died defending the city. Yuan Yi's fingers paused ever so slightly. 3,000 men, annihilated to the last. The prefect perished upholding his post. After a moment's silence he asked abruptly, how old is that Khan of the Celestial Wolf? Yu Dan hesitated. According to intelligence, 13 years old. 13. The same age as himself. A glint flickered across Yuan Yi's eyes. His heavenly mandate, I could not perceive individuals across such distances, but he could deduce that Khan of the Celestial Wolf was almost certainly a reincarnator. How long can the frontier hold? Yu Dan lowered his head. At most 1 month. In 1 month, 40,000 armored cavalry will stand before the city gates. Yuan Yi nodded. And Jiangnan. The Tiangong army has taken Shuzhou and advances toward Yanzhou. Their firearms. Yu Dan paused. My envoys observed them. The weapon is called a firearm. It fires iron pellets capable of killing at 100 paces. Our troops have never encountered such arms. Upon first contact they broke and fled. Yuan Yi's fingers tapped softly upon the lacquered desk. A firearm. This Yuan Yi understood well. From the outset he had suspected its wielder was a scientist, or at least someone profoundly versed in firearms engineering. Yet a year ago reconnaissance dispelled that theory. He had dispatched 16 elite personal scouts, each consuming only 100 points of national fortune, yet in this ancient realm, they were beings of transcendent superiority. Yet only 3 returned alive. Not slain by gunfire but crushed by raw savage force, not by one man, but by a cohort of at least 50 warriors. Moreover, those 3 survivors reported seeing silver-white structures, resembling forged iron, rising stark against the horizon. Yuan Yi's fingers stilled upon the desktop. Silver-white architecture. Soldiers far surpassing this world's capabilities. Mutants. Genetically enhanced soldiers. Such concepts. He had read them countless times in Xianxia novels before his own transmigration. Yet now confronting them as tangible adversaries, the sheer weight of dread was incomparable. The grasslands brought overwhelming numbers. 40,000 wolves, 40,000 armored riders. The northern fiend embodied ruthless lethality, slaughtering cities without pause, drowning fields in blood. Jiangnan, however, waged war through civilizational supremacy. She deployed a technological tree millennia ahead of this era, descending upon a world where even matchlock muskets remained undiscovered. What could she accomplish in 3 years? Firearms, artillery, genetically enhancing serums, even biological weapons. Yuan Yi closed his eyes and drew a deep measured breath. This was his greatest fear. No matter how formidable an individual's martial prowess with national fortune at his disposal, he could always devise countermeasures. But biological weapons defied reason. Once unleashed, they would spread unchecked, converting the entire Great Yan Empire and its hundreds of millions into her bargaining chips. Then national fortune would plummet catastrophically, and he, Emperor of the Great Yan, would become utterly alone. Your Majesty, Yu Dan's voice pulled him back from his reverie. Yuan Yi opened his eyes, calm, untroubled as ever. What news from the northern frontier? Yu Dan's expression hardened. That demon has raised 2 more cities. Dingzhou and Jizhou. Entire populations eradicated. Not a soul survived. The dead number 53,000. Yuan Yi nodded, his face betraying no emotion. 53,000. Added to the previous 41 cities and 320,000 souls, now totaled 370,000. A mere numeral. Yet behind each digit lived breathing people, parents, children, loved ones, dreams. All extinct. Your Majesty, Yu Dan faltered, then lifted his gaze. May I dare ask, what course do you intend to take? 40,000 cavalry from the grasslands. 15,000 Tiangong soldiers from Jiangnan. That demon cultivator of the northern frontier. 3 simultaneous threats converge upon us. He paused, voice dropping low. I fear no death. I cannot bear to witness the people of great Yin endure such suffering. Yuan Yi remained silent for a moment. Commander Yu, I am here. You have served me 3 years. Tell me, what manner of man do you believe me to be? Yu Dan froze. He had never considered the question. What kind of man? Diligent, resolute. All true, and yet none sufficient. After reflection he answered honestly, I cannot fathom your majesty. Yuan Yi rose slowly and walked to the window. Outside the sky hung heavy and leaden. 3 years, he murmured almost to himself. I have been waiting for them to strike first, waiting for them to reveal their flaws, waiting for them to turn upon. Yu Dan's pupils contracted. Your majesty means. Yuan Yi did not turn. I require more time than they do. His gaze remained fixed upon the oppressive gray expanse beyond the glass. Yet now, they refuse even that sliver of time. He turned fully, and his gaze settled upon Yu Dan, suddenly grave, commanding. I may wait, but the people of Great Yin cannot. A hush fell over the chamber. Since they deny me time. Yuan Yi's voice, though quiet, resonated like a gavel striking judgment. Then let them witness unmistakably whose realm this Great Yin truly is. Yu Dan's heart jolted violently. Yu Dan, heed the imperial command. Your servant is present. Yuan Yi's voice remained calm as still water, yet each word carved itself into Yu Dan's very bones. By the authority of the Son of Heaven, I hereby appoint you Imperial General who pacifies the realm. Target of appointment, Yu Dan. Title conferred, Imperial General who pacifies the realm. Rank 1, first grade. National fortune consumed 5000 points. Activation in progress. Yu Dan's body convulsed violently. An indescribable force descended from the heavens, tangible, overwhelming, surging into his being. Not the gentle permeation he had known before, but fierce, domineering, and utterly devastating. His muscles swelled, his bones lengthened, his meridians broadened. Yet this time no agony accompanied the transformation. Only one sensation remained. Control. Absolute, unassailable control. He could feel his strength surging, not linearly, but geometrically. 200,000 gene. 300,000 gene. 500,000 gene. 1 million gene. Still it did not cease. Simultaneously torrents of knowledge flooded his mind. Military strategy, battlefield formations, the art of commanding armies. Those tactical insights he had wrestled with for half a lifetime now cascaded into his consciousness like an unstoppable waterfall. Then came 3 more abilities. Divine edicts inscribed by heaven itself. Master of 10,000. Master of 100,000. Master of 1 million. He was now truly and irrevocably the master of 1 million. Yu Dan. Yuan Yi's voice reached him serene, as if nothing extraordinary had transpired. Yu Dan snapped back to awareness and dropped to one knee, forehead touching the ground. Your servant bows in deepest gratitude to your majesty. His voice trembled, not from fear but from awe. This was grace beyond measure, a boon surpassing all others. Rise. Yuan Yi extended his hand and lifted him up. The 3,000 Imperial Guards are entrusted to you. 40,000 cavalry. I command you annihilate them utterly. Yu Dan's pupils contracted faintly. Annihilate. Not repel. Not defend. Annihilate. 40,000 cavalry. 3,000 Imperial Guards. The odds stood at 13 to 1. 3 days ago he would have believed his majesty had lost his reason. But now he clenched his fist. That power still roiled within him. Your servant. He raised his head, eyes blazing like molten flame. Accepts the decree. Half an hour later. Imperial Guard camp. All 3,000 Imperial Guards stood assembled. Yu Dan stood atop the command platform, clad in black iron armor that gleamed coldly beneath the sun. His gaze swept across the faces below, some youthful, some weathered, some eager, some tense, but every pair of eyes fixed upon him. Brothers. Yu Dan spoke, not loudly, yet each word rang with crystalline clarity in every ear. 3 years ago His Majesty asked me, dare you follow? I answered, to follow is to serve for life. Today His Majesty asks again, dare you fight? He paused, a faint smile lifting the corner of his lips. I answer, fight. Fight until the heavens overturn. Fight until not even a single scale remains intact. Below, the 3,000 guards froze in unison. Was their commander truly mad today? Do you think I've lost my mind? Yu Dan's voice rose sharply. 40,000 wolf cavalry against our 3,000 Imperial Guards. 13 to 1. How do we fight? Let me show you how. He raised his fist and struck upward into the sky. Boom. A vortex of compressed chi erupted from his punch, shattering the air with a thunderous detonation that left every ear ringing. Instantly the clouds above tore apart, a vast circular void racing backward at impossible speed. The overcast sky brightened in an instant, bathed in golden light. One punch, shattering the cloud canopy. Sunlight blazed forth. Silence fell, absolute, suffocating. Every man stood frozen. Had a god just descended? Did you see? Dan lowered his hand and stood tall, hands clasped behind his back. This is the power His Majesty has bestowed upon me. Today each of you shall receive the same strength. He raised his arm pointing northward. Those beasts on the steppes slaughtered Yunzhou and butchered 3,000 of our brothers. The prefect of Yunzhou died defending his city. In his final moments he gripped his sword, still unsheathed. Dan's voice dropped low, heavy as stone. Brothers, do you understand what that means? It means they waited for us. Waited for vengeance. Waited for us to slaughter those beasts to the last. Below 3,000 pairs of eyes slowly turned blood red. Today, Dan drew a deep breath, his voice cracked like thunder across the heavens. His Majesty has entrusted you to me, and I entrust this power to you. Then, together, we shall fight until the heavens overturn. Kill. 3,000 voices roared as one, shaking the heavens themselves. Imperial study. Yuan Yi stood by the window listening to the distant roar. A faint smile curved his lips. Dan, he murmured the name softly. 50,000 points of national fortune. Was it worth it? Yes. Dan was no mere general. He was a blade. So long as that blade remained swift, sharp, and true, 3,000 Imperial guards could cleave through 40,000 wolf cavalry. As for dispatching all 3,000 guards, would someone dare seize the capital in their absence? Yuan Yi did not know, yet he sincerely hoped they would. North Frontier, a demon who had razed 41 cities. He did not yet know its identity, but one truth was certain: it advanced steadily toward the capital. Its path of destruction formed a straight line. Every ruined city aligned, pointing directly at the imperial city where he stood. Come, he whispered. I await you, in the Forbidden Palace. Outside the capital city, a carriage rolled forward slowly. Zhou Zhen drew aside the curtain and gazed upon the towering ramparts ahead. Jingdu, the imperial seat, capital of the great Yan imperial dynasty. The young emperor resided within. He let the curtain fall, a subtle smile playing upon his lips. How intriguing, he murmured softly. Let us see what you are truly capable of. I only hope you are not disappointingly weak. Otherwise this will grow dreadfully dull. Jiangnan Tiangong military camp. Mu Yu stood before the silvery white structure, brow deeply furrowed. 3 days had passed. Since receiving news of the young emperor's ascension, her spirit had grown restless, unmoored. Not from fear, but from instinct. She could not articulate it, yet she knew after his coronation none of her experiments had succeeded. True success rates had always been low, even accounting for the world's inherent limitations, but absolute failure across all trials signaled something profoundly amiss. Commander, a young man in a white lab coat hurried forward. Second-generation gene enhancement serum, first batch completed. Mu Yu's eyes lit up. How many vials? 1,000. Is it sufficient? The young man hesitated. Commander, the efficacy of this batch exceeds the first generation tenfold. But there is one issue. Mu Yu's brows knit tighter. What issue? Survivability. The young man lowered his head. Only 30%. Mu Yu fell silent. 30%. Out of 1,000 subjects, only 300 would survive. Yet those 300, who lived, could lift 500,000 gene with a single arm. Each could withstand rifle fire bare-chested. Each was a walking beast of war. Continue production. Mu Yu waved her hand dismissively. From those 1,000, select the most loyal. Yes, Commander. The young man withdrew. Mu Yu remained motionless, gazing northward. The silvery white building shimmered coldly under the sun. Jingdu Imperial Palace. Within the Imperial study, Yuan Yi stood by the window gazing at the leaden gray sky. 7th day since ascension. For 7 days he had scarcely closed his eyes. Not from unwillingness, but from inability. Endless memorials piled upon his desk. Even with his entire clan assisting, and his retired father summoned back to duty, the work remained unending. Dan has already led 30,000 elite troops northward to confront the 40,000 iron cavalry from the grassland. 30,000 against 40,000. A disparity of 13-1 in military strength. But Yuan Yi is not worried. With 50,000 points of national fortune invested, Dan has truly become a 1 million enemy. No, even that seems an understatement. With 3 divine arts bestowed upon him in this ordinary world, Dan can walk with confidence. The only thing that weighs on his mind is that Tianlang Khan. According to intelligence, that person was thrown into a wolf pack at birth and raised by a she-wolf. Such a background is destined to be extraordinary. Thus, before his departure, he invested another 30,000 points of national fortune, using the Emperor's enlightenment to bestow Dan with a divine weapon. When Dan left, he only knelt and said one sentence: Your Majesty, within 3 months, I will definitely return with the head of Tianlang Khan. Yuan Yi trusts him. Your Majesty. A voice from behind came from a eunuch. There is urgent news from the border. Yuan Yi turned around. The eunuch presented a confidential report with intact fire seal, the highest urgency level. Yuan Yi opened it and glanced at it. His brows furrowed slightly. Urgent report from the northern region, the city of Yuzhou has been breached by the demon, with over 63,000 inhabitants, none surviving. The route of advance is directly towards the capital. At the current speed it will reach the capital in half a month. Yuzhou. Only 300 miles remain to the capital. 7 days. At most 7 days that monster who slaughtered 47 cities and killed 330,000 people will arrive. Yun Yi put down the confidential report, his face showing no expression. What about you, Dan? The eunuch replied respectfully, the Grand General has arrived in Yunzhou and is currently engaged in battle with the Grassland Vanguard. In the first battle we achieved victory, slaying 8,000 enemies with our casualties. 37 men. 37 men. 8,000 slain enemies. Yun Yi nodded. Convey the order to you, Dan. Out in the field, military orders are not to be disobeyed. They may act according to the situation, no need to take unnecessary risks. Understood. The eunuch withdrew. The imperial study returned to silence. Yun Yi stood by the window gazing at the gray sky. Time is short. He opened the system panel. Current national fortune 452347 points daily fixed, increase 50,000 points, 450,000 points. Is that enough? He recalled that monster who had slaughtered 47 cities. Heavens, I can see people from several hundred miles away, but he can guess. This monster is certainly not simple. In terms of individual strength, he might be the strongest among 10 reincarnators. And he himself, after becoming emperor, his physical body transformed into the heaven's destiny emperor body and his soul into the heavenly emperor soul. Stronger than Li Changlong, but perhaps not significantly stronger than that city-slaying monster. Yet he does not intend to take action himself. He is the emperor. An emperor does not need to personally engage in battle. What he needs to do is cultivate those who can fight. Come here. Yes. A black-armored personal guard appeared silently outside the door. He has personally trained this guard for 3 years. Each one possesses a strength of over 100,000 pounds and has been granted divine artifacts. He has 300 such personal guards. All of them are meticulously selected with 100% loyalty. Bring those 9 brothers to the imperial study. Yes. Moments later 9 figures clad in black armor and helmets entered the imperial study kneeling in unison. Greetings, your majesty. Yun Yi looked at the 10 individuals before him. Over the past 3 years he had sifted through the best 10 talents using Heaven's Eye. Each of them has achieved a strength of 300,000 pounds. Each of them is equipped with Black Soul battle armor and Blood Dragon battle saber, 2 sets of divine artifacts he personally bestowed. However, facing that monster who slaughtered 47 cities, he feels it is still not enough. Rise. The 10 stood up, standing with bowed heads. Yun Yi walked to the first person. Clad in black armor and helmet, only a pair of eyes were visible. Calm, resolute, without distractions. Name Wei Long, loyalty 100, devoted, current combat power, able to lift a 300,000 pounds boulder with one arm, can withstand blade and sword strikes, capable of traveling 10,000 miles a day. Yun Yi nodded. He raised his hand and placed it on Wei Long's shoulder. Ding. Detected that the host is using Mastering National Fortune. Allocation target Wei Long allocated National Fortune 20,000 points. Wei Long's body shook violently. A faint golden light emerged from within him, growing brighter and more radiant, almost illuminating the entire imperial study, as if it were daytime. The other 9 instinctively took a step back, their eyes filled with shock. But they did not move, because they knew what the emperor was doing. The golden light lasted for about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, gradually receding. Wei Long looked down at his hands, his body trembling slightly. Not from fear, but from excitement. Your Majesty. His voice trembled. I feel. Yun Yi smiled. How do you feel? Wei Long did not know how to express his emotions, took a deep breath, and tried to calm down. I thank your Majesty for your grace. I can only express it in the simplest way. Next. Yun Yi's voice was calm, as if nothing had happened. He walked to the second person, raised his hand, and pressed on his shoulder. Again another 20,000 points of national fortune. Again the golden light shone. Again a transformation. One after another. All 10 personal guards have been strengthened. Each received 20,000, totaling 200,000. With the previous stock, there are still over 200,000 left. 200,000 points. Enough to cultivate 10 more. But Yun Yi does not plan to do so. What he wants is not quantity but quality. That city-slaying monster killed 330,000 people alone. Such individuals cannot be overwhelmed by mere numbers. You 10. Yun Yi looked at the 10 transformed personal guards and slowly spoke. From now on your only task is to become the sharpest blade in my hand. That monster who slaughtered cities will arrive at the capital in 7 days. But I do not want to sit here and wait for him to come. Nor do I want any more innocent people to be slaughtered. I want you to go and behead that demon. Yun Yi paused, his gaze sweeping across the 10 men. The 10 fell silent for a moment. Then in unison they knelt on one knee. We obey your command. Meanwhile, outside the city of Yuzhou in the northern region, Mo1 Dao stood amidst a mountain of corpses, and a sea of blood howling to the sky. 63,000 people. A total of 63,000 people. Adding to the previous 47 cities, he has killed precisely 400,000 people. The blood essence of 400,000 people has been entirely refined and absorbed by him. At this moment, he has faintly touched the barrier of foundation establishment. This world without spiritual energy is too weak. Even the flesh and blood are weak and incapable. He looked down at his hands, his eyes filled with fervor. If I slaughter a few more cities, I can first refine some spells. In the cultivation world, surviving to become Mo, Wenzun relies on one word: stability. Even if I no longer see that little emperor as a threat, I must go all out. He raised his head and looked towards the south. That direction is the capital. With a leap, he jumped down from the pile of corpses and walked towards the south. Behind him lay 63,000 withered corpses. Outside the city of Kyoto, a horse-drawn carriage slowly entered through the city gate. Zhou Jun lifted the curtain of the carriage, gazing at the bustling crowd on the street, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Kyoto finally arrived. He let down the curtain, leaned back in the carriage, and closed his eyes. That little emperor is in this city. What kind of person is he? Is he really just a fool who practices martial arts every day as the intelligence suggests? Or are there hidden truths? He doesn't know, but he will know soon. The invitation has already been sent. Under the identity of the sole heir of the Zhou family, the richest in Jiangnan, requesting an audience with the new emperor. The reason is quite legitimate: to congratulate the new emperor on his ascension and present a gift. As for whether that little emperor will see him, he doesn't care. If he does, it will be just a face-to-face glance. If not, he will find another way. After all, he did not come to Kyoto just for tea. In the imperial study, Yuan Yi sat behind the desk looking at the invitation before him. The heir of the Zhou family from Jiangnan, Zhou Yulong, requests an audience. He raised his head, looking at the vice-general left by Yudan. What is the background of this Zhou family? Yuan Yi's gaze fell upon the post, his fingers lightly tapping the table. The richest man in Jiangnan. A family fortune beyond measure. Industries spread across the states of Jiangnan. Indeed, it sounded very wealthy, but compared to him, their status was clearly worlds apart. After all, a merchant family, no matter how rich, was still just a commoner. What reason would a newly crowned emperor have to meet the son of a merchant? Just because his family is rich. Does Yuan Yi lack money? Yes. The national treasury was indeed empty, and the people's grievances were boiling. But he did not lack the money of this merchant. Moreover, the timing of this merchant's son was too coincidental. With 400,000 iron cavalry from the grasslands moving south, and 150,000 Tiangong troops from Jiang and heading north, the demon that slaughtered cities in the northern border was approaching the capital. The court officials were in a state of unease, and officials from various regions were sitting on the fence. And at this moment, the only son of the richest man in Jiangnan came to seek an audience with the new emperor. To congratulate. To present a gift. A faint smile curled at the corners of Yuan Yi's mouth. Interesting. How old is this Zhou Yulong this year? Yuan Yi suddenly spoke. The deputy commander was taken aback and quickly replied, Your Majesty, according to the post submitted by the Ministry of Rights. He is said to be 13 years old. 13 years old. Yuan Yi's fingers paused on the table. 13 years old. The same age as him. 13 years. Yuan Yi murmured, repeating it, and suddenly laughed. That smile was very faint, as light as a wisp of smoke, yet it made the deputy commander shiver inexplicably. Interesting. Yuan Yi put down the post, leaned back in his chair, and his gaze became profound. The Eye of Destiny had not opened, but he already had a guess. This Zhou Yulong was most likely one of the 10 reincarnators. He just didn't know what type it was. Your Majesty, the deputy commander asked cautiously, should we meet this person? Yuan Yi did not answer immediately. His fingers lightly tapped the table, producing a rhythmic sound. To meet or not to meet? To meet would mean giving the other party an opportunity to observe him up close. Not to meet would mean telling the other party, I know you have a problem, I do not wish to see you. Regardless of either choice, information would be exposed. But Yuan Yi did not like being passive. Meet. He spoke calmly. Let him come to the imperial study tomorrow at dawn. Yes. The deputy commander bowed and retreated. In the imperial study, only Yuan Yi remained. He stood up, walked to the window, and gazed at the gray sky outside. Another reincarnator has delivered himself to my doorstep. The next day at dawn, in the imperial study, Zhou Jin stood outside looking at the tightly shut vermilion door, a faint smile on his lips. In one night, he had already figured out the layout of the palace. Not by doing it himself, but by letting those he had, a legendary assassin whose greatest strength was not killing, but gathering information. The door opened. A eunuch bowed and said, Young Master Zhou, the Emperor summons you in. Zhou Jin nodded and stepped into the imperial study. Then he froze. Inside the imperial study, there was none of the grandeur he had imagined, nor the strict defenses he had anticipated. There was only one person. A 13-year-old boy dressed in a pale moonlight robe sat behind the desk, his head bowed as he read something. The boy looked up. Their eyes met. Zhou Zhan felt an invisible force sweep over him, as if someone had seen through him completely. He instinctively wanted to avoid that gaze but found it utterly impossible. For some reason at the moment their eyes met he felt an instinctive urge to submit. Zhou Yulong. The boy's voice came calm as a deep pool of water. Zhou Zhan came to his senses and bowed saying, "Commoner, Zhou Yulong pays his respects to your majesty. Rise." Yun Yi set down what he was holding, leaned back in his chair, and focused his gaze on him. Eye of Destiny activated. In the next instant several lines of information appeared above Zhou Zhan's head, visible only to him. Name, Zhou Zhan. Loyalty 0. Evaluation. This person excels in assassination, stealth, and poison, but cannot use any extraordinary abilities in this realm. Currently in a state of observation, the goal is to reap benefits without effort. He came here to assess your true strength and determine whether you are worth cooperating with or utilizing. Yun Yi finished reading this information, his face showing no expression. Only a slight hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. The loyalty was not negative. Out of 10 people, only one can survive. Under such rules, how could the loyalty not be a negative number? He leaned back in his chair, his fingers lightly tapping on the armrest, one tap after another sounding particularly clear in the silent imperial study. The boy before him, appearing around 15 or 16 years old in a moon-white brocade robe with gentle features and composed demeanor, looked like a young master from a noble family. Anyone who saw him would never associate him with the word assassin. Young Master Zhou has traveled a long way, or it must have been tiring. Yun Yi began, his tone as casual as if discussing family matters. Zhou Zhan slightly bowed, saying, "To be received by your majesty is a fortune for this commoner." Yun Yi nodded, gestured with his hand, "Sit." Zhou Zhan did not decline. After taking his seat, he maintained a respectful posture. "I have heard that the Zhou family's business spans across Jiangnan's various states." "Yes. The Zhou family has been in business for generations with a modest fortune." "Modest fortune?" Yun Yi laughed. "Young Master Zhou is being too humble. 100,000 taels of gold and 500,000 taels of silver, is that what you call modest?" Zhou Zhan's expression remained unchanged. "Your Majesty's ascension is a great joy to the world. This little goodwill from the Zhou family is merely to add some color to your Majesty's reign." Yun Yi looked at him and suddenly asked, "How old is young Master Zhou this year?" Zhou Zhan was slightly taken aback, then replied, "Your Majesty, I am 13 this year." 13. Yun Yi nodded, not asking further. The imperial study was silent for a moment. "Young Master Zhou, besides congratulations, do you have other matters?" Zhou Zhan raised his head, meeting those eyes. Those eyes were very calm, but it was precisely those eyes that had made him feel seen through just now. He had only experienced that feeling once when facing the 300-year-old monster in the Holy Empire. "Your Majesty, please see." Zhou Zhan lowered his head. "This commoner has indeed come for another matter." "Speak." "The Tiangong army in Jiangnan is causing chaos, and the Zhou family's industries have suffered severe losses. My father is extremely worried, fearing that the Zhou family's century-old foundation will be destroyed in an instant." He paused, his tone carrying just the right amount of worry. "Thus this commoner dares to seek a grace from your Majesty." Yun Yi looked at him. "What grace?" "The Zhou family is willing to serve the court." Zhou Zhan raised his head, his gaze sincere. "As long as your Majesty speaks, all the Zhou family's industries and all wealth can be at your Majesty's disposal. All I ask is for your Majesty to protect the Zhou family." The imperial study was so quiet that one could hear the flickering of the candle flame. Yun Yi leaned back in his chair, looking at the boy before him. What he said was flawless. His demeanor was just right. But it was precisely this appropriateness that made Yun Yi feel strange. The previous dialogue had clearly indicated that the other party already knew he had guessed his identity as a reincarnator. Why continue to say this? "I understand the Zhou family's intentions." Yun Yi spoke, his tone as calm as ever. "Young Master Zhou has traveled a long way. Oh, please rest at the relay station for a few days. After a few days I will summon you to the palace for a detailed discussion." Zhou Zhan stood up and bowed. "Thank you, your Majesty." This commoner takes his leave. He turned and walked out. As he reached the doorway, Yun Yi's voice suddenly called out behind him, "Young Master Zhou." Zhou Zhan paused, turning around. Yun Yi sat behind the desk, his gaze resting on him, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "You just said you are 13 this year." "Yes. I am also 13. Yun Yi chuckled. "A 13-year-old boy can speak on behalf of your father, betting the entire Zhou family's life and fortune on me. This courage I greatly admire." Zhou Zhan was slightly taken aback. "Go ahead." Yun Yi waved his hand. "Rest well." Zhou Zhan bowed and took his leave. The moment he stepped out of the imperial study, his back was already soaked. Not from heat. It was cold sweat. The gaze of that young emperor just now was as if he already knew who he was, as if he had already seen through everything about him. Like a cat watching a mouse that thinks it is clever. Zhou Zhan took a deep breath, calming his heartbeat, and quickly left the palace, disappearing into the streets of the capital. In the imperial study, Yun Yi leaned back in his chair, fingers lightly tapping the armrest. Zhou Zhun. Loyalty 0. He refused to make himself an enemy. Instead, he chose to watch and wait. He intended to reap the fisherman's gain, to let him and the other reincarnators tear one another apart, and then step in to take the spoils. Yun Yi smiled. Interesting. He admired the clever, but not those who merely fancied themselves clever. Zhou Zhun believed he had hidden himself, while ignorant that from the moment he entered the imperial study, all his cards had already been spread before Yun Yi. Send someone. At once. A black-armored guard appeared at the door without a sound. Keep watch on that Zhou Yulong. Report every movement of his to me. Yes. The guard withdrew. Yun Yi rose and walked to the window, staring out at the gray sky. 10 reincarnators. Li Changlong is dead. Demons are converging. Tianlang Qihan fights Yu Dan in the north. The Tiangong army rebels in Jiangnan. Zhou Zhun is in the capital. 4 others, unknown whereabouts. Yun Yi's gaze grew distant. It is coming soon. Once Yu Dan finishes with Tianlang Qihan, once those 10 guards finish with the demons, the remaining few will begin to reveal themselves one by one. Then this game will end. Meanwhile, in a secluded alley of the capital, Zhou Zhun leaned against a wall, eyes closed, calming his racing heart. Something is wrong. That young emperor is utterly wrong. When those eyes looked at him, he felt as if stripped naked and cast into an icebound waste. He had felt that sensation only before in the presence of that 300-year-old freak of the Sacred Empire. But that old monster was a genuine legend of the Sacred Empire. Although he had once been a legendary assassin beside that man, he was little more than a mayfly glimpsing the vast sky. A mere boy emperor. How could it be? Zhou Zhun opened his eyes, his expression unsettled. Could it be? He is not a reincarnator. Among the reincarnators, the strongest are reborn as commoners. Only the weakest becomes a prince. This is the rule, the fairness, the iron law set by that paradise. That boy emperor should be the weakest among the 10 reincarnators. But the feeling moments ago was nothing like that. And his words were clearly a probe, arguably even an exposure. No, that terrible gaze could not belong to the weakest reincarnator. Could it be? He is actually a native, and those details were wrung from another reincarnator under interrogation. Yes, it must be so. He never imagined that this world devoid of any magical power could give birth to such a prodigious talent. Fortunately, he had a habit before meeting anyone: hypnosis. Not to hypnotize others, but to hypnotize himself. Even when facing his father's killer, he could persuade himself they were intimate friends. Even when confronted with mind-reading, intrusive probing, or torture, he could answer with a clear conscience that he had not expected such a figure to appear in so ordinary a world. Then again, this place had been chosen by Paradise as a field of trials. If the 10 reincarnators were left merely to slaughter one another, it would be too simple. Only in this manner does it become a true examination. He could not help but feel some awe. These reincarnators, though 13 in body, possessed ages far beyond. The other was truly only 30. In an ordinary world, to ascend the throne, yet be so seasoned and so fearsome. If they had shared a realm, people like him would not even deserve to look up at such a one. But he had been chosen by that vast, magnificent place. Zhou Zhun had understood everything. If he became the sole surviving reincarnator among the 10, he would accumulate enough points to exchange the other out of this world and make him his subordinate. Whether the other would consent, Zhou Zhun had not considered. After all, no matter how gifted in this land, he remained a mortal unlikely to live a century. Having decided this, a smile he could no longer suppress curled his lips. At the northern border, in a city freshly wiped clean by slaughter, Mo Wendao stood on the wall staring south. Soon, burn 2 more cities, and the blood calamity technique Shuisha Shu and the blood ghoul technique Shuigui Shu will be perfected. Even the most basic spells in this world without spiritual energy are enough to overwhelm everything. He licked his lips, eyes filled with avarice. That boy emperor, that wolf cub of the grasslands, and that woman from Jiangnan, all would become his bloody prey. He vaulted from the rampart and pressed on southward. Behind him, bodies piled like mountains. Outside Yinzhou City, Yu Dan stood on a small hill gazing at the black mass of wolf cavalry in the distance. 400,000. A full 400,000. In 3 days he had fought 7 battles. Each battle a victory, each time more than 10,000 enemies slain. Yet the enemy's numbers seemed not to diminish. Great Commander. A deputy general hurried over. Tianlang Qihan has sent an envoy. He wishes to see you. Yu Dan lifted an eyebrow. A moment later, a youth in wolfskin approached. 14 or 15 years old, vertical pupils, his whole body exuding a bestial aura. You are Yu Dan, the youth drawled with a careless tone. Yu Dan regarded him. Are you the envoy sent by Tianlang Qihan? The youth smiled in a strange way, like a wolf appraising prey. I am Tianlang Qihan. Yu Dan's pupils contracted slightly. What do you want? Tianlang Qihan tilted his head, looking at the burly man before him. I came to see what kind of man could kill 30,000 of my wolf riders. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Yu Dan. You are strong. Stronger than I expected. But you cannot. Yudan said nothing. He only watched the boy. 13. The same age as his emperor. But those eyes did not look human. They were like a wolf's. You know, Tianlang Kahan suddenly said, amusement in his voice. Your little emperor is a reincarnator, isn't he? Yudan's brow twitched, but he remained silent. Even if you do not speak, I know, Tianlang Kahan chuckled. Ascended at 13. Who else could he be? Yeah. The weak are reborn as nobility, the strong as commoners. With such fine lineage he must be the weakest. He looked at Yudan with a trace of pity. What a pity. You are so strong, yet you follow a worthless wretch. Yudan's face darkened. What did you say? I said. Tianlang Kahan stepped forward, his vertical pupils fixed on Yudan. Rather than follow such a worthless wretch, why not join me? Before his words fell, a black shadow shot from behind Yudan. Fast as lightning, a fist thundered toward Tianlang Kahan's face. Tianlang Kahan did not dodge. He simply raised his hand and barely parried. There was an explosion of force, a shockwave tore up the grass. 10, 9, 8. Wait. I still have questions. 5, 4, 3. Yuan-E gritted his teeth, and both men steadied themselves and regarded one another. Surprise flickered in Tianlang Kahan's eyes. You are not ordinary. The black-armored man said nothing. He merely stood there, a faint golden light radiating from his body. That was the power bestowed upon him by Yuan-E. Interesting, Khan Tianlang chuckled. That little emperor can actually cultivate such a formidable expert. He gazed at Yushan, his eyes growing profound. I take back what I said earlier. That little emperor of yours may not be a waste after all. He paused, turned, and walked away into the distance. But whoever he is, this battle I have already won. His figure disappeared deep into the grassland. Yushan stood still, his expression fluctuating. The man in black armor approached him. Great Commander, why not? Yushan shook his head. Can't kill him. What? He is not a real person. The black-armored man was taken aback. Yushan gazed at the dark mass of wolf cavalry in the distance, his expression turning grave. He came to see me deliberately, not for negotiation. It's to test us, test our strength. He paused, then said in a deep voice, send word to the entire army, increase vigilance. That Khan Tianlang is much stronger than we imagined. In the capital, the imperial palace. In the study, Yuan-E sat behind the desk, holding a secret report, in Yushan's own handwriting. The letter detailed the entire process of Khan Tianlang suddenly appearing on the battlefield, probing for weaknesses and retreating calmly. The last line was written with particular emphasis. This person possesses unfathomable strength, particularly skilled in spiritual manipulation. I suspect that the Khan Tianlang seen that day was not his true self. Yuan-E's gaze lingered on the last few words for a long time. Not his true self. Spiritual manipulation. He recalled Khan Tianlang's origins. Raised by a mother wolf, nurtured by a pack, and spent 13 years living among wolves. What he could manipulate was likely not just wolves. Interesting. Yuan-E put down the secret report, his fingers lightly tapping on the table. That Khan Tianlang was smarter than he had anticipated. Deliberately revealing himself, deliberately provoking, deliberately testing. This was not for negotiation, but to ascertain Yushan's capabilities. And then he retreated calmly, leaving behind a riddle of not his true self. What does this signify? It indicates that Khan Tianlang never intended to confront Yushan Heiden from the very beginning. He is waiting. Waiting for what? Waiting for the demons from the north to reach the capital. Waiting for the Tiangong army from the south to advance north. Waiting for Yushan to be besieged, overwhelmed. All of these are possibilities. In Jizhou, 30 miles outside the city, Mo Wenda stood on a small hill gazing at the distant city. Jizhou City. According to intelligence, there is a population of 80,000 here. The blood energy of 80,000 people, enough for him to refine both the blood fiend technique and the blood demon technique. By then, he licked his lips, a greedy glint in his eyes. That little emperor, that wolf cub of the grasslands, that woman from the south, are all his blood offerings. He leaped down from the small hill and walked towards Jizhou City. After taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped. In the distance on the official road stood 10 people. 10 black-armored men. They stood in a line blocking his path. Mo Wenda was momentarily stunned. Then he smiled. The smile was bright, almost eerily so. Interesting. He tilted his head, looking at the 10 black-armored men. That little emperor actually sent people to deliver themselves to death. Wei Long said nothing. He simply raised his hand, making a gesture. The 9 black-armored men behind him moved simultaneously. No chatter, no probing, no flashy techniques. Just charging forward, raising their hands, and striking down with a punch. Mo Wenda's pupils contracted sharply. So fast. Boom. 10 fists struck down at once, shaking the earth. Dust flew up, blotting out the sun. Moments later, as the dust settled, Mo Wenda stood firm and scathed. But his expression had changed. His Wen Dao, Sen Xian Bian, the question transformation, had shattered. This was the technique he practiced, divided into 3 realms: question transformation, Dao transformation, and heavenly transformation. Each transformation represented a life. In this world, although he couldn't cultivate a true avatar, he had condensed 3 transformations within himself through immense blood energy. Each transformation was a life. Just now his question transformation had shattered. He died once. You. His voice became hoarse. Who are you? He was angry. He was shocked. He was terrified. He had thought that with his strength he was absolutely the strongest in this ordinary world. But that last strike had directly shattered his confidence. Wei Long said nothing. He simply raised his hand, making a second gesture. The 10 black-armored men moved again. This time they were faster, more ruthless, more unforgiving. Mo Wenda finally moved. His body transformed into a shadow of blood weaving between the 10 men. Fast as a ghost, swift as lightning. Yet the fists of the 10 could always catch up to him. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosive sounds shook the ground around them. Mo Wenda was thrown backward. He crashed into a giant mountain. The rocks crumbled, dust swirling. A trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. As the dust cleared, Mo Wenda slowly stood up from the rubble, looking disheveled. His robe's torn hair disarrayed the blood at the corner of his mouth, glimmering vividly in the moonlight. But he was not dead. The 10 black-armored men did not strike again. They simply stood there lined up quietly while Wei Long's gaze fell upon him, his brow slightly furrowed. The previous round of combined strikes would have turned any other person to dust. Yet this demon endured it. Although injured, he did not die. Interesting. Mo Wenda wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and suddenly laughed. That smile was strange, eerie enough to send chills down one's spine. 10 of them, he murmured to himself as if counting 10 such monsters. That little emperor can actually cultivate 10 such monsters. He raised his head, looking at Wei Long, his eyes filled with fervor. How did you come to be? What kind of medicine did you take? What techniques did you practice? Wei Long did not answer. He simply raised his hand, making a third gesture. The 10 moved again. This time they did not hold back. Wei Long took the lead, punching towards Mo Wenda's face. The punch's wind roared like thunder, waves of pressure surging. Mo Wenda sidestepped to evade, countering with a palm strike to his chest. A blood-red imprint solidified, exuding a strong scent of blood. Wei Long did not flinch or evade. He took the palm strike heat in. Boom. He staggered backward, 3 steps, a faint white scar etched across the black armor, covering his chest. Mo Wentao likewise recoiled 3 steps, his outstretched hand trembling slightly. He gazed down at his own hand, disbelief flickering across his eyes. Impossible. He murmured, voice hollow. I slaughtered 400,000 souls, refined their blood essence. This strike alone could shatter mountains and cleave oceans. How dare you endure it? Wei Long offered no reply. He drew a deep breath and charged again. Behind him the other 9 surged forward as one. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous clash of fists and palms rent the night sky. 10 against 1. The battle shook earth and sky, crumbling peaks and splitting ground. Mo Wentao faltered, parried, desperately retreating step by step. He was formidable, truly formidable. 40,000 lives worth of blood essence had granted him strength and speed far beyond mortal limits. Even the most rudimentary blood cultivation techniques lent him an aura of unearthly power. Yet those 10 figures in black armor were stronger still. Each fist carried the crushing force of 500,000 jin. Each strike moved with lightning swiftness. Their coordination was flawless, advance and retreat synchronized like gears in a precision-engineered killing machine. Most terrifying of all, they felt no fear of injury. Mo Wentao believed his will unbreakable. Severed limbs, raw flesh torn by blows. He had never so much as furrowed his brow in pain. But his opponents were madder still. In technique and experience they fell far short of him. Yet each strike traded life for wound, utterly indifferent to death itself. As if pain held no meaning, fear no weight, death no finality. Madman. Mo Wentao retreated, whispering hoarsely, a pack of madmen. A sudden pang of regret pierced him. Regret for his arrogance. Regret for tracing his path of slaughter so brazenly, so directly. Regret for letting that young emperor learn of his coming. But regret came too late. Wei Long's fist struck again, squarely into Mo Wentao's chest. Crack. The sound of snapping ribs echoed with chilling clarity. Mo Wentao flew backward, crashing hard onto the earth. He struggled to rise, only to find the 10 black-armored warriors already encircling him. They formed a tight circle, towering over him. Moonlight poured from above, stretching their shadows long and stark across the broken ground. Who are you? Mo Wentao's voice rasped like stone grinding on stone. Wei Long crouched low, meeting his gaze levelly. The emperor sent us. His tone remained unervingly calm, but fury burned unmasked in his eye. To avenge the people you butchered. Mo Wentao froze, then burst into laughter. Loud, ragged, breathless laughter. People. Mere mortals, slaughtered and done. Is that truly your reason? Wei Long fell silent, for just a heartbeat. Then, his fist crashed into Mo Wentao's face. Boom. Blood and spittle sprayed, several broken teeth tumbled from Mo Wentao's mouth, rolling into the dust coated in grime. This blow is for the 63,000 souls of Yuzhou. Mo Wentao tilted his head, blood dripping from his lips, yet still laughing. Wei Long's second fist descended. This one, for the people of Jizhou. The wind howled as the blow struck the same spot. This one, for Dingzhou. Thud. This one. Thud. 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 Each blow landed heavier, crueler than the last. Blood splattered across Wei Long's knuckles, still warm. Mo Wentao's face had collapsed on one side, Oi bone lay shattered beyond counting. Ha ha ha. Yet he laughed on. His nearly unrecognizable face twisted grotesquely, blood streaming from mouth, nostrils, and eyes. Yet the laughter grew louder, sharper, more piercing. As if mocking Wei Long for daring to rage on behalf of such insignificant beings. Mere insects crushed without consequence, unworthy of even a single clenched fist. Or as if mocking himself for scheming with ruthless brilliance, slaughtering countless lives only to be condemned in the end as one who butchered some mortals. His laughter trembled amid blood, and spittle reverberated between broken bones. Wei Long watched Mo Wentao laugh, and frowned. He rose, stepping back a pace. Strike together. Send him to his end. All 10 raised their hands in unison. 50,000 gene of force converging into a single devastating blow. Enough to shatter mountains. Enough to sever oceans. Enough to obliterate this demon who had razed 47 cities. Mo Wentao lay prone, watching those 10 fists draw nearer. Despair flashed across his eyes, then twisted instantly into pure ravenous madness. You wish to kill me, His voice turned shrill, a banshee's shriek. Then let us die together. Before the words fully left his lips, his body swelled violently. Skin split, flesh roiled, and crimson light erupted from within him, searing outward in blinding arterial beams. Wei Long's pupils contracted sharply. Fall back. All 10 leapt away, but too late. Boom. An earth-shattering detonation tore through the night. Crimson light shot skyward, staining the heavens blood red. Nearby boulders, trees, grass, all vaporized in an instant. Within 100 zhang the land lay flattened, reduced to barren dust. How long passed none could say. Gradually the smoke and ash settled. Moonlight returned, illuminating the desolate battlefield. Wei Long emerged from a pile of rubble, drenched head to toe in blood. His black armor lay in shards, his warblade snapped clean in two, his left arm hung limp and lifeless. He lifted his head and scanned the ruins. Silence absolute and suffocating. His 9 brothers lay scattered across the wreckage. Some stirred faintly, others lay utterly still. Brother 2, Brother 3, Brother 4. His voice cracked raw and hoarse. A few answered, barely audible whispers. Others gave no reply, never would again. Wei Long's eyes reddened, but he did not weep. He drew another deep breath and staggered upright, limping toward the epicenter of the blast, where Mo went. Now only a vast yawning crater remained. At its bottom, a shapeless mass of pulsing flesh, still twitching, still breathing. Wei Long's pupils contracted once more. Not dead yet. He descended step by step, until he stood before that quivering mass. It bore no semblance of humanity. Limbs grotesquely contorted, torso split open, half the face obliterated. Only one eye remained, rolling wildly in its socket. That eye fixed upon Wei Long, filled with hatred, madness, terror, yet utterly devoid of remorse. You? Mo Wentao's voice scraped from his ruined throat, gravel grinding on stone. You cannot kill me. I slew 400,000. I refined their blood essence. I am immortal. Wei Long said nothing. He simply stood, gazing down at that writhing mass. 400,000 souls. 47 cities. Had those people looked at him like this before they died? Had they begged him, like this? Wei Long did not know. But one truth anchored him unshakable. Today this demon would die. He raised his hand. His right hand still functioned. Though 3 fingers were broken, his palm split open, his entire arm trembled. He clenched his fist. 500,000 gene of force coalescing in that single searing moment. Then, a fist struck down. Boom. Flesh and blood splattered. The still rotating eye shattered completely. The mass of flesh that was still writhing exploded. At the bottom of the pit, only a pool of blood remained. Wei Long stood in the center of the blood, gasping heavily. He looked down at the pool of blood. He gazed at the pieces of flesh, the broken bones, and the tissues that were still twitching slightly. Finally, it stopped. Outside Jizhou City. In the ruins, Wei Long sat at the edge of the pit, gasping heavily. Beside him lay his 9 brothers. Wei Er, Wei San, Wei Si, Wei Wu, Wei Lu, Wei Qi, Wei Ba, Wei Zhou, Wei Shi. 9. He counted them one by one. Wei Er was still alive, 3 ribs broken, but still alive. Wei San was still alive, 1 eye blind, but still alive. Wei Si was still alive, both legs broken, but still alive. Wei Wu, Wei Lu, Wei Qi, Wei Ba, Wei Zhou, Wei Shi. All 9 were still alive. Though each was injured, though they were in a sorry state. But they were alive. Wei Long let out a long breath. The smile was ugly, his face covered in blood, his mouth filled with dirt. But it was the happiest smile he had ever had in this life. Brothers. He raised his head, looking at the 9 equally battered figures. We're going home. 10 days later. In the capital, the Imperial Palace. Yun-Yi stood in the Imperial study, looking at the 10 black-armored men standing before him. 10. Not one more, not one less. Though each was injured, and a few were in wheelchairs. But they were all, "You're back." His voice was calm, as serene as asking about today's weather. Wei Long knelt on one knee. "We have not failed in our duty, Your Majesty." Yun-Yi nodded slightly. "Get up." He walked in front of Wei Long, looking at him. One arm broken, covered in injuries, with blood still not wiped clean from his face. "Does it hurt?" Wei Long was taken aback. Then he lowered his head. "It doesn't hurt." Yun-Yi laughed. "Nonsense." He pulled out a pre-written imperial edict from his sleeve and handed it to the eunuch beside him. The eunuch unfolded it and read in a sharp voice. "By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees. Wei Long, Wei Heir, and the other 8 for their loyalty and bravery slaying demons and protecting the people are specially bestowed the title of Marquis of Loyalty and Valor, hereditary and unchangeable." The 10 men were all stunned. Hereditary and unchangeable. That was a privilege only for founding heroes. "Your Majesty." Wei Long was about to speak when Yun-Yi raised his hand to interrupt him. "Don't rush to thank me. It's not over yet." Yun-Yi raised his hand. Beep. Detected host using Emperor's bestowal. Target of bestowal Wei Long, Wei Heir, and the other 8. Position of bestowal Marquis of Loyalty and Valor, 2nd rank, hereditary and unchangeable. Consuming national fortune 200 points, 200 per person. Taking effect. The bodies of the 10 trembled simultaneously. An indescribable power descended from the sky, flooding into their bodies like a tangible substance. Not healing, but sublimation. Their muscles began to swell, bones began to grow, meridians began to widen. No pain. Only one feeling. Powerful. Absolutely powerful. 500,000 genes. 600,000 genes. 700,000 genes. 800,000 genes. 900,000 genes. 1 million genes. 2 million genes. And it didn't stop. Meanwhile, countless pieces of information flooded into their minds. Combat techniques, weapon usage, formation, coordination. Those insights they had struggled to understand for 3 years now poured in like a waterfall. 1 million enemies. Now each of them was a true million enemies. Though they did not gain divine powers like Yudan, they had acquired even more powerful attributes. The 10 stood frozen in place, speechless for a long time. It was Wei Long who first reacted. He knelt on one knee, his forehead touching the ground. "I thank Your Majesty." The other 9 awoke from their daze and knelt in unison. "Thank Your Majesty." Yun-Yi looked at them, a slight smile on his lips. "Get up. From today onwards you are no longer my personal guards. Instead you are my Marquises of Loyalty and Valor." The 10 stood up, standing tall with heads. No one spoke, but everyone's eyes were slightly red. Yun-Yi turned around and walked back to his desk. "That demon is dead, but there are still other demons. The one on the grassland is still fighting Yudan in the north. The one in Jiangnan is still making her firearms. And there are others hidden who we don't know about." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the 10. "You won't be able to rest for long." Wei Long raised his head, his eyes fierce. "We are always ready to serve Your Majesty." Yun-Yi nodded. "Go and rest. Take care of your injuries. In a few days there will be hard battles to fight." The 10 answered in unison. "We obey the command." On the same evening, in the capital at the relay station, Zhou Jin stood by the window gazing towards the distant palace. His expression was grim, because just moments ago he received news. The demon who had slaughtered 47 cities was dead, killed by the 10 personal guards sent by that young emperor. 10 personal guards. Killed the monster that had taken hundreds of thousands of lives. Zhou Jun's fingers trembled slightly, not from fear, but from excitement. Interesting, he muttered to himself, so interesting. That young emperor was indeed no ordinary person. The people he trained could actually kill a city-slaying monster. What does this indicate? It indicates that the young emperor has even more such people under his command. It indicates that the young emperor is stronger than everyone imagines. Such a person? A glimmer of fervor flashed in Zhou Jun's eyes. I must obtain him. He turned around, walked to the table, picked up a pen, and wrote a few lines on a piece of paper. Then he raised his head, looking out the window. Soon, once those battles are over, it will be my turn to act. On the grassland, outside Yinzhou City, Yudan stood on a small hill gazing at the dense pack of wolf cavalry in the distance. It had been over 10 days. Over the past 10 days he had fought more than 10 battles, winning every battle, killing over 10,000 enemies each time. But the enemies' numbers seemed to never decrease. 400,000 wolf cavalry, and now still 30,000 remain. Meanwhile his elite troops had already suffered 3,000 casualties. 3,000 for 10,000 wolves. Under normal circumstances this would be a tremendous victory. But now Yudan could not be happy, because he knew That the heavenly wolf Khan was merely wearing him down. Wearing down his troops, his supplies, his patience. Once he had exhausted him sufficiently, then it would be a fatal strike. Commander. A deputy commander hurried over. The heavenly wolf Khan has sent another envoy. Another envoy. Yudan frowned. Yes. But this time, the deputy paused. He said he is here to negotiate. Let him come. After a moment, a boy dressed in wolf fur approached. Not the same one as last time. But the eyes were the same. Vertical pupils. Like a wolf. Commander, you. The boy spoke, his tone unusually respectful. My Khan has sent me with a message for you. Say it. The boy smiled. My Khan says, after fighting for so long you are tired, and so am I. How about we sit down and talk? Talk about what? Talk about peace. Yudan frown deepened. After fighting for so long with so many dead, now he wants to talk about peace. What are the terms? The boy took out a letter from his sleeve and presented it with both hands. This is a personal letter from my Khan, please take a look. Yudan took the letter and unfolded it. There were only a few lines on it. To Commander Yue. You and I have fought for more than 10 days with victories and defeats on both sides. However, victory and defeat are common matters in warfare. Why be so stubborn? Now there is a plan that can solve our predicament. Let us join forces to take the capital. After success, the grassland and Dian will share the world. How about it? Written by the heavenly wolf Khan. Yudan finished reading the letter, his expression darkening. Divide the realm in half. Join forces to besiege the imperial capital. This Khan of the celestial wolves actually expected him to rebel. Where is the messenger? Yudan raised his head and fixed his gaze upon the young man. The youth smiled faintly and bowed deeply. The letter has been delivered. I now take my leave. He turned and strode away into the distance. Yudan watched his retreating figure, his eyes growing profoundly inscrutable. Halt. The youth paused mid-step and slowly turned back. Yudan stared unblinking at him. Are you real, or merely a phantom? The youth blinked momentarily, startled, then broke into a chilling smile, cold and predatory like a wolf sizing up its prey. Commander, you truly possesses extraordinary perception, he remarked, tilting his head slightly. How did you discern it? Yudan remained silent. Instead, he raised his fist and struck. Boom. His body exploded into a crimson mist, vanishing utterly into the wind. No corpse. No bloodstains. Nothing remained. Only empty air. Yudan lowered his hand, his face grave. Not real. Another avatar. How many such avatars did this Khan of the celestial wolves command? He lifted his gaze toward the vast roiling sea of wolf-mounted cavalry on the horizon. This battle would prove far more arduous than he had anticipated. The imperial capital. The forbidden palace. The imperial study. Yun-Yi sat behind his writing desk, holding tightly to Yudan's confidential report. A meticulous account of the celestial wolf Khan's envoy delivering the so-called alliance edict for rebellion. The final line was written with exceptional force. This man wields uncanny arts, particularly mental manipulation and avatar projection. I suspect even the wolf packs under his command are no ordinary beasts. Yun-Yi's gaze lingered long upon those final words. No ordinary beasts. Setting aside the report, he tapped his fingertips lightly against the lacquered surface of the desk. That celestial wolf Khan proved far more cunning than anticipated. Realizing outright victory over Yudan was impossible, he resorted instead to psychological warfare. Sending the letter, not to genuinely persuade, but to probe. To test Yudan's loyalty. To test his limits. To test whether his inner circle might be fractured from. Alas. Yun-Yi shook his head. You chose the wrong man. Yudan's loyalty stood at 100, absolute unwavering fealty. The kind that would obey an order to die without hesitation. Resolute enough to withstand any temptation, unmoved by desire or fear. And besides, the terms offered by that celestial wolf Khan were laughably absurd. Divide the realm in half. What claim could a step-born wolfling possibly hold over the sacred sovereignty of the great Yin Empire? Yun-Yi rose and walked to the window, gazing northward. Yudan, he murmured softly, I await your return. Meanwhile, deep within the steps inside a colossal tent draped in wolf pelts, the celestial wolf Khan sat cross-legged at its center, eyes closed. Dozens of massive wolves lay motionless around him. Each towered 3 or 4 times the size of ordinary wolves. Their eyes glowed with eerie vertical pupils radiating an emerald luminescence. Suddenly he opened his eyes. His gaze was glacial. Oomph! That Yudan dares scorn such magnanimity. And that young emperor. How dare he forge such a loyal hound? He rose and strode to the tent's entrance, staring southward. If this path leads nowhere, then we shall. He raised his hand and gestured once. Instantly the great wolves rose as one, emitting low guttural howls. Issue the command. In 3 days' time, we advance en masse. He paused, his vertical pupils gleaming with cold spectral light in the shadows. I concede, you are stronger than I am now. Yet even strength has its limits. Your stamina, your focus, they too must wane. How long then can you endure? 3 days later. The steppes. Outside Yinzhou City. On the horizon, a vast host of wolf-mounted cavalry advanced like a roiling thundercloud, dark, inexorable, and immense. 50,000. Exactly 50,000. More than intelligence had predicted. Yudan stood atop a small hill watching the black tide draw nearer. 50,000. 10,000 more than reported. Add to that the 10,000 already slain. That meant their original force numbered a staggering 70,000 mounted warriors. His expression did not flicker. Commander, his deputy's voice trembled slightly. We number only 27,000 versus 50,000. A ratio of 1 to 20. Yudan did not turn. He simply watched. The advancing cloud, the sunlit flash of countless blades, the steppe warriors astride their monstrous lupin mounts. Are you afraid? He asked. The deputy hesitated, then clenched his jaw. This officer fears nothing. I only worry. Yudan turned and met his gaze. A youth barely past 20 who had served under him for 3 years, rising from raw recruit to deputy commander through sheer grit and loyalty. Now fear and anxiety contorted his features, but beneath them burned something fiercer: defiance. Defiance, not to die here. Defiance, not to lose this war. Yudan smiled suddenly. Do you know, he said, clapping the deputy's shoulder, when His Majesty first sought me out 3 years ago, I was afraid too. The deputy froze. At that time His Majesty was only 10 years old. Yudan's eyes grew distant as if gazing into memory's deep well. He stood before me and asked whether I would swear allegiance. I replied, give me a reason. He said, I will make you. The deputy couldn't help but ask. And then, oi. Then, Yudan paused, a faint knowing curve lifting his lips. I followed. To follow is to serve, for life. He turned again toward the encroaching darkness of the wolf cavalry. Today His Majesty has entrusted you to me. So I shall lead you. To shatter heaven and rend earth. He raised his hand. Behind him 27,000 imperial guards tightened their grips upon swords, spears, and halberds. Brothers. Yudan's voice cracked like thunder across every ear. Are you afraid? Silence. 27,000 men, utterly still, breath held. Yudan smiled. Good. If you feel no fear. He drew a deep, commanding breath and roared. Then follow me and kill. Kill. 27,000 voices erupted as one, a roar that split the heavens. Meanwhile, the imperial capital, the Forbidden Palace, the imperial study. Yuan Yi stood by the window gazing northward. His fingers tapped the wooden frame, soft, slow, deliberate. Your Majesty. A eunuch's voice sounded behind him. General Wei requests audience. Admit him. Wei Long entered. Over the past 10 days he had fully mastered his newly awakened power. Your Majesty, he knelt on one knee. I beg permission to lead the loyal and valiant guard northward in support of Commander Yu. Yuan Yi did not turn. Unnecessary. Wei Long lifted his head about to speak, only to be silenced by a raised hand. You need not concern yourself with Commander Yu. 50,000 wolf cavalry. He will handle them. Wei Long was stunned. 50,000 against 27,000, and His Majesty held such absolute confidence. Yet recalling the sheer magnitude of his own preternatural strength, and remembering that Commander Yu ranked far above him in both authority and cultivation, his doubts dissolved. He felt reassured. Yuan Yi watched Wei Long's lingering concern and faintly smiled. He stepped behind the desk, picked up a classified report, and handed it to Wei Long. Read it yourself. Wei Long took it and unfolded the scroll. Only a few lines appeared. The decisive battle on the steppe began 3 days ago. Yudan led 27,000 imperial guards against 50,000 wolf cavalry. On the first day of combat, 8,000 enemies were slain. UR casualties. 0. Wei Long's pupils contracted sharply. 0. 27,000 soldiers slew 8,000 foes, without a single casualty. How was that possible? He continued reading. On the second day, 12,000 enemies fell. UR casualties. 0. On the third day, 15,000 enemies fell. UR casualties. 0. Over 3 days, 35,000 enemies were slain. UR casualties. 0. Wei Long's grip tightened on the report, his eyes widened in disbelief. 35,000. 0 casualties. Was such a feat even humanly possible? Finished reading. Yun Yi's voice broke the silence. Wei Long lifted his head, his gaze complex beyond words. Your Majesty, this. Yun Yi smiled. A faint detached smile, as if the report recounted nothing more extraordinary than routine affairs. Yudan alone can now pierce straight through their entire line. He paused, his tone casual, yet his words struck like thunder. With the divine weapon I granted him, even 50,000 wolf cavalry are insufficient for him to slaughter alone. Wei Long fell silent. At last he understood why His Majesty had forbidden him from reinforcing the front. Because reinforcement was unnecessary. Yudan, alone, was enough. Wei Long lowered his head, still absorbing the staggering figures. Yun Yi's gaze settled upon him, then calmly spoke. To be frank, you've never truly set foot on a battlefield. Wei Long looked up. Were you to step onto that field, you'd find 10,000 troops no more than an appetizer. Yun Yi's tone remained level, utterly matter-of-fact. You must recognize your current strength. Do you understand? Wei Long blinked. Then with quiet embarrassment bowed his head. Had those words come from anyone else, he would have deemed them sheer arrogance. But spoken by this man, he couldn't even summon the thought to refute them. Yun Yi shook his head about to speak again, then abruptly shifted course. However, he paused, his eyes deepening into unfathomable stillness. The Heaven Wolf Khan has yet to appear. A chill ran down Wei Long's spine. Your Majesty means... Yun Yi rose and walked to the window, gazing northward. What Yudan has slain are wolf cavalry, not the Heaven Wolf Khan himself. That wolf cub has not shown himself, not once from beginning to end. Outside, dusk bled across the sky. Yun Yi's voice dropped to a whisper. He is waiting for Yudan to tire, waiting for Yudan's vigilance to falter. Then, he left the sentence unfinished. But Wei Long already understood. He immediately clasped his fists in salute. I shall depart at once with my men. No need. Yun Yi cut him off, turning fully toward him. Remain here. I have another task for you. Wei Long hesitated. What task? Yun Yi did not answer. Instead, he returned to the desk, retrieved another classified report, and handed it over. Wei Long accepted it and unrolled the scroll. Emergency dispatch from Jiangnan. The Tiangong army shows abnormal activity. Large-scale operation suspected. Tian Yuang herself has not been seen for several days. Exact movements under investigation. After finishing the report, Wei Long raised his head. Your Majesty intends for me to... Correct. Yun Yi nodded. You will go to Jiangnan. Not to... but to discern what scheme that woman is truly orchestrating. Wei Long paused, then knelt on one knee. Your servant obeys. The steppe. Outside Yinzhou City. Mountains of corpses. Rivers of blood. Of the original 50,000 wolf cavalry, fewer than 10,000 remained, standing motionless miles away atop colossal wolves, too terrified to advance a single step. They stared at the man standing amid the carnage, bathed in blood, gripping a jet-black halberd, towering over countless bodies like a slaughter god risen from the deepest hells. Behind him, the 27,000 Imperial Guards stood in immaculate formation, none fallen, none wounded, not even a single torn seam on their uniforms. Yudan had once harbored reservations. He feared the Heaven Wolf Khan might rival His Majesty in unfathomable depth, and thus held back. But after these days of relentless battle, he realized he was wrong. The so-called Heaven Wolf Khan was not even worthy to brush against His Majesty's finest hair. For days he'd cowered within his tent, never once stepping forth. Yudan lifted his gaze toward the distant wolfskin tent, the Khan's royal pavilion. 3 days of warfare, 40,000 wolf cavalry slain. Yet that wolf cub had never revealed himself, not once. Commander General. His deputy approached, voice low. Shall we charge forward? Yudan shook his head. No need. His eyes locked onto the tent, sharp, piercing. That is not real. The deputy froze. What? Yudan offered no explanation. Instead, he raised his fist and hurled it toward the tent. Boom. His chi coalesced into a tangible shockwave, surging forward like an invisible tidal wave. The tent exploded into shreds. Inside, utter emptiness. Nothing at all. The deputy's pupils contracted violently. How could this be possible? Yudan lowered his hand, his expression darkening. The Heaven Wolf Khan was never here from the start. He turned. That direction pointed to the capital. Danger. His face paled instantly. His Majesty. The capital. The Imperial Palace. The Imperial Study. Yun Yi sat behind his desk reviewing memorials. Suddenly his brush stilled. He lifted his head. At the study's entrance, unseen until that moment, stood a figure. A youth, 13 or 14 years old, clad in a wolfskin robe, eyes slitted like a feline's, lips curved in a faint, unnerving smile. He simply stood there, like a cat surveying its prey. Yun Yi studied him in silence, then smiled. The Heaven Wolf Khan. The youth tilted his head. You know me? Yun Yi set down his brush and leaned back in his chair. I guess. The youth laughed, a bright, unsettling laugh. Interesting. He strode into the study and seated himself opposite Yun Yi, posture relaxed, as though settling into his own drawing room. I assumed you'd be afraid. Yun Yi met his gaze. Why should I fear? Because I am here to kill you. Yun Yi nodded as if hearing news of ordinary import. Oh. Then he asked, how do you intend to kill me? The youth faltered, unprepared for such calm composure from this young emperor. Calm, so unnervingly calm it stirred unease. Are you not afraid? Yun Yi smiled. Afraid of what? His gaze fixed upon the youth, calm, incisive, his words slicing like blades. Afraid of you, afraid of you. This coward who dares not face us openly in battle, but creeps in shadows to assassinate. He paused. A coward. The smile of the Wolf Khan froze on his face. His vertical pupils suddenly shrank as if they had been brutally poked in the most painful spot. What did you say? His voice abruptly turned sharp and a strange aura began to permeate around him. Yun-E leaned back against the chair watching him with a faint smile, as if observing an agitated cat. Did I say something wrong? Whether it's 400,000 wolf cavalry or 700,000, 800,000, no matter the number. One person you Dan broke through them all. You hide 1,000 miles away, not even daring to show your face. You only dare to send a few avatars to their deaths, sending one avatar to launch a sneak attack. Is this not cowardice? The expression on the Wolf Khan's face changed. It turned iron blue. It became fierce. What do you understand? He suddenly stood up, his vertical pupils fixated on Yun-E as if he wanted to tear this young emperor into pieces. That you Dan, he is not even human. 500,000 wolf cavalry, 500,000. He alone killed 40,000. How am I supposed to fight? What am I supposed to fight with? Yun-E looked at him, his gaze as calm as a still pond. So you came here? To kill me? The Wolf Khan took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in his heart, and sat down again. He looked at Yun-E and suddenly smiled. That smile was very cold, as chilling as a wolf's howl in winter. Yes, to kill you. If I kill you, then that you Dan is of no use. He is loyal to you, but if you die, he becomes a masterless dog. When the time comes, he licked his lips, he'll come back to deal with him. Yun-E nodded slightly. Makes sense. He stood up, walked to the window, turning his back to the Wolf Khan. But, he paused, turned around, and looked at this wolf-skinned youth. On what basis do you think you can kill me? The Wolf Khan was taken aback. Then he laughed. He laughed very, on what basis? Just because I was abandoned at birth and thrown into the wild. If not for my strong soul power forcing a contract with that she-wolf, I might have already been eaten. With such a background, according to the absolutely fair rules of the paradise, the stronger one's background is the lower it is, the weaker one's background is the more noble it is. Based on my miserable birth while you were born a prince. What right do you have to compare with me? Yun-E fell silent for a moment after hearing this. Then he smiled. That smile was very faint, as if looking at a self-conceited fool. You are right. He nodded. The stronger reincarnators are born lower. The weaker reincarnators are born more noble. This is the rule of the paradise. It is absolute fairness. He paused, his gaze falling on the Wolf Khan. So you think that because you had such a miserable birth you must be the strongest among 10 reincarnators. And because I was born so well, I must be the weakest among 10 reincarnators. Is it not so? The Wolf Khan lifted his head, pride filling his vertical pupils. Is it not? Yun-E did not answer. He merely turned around, walked to the desk, and sat down again. Then he raised his hand. Heavenly mandate, decree target Wolf Khan avatar, decree content, true form, exchange, reveal, original shape, at the same time. 30 miles outside the capital, the body of the Wolf Khan suddenly stiffened. In an instant his vision shifted. In the study room, the Wolf Khan. At this moment it was no longer an avatar, but his true self. At that moment an invisible force descended from the sky, pressing down on him, as if it were tangible. Before he could react, the Wolf Khan's expression changed. What did you do? Yun-E did not answer. He simply watched him silently. In the next instant the Wolf Khan's body began to twist. The young face was being slowly kneaded by an invisible hand, the features gradually blurring, and finally, turned into a wolf's face. Not a monster with a wolf's head and a human body, but a real wolf. Gray-white fur, eerie green vertical pupils, and sharp fangs. It stood still, eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Its voice came from the wolf's mouth, still that of the young boy, but at that moment it sounded particularly eerie. Yun-E leaned back in the chair watching this wolf. You just said that you were abandoned at birth and thrown into the wild, relying on soul power to contract with a she-wolf. He paused, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. But you didn't say, what happened to that she-wolf later? The gray wolf's pupils suddenly contracted. It opened its mouth wanting to say something, but could not utter a word. Because what Yun-E said was its deepest secret. It did indeed contract with that she-wolf. But the way of contracting was not peaceful coexistence, but devouring. It devoured the soul of that she-wolf and occupied her body. Then using that she-wolf's identity, it survived among the wolf pack. Step by step it became the Wolf King. Step by step it became the Wolf Khan. The body it has now is no longer that of the infant from back then. It is a wolf. From beginning to end it has always been a wolf. How? How do you know? Its voice was hoarse and unrecognizable. Yun-E did not answer. He simply stood up, walked in front of it, and looked down at it. I know much more than you can imagine. He paused, his gaze growing profound. For example, you disguised yourself as an avatar, making others think that your true self was hidden elsewhere. But in fact your true self is a wolf. You have always been using this wolf's body to interact with everyone. No one could guess that your true form is actually a wolf. The gray wolf's body began to tremble. Not out of anger. You. It suddenly lunged at Yun-E, its eerie green vertical pupils filled with madness. Then bang. It was a man in black armor. Wei Shi. Yun-E didn't even glance at the gray wolf, simply brushing. It was a man in black armor. Wei Shi. Yun-E didn't even glance at the gray wolf, simply brushing non-existent dust off his sleeves. I asked you earlier. His voice was calm as tranquil as discussing everyday matters. On what basis do you think you can kill me? The gray wolf lay on the ground, its body twitching. It wanted to speak, but its mouth was full of blood, and it couldn't say a word. Yun-E walked up to it, squatted down, and looked into those eerie green vertical pupils. Don't you want to know why I am so strong? He paused, a faint smile on his lips. Because, from the very beginning, I never believed the Paradise's rhetoric. The so-called absolute fairness is merely an excuse for you fools to distrust each other. Strong people reincarnate as commoners while weak ones reincarnate as nobles. On what basis? On what basis must the strong suffer while the weak enjoy prosperity? On what basis can one's birth determine strengths? Yun-E shook his head. I don't believe it. So from the very beginning, I never regarded myself as the weakest. I practiced martial arts desperately, made plans desperately, and cultivated talents desperately. It was not to make up for any shortcomings. It was to ensure absolute certainty. He stood up and took a step back. And you? He looked down at the gray wolf, his gaze devoid of any emotion. You believed. You thought that having such a miserable background meant you had to be strong. You thought that I, as an emperor born so well, must be useless. So from the very beginning you never took me seriously. You sent wolf cavalry south, you sent avatars to test you, Dan. You personally came to ambush me. With every step you believed you had it in the bag. But you never considered, what if you guessed wrong? The gray wolf lay on the ground, trembling all over, not from injury, but from fear. It finally understood. This young emperor, before it was far from the useless person it had imagined. He was a true powerhouse. From beginning to end, he always had been. The gray wolf lay on the ground, its body convulsing. It wanted to say something, but its mouth was full of blood, rendering it unable to utter a word. Those eerie green vertical pupils gradually lost their luster. Finally it closed its eyes. Yun-E looked at the heavenly wolf Khan, who had already shut its eyes. Then he lifted his head to look at Wei Shi. Clean up. Wei Shi knelt on one knee. As you command. Half an hour later, everything in the imperial study had been tidied up. The blood on the ground was wiped away, the cracks in the wall were repaired, and even the bloody smell in the air was covered by incense. It was as if nothing had ever happened. Yun-E sat behind the desk, holding a new confidential report. It was from Jiangnan. Wei Long had already arrived there, and was secretly investigating the movements of the Tiangong army. Preliminary intelligence showed that the Rain King Mu Yu had indeed been making significant moves recently. She was mass-producing something called Gene Enhancement Liquid Second Generation. The success rate is 30%. But once successful, it could create humanoid beasts with the strength of 50,000 pounds in one arm. Yun-E's fingers gently tapped the table. 50,000 pounds. A bit stronger than his first-generation personal guards, but far weaker than the current loyal and brave Marquis. The issue is quantity. How many can that woman produce? 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. He didn't know, but he would find out soon. Come here. Yes. A black-armored personal guard appeared silently at the door. Relay the order to Wei Long. Speed up the process. I want to know what that woman is up to. Understood. The personal guard withdrew. The imperial study returned to silence. Yun-E leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. 10 reincarnators. Li Changlong is dead. The demon is dead. The heavenly wolf Khan is dead. 6 remain. Zhou Zhan is in the capital. The Rain King is in Jiangnan. For others, whereabouts unknown. He opened his eyes, his gaze becoming profound. Soon. Soon. Meanwhile, in the capital, at the post station, Zhou Zhan stood by the window looking towards the palace. In his hand, he held a slip of paper. It contained only one line of text. The heavenly wolf Khan is dead. Zhou Zhan stared at that line of text, remaining silent for a long time. Dead, he murmured to himself. Another one dead. He turned around and walked to the table, bringing the slip of paper closer to the candle flame. The flame licked the paper, turning it into ashes. Zhou Zhan watched the ashes fall, his gaze growing more profound. 4 remain. The second prince, the demon, the heavenly wolf Khan, and that leader of the Tiangong army. No, that woman is still alive. He counted. No, 3. The second prince, the demon, the heavenly wolf Khan. That little emperor killed 3 reincarnators by himself. No, wait. Not personally killed. It was his subordinates who did it. But that's even more terrifying. It shows that the little emperor has become powerful enough not to need to act personally. Zhou Zhan's fingers trembled slightly. Not from fear, but from excitement. Interesting. He murmured, so very interesting. That little emperor is stronger than he imagined. Much stronger. A person like that is worth him acting personally. Not to kill, but to subdue. He turned around, looking at the moon gradually rising outside the window. Soon. Once that woman in Jiangnan finishes, it will be his turn. Jiangnan. Tiangong army camp. Mu Yu stood in front of a silver-white building, gazing at the neatly arranged soldiers. 3,000 of them. 3,000 successful specimens of gene enhancement liquid second generation. Each one possesses the strength of 50,000 pounds in one arm. Each one can withstand bullets from firearms. Each one is a humanoid beast. Leader, a young man in a white lab coat approached whispering, "We received news from the capital. The Heavenly Wolf Khan is dead." Dead? Muyu raised an eyebrow slightly. Yes. It is said that he was killed by the Little Emperor's personal guard. Muyu fell silent for a moment. Then she shook her head. If he is dead, then he is dead. She turned around, continuing to watch those soldiers. 3,000. 3,000 gene-enhanced soldiers. Placed anywhere, they represent a force capable of sweeping away everything. But she knew it was not enough. Far from enough. The Little Emperor sent 10 personal guards who killed demons in 47 cities. The Little Emperor's national general single-handedly killed 400,000 wolf cavalry. As for the Little Emperor himself, she didn't know how strong he was, but she knew that someone who could make such a person obey is certainly not simple. Relay the order downwards. Muyu spoke, her voice calm. All units regroup. Pause all offensive plans. The young man was taken aback. Leader. Muyu did not explain. She simply turned around and walked deeper into the camp. From today onwards, our army will fully shift underground. Weapon gene agents. Produce as many as you can. Enhance as many as you can. Until we have absolute certainty, she paused, saying without turning her head, no one is allowed to act rashly. The young man opened his mouth to say something, but ultimately said nothing. He simply bowed, understood. In the capital, the palace. In the Imperial Study, Yuan Yi sat behind the desk, holding a recently delivered confidential report, written in Wei Long's own hand. It detailed the latest movements of the Tiangong army. Everyone is regrouping, pausing all offensive plans. Mass-producing gene enhancement liquid fully enhancing the soldiers. Suspected of accumulating strength, waiting for the right moment. Yuan Yi's gaze lingered on the last line for a long time. Waiting for the right moment. He murmured it again, his fingers gently tapping the table. That woman is smarter. Knowing that now is not the time to act, she decisively held back and began to develop quietly. Not being greedy for achievements, not taking risks, not giving him any opportunity. Interesting. Yuan Yi set down the confidential report and leaned back in his chair. Since the other party had no intention of attacking, he too did not wish to act against her for the time being. Not because he couldn't defeat her, but because he lowered his head to look at the mountain of petitions piled on the desk. The battle on the grassland had just concluded. Although the 40,000 wolf cavalry were completely annihilated, the various border states suffered heavy losses and needed to be pacified, rebuilt, and redeployed. The demon in the northern region had died, but the ruins of 47 cities still remained, with 330,000 families awaiting compensation from the court, and those who had survived the massacre were still waiting for an explanation. The national treasury was empty, the people's grievances were boiling, and officials everywhere were anxious. Although the old ministers who had been sitting on the fence were temporarily obedient, who knew what they were really thinking? And then there were the common people. Those who worked from dawn to dusk. They knew nothing of reincarnators of the Tianling Khan or of demons. They only knew that the crops in the fields needed to be harvested, their children needed to be fed, and whether this year's taxes could be reduced. These were the real matters he as an emperor needed to address. Yuan Yi took a deep breath, picked up a petition, and began to review it. Road construction, disaster relief, tax exemption, compensation. One after another, densely packed, making one's scalp tingle. But he did not stop. He reviewed from day to night, from night until deep in the night. The candlelight burned one wick after another, and the tea cooled cup after cup. Until dawn broke in the east, he finally laid down his brush and rubbed his sore eyes. Ding! Detected fluctuation in national fortune, overall national fortune of the Dine Dynasty too. Yuan Yi was momentarily taken aback. Then he smiled. The smile was faint, yet carried a hint of relief. Though it was not much, it at least indicated that his efforts over the past days had not been in vain. The people were beginning to stabilize and public sentiment was starting to return. He stood up and walked to the window, pushing it open. The morning breeze rushed in, carrying the fragrance of grass and trees. In the distance, the sun was rising above the horizon, casting a golden hue over the entire imperial city. Your Majesty, a eunuch's voice came from behind. You haven't slept all night. Would you like to rest for a while? Yuan Yi shook his head. No need. He gazed at the gradually brightening sky and softly said, it's dawn. Kyoto. Zhou Jun stood by the window, frowning deeply. He had already received news of the troop withdrawal from Jiangnan. Is that Tian Yuang really such a coward? He murmured to himself, his tone tinged with irritation. At such a moment, he chose to retreat. His original plan was to wait until the woman from Jiangnan and the young emperor clashed. Then he would take the opportunity to assassinate the woman. First, he would build some goodwill, then reveal his own strength. But now, with that woman retreating, his plans were thrown into disarray. Forget it. Zhou Jun took a deep breath and turned around. Although his plans were disrupted, it was not a big deal. He still had a backup plan. Since that woman was not going to fight, he would take action himself. Go find that young emperor and talk to him face to face. Whether they reached an agreement or not, it was of little consequence. Zhou Jun was confident. He was a legendary assassin. A legendary assassin who had lived for over 200 years. A legendary assassin who dared to assassinate gods. Even without magic, his perception, experience, and intuition were still top-notch. That young emperor, no matter how strong, was just a 13-year-old child. Even if the other party was strong, could he not escape if he wanted to? Zhou Zhan stepped towards the door. Just as he lifted his foot, he suddenly froze. A chill rose from behind. A bone-chilling cold. It was an instinct he had honed over 200 years on the edge of death. Someone was targeting him. Moreover, they were very strong. Zhou Zhan's pupils sharply contracted. He did not turn around. He simply tightened his grip on the dagger hidden in his sleeve. It was his only weapon, poisoned and lethal. Who? His voice was very soft, as if he were speaking to himself. Behind him no one answered. Only a low husky laughter echoed. The laughter was hoarse, as if two stones were rubbing against each other. Zhou Zhan finally turned around. Then he was stunned. In the corner of the room there was suddenly another person. No, not a person. It was a mass of bloody and mangled flesh. It could barely be discerned as a human shape wrapped in tattered robes, with half of its face rotting away, revealing a ghastly white bone. Only one eye shimmering with a ghostly red light in the dim illumination. That eye was fixed on him. You. Zhou Zhan's voice was somewhat dry. Who are you? The mass of flesh stirred, twisting its lips into a strange smile. Me. The voice was so hoarse it seemed to come from hell. It seems you all refer to me as a demon. Zhou Zhan's pupils contracted sharply. Demon. The demon that had slaughtered 47 cities. Hadn't he died? You're not dead. Mo Wenda laughed. That smile was eerie, the muscles twitching on the half-rotted face, sending chills down one's spine. Dead. He shook his head. Not quite. The 10 royal guards of that young emperor were indeed formidable. My Wengxuan transformation and Dao Xin transformation were completely shattered. The last heavenly transformation. I used it to exchange for a life. He paused, a flicker of fear passing through his single eye. At that moment I truly thought I was going to die. But at that instant I broke through. Foundation establishment. The vitality of the foundation establishment phase allowed me to survive. Zhou Zhan furrowed his brow tightly. Foundation establishment phase. He did not know what that was, but he guessed it should be a realm from the other party's world. He had slaughtered so many people before breaking through. Now that he had broken through, how strong could he be? But you now? He stared at Mo Wenda's half-human, half-ghost. Mo Wenda looked down at himself and smiled. Weak. Very weak. The lifeblood of 400,000 people has been completely drained. Right now I can't even lift a larger stone. Zhou Zhan's eyes brightened slightly. Weak. Could it be that? He was just about to make a move when he found that his body couldn't move. An invisible force was pressing down on him. What have you done? Mo Wenda looked at him, amusement dancing. Do you think I would tell you the truth? Weakness is indeed true. But even weakened, I am still at foundation establishment. He rose unsteadily and staggered toward Zhou Zhan. Each step of that broken body seemed like a punishment, yet he still smiled. You are also a reincarnator, right? With a bone age of 13, yet possessing skills far beyond the ordinary. In this world, only reincarnators can do this. Zhou Zhan said nothing. He merely stared fixedly at Mo Wenda, his gaze filled with vigilance. Don't be nervous. Mo Wenda extended a hand, that hand equally grotesque, revealing ghastly white bones gently resting on Zhou Zhan's shoulder. Zhou Zhan's entire body stiffened. A bone-chilling sensation spread from that hand, as if it were going to freeze him completely. I need you. Mo Wenda's voice was soft, as if he were speaking to himself. A single person cannot defeat that little emperor. I understand now. The people under him are all extraordinary. That Yu Dan killed 400,000 wolf riders by himself. Those 10 personal guards almost cost me my life. I cannot contend alone. He paused, a hint of madness flashing in his one eye. Thus I need subordinates. I need someone to help me get things done. You just right. Zhou Zhan's heart sank. He struggled desperately, but that invisible force pressed down on him, rendering him immobile. What do you want? Mo Wendao smiled. His smile was bright, so bright it felt unsettling. Don't be afraid. I just want to make you my person. He raised his other hand, which gathered a sphere of blood-red light. This is a mark of our world. It's called Blood Slave Mark. Once planted, you will become my slave. You will do whatever I say. If I command you to die, you must die. Zhou Zhan's complexion changed entirely. You dare. Before his voice could finish, the blood-red light was already pressed against his forehead. Boom. A sharp pain exploded from his forehead, as if countless needles were stirring within his brain. Zhou Zhan's body convulsed violently, letting out suppressed cries of agony. But he could not move. He could only endure that inhuman pain. Mo Wendao stood in front of him, watching him struggle in torment with no trace of compassion in his eyes. Bear with it. His voice was gentle, like a consolation. It will be over soon. Just a quarter of an hour. A quarter of an hour. Yet for Zhou Zhan it felt like 100 years. When the pain finally subsided, he was already slumped on the ground, drenched in sweat, as if he had been pulled from water. Mo Wendao crouched down, looking at his pale face. How do you feel? Zhou Zhan raised his head to look at him. His gaze was filled with hatred. But that hatred was soon replaced by another feeling. A deep soul-etched fear. And submission. Master. His voice was hoarse and unrecognizable, yet he involuntarily uttered those two words. Mo Wendao smiled. He smiled with great delight. Good. He patted Zhou Zhen's shoulder. From now on you are my person. He stood up, staggered to the window, and gazed towards the brightly lit palace in the distance. That little emperor has never fought himself. Plus with such a high birth status. He paused, a chilling smile curling at the corner of his mouth. As long as I can hold his subordinates, that little emperor is not to be feared. 3 months later. Capital city, the palace. In the imperial study, Yuan Yi sat behind the desk, studying the memorials before him. For the past 3 months, he had hardly left the imperial study. Building roads, disaster relief, tax exemptions, pensions, defensive preparations, military training, selecting officials, rectifying governance. He personally oversaw every detail, no matter how trivial. It wasn't that he didn't trust those ministers, but these matters could only be handled by him. Because only he could monitor the fluctuations of the nation's fortune at any time. Only he knew which policies were effective and which were futile. After 3 months, the nation's fortune of Dian had recovered from 50 at the time of his ascension to 78. The daily increase in national fortune had risen from the original 50,000 to now 78,000. Although it hadn't returned to its peak, at least the common people could live and work in peace, the borders could stabilize, and the court could function normally. Your Majesty. Wei Long entered the imperial study, kneeling on one knee. Since he returned from Jiangnan 3 months ago, he had remained in the capital, responsible for the training of the loyalty guards. Are there any developments in Jiangnan? Yuan Yi asked without looking up. Wei Long shook his head. None. That woman has been holed up in the mountains for the past 3 months, not stepping out even once. She is desperately producing that gene enhancement fluid. According to our spies, there are at least 10,000 enhanced warriors now. 10,000. Yuan Yi nodded, his face betraying no expression. 3 months, 10,000 enhanced warriors. That woman certainly had the capacity to endure. But he wasn't anxious. Because he knew that woman dared not move now. Not because she didn't want to act, but because she lacked confidence. 10,000 enhanced warriors sounded like a lot. But compared to Yu Dan, compared to the Marquis of Loyalty, it was nothing. She needed more. She needed enough to ensure she could defeat him. While she was amassing soldiers, he was also accumulating national fortune. 3 months with daily increases in national fortune. Plus the national fortune growth brought about by various policies. Current national fortune 682,3470 points, 6,823,470. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Yuan Yi's mouth. Enough. This national fortune was sufficient for him to enhance the entire army of Dian. Sufficient to turn those willing to follow him into superhumans. Enough for him to let that woman know what despair meant when she finally made her move. But he didn't plan to act just yet. Because he lifted his head and gazed out the window. Outside, the sun was just right, and the common people were bustling about the streets, their faces adorned with peaceful smiles. This was what he desired. Not war, not slaughter, not a cycle of life and death. But peace and prosperity. A stable nation and secure people. It was for everyone to live well. Wei Long, your servant is here. Continue the training of the loyalty guards. Yes. Wei Long withdrew. In the imperial study, only Yuan Yi remained. He leaned back against the chair, closing his eyes. Soon. Once he steadied this country completely, once he raised the national fortune to a sufficient height, then it would not be too late to deal with that woman. After all, he had all the time in the world. 2 years later. In the imperial study, Yuan Yi sat behind the desk, holding a confidential report. Delivered by Wei Long. In Jiangnan, Mu Yu finally made a move. But it was not an attack. Instead, she sent a messenger to request an audience. Yuan Yi stared at the letter requesting the audience, remaining silent for a long time. Request an audience? What did that woman want? He set the letter down, his fingers lightly tapping on the table. 2 years had passed. That woman had completely turned underground. Even now it was somewhat difficult to send a message to attack. He had thought that after such a long time the other side should have taken some action. Yet she still did not attack. Instead, she sent a messenger to request an audience. Interesting. A slight smile curled at the corner of Yuan Yi's mouth. Come in. Here. Let that messenger in. Moments later, a young man in a white robe walked in. In his 20s, with a handsome face and respectful demeanor. Commoner pays respects to your majesty. Yuan Yi looked at him. You are the messenger sent by the Tianyu king. Yes. The young man raised his head, his gaze sincere. My leader sent me to request a grace from your majesty. Yuan Yi raised an eyebrow. What grace? My leader says she is willing to lead the Tiangong army and submit to Dian. All she asks is for your majesty to provide her with a place to stay. In the imperial study, silence lingered for a moment. Yuan Yi leaned against the back of the chair, observing the young man before him. Surrender. The woman who had ruled over Jiangnan for 5 years, commanding an army of tens of thousands, sought to surrender voluntarily. He smiled. The smile was faint, yet it inexplicably made the young man tense up. The young man was clearly prepared, taking out a letter from his sleeve and presenting it with both hands. "This is a personal letter from my leader. Please have a look, Your Majesty." Yun-E took the letter and unfolded it. The letter contained only a few brief lines. "To His Majesty, by the time you read this letter, I have thought it through clearly. 15 years have passed. We have been in this world for a full 15 years. At first I thought it was a game. As long as I killed all of you I could return. But later I realized I was wrong. The people here cry, laugh, fear, and love. They rejoice at a rain and mourn during a drought. They toil desperately to ensure their children have food to eat. I have seen too much. Those commoners who revolted with me were not fighting for any grand cause, only to survive. Those soldiers I enhanced were not fighting for any ideals, only to survive. And what about me? What was I to return? Return for what? To that cold research institute, to continue my experiments, to face the deceitful, to live alone. I thought for a long time. Then I realized, I do not want to go back. This world is wonderful. No interstellar wars, no genetic collapse, none of those suffocating things. Here there are mountains and rivers, flowers and grass, and people willing to follow me. I want to stay. I know you will not easily believe me. So I brought this. 3rd generation genetic enhancement liquid effect. It can increase the strength of one arm by 100,000 pounds, extend life by 200 years with no adverse reactions. Success rate 100%. I have already injected it into myself. You can have anyone check and verify it. This is the greatest achievement of my 5 years. But it is not meant for fighting. Your Majesty, there is no need for us to kill each other. You are a reincarnator, and so am I. We were thrown into this world forced to fight each other, all for that so-called return. But why? Why must we play by their rules? I can continue my research into the 4th generation, 5th generation, 10th generation. I can extend human lifespan to 500 years, 1,000 years, or even longer. We can live together. In this world we can live again. You be your emperor, and I will be your researcher. I will provide you with the best weapons, the strongest soldiers, the longest lifespan. You give me a place to stay. That is all. Mu Yun-E finished reading the letter and remained silent for a long time. The imperial study was so quiet that one could hear the wind outside. The young man knelt on the ground, head bowed, not daring to make a sound. He did not know what this young emperor was thinking, but he knew that the next words would determine everything. Yun-E set the letter down. Then he smiled. That smile was faint, as if he were looking at an innocent child. Your leader has beautiful handwriting, he said. The young man was taken aback, unsure how to respond. Yun-E leaned back in his chair, his fingers lightly tapping the table. She wrote that she has seen many people cry, many people laugh, and many people toil for their children. She said she does not want to return. She wishes to stay in this world. She said she can provide the Alliance with the best weapons, the strongest soldiers, the longest lifespan. He paused, his gaze landing on the young man. That sounds truly wonderful. It almost made me believe it. The young man's expression changed slightly. Your Majesty, my leader is sincere. Sincere? Yun-E interrupted him, his voice still calm, but laced with a hint of coldness. If she truly wished to surrender, why did she not come sooner? 5 years ago when she first raised her banner, why did she not come? 2 years ago when I ascended the throne, why did she not come? When she was hiding in the mountains to grow stronger, why did she not come? Only now that she has gathered enough strength and feels qualified to negotiate. Only now that she realizes she cannot outlast me. He stood up and walked to the window, turning his back to the young. This is not surrender. It is damage control. It is her realizing she cannot win and seeking to minimize her losses. The young man's expression turned grim. He opened his mouth to say something, but Yun-E raised his hand to interrupt him. I have a question for you. Yun-E turned around to look at him. In Jiangnan's 15 provinces, 5 years of war. How many people died? The young man was stunned. Let me tell you. Yun-E's voice was calm, as if stating a fact. 3,270,327,000 people died in that war. Some were killed by your guns, some by your cannons, some were crushed to death by your enhanced soldiers. Others perished due to the chaos, losing their homes and food, starving to death. He walked in front of the young man, looking down at him. 327,000. A number. But behind every number is a life. There are parents, children, concerns, dreams. Now they are all gone. The young man's body began to tremble. Your leader said she does not want to go back, she wishes to stay in this world. Yun-E's voice remained calm. But those who died, they too once wished to stay in this world. They did not. What right does your leader have to leave? The imperial study was eerily quiet. The young man knelt on the ground, forehead touching the floor, unable to utter a word. Yun-E looked at him, silent for a moment, then turned to return to his desk. Go back and tell your leader. His voice was calm, as if he were merely stating the weather today. I do not accept her surrender. Not because I do not trust her, but because 327,000 lives need an explanation. The young man suddenly raised his head. Your Majesty, my leader is sincere. Sincerity or insincerity, it matters not. Yun-E interrupted him, his gaze fixed on him, calm, without a hint of turmoil. From the moment she raised her banner, from the moment she killed her first person, there was no turning back for her. I am the Emperor. I must be accountable for those 327,000 lives. If I let this go just like that, what about their families? The young man opened his mouth, but could not say a word. Yuan-Yi waved his hand. You may leave. Tell Muyu, he paused. I will wait for her. The young man knelt there for a long time in silence. Then he bowed deeply, stood up, and staggered out of the imperial study. Outside the imperial study, the sunlight was just right. The young man stood on the steps looking at the blinding sunlight, suddenly feeling a bit dazed. 327,000. It was the first time he learned this number. It was the first time he realized that what he had done over the years was behind this number. His steps felt a bit unsteady, but he still took a deep breath and walked toward the palace gate. In the imperial study, Yuan-Yi sat behind his desk staring at the letter, lost in thought for a long time. Then he brought the letter close to the candle flame. The flame licked the paper, turning it into ashes. He watched the ashes fall, his gaze deepening. 327,000. He did not speak falsely. This is the total number of casualties caused by the war in Jiangnan over the past 5 years. Not all died by the hands of the Tiangong army. Some were casualties of the fighting, some due to post-war plagues, and some perished from starvation and freezing after losing their homes. No matter how one looks at it, that woman could not escape responsibility. She was the leader. She gave the order to raise arms. The weapons she made slew men. The soldiers she enhanced killed as well. The sins she wrought must be borne by her alone. Yuan-Yi was no saint. He understood that war has no absolute right or wrong, only positions. That woman rose in rebellion to survive, to win. Seen from her stance, she was not wrong. But he was no merciful savior either. He was the emperor of this country. Those 3,270,000 souls were his subjects. If he simply forgave that woman, how could he answer to the dead? How could he face the families still waiting for an explanation? Your Majesty. Wei Long's voice came from outside the door. Enter. Wei Long stepped in and dropped to one knee. Your Majesty, the envoy has left the palace. Yuan-Yi nodded. Have men watch him. See what reaction that woman has once he returns. Yes. Wei Long answered, yet did not immediately withdraw. He lifted his head and looked at Yuan-Yi, poised to speak, but holding back. What do you wish to say? Wei Long hesitated a moment, then could not keep silent. Your Majesty, I dare to ask, given our current forces, why not unleash the entire army and crush them in a single stroke? Yuan-Yi regarded him and nodded lightly. You speak truly. With my present strength, to annihilate them would not be difficult. But you visited Jiangnan before. Come tell me what you saw. Wei Long was silent for a while, then spoke in a low voice. There was astonishing. There were iron contraptions that ran on their own crops, yielding 10,000 jin per mu. There were iron birds that flew in the sky, and devices that sent aloft and detonated could make the heavens rain. There were many other instruments I had never seen. Yuan-Yi withdrew his gaze and looked toward the night outside the hall. There are 2 reasons I have delayed acting. First, the crops she engineered that yield 10,000 jin per mu, and those shells that can coax the heavens into rain. These things are of use to the Dayan imperial court. They are greatly valuable. That is why I have kept her alive. Wei Long nodded, then immediately asked, then, Your Majesty, why did you refuse her surrender? Yuan-Yi did not answer directly. Instead he asked, do you think the people there live happily? Wei Long pondered for a long while, and finally shook his head. I cannot say whether that counts as happiness. Everyone has clothes and food. Yet, something feels wrong, as if something is missing. I saw very few people smile along the way. Yuan-Yi nodded, then asked, did you notice? Do they sleep? Wei Long was taken aback. Upon careful recollection, it seemed he had never seen anyone sleep. Even at night, an unnamed light burned, making the darkness unnaturally bright. Sleep. He seemed never to have seen it. Genetic nutrient solution, Yuan-Yi said slowly. A substance that keeps the brain perpetually alert while repairing the bodice wear. Once consumed, one need not sleep. One need not endure hunger. Indeed, because the solution is entirely absorbed by the body, one need not even relieve oneself. Then I ask you, if a person for 12 hours each day is pinned to one spot day after day doing the same single task, do you think he is happy? Wei Long fell silent. He recalled the people he had seen in Jiangnan. Those in identical gray robes sat before row upon row of iron contraptions, repeating the same motion day after day. Their eyes were open, yet as hollow as the dead. Their hands moved as if pulled by strings like puppets. They did not sleep, did not eat, did not relieve themselves, did not speak. They merely sat, performed, and existed. Like corpses that still breathed. Your Majesty. Wei Long's voice grew raw. Were those people? Yuan-Yi looked at him and said nothing. His expression conveyed the answer. Willing. In this world, how many are truly willing? Those commoners who followed that woman into rebellion did so to survive. The enhanced soldiers fought to survive. The workers seated before the iron machines did so to survive as well. To live, one must pay a price. The price that woman demanded was heavier than any other. 3 days later, Jiangnan, the Tiangong army camp. Mu Yu sat within that silver-white structure listening to the young man's report. Her face was unreadable. When he finished, he kept his head bowed, scarcely daring to breathe. After a long while, Mu Yu spoke. Her voice was so calm it sounded like she spoke of something unrelated to herself. 3,270,000. He remembers it vividly. She rose and walked to the window, looking northward toward the capital. My original world was called Xingu in year 179. She suddenly spoke as if to herself. The young man was stunned, unsure why she had said it. Do you know what that place? Mu Yu did not turn as she continued. It was a place where no one needed to sleep, to eat, or to feel any emotion. From birth, everyone was injected with gene optimization fluid, implanted with thought chips, and assigned the work they would do their entire lives. You did not need to choose to think or to entertain any superfluous thought. You only needed to perform what was required of you. Then at the appointed age you were broken down into base elements and recycled. She paused, a sardonic smile curling at the corner of her mouth. I lived 50 years and never once saw the true sun. I never saw flowers nor grass, nor any living. What I saw most were cells in petri dishes, genetic samples and test tubes, rows upon rows of neatly numbered frozen embryos. Those embryos, some were to become workers, some soldiers, some researchers like me. Each life was planned with ruthless clarity. From birth to death, the end was visible at a glance. She turned to look at the young man kneeling on the ground. Do you know how I felt the first time I saw the moon? The young man shook his head. Mu Yu smiled. A complicated smile, bitter and nostalgic, threaded with an indistinct tenderness. 14 years ago, when I had only just learned to walk, I stepped outside and looked up to see that round thing in the sky. I thought it was an illusion. I thought some experiment in my mind had gone awry, that an image had appeared where it should not. I stared at it for a very long time. Then I realized it was real. It was the true moon, luminous, changing, the kind that makes one stare until the mind drifts. Her eyes reddened slightly. In that instant I knew I did not want to return. That place was not meant for humans. This world is. She drew a deep breath and suppressed the swell of feeling. So I wanted to stay. I wanted to live properly in this world. To watch flowers bloom and fade, clouds roll and disperse, the sun rise and the moon set. To live on with those who were willing to follow me. She paused. But that little emperor would not agree. The young man trembled slightly. Mu Yu turned once more to look north. The gentleness in her eyes had vanished, replaced by a cold serenity. If he will not agree, then so be it. I was never a good person anyway. Not in Xingu and not here. I only want to survive. I only want my people to survive as well. She raised her hand and swept it gently. The silver-white wall behind her flared to life. A vast holographic projection unfurled across the entire wall, dense with data, images, and three-dimensional models. The young man's pupils contracted sharply. This is fourth-generation genetic enhancement fluid. Mu Yu said, her voice as calm as if reciting experimental data. Effect: single-arm strength of 500,000, gene able to withstand artillery bombardment, capable of bodily flight. Success rate 100%. I have injected myself with it. She paused. But what I want you to see now is not that. Her finger traced a gentle arc through the air. The projection shifted. A colossal mecha materialized at the center of the screen. Silver-white, sleekly streamlined, towering 30 zhang high, gripping a massive luminescent blade. War mecha, first generation. Mu Yu's voice remained calm. Armament: plasma cannon, high-frequency, oscillating blade, energy shield. Power source: microfusion reactor. Control interface: direct neural linkage. Man and machine as one. Production volume: 20 units. The young man's mouth gaped wide enough to swallow an egg. 20 units. Mecha 30 zhang tall. Plasma cannons. High-frequency oscillating blades. Energy shields. In this world, such technology was nothing short of divine. And this, Mu Yu said, her fingers sweeping once more. The projection shifted again. A uniquely shaped aircraft appeared at the center of the screen. Fighter, first generation. Speed Mach 5. Armament: air-to-ground missiles, cluster munitions, laser-guided ordnance. Production volume: 500 units. The young man's breath froze entirely. Mach 5. From Jiangnan to the capital, half an hour. Bombs raining down from the heavens. Who could withstand them? Commander. His voice trembled. When did you? 2 years. Mu Yu cut him off. I began 2 years ago. He believed I was merely biding my time. Growing stronger in secret, producing only gene enhancement serums. What he failed to realize is that, besides my mastery of genetic engineering, she turned, fixing her gaze upon the young man. In mechanical engineering, I stand utterly unparalleled. I could even in the interstellar era single-handedly draft the complete design schematics for a star-destroying warship. The young man's knees buckled. He collapsed to the floor. Not from fear, but from awe. The young emperor believed he was waiting for that woman to amass her troops, then crush her in one decisive strike. Yet he had no idea. What she had been amassing was never soldiers. It was divinity. Mu Yu looked down at the kneeling youth. and shook her head. Rise. Kneeling changes nothing. She walked to the window and gazed northward once more. Moonlight fell upon her face, gilding it in silvery radiance. When he rejected me, he accused me of killing 327,000 souls. He said the sins I wrought must be repaid by me alone. He said those who perished demanded justice. She paused. He was right. Those lives were lost because of me. I accept that. But acceptance does not preclude resistance. He wishes me dead. I wish to live. So we fight. Her voice was serene, calm as if recounting a trivial matter. We fight until he agrees to sit and negotiate. We fight until he understands this world is not ruled by his will alone. We fight until he has no choice but to accept my submission. She turned to the young man. Issue the order. Full mobilization. 1 month hence. She paused, a faint, knowing curve lifting the corner of her lips. Northern Campaign. The capital city. The Imperial Study. Yuan Yi sat behind his desk, eyes fixed on a confidential report, delivered by Wei Long. Only one line appeared upon it. The Tiangong army has assembled in full, advancing north in 3 days. Yuan Yi held his gaze upon that single line for a long while. Then he smiled. A subtle, quiet smile, as though watching a long-awaited performance unfold. At last you can no longer contain yourself. He set the report aside and leaned back into his chair. I had thought you might endure a few more years. He rose and walked to the window, gazing southward. That direction pointed toward Jiangnan. That woman was coming. Some in attendance. Yes, Your Majesty. Wei Long appeared silently at the threshold. Recall Yu Dan to the capital. Order the Marquis of Loyalty and Valor to stand ready with his entire retinue. Dispatch edicts to all provinces. The Tiangong army advances north. Do not impede their passage. Let them through. Wei Long froze. Your Majesty, let them through. Indeed. Yuan Yi nodded, his lips curling faintly upward. Let them come. I shall await them, in the capital. Wei Long opened his mouth to speak, then after a moment's hesitation, dropped to one knee. Your servant obeys. He withdrew. Alone now in the Imperial Study, Yuan Yi stood motionless before the window, gazing into the southern night. Its darkness fathomless, his eyes deep as an unfathomable abyss. Yuan Yi turned and returned to his desk, not to sit, but to raise his hand and gesture lightly. Ding. Detected use of Sovereign Domain Dragon Court. Domain radius entire Imperial City. Domain effect within this realm. I am heaven's mandate. Cosmic laws incline in your favor. O enemy strength is suppressed. I allied forces gain exponential attribute enhancement. National fortune cost 1000 points per hour. Yuan Yi regarded the figure 1000 points per hour. Not a single wrinkle crossed his brow. Yet he did not pause. He raised his hand again. Ding. Detected activation of Imperial Palace Awakening. Target entire Imperial City. Effect: the Imperial City transforms into a living war body. The palaces become bone. Dragon energy flows as blood and ramparts harden into armor. National fortune cost 500 points. Boom. The entire Imperial City shuddered. Barely perceptible, so slight, most citizens yet those dwelling within its walls. The common folk. The palace guards, the personal retainers of the Marquis of Loyalty and Valor. Each felt an inexplicable surge of resonance. As if the city itself had just awakened. Yuan Yi stood in the Imperial Study, eyes closed, sensing the deep rhythmic pulse rising up from beneath the earth. The Imperial City breathed. The ramparts beat like a heart. Every brick, every tile, every beam and pillar awaited his command. Come forth. He opened his eyes. Calm, still, as placid as stagnant water. Let us see what trump cards you have prepared over these past 2 years. And pray, do not disappoint us. Meanwhile, 30 li outside the capital city. Upon a small hill, Mu Yu stood cloaked in night, gazing toward the brilliantly lit Imperial City in the distance. Behind her stood 20 silver-white mecha, perfectly aligned, 30 zhang tall, gleaming coldly. Farther still, suspended silently in the night sky, 500 fighters hovered like slumbering eagles. Beyond them stood 10,000 gene-enhanced warriors. Each possessed arm strength exceeding 500,000 gene. Each could withstand direct bombardment from heavy artillery. Each could fly unaided, through sheer physical prowess. This was the sum of her 2-year accumulation. 10,000 fourth-generation gene-enhanced warriors. 20 war mecha. 500 supersonic fighters. She had deceived everyone, even the young man she trusted most. Commander. A voice came from behind. Mu Yu did not turn. She knew who it was. Zhao Ming, the youth who had delivered her message to the capital. Now he stood behind her, his expression impossibly complex. Commander, you said it would be a month before. A month. Mu Yu interrupted, a faint, knowing smile playing upon her lips. Deception is the soul of warfare. Surely you grasped that principle. Zhao Ming fell silent. He certainly understood. He just never expected that the leader would deceive him as well. Are you really planning to fight? He couldn't help but ask. Mu Yu did not respond. She merely gazed at the distant imperial city, her eyes gradually deepening. Wasn't that emperor complaining about my heavy-handedness and demanding an explanation for those commoners? In that case, I'll just rally my forces and march right up to him. I won't harm a single commoner, I just want him to see how far apart we truly are. She paused. But do you know what surprised me the most? Zhao Ming shook his head. He knew I was coming, yet he didn't send a single soldier to intercept me. He let me pass through unimpeded all the way to here. Mu Ye's voice was soft, as if she were speaking to— What does this indicate? It indicates that he is utterly unconcerned. It shows that he has absolute confidence. He doesn't even see me as a threat. She turned her head to look at Zhao Ming. Then it'll make him aware of the consequences of arrogance. Zhao Ming's expression changed. Leader, what should we? Fight. Mu Yu interrupted him, her tone as calm, as if discussing something trivial. Since we've come this far, if we don't fight, wouldn't it be a wasted trip? Moreover, she paused, a slight smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. I also want to see just how powerful that little emperor truly is. What gives him such confidence? She raised her hand and waved gently. Behind her, 20 mechas simultaneously powered up. A massive roar shattered the night sky. 500 warplanes slowly ascended, blotting out the moon. 10,000 genetically enhanced warriors soared into the air like a dark cloud pressing down. Let's go. Mu Yu leapt gracefully and landed on the shoulder of a mecha. Let's meet that little emperor. The capital. The imperial city. Outside the imperial study, Yushan stood on the steps gazing at the approaching dark cloud in the south. He had received a secret order 3 days ago and rushed back overnight from the border. 30,000 elite troops were all brought back. At this moment, they were arrayed in perfect formation outside the imperial city. But he knew today's main character was not him. It was those 10 figures in black armor. Dupe Zhongyong, Wei Long, Wei Air, Wei San. Up to Wei Shi. 10 individuals, not one less. At this moment, they stood atop the highest palace in the imperial city, staring southward. Moonlight fell upon them, coating them in a silvery sheen. They're coming. Wei Long suddenly spoke. His voice was soft, yet everyone heard it. In the south, that dark cloud was drawing nearer. Close enough to see the outline of the mechas. Close enough to hear the roar of the warplanes. Close enough to feel the overwhelming pressure approaching. Then the dark cloud halted. It stopped 3 miles outside the imperial city. A gigantic mecha slowly descended before the city wall. On its shoulder stood a woman, around 15 years old, with a delicate appearance, clad in silver armor. She gazed at the city wall, at the brightly lit imperial city, at the figures in black armor standing atop the palace. Then she smiled. Where is the little emperor? Her voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. Let him come out. On the city wall there was a dead silence. No one answered. Only the wind howled past. Mu Yu raised an eyebrow. Not coming out. Then I'll go in and find him. She raised her hand. Behind her, 20 mechas simultaneously lifted their arms. Plasma cannons began charging the eerie blue light, illuminating the entire night sky. 500 warplanes began to dive. 10,000 genetically enhanced warriors were poised for action. Then, the imperial city stirred. This is not a metaphor. It truly moved. The entire imperial city, like a giant beast that had slept for millennia, began to slowly awaken. The city walls began to writhe like the skin of a living creature. The palaces began to shift like the bones of a giant beast. The dragon's energy surged into the sky, transforming into a golden dragon that coiled above the imperial city. Mu Ye's pupils constricted sharply. What is this? She murmured to herself. No one answered her. Above the imperial city, the golden dragon slowly circled, its eyes lowered, gazing down at the silver-white army outside the city. The 30-meter-high mecha looked like a child's toy before it. 500 warplanes resembled a flock of startled sparrows, all ascending in height. The 10,000 genetically enhanced warriors also froze in place, as if pinned down by an unseen force. For the first time, the emotion known as shock reflected in Mu Ye's pupils. What is this? She murmured. No one answered her. Only a voice came from deep within the imperial. It was soft, faint, yet clearly heard by everyone. Aren't you here to see me? Mu Yu abruptly turned her head. The main gate of the imperial city slowly opened. A figure walked out from within. A 15-year-old boy clad in a golden dragon robe stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Behind him, there was no one. Only he alone. He walked out like that, step by step, towards the 30-meter-high mecha, towards the 500 warplanes, towards the 10,000 genetically enhanced warriors. As if strolling in his own backyard. Mu Ye's pupils constricted sharply. She had seen countless people. Politicians, generals, and scientists of the interstellar era, each with a powerful aura, each unfathomable. But she had never seen someone like him. A person facing an army capable of annihilating any nation showed not a shred of fear. Instead, he looked as if he were viewing a group of overconfident ants. You? She opened her mouth, wanting to say something. Yuan Yi had already reached the foot of the city wall and stopped. He looked up at the woman on the shoulder of the mecha. The moonlight fell upon him, coating his face in a silvery sheen. The 15-year-old boy with a delicate appearance and calm eyes. Calm like an unfathomable pool of water. Muyu. He spoke, his voice very gentle. Muyu took a deep breath, suppressing the flutter in her heart, and leaped down from the mecha's shoulder. She landed 3 meters in front of him. The two exchanged glances. One was 15, the other also 15. One was the emperor of Dayin, the other was the leader of the Tiangong army. One was a reincarnator, the other also a reincarnator. You have quite the boldness. Muyu spoke, her tone laced with sarcasm. You come out alone, unafraid that I might kill you. Yuan Yi looked at her. After a moment of silence, he suddenly laughed. That smile was very faint, as if he were looking at an innocent child. Kill me. He shook his head. You cannot. Muyu's brows furrowed slightly. Are you that Yuan Yi did not respond. He merely raised his hand and waved gently. Behind him, from deep within the imperial city, 10 figures in black armor soared into the air, landing behind him. Duke Zhongyong. 10 of them lined up in a row. Muyu's gaze swept across them, a slight smile curling at her lips. 10. You think 10 is enough? She raised her hand and waved gently. Behind her, 20 mechas moved forward in unison, each step shaking the ground. 500 warplanes lowered their altitude, again blotting out the sky and blocking the moon. 10,000 genetically enhanced warriors landed in unison, arrayed behind her. 20 mechas, 500 warplanes, 10,000 fourth-generation warriors. Muyu's voice was calm, as if presenting experimental data. What do you intend to fight with? Yuan Yi looked at those mechas, warplanes, and warriors, his expression as tranquil as water. Then he nodded. Not bad, he said. It's a bit more than I expected. Muyu was taken aback. She had anticipated that the young emperor would be angry, fearful, or adopt an imperial stance to reprimand her. But she never expected him to say not bad. It felt like a teacher evaluating a student's assignment, like an elder reviewing a junior's exam paper. It was not condescending, but rather, this was how it should be. You. She was about to speak when Yuan Yi raised his hand, interrupting her. I have a question for you. What question? Yuan Yi looked at her, and suddenly there was a hint of complexity in his gaze. In all these years, have you ever slept? The question pierced Muyu's softest spot like a needle, catching her off guard. She had thought of countless possibilities, questioning, provoking, declaring war, negotiating. Yet she never imagined this young emperor would ask such a question. What do you mean? Yuan Yi did not explain. He simply continued to ask, have you ever eaten real food? Have you ever seen real flowers? Have you ever heard the true call of birds? Have you ever tried just sitting on the grass with no thoughts, watching the sun set slowly? Muyu's expression changed. Her clenched fingers turned pale. I guess so. Yuan Yi's voice was soft. You believe those things written above too much, like someone who has never seen these things. The first time they do, they can never forget it. So I guess your world must be very tragic. Muyu fell silent. Her eyelashes quivered slightly. You want to stay, you want to see the flowers bloom and wither, you want to see the clouds gather and disperse. But do you understand me? Muyu lifted her head. 327,000. Yuan Yi's voice was calm, as if stating a fact. Those who have died, they also wanted to live well. They did not get to leave. What right do you have to leave? The night wind blew, stirring up a cloud of dust. Muyu stood still, unmoving. She opened her mouth, but could not say anything. The sin she committed, she had to bear herself. Those who died needed an explanation. She knew, she had always known. She just did not want to face it. So, you still want to fight? Her voice was a bit hoarse. Yuan Yi was silent for a moment before nodding. Fight. It must be done. It is not that I want to fight. Those who have died need an explanation. But I can give you a chance. If you win against me, you can live however you want. If you lose, I won't kill you. But you must do one thing for those 327,000 people. Atonement. Then he raised his hand and waved lightly. Behind him, 10 loyal knights moved simultaneously. 10 shadows like lightning charged into the silver-white army. Then, they were pushed back. Wei Long flew out, crashing through a wall. Wei Er was struck by a beam of light, his chest charred. Wei Sin was pushed away by an invisible force, crashing to the ground and creating a large pit. 10 people rushed in, only to be pushed back. It only took 3 seconds. Muyu stood before Yuan Yi, a slight smile on her lips. 10 of them are not enough. Behind her, 20 mechas stepped forward. The first mecha raised its arm. There were no cannons, just a ring of ghostly blue halos. The moment the halo lit up, the surrounding air began to distort. This was not a plasma cannon, but an anti-gravity field generator. As the halo flickered, the ground beneath Wei Long's feet instantly collapsed, a Tianzhong area, sinking, shattering, turning to dust, as if pressed down by an invisible giant hand. Wei Long had no time to dodge, pressed into the ground by that force. Rocks flew and dust filled the air. The second mecha raised its other arm. A red beam as thin as a thumb shot out. Silent, without heat, and even without light. That was a directed energy weapon, Death Ray. The beam pierced through the air and struck Wei Er's chest. The black soul armor on him glowed with golden light, blocking the attack. But the beam did not dissipate, it continued to output, pushing him backward, his feet carving deep trenches. The third, fourth, fifth mechas all opened fire simultaneously. It was not simple bombardment, it was the culmination of Mu Ye's 2 years of effort. There was a sonic wave resonator. Silent, yet capable of shattering internal organs. Wei San rushed halfway, suddenly bleeding from all 7 orifices, staggering to his knees. There was a gravity field generator. It could instantaneously increase gravity within a certain range by hundreds or thousands of times. Wei Si had just leaped when he was yanked back to the ground by an invisible force, the sound of his kneecap shattering clear. There was a gravity field generator. It could instantaneously increase gravity within a certain range by hundreds or thousands of times. Wei Si had just leaped when he was yanked back to the ground by an invisible force, the sound of his kneecap. There was a nanodecomposition ray, capable of disassembling any material at the molecular level. Wei Liu's arm was hit, disintegrating from the fingertips like sand. And more stranger, deadlier weapons. Each mecha was a different instrument of death. Each was designed by Mu Yu specifically to counter these supermen. She spent 2 years studying the fighting styles of those 10 loyal knights, analyzing their sources of power, calculating their limits, and then created weapons specifically to counter them. Wei Long crawled up from the ruins, his face covered in blood, his left arm hanging limply. He looked at the mechas, a serious expression finally appearing in his eyes. Are these things specifically targeting us? Mu Yu did not answer. She simply watched as the armored figures fell one by one, her face devoid of any expression. Behind her, 10,000 gene-enhanced soldiers remained still. They did not need to move. 20 mechas were enough. Yushan moved. He leaped down from the city wall, wielding the dark-colored great halberd gifted by the emperor, cutting through the night sky, with destructive force, aiming at the nearest mecha. That was the divine weapon bestowed by the emperor. 3 years ago, he had single-handedly killed 400,000 wolf cavalry with this halberd. The halberd came down. The mecha did not dodge, nor did it activate its shield. It simply lifted its arm, a palm-sized device, shooting out a thin silver thread. The thread wrapped around the halberd. Yushan's expression changed. That divine weapon capable of splitting mountains and cutting seas was entangled by a single thread. He pulled hard, but it would not budge. He swung fiercely, but could not break free. The thread tightened and cracks began to appear on the halberd. That is not ordinary thread. Mu Ye's voice came from behind. It is high-density, quantum fiber capable of cutting through any material at the molecular level. Your weapon is powerful, but it is still material. The halberd broke. It snapped in two, falling to the ground with a crisp sound. Yushan was stunned for a moment. Then he dropped the broken halberd and charged forward empty-handed. 3 divine abilities erupted simultaneously: Death, Battle Warrior against God's Courage, to break formations. His figure transformed into a streak of light, a punch aimed at the mecha. The punch condensed into substance, carrying destructive power. Boom. The mecha was sent flying, crashing through 3 other mechas behind it, 4 of them smashing into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Yushan did not stop. He turned, delivering a punch to another mecha. Another punch. Another punch. 3 punches, 3 mechas destroyed. Mu Ye's brows finally furrowed. She watched the blood-soaked man rampaging between the 20 mechas, each punch carrying destructive force. 3 punches took down 3 mechas, 5 punches took down 5, 10 punches took down 10. 20 mechas, 20 punches. All destroyed. Yushan stood amidst the ruins, drenched in blood, gasping for breath. He looked down at his fists, which were a bloody mess, exposing his white bones. Yet he was still smiling. "Your Majesty, I, your subject, am honored not to disgrace my duty." He turned around to look at Yuan. Then he froze. Yuan stood there gazing at him with calm eyes. Not admiration, not consolation, but resignation. Yushan had not reacted, yet when the ground beneath him suddenly lit up, a massive silver ring appeared beneath his feet. The ring was covered in intricate patterns resembling some kind of precise circuitry. In the moment the ring lit up, an invisible force surged from all directions, pressing down on him and pinning him in place. He struggled, but that force only grew stronger, like a mountain crushing him. He roared, bracing himself against the ground, trying to stand up. His bones creaked, his muscles strained to their limit, veins bulging. He managed to rise slightly. Then, another wave of force pressed down, stronger than before. He fell back to his knees. "Stop struggling." Mu Ye's voice came from behind. "That is a gravity prison designed specifically for people like you. The maximum output can generate gravity equivalent to the surface of a small star. You are strong, but not strong enough." Yushan knelt on the ground, trembling all over. He raised his head to look at Yuan, his eyes filled with unwillingness. "Your Majesty." Yuan shook his head. "Enough." Yushan was stunned. Yuan looked at him. "You have done very well." Then he raised his head, looking at Mu Yu. Mu Yu stood amidst the ruins. Behind her were 10,000 genetically enhanced soldiers. Beneath her feet was the immobile Yushan, surrounded by scattered mech debris. A slight smirk appeared at the corner of her mouth. "Your general is gone. Your guards are defeated. Your imperial city cannot withstand me." What else do you have? Yuan-Yi looked at her silent for a long time. Then he asked, is it over? Mu-Yi was taking, it is over. Yuan-Yi nodded. Then it's my turn. He raised his hand. Very lightly, very slowly, as if performing the most ordinary of actions. In the next moment, the imperial city moved. Not in the way it had before. The city walls began to rise, not merely elevating, but growing. New bricks sprouted between the old ones like trees sprouting new buds. The city walls grew from 30 feet to 100 feet, then to 300 feet. Those silver matched before it became nothing more than toys for children. The ground began to tremble. It was not an earthquake. It was the imperial city breathing. Every street was like a blood vessel, each palace like an organ, the bricks and tiles like skin, and the beams and columns like bones. The entire imperial city had come to life. Not a metaphor, but truly come to life. On the city walls, the intricate patterns carved for centuries began to glow. Not golden light, but true dragon energy. Golden scorching, filled with immense power. The dragon energy coalesced into substance, transforming into countless small dragons that roamed the city walls, darted between the palaces, and spiraled in the sky. Mu-Yi's pupils suddenly constricted. She saw the mech debris being devoured by the dragon energy, melting away, disappearing. She saw the 10,000 genetically enhanced soldiers begin to retreat, some dropping their weapons, others collapsing to the ground. She saw the aircraft rise to the highest altitudes, yet still a strand of dragon energy caught up, coiled around, and shredded them. She saw the imperial city open its eyes. On the city walls, two massive gates cracked open. From the gaps flowed golden light, like two small. The imperial city was watching her. Mu-Yi stood still, unmoving. What? What is this? Her hands trembled. She had suspected the other side had hidden cards. But she never imagined that his trump card would be this powerful. You? Her voice was as hoarse as sandpaper rubbing against stone. Did you know it would be like this from the beginning? Yuan-Yi did not answer. He simply stood there, his raised hand gently lowering. The imperial city, following his gesture, slowly bowed down. Those 100-foot city walls like a giant beast lowering its head, the spiraling golden dragon like a weary bird returning to its nest, and the countless small dragons moving between the palaces all turned to face her, their dragon eyes filled with imposing might. Mu-Yi's legs finally could not hold her up anymore. She knelt down. It was not a conscious decision to kneel. Her body simply gave in. It was the imperial city's fate, accumulated over 10,000 years, the faith of countless citizens, the foundation of a century's dynasty, all pressing down on her alone. She gritted her teeth, bracing herself against the ground, her nails digging into the cracked stone slabs, blood seeping from her fingertips. So her voice was somewhat hoarse. From the beginning, I had no chance of winning. Yuan-Yi did not answer. He simply looked at her, his gaze devoid of mockery, pity, or even the delight of only calm. Calm as a bottomless pool of water. Mu-Yi suddenly smiled. That smile was bitter, yet also filled with relief. So what you said earlier, sleeping, eating, watching flowers, watching the sun set, was it pity for me? Yuan-Yi shook his head. Not pity. It is. He paused, seeming to weigh his words. It is I who feel that you should not live like that. In that world you are not human. Here you have killed too many people. But you are right. You want to stay, want to live well, want to see flowers bloom and wither. Those words are genuine. I can see that. Yuan-Yi's voice was very calm. Mu-Yi's eyes suddenly felt a bit sour. She opened her mouth wanting to say something, but found she could not speak at all. So I give you a chance. Yuan-Yi looked at her. Redemption. Use your abilities to ensure that the people of Dian have enough to eat, wear warm clothes, and live good lives. Those who have died need an explanation. Those who are alive also need an explanation. If you give them one, I will give you a chance to live. Mu-Yi stood amidst the ruins with golden dragon energy coiling around her wrist. Behind her were trembling soldiers, and before her stood the 15-year-old boy emperor. She suddenly remembered the first time she had seen the moon. That was the first time in her life she felt being alive is truly wonderful. Now this boy stood before her, telling her that she could live, but she had to live like a person. She took a deep breath, suppressing the acidity in her eyes. All right, she said, I will do it. Yuan-Yi looked at her silent for a moment, then nodded. He raised his hand and gently waved. The dragon energy coiling around her wrist loosened like a docile snake, slowly returning to the imperial city. The standing imperial city also slowly bowed down, the city walls retracting, the palaces returning to their places, and the dragon energy dissipating into the night sky. Everything returned to its original state, except for the battlefield strewn with debris. Mu-Yi stood in place, gazing at that figure, suddenly feeling a bit dazed. You? Just trust me like that. Only one of 10 reincarnators can survive. You? Don't want to go back. Yuan-Yi did not turn back, his voice calm. I will return naturally. I just want to decide when to go back. But don't worry, I will keep you until the very last one. At least let you fully experience living like a person. Mu-Yi froze in place. Moonlight slipped through gaps in the clouds, bathing her dust-streaked shoulders. She watched the youth who faced away from her, watched the hem of his golden dragon robe lift gently in the night wind, watched the hands clasped behind him. Knuckles defined flesh and bone in balanced proportion. Those were the hands of a 15-year-old. Yet when those hands were raised, the vast imperial city itself bowed. Leave me until the last, she murmured, repeating. Do you mean you'll slaughter everyone else and only kill me at the end? Yun-E did not look back. What I meant was, I will let you live like a person. Live enough, then we'll speak of it. Mu-Ye's eyes suddenly stopped. She wanted to say something. To say, aren't you afraid you'll run away? To say, who gave you the right to decide for me? To say, I don't want your pity. But those words felt false. She did not want to flee. She wanted to stay, to watch flowers open and wither, to watch clouds roll and unfold, to watch the sun sink slowly inch by inch. Words she had never spoken to anyone were all seen through by this young emperor. He had read through her loneliness and her fears, seen beneath the shell of Tian Yuang, a soul that had not slept in 50 years, had not eaten a proper meal, had never seen flowers. You. Her voice roughened. Aren't you afraid I'll tamper with things while you study me? Yun-E finally turned. In the moonlight his face was calm, as if stating something self-evident. You want? Why? You said that in that world no one treated you like a person. Yun-E's voice was soft, but here you need not worry. Mu-Yu parted her lips, but no words came. Her eyes burned, her nose clogged, her throat felt stuffed with cotton. She had not felt this in 50 years. In that world no one cared whether you had feelings, whether you lied, whether you were a person or merely a tool. This young emperor cared. So her voice hoarse beyond recognition. Do you trust me? Yun-E looked at her and was silent for a long time. No, he said. Mu-Yu was taken aback. I trust no one. Yun-E's voice was very calm, but I am willing to try. Mu-Yu stood amid the ruins, moonlight stretching her shadow long. Looking at this 15-year-old emperor, she suddenly felt he was older than anyone. Old with having witnessed too much life and death, old with having tasted too many vagaries of warmth and cold, old enough to see through the human heart. Yet he was still willing to try once, to believe that a man who had slain 3,270,000 could change for the better. She drew a deep breath, suppressing the sting in her eyes. All right, he'll try. Yun-E nodded. He turned and walked toward the imperial city. Keep up. Mu-Yu quickened her pace to follow. This time she did not stumble or hesitate. She walked steadily, each step planted firmly before she lifted the next. They walked side by side through the ruins, collapsed walls behind them, and the rising sun ahead. Mu-Yu suddenly asked, you said just now you'd go back. Go back where? To your original world. Yun-E was silent for a moment. I will go back. But not when? When the people of Da Yin no longer starve, when the borders are free of war, when the dead have been accounted for, when I the emperor feel it is time to leave. Mu-Yu looked at him. How long will that take? 10 years. 20. A lifetime. Yun-E did not answer. He only lifted his head and stared at the sky slowly brightening. Morning light fell across his face, gilding his still young features with a soft edge of gold. I don't know. 3 months later. Outside the capital, in a newly built workshop, Mu-Yu stood before a vast machine, watching it slowly produce its first batch of finished goods. They were improved farming implements, light, durable, and operable by a single person. She turned and looked out over the experimental fields beyond the workshop. In the fields were the new crops she had planted 3 months earlier. Now golden waves of grain rippled with the wind like a sea of gold. Leader. Zhao Ming approached, holding a report. This is the yield statistics for this month. Mu-Yu took it and cast a quick glance. Then she smiled. The smile was faint yet threaded with a rare satisfaction. It's enough, she said. This grain will feed 300,000 people for a year. Zhao Ming was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, Leader, are you truly content? Mu-Yu lifted her head and looked at him. Content with what? Content. To serve that emperor in this way. Mu-Yu was silent for a moment, then she smiled. A complicated smile, part bitterness, part resignation, and a hint of something indefinable warmth. Do you know? She murmured, her voice very soft. 3 months ago that young emperor asked me if I had ever slept, if I had ever eaten a real meal, if I had ever seen real flowers, if I had heard real birdsong, if I had ever tried sitting on grass to watch the sun set. At the time I didn't understand why he asked such things. Now I do. She turned, looking toward the golden fields beyond the workshop, toward the distant majestic imperial city, toward the deep blue sky overhead. He was telling me, living is not merely surviving. It means to live like a person. Zhao Ming fell silent. He looked at the leader's back and suddenly felt she had changed. Not in appearance. The change was in her gaze. The leader of old had eyes only for data and objectives. Now the leader's eyes held a light. Let's go. Mu-Yu stepped out of the workshop. Go see the crops. And while we're at it, watch the sun set. Meanwhile, overseas on an unnamed island in an abandoned mountain spirit, Mo Wendao sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes closed. Around him lay piles of corpses. Not hundreds, not thousands, but heaped into mounds. Dense and layered, they stretched beyond the temple to the shoreline as far as the eye could see. Some of the bodies had already rotted, others still bled warm blood. Yet without exception they were all shriveled like wind-dried cured meat. Their lifeblood had been drained. Moonlight fell through the ruined roof and lit Mo Wendeo's face. 2 years had passed. The half of his face that had rotted had largely healed. The new skin was unnaturally pale like a freshly peeled egg in stark contrast to the other half. The single remaining eye was closed. Yet beneath its lid there was a faint crimson glow ebbing and flowing. After a long while he opened his eye. The bloodlight in that single orb flashed and vanished. Who? He exhaled a long breath. The breath was impossibly blood-red. It congealed in the air into a cloud of crimson mist and drifted slowly away. The blood pill is complete. He lowered his gaze to his dantian. There a blood-red orb the size of a thumb rotated slowly, radiating a gentle warmth. That was the sum of all he had gained over the past 2 years. 2 years ago he had been nearly slain outside Jingdu City by 10 black-armored warriors, and traded his life for survival through the Heaven's transformation art. He barely broke through to Foundation establishment, yet his vital energy was utterly depleted, forcing him into a desperate, humiliating flight. He dared not return to the Central Plains. The young emperor was too formidable, terrifyingly so. So he journeyed eastward, crossed the sea, and arrived upon this distant foreign land, where astonishingly countless mortals still lived. 1 island, 2 islands, 3 islands. Each bore villages, towns, and teeming throngs of ordinary people. A smile curled across his lips. It was the smile of a man starved for 3 days who suddenly beheld a banquet fit for emperors. 2 years. Full 2 years. He had slaughtered every island he could find across the seas. The largest held nearly 1,000,000 souls. Even the smallest housed tens of thousands. Island by island none escaped his blade. How many had perished? He did not know. Hundreds of thousands. Millions. Perhaps even billions. He had long ceased counting. All he knew was this: with each massacre his vital energy surged, his cultivation soared. Foundation establishment midstage. Foundation establishment latestage. Foundation establishment peak. Then, blood core formation. Golden core. In this world devoid of spiritual energy he forged a golden core solely from human lives. Golden core. He murmured softly, gazing down at his own hands. Pale as jade, slender and powerful, bearing no trace of the bleached, crumbling bones they once were. This is the sensation of a golden core. He clenched his fist, feeling the immense power coiled within him. Hundreds of times greater than in his Foundation establishment days. Thousands of times stronger than he had been then. That young emperor. He lifted his head, staring northwest, toward the Central Plains. Toward Jingdu, the city where he had fled in disgrace, where death had nearly claimed him. A mad light flickered in his single eye. Wait. He moistened his lips. I will return for you soon. Rising, he strode out of the mountain god's shrine. Moonlight spilled beyond its threshold, illuminating a field of corpses. Mo Wendave did not glance back. He simply stepped through the carnage toward the shore, then halted midway. Come forth. His voice was soft. From the shadows behind him 2 silhouettes emerged, one tall and lean, the other short and stocky. Both appeared 15 or 16, clad in ragged garments, their eyes hollow and vacant. Master, they intoned in unison, kneeling. Mo Wendave turned to face them. These were the 2 surprises he had uncovered over the past 2 years, reincarnated beings. One hailed from a realm of magic, Kalen, former grand sorcerer of a royal court. The other came from a realm of specters, Wu Liang, a spirit tamer who once commanded 3 phantoms. Like Zhou Jun before them, upon entering this world their powers had vanished entirely. No mana, no energy. They were nothing, mere mortals clinging to life on these desolate overseas islands. Until Mo Wendave found them. He had been slaughtering an island intoxicated by bloodshed, when he sensed 2 faint fluctuations, identical bone ages, strength surpassing that of ordinary men. He smiled and sought them out. Then, using the same method, he implanted blood slave seals within their bodies. Rise. Mo Wendave waved his hand. They stood, heads bowed. Master, where do we go next? Kalen spoke, his voice hoarse. Mo Wendave gave no reply, only gazed northwest, bloodlight blazing in his solitary eye. The Central Plains, he said, to confront that young emperor. Wu Liang raised his head hesitantly, then asked, Master, is that young emperor truly formidable? Mo Wendave fell silent for a moment, then nodded. Formidable. Extremely so. 2 years ago he nearly killed me. Wu Liang's face paled. 2 years ago his master had already been terrifyingly strong. Now, having formed a blood core and ascended to golden core. Just how invincible was that young emperor? Wu Liang's face paled. 2 years ago his master had already been terrifyingly strong. Now, having formed a blood core and ascended to golden core. His laughter was cold, colder than winter ice. Good. Fear is precisely what you should feel. That young emperor is terrifying. But he paused, his solitary eye flaring with crimson light. I am no longer the man I was 2 years ago. Golden core. And now with you 3 beside me. 4 reincarnated beings united against one lone emperor. He turned again toward the northwest. Let us see how he withstands us. Moonlight bathed his face in a ghastly crimson sheen. Behind him 2 figures stood motionless, heads bowed. In the distance stretched an endless expanse of corpses. Night wind swept across the scene thick with the metallic stench of blood. Mo Wendave drew a deep breath, and a grim predatory smile curved his lips. "Young Emperor," he whispered, "wait for me. Soon, very soon, I shall come for you." 1 month, Jingdu City. The Imperial Palace. The Imperial Study. Yuan Yi sat behind his desk reviewing memorials, when his hand suddenly stilled. He lifted his gaze toward the window. The sky hung heavy and overcast, threatening rain, but his eyes did not linger on the clouds. Instead, they fixed upon a corner of the palace grounds. There faintly, a disquieting aura stirred, so subtle it verged on imperceptibility. Yet his celestial fate rendered him exquisitely sensitive to any anomaly. "Enter. Here, your majesty." Wei Long materialized at the door. "What are your orders?" Yuan Yi paused, then shook his head. "Nothing. Withdraw." Wei Long hesitated but bowed deeply and retreated. The Imperial Study fell silent, leaving only Yuan Yi alone. He rose and walked to the window, gazing up at the brooding sky. "Has he arrived?" he murmured. "Sooner than I." Meanwhile, in a secluded alley of Jingdu City, Mo Wendave sat cross-legged upon the ground, eyes closed. Around him, utter stillness reigned. Yet a closer look revealed faint crimson luminescence shimmering along walls across the pavement. Even within the very air, the Blood Sea Formation, forged from the vital energy of 1,000,000 souls. Its domain, the entire capital city. Its effects, concealment of all presence, suppression of all enemies, amplification of all allies. To construct it, he had spent an entire month infiltrating Jingdu, secretly embedding blood anchors at every critical node, consuming vital energy equivalent to that of 1,000,000 lives. But it was worth it. "Master," Kalen's voice sounded behind him. Mo Wendave opened his eyes and turned. Kalen and Wu Liang stood there, their forms wreathed in faint pulsing bloodlight. A blessing of the Blood Sea Formation. Foundation Establishment Peak. Before they had merely surpassed ordinary mortals by 4 or 5-fold, relying solely on the blood slave seal's control to manifest even minimal strength. Now the formation forcibly flooded them with vital energy, elevating them, however temporarily, to Foundation Establishment Peak. And that was enough. "How do you feel?" Mo Wenda asked. Karen clenched his fist, sensing an unprecedented surge of power coursing through his body, a flicker of exhilaration flashing across his eyes. "Master, I feel I have regained the strength of my prime." Wu Liang remained silent, yet the chilling aura emanating from him had intensified tenfold, or more. He had once been a spirit tamer commanding specters through Yin energy. Upon arriving in this world, devoid of Yin energy, devoid of ghosts, he was nothing at all. Now, however, the Blood Sea Formation's infusion of vital chi had coalesced Yin energy anew within his body. Though subtly different from before, it was sufficient to empower even low-tier ghost arts. "Excellent." Mo Wenda rose and stepped before them. "Remember your mission: stall the young emperor's personal guard, stall you Dan, stall every capable fighter you can lay hands on. The longer you hold them, the better. Once they've exhausted themselves in battle." He paused, a grim predatory smile curling at the corner of his lips. "I will deal with the young emperor myself." Karen and Wu Liang exchanged a glance, then bowed their heads in unison. "Yes, master." The capital city. The Imperial Palace. Yuan Yi sat in the Imperial Study, reviewing memorials. All was as usual. Lanterns glowed softly, tea steamed gently, ink freshly ground in the inkstone. Suddenly his brush stilled. He lifted his gaze toward the window. Outside, utter silence. Too silent. Not even a whisper of wind. He set down the brush and leaned back into his chair. "They're here." The words had barely left his lips when, boom, a thunderous detonation erupted from the southern gate. Then came Wei Long's furious roar, Yu Dan's earth-shaking bellow, and the deep metallic whine of Mu Yu's war mechanism igniting. After that, the clash of combat, not mere swordplay but cataclysmic collisions of force, shockwaves rippling outward, shaking the entire imperial city to its foundations. Yuan Yi rose and approached the window. To the south the sky bled, 2 colors, one side radiant gold, the dragon chi of the empire, the other a suffocating crimson glow. The gold receded, the crimson advanced. He watched in silence, his expression utterly impassive. Then, the study door burst open. Wei Shi charged and drenched in blood, one arm hanging lifelessly, his face twisted with desperate urgency. "Your Majesty, flee at once. Several demons have breached the walls, far stronger than any we've faced. The loyal and valiant guard, our brothers, are about to break. Commander Yu is pinned by an ice wielder. Mu Yu is entangled by one who manipulates ghostly miasma. And the demon himself hasn't even drawn his blade yet." Yuan Yi gazed at him. "Where is Wei Long?" "Elder brother." "He's still holding the line. But those demons, they cannot be killed. Wounds heal instantly, their strength grows with every blow. Elder brother says they're deliberately stalling." Yuan Yi nodded slowly. "I understand." He returned to his desk, picked up the cup of tea now long chilled, and took a quiet sip. Your Majesty, Wei Shi cried out urgently, there's no time left. Flee, eh? Yuan Yi set the cup down. Flee where? Out, to be slain by you. Mo Winda. A tomb-like hush descended upon the imperial study. Wei Shi froze mid-step, his frantic expression hardening into stunned disbelief. His eyes began to change. Deep within his pupils a drop of blood-red light spread slowly like ink dissolving in water, staining the entire iris scarlet. When did you realize His voice had shifted. Not Wei Shi's anymore, but another's hoarse guttural, thick with a viscous chill that slithered straight into the marrow. Yuan Yi looked at him, calm, detached, as if observing a rat crawling forth from a sewer. From the moment you crossed the threshold. He set down the teacup. Wei Shi would never tell me to flee. No matter what befell, they placed their faith in me, not an escape. You imitated him well, but not well enough. Mo Winda fell silent for a breath. Then he smiled. A grotesque, unnatural grin twisting across Wei Shi's face as though the skin itself were being torn apart. Truly worthy of an emperor who has slain 3 cycle walkers. That discernment, those unweighed pity, even the sharpest vision cannot save your life. As the words faded, he raised his hand and clenched it. Boom. The roof of the imperial study vanished, not shattered, not blown apart, but ripped away as if torn by an invisible hand. Moonlight poured in, bathing the chamber in silver radiance, illuminating Yuan Yi's serene face and revealing Mo Winda's true form. He no longer resembled Wei Shi. His borrowed body split like a discarded garment, tearing from within to unveil his true self, a 15-year-old youth, pale-skinned, one-eyed, enveloped in a pulsing blood-red aura. That light did not emanate from him. It surged upward from the earth beneath his feet, like molten blood, like searing magma reeking of iron and decay. It coalesced into a colossal crimson pillar piercing the heavens. All of the capital bore witness to that pillar, felt its crushing, suffocating weight. Mo Winda stood at its heart, gazing down at Yuan Yi, his gaze heavy with condescension. Golden core, he murmured, softly, yet his voice resonated in every ear across the capital. 2 years ago, your 10 personal guards beat me like a stray dog. I fled in disgrace. 2 years later, I razed every island beyond the sea, slaughtered millions, and forged this golden core from mountains of corpses. He raised his palm. A thumb-sized crimson orb rotated slowly above it, radiating an eerie, malevolent light reeking of slaughter, humming with power that warped heaven and earth. He closed his fingers. The orb shattered, not into fragments, but into formless essence, splintering into countless crimson beams that shot outward into sky, into earth, into every direction. The heavens changed hue. The starless night darkened into a deep arterial red. The moon bled crimson, a stars vanished, replaced by countless crimson specks, each blinking open like an eye. The ground trembled, not from quakes, but from terror. Cracks split Kyoto's streets, oozing thick crimson mist, thick with the coppery stench of blood. The mist coiled without dispersing, twisting into agonized, shrieking faces, ghostly visages drifting through the air. The capital had become a city of blood. Mo Winda stood at the heart of the blood city, arms wide, head tilted toward the crimson sky, inhaling deeply, savoring the city's dread like fine wine. This is the power of the golden core. His voice soft as silk cracked like thunder in every mind. Not mere augmentation, not just advancement. A metamorphosis. From mortal to god. He lowered his gaze to Yuan Yi. The emperor stood motionless, robes billowing in the crimson wind, hair dyed ruby by the hellish light. Yet his eyes remained unchanged, calm, still, absolute. Calm as stagnant water. Mo Winda's brow furrowed faintly. You aren't afraid? Yuan Yi met his gaze. Afraid of what? Death. Yuan Yi shook his head. You won't kill me. Mo Winda recoiled, stunned. What? You spent 2 years slaughtering every island beyond the sea, killing millions, to forge this golden. You arrived here with 3 subordinates, crossing oceans to deploy the Blood Sea formation in Kyoto, consuming the vital chi of 1,000,000 souls, for one chance to stand before me. His gaze held no fear, no fury. Not even revulsion. You won't kill me. Not yet. You must first make me tremble. Make me beg. Make me kneel before you, tail wagging like a dog. Only then will you strike. For only thus can you erase the humiliation of 2 years past. Only thus can you prove you are no longer who you once were. Only thus can you soothe that fragile, wounded heart. Mo Winda's expression changed. It turned ashen, growing fierce. You. Just as Mo Winda was about to speak, Yuan Yi had already raised his hand. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak, but he couldn't. It felt as if an invisible hand had covered his mouth. Yuan Yi looked at him with calm eyes. Then he spoke. His voice was not loud, even somewhat soft, yet each word fell like a mountain. You stand too high, I do not like it. Down. The last 2 words of the heavenly mandate command fell, and Mo Winda's body suddenly stiffened. An invisible force descended from the heavens, pressing down on his shoulders as heavy as 1,000 pounds. He wanted to hold on, but those two words were like the weight of heaven and earth, irresistible. He fell before Yun. You. Just as Mo Wenda was about to speak, Yun had already spoken first. I do not like others speaking to me while standing. Kneel. Mo Wenda's knees hit the ground, producing a heavy thud. It wasn't that he wanted to kneel, his body simply refused to obey. The force pressing down on his shoulders was not particularly heavy, yet it rendered him unable to lift even a finger. He desperately urged the golden core within him, bloodlight surging, but as soon as that radiance broke through his skin, it was pushed back, like pressing down a frenzied cat. He knelt before Yun, looking up, his single eye filled with disbelief. What? What have you done? Yun looked down at him. Moonlight poured down from the torn roof, casting a silver sheen across his face. No one knew the extent to which his national fortune had accumulated over the past 2 years. At this moment, the national fortune he possessed was such that even a true deity would have to kneel. I said I do not like others speaking to me while standing. Mo Wenda opened his mouth, but found even breathing was somewhat difficult. It was not the pressure. He had killed millions, slaughtered hundreds of islands, refined a golden core, believing himself to be a god in this world. Yet now he knelt before a 15-year-old boy, unable to stand. He suddenly recalled 2 years ago. When those 10 armored men stood before him, beating him to a pulp, he felt the same way. Fear. A fear that seeped from his bones. You are not the weakest. His voice was hoarse beyond recognition. You are the strongest. You have always been the strongest. No, that's wrong. This is not right. Did not the paradise say, the stronger the person, the worse their birth, the weaker the person, the better their birth? Mo Wenda knelt on the ground, howling and roaring, his single eye filled with bloodshot anger. You were born a prince. You had servants and protection. Do you know how I survived? My mother drank 10 bowls of abortion medicine. 10 bowls. I began gnawing on my own umbilical cord, gnawing on my fingers, barely surviving, with that pitiful blood energy. On the day I was born, I was eating my mother's flesh while crawling out of her belly. Have you ever seen such a scene? Have you ever experienced such despair? You have not. You have everything. By what right? By what right? His voice echoed in the empty imperial study like a wounded beast wailing. Yun looked at him, remaining silent. Mo Wenda gasped for breath, the blood energy within him surging wildly, attempting to break free from the force pressing down on him. He raised his head, staring fiercely at Yun, his single eye filled with madness. It's not fair. It's not fair. By what right? By what right must I struggle in hell? By what right can you easily obtain everything? By what right? By what right? That damned paradise constantly talking about fairness. Is this what it calls fairness? Ha ha. He laughed like a madman, like a vengeful spirit. Then the laughter abruptly stopped. He looked up at Yun. In his single eye there was blood, light, hatred, madness. Then all emotions vanished. Only one thing remained. Resolution. If you do not let me live, then no one else shall live. He suddenly bit his tongue, a mouthful of essence blood. The blood was not red, it was golden. Prime essence blood of a golden core cultivator, with each drop condensing all his cultivation, all his blood energy, all his vitality. The golden essence blood exploded in the air, transforming into a massive blood-red formation, enveloping him entirely. With my life I sacrifice to heaven and earth. With my soul I offer to the underworld. With my blood I annihilate all beings. His voice grew lower, heavier, like a curse emanating from the depths of the abyss. The bloodlight surged, shaking the entire capital. From the cracked ground, more blood mist poured out, forming countless twisted, ghostly faces, emitting piercing screams. The blood moon in the sky grew increasingly red, as if it were going to drip blood. Mo Wenda's body began to collapse. His skin cracked, flesh peeled away, bones shattered, yet he still smiled. Let's die together. His voice no longer sounded human, oh, it resembled the simultaneous howls of countless souls. Die together. Then the voice abruptly ceased. A mouthful of black blood spurted from his mouth. It was not golden essence blood. It was black, foul-smelling, carrying the stench of decay. Mo Wenda was stunned. He looked down at the black blood, staring at his hand. On the collapsing skin, dense black lines appeared like spider webs, like tree roots, like some living thing spreading through his veins. What? What is this? His voice trembled, not from fear, but from confusion. Another mouthful of black blood spurted out. This time it was more thicker, carrying chunks of flesh, fragments of rotting organs. He felt his strength flowing away, not the kind taken by Yun, but another kind. It was as if something within him was slowly gnawing away at his life. What? What have you done to me? He looked up at Yun, terror filling his single eye. Yun did not answer. He stood there looking at Mo Wenda, his face devoid of expression. It was I who did this. A voice came from Mo Wenda. Abruptly turned his head. Zhojin walked out from the shadows. He was covered in wounds, his clothes tattered, yet his steps were steady. He walked up to Yun, stopped, turned around, and looked at Mo Wenda. Moonlight fell on his face, illuminating the smile at the corner of his mouth. The blood slave mark is indeed formidable. His voice was calm as tranquil, as if he were discussing a trivial matter. The thing you planted in my mind has made my existence worse than death. I can feel it gnawing at my brain every night, siphoning my blood, gradually turning me into your puppet. But do you know? He tilted his head slightly. You are overly confident. You think the blood slave mark is unsolvable, that I will forever be your dog. But you forgot. I'm an assassin. A legendary assassin. I have killed deities. To kill a deity, what kind of cruel torture have I not endured? Mo Wenda's pupils suddenly constricted. When did you? Zhou Jun smiled. From the very first day, I became your slave. I was constantly contemplating rebellion, thinking of ways to kill you. He raised his hand, pointing at Mo Wenda's already decaying face. Do you think the islands you slaughtered and the people you killed were merely providing you with blood energy? Do you think their blood was only refined into blood pills by you? No, he shook his head. Every island, every person I have tampered with. I poisoned the blood of those people. Mo Wenda's face completely changed. Impossible. When I refined that blood energy, I didn't detect anything. You won't detect it. Zhou Jun interrupted him, a hint of pride in his voice. That was the poison I used to assassinate deities. In this world devoid of magical drugs, I searched for a long time before finding a substitute. I even specially modified it for you. Colorless and tasteless, formless and intangible, it won't affect the blood energy at all. It will only do one thing. Take your life when you are at your weakest. It requires hundreds of different materials applied to hundreds of people, and only when their blood energy mingles will it synthesize into true poison. You slaughtered so many islands and killed so many people. On each island, I only applied one type of poison. You wouldn't discover anything during your refining. But that poison has always been within you, waiting for this moment. Mo Wenda knelt on the ground, spitting out black blood. Amidst that black blood, fragments of flesh began to appear. His internal organs were being dissolved by the poison. You? How dare you? His voice no longer resembled that of a human, sounding like a wail from the depths of hell. How dare you? Zhou Jun no longer looked at him. He turned around to face Yunyi. Under the moonlight, the 15-year-old emperor stood there, his robe billowing in the blood-colored wind, his hair dyed red by the crimson light. Yet those eyes remained so calm. Calm as a still pond. Zhou Jun took a deep breath. Your Majesty. He spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse. I know you do not trust me. You should not trust me. But now I want to tell you something. He paused. You are the native of this world, right? Yunyi looked at him, not responding. Zhou Jun did not wait for him to answer. You are a prodigy, the most remarkable person in this world for thousands of years. You have defeated all reincarnators, and you have safeguarded your empire. But do you know, this is just a game. Out of 10 reincarnators, only one can return alive. You killed us, and when we die, we truly die. But if we die, can you continue to live forever? He shook his head. No. The paradise will not spare. Once we are all dead, it will send new reincarnators. Stronger reincarnators. Endless reincarnate. Can you defend against 110, or even 100 times? Yunyi looked at him, remaining silent. Zhou Jun took a deep breath. So I have a proposal. Let us cooperate. You help me kill all the reincarnators, allowing me to return. Then I will use points to exchange you out of this world. To my world, or to any world you wish to go. You can continue to be your emperor, or do anything else you wish. As long as you leave here. He paused. What do you think? Yunyi fell silent this time. Truly, the study was quiet enough to hear the sound of blood mist churning. Mo Wenda was still vomiting black blood, and the corpses of Kalin and Wu Liang lay amidst the ruins while the sounds of battle gradually faded in the distance. Moonlight spilled through the dilapidated roof, illuminating Zhou Jun's blood-stained face and the almost mad anticipation in his eyes. Have you finished speaking? Zhou Jun was momentarily taken aback. I am done. Yunyi nodded. He turned around, walked back to the desk, and picked up the still warm cup of tea, taking a sip. You just said that I am a native. Zhou Jun's pupils slightly constricted. When did I ever say that I am a native? Zhou Jun was stunned. He looked at Yunyi, at those eyes devoid of any ripple, and suddenly felt that something was amiss. He recalled the first time he met this young emperor, that feeling of being seen through that sense of oppression one only experiences in front of a 300-year-old monster. He remembered those black-armored figures, the standing imperial city, and those commands of come down and kneel down. That was not something a native could accomplish. That was not something a 15-year-old boy could achieve. That was, are you also a reincarnator? His voice was hoarse and unrecognizable. Yunyi did not answer. He merely put down the teacup, leaned against the back of the chair, his fingers gently tapping on the armrest. Once, twice, slowly, in a rhythmic manner. I will ask you a question. Zhou Jun remained silent. What you just mentioned, points exchanges bringing me out of this world, are they true? Zhou Jun remained silent for a moment before nodding. It is true. This was told to me by a senior reincarnator from my world. He said that as long as you gather enough points, you can exchange anything from the reincarnation world. People can be exchanged as well. Then let me ask you another question. You said I should help you kill all the reincarnators, allowing you to return. Then you would use points to exchange me out. But have you ever considered, why should I trust you? Zhou Jin opened his mouth wanting to say something, but found himself unable to articulate a single word. Was it because he had just helped Yuan Yi kill Mo Wenda? But looking at the calm demeanor of the other party, did Mo Wenda's attack really threaten him? Zhou Jin stood still, feeling somewhat at a loss. He forced a smile. Your Majesty, may I ask a question before I die? Yuan Yi nodded. You may ask. Zhou Jin began. According to the rules of the paradise, the stronger one is the worse their background. Only the weak have such a good background. But why? Despite being a prince, do you possess such incongruous strength? Yuan Yi remained silent for a long time upon hearing this question. Because I never believed in that rule. You ask why I am so strong. It is not innate. It is I who walked step by step to where I am today. People grow. Why are you so certain that someone who starts weak will always end up the weakest? The imperial study was so quiet that one could hear the sound of moonlight falling onto the ground. Zhou Jin stood in place looking at the 15-year-old young emperor, suddenly feeling as if his throat was blocked by a lump of cotton. He wanted to say something. Wanted to say you are lying, wanted to say this is unfair, wanted to say why can you succeed through hard work while I have worked so hard and achieved nothing. But he could not say anything, because he knew that what the young man said was true. Those eyes as calm as a still pond, were not lying. He suddenly recalled the day he arrived in this world. He opened his eyes, saw the intricately carved roof, saw the silken bedding, saw the numerous maids and servants in the room. He laughed. He knew he was born into a good family, knew he must be the weakest among 10 reincarnators, and knew that those strong individuals were suffering in some corner of this world. He laughed, and then he continued to laugh. He laughed for 13 years. Every day reading, enjoying flowers, drinking tea, living like a true rich young master, waiting for death. He told himself it was a strategy. Waiting for those strong ones to act first, waiting for them to show flaws, waiting for them to fight each other to the point of mutual destruction, and then striking decisively. But he knew that was not true. He was simply lazy, simply afraid, simply did not want to struggle in hell like those strong ones. And this young man before him, born into a better family, fought 1,000 times harder than he did. I lost. His voice was hoarse beyond recognition. It is not your strength that you lost to. It is that I have never fought with my life like you have. After saying this, Zhou Jin crushed the poison pill stuck between his teeth. Yuan Yi watched his body slowly collapse. He did not stop him. He merely glanced at the struggling Mo. Yuan Yi retracted his gaze. Come here. Yes. Wei Long's voice came from outside the door. Take Zhou Jin away and bury him. Yes. Mo Wentao. He paused, looking at the golden core cultivator kneeling on the ground, covered in wounds, still spitting blood. Lock him in the heavenly prison. Use Mu Yes gravity cage to imprison him, and add 3 layers of guards. I want him alive. Wei Long knelt on one knee. I obey your command. He stood up and walked in front of Mo Wentao. The once invincible golden core powerhouse now lay on the ground like a mangy dog, lacking even the strength to raise his head. Wei Long reached out and lifted him up like picking up a chicken. The imperial study fell silent once more. Yuan Yi leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes. Outside the window, dawn was approaching. The blood mist had dissipated, the blood moon had faded, and the sky was transitioning from pitch black to deep blue, then from deep blue to the pale white of dawn. A new day was about to begin. A month later, in the capital, in the heavenly prison, at the deepest part in a cell designed by Mo Wentao was locked to the wall. The gravity cage pressed down on him, preventing him from lifting even a finger. He was so thin that he was nothing but skin and bones, his single eye half open and half closed like a lamp about to extinguish. Yuan Yi sat on a chair outside the cell, looking at him through the iron bars. I want your cultivation method. Mo Wentao was momentarily stunned, then laughed, his laughter growing louder, making the chains rattle. So you also have something you desire? He raised his head, a hint of mockery flashing in his single eye. What? Yuan Yi looked at him, his face devoid of expression. I am asking you. Mo Wentao's laughter abruptly stopped, glaring at Yuan Yi with intense hatred in his single eye. Kill me if you wish. I will not give it to you. Yuan Yi remained silent. You can choose not to give it. Mo Wentao was taken aback. I have all the time in the world. Yuan Yi stood up and walked outside. You have time too. Behind him, Mo Wentao's laughter echoed in the cell. Time. Ha ha. Do you think time can make me submit? I have crawled in hell since birth. Ooh, what suffering have I not endured? What sins have I not committed? You lock me up for a year, I will wait for you for a year. You lock me up for 10 years, I will wait for you for 10 years. You lock me up for a lifetime. I will wait for you a lifetime. Yuan Yi did not look back. His voice came from the end of the corridor, soft and calm. Then keep me locked up. The great Yin dynasty underwent tremendous changes. Mu Yes research results were widely promoted, and the crops yielding 10,000 gene per mu allowed the people of Great Yin to fill their stomachs for the first time. Those artillery shells that could summon wind and rain made droughts and floods no longer a threat. The entire northern border was rebuilt, and 47 new cities rose up more prosperous than ever before. The Prairie Legion completely surrendered. The 100,000 wolf cavalry became the sharpest knife of Great Yin, advancing westward, conquering lands that had never been trodden. In the south, the technology of the Tiangong army combined with Mu Ye's research, creating iron birds that could fly in the sky and iron ships that could swim in the water. For the first time, the flag of Great Yin was planted on the islands that had been completely slaughtered by Mo Wentao. Over the course of 10 years, Yun Yi visited Mo Wentao only 3 times. The first time, Mo Wentao cursed him, cursing his ancestors for 18 generations, and his future descendants cursing for a whole hour. Yun Yi sat outside the cell drinking tea, and after finishing he got up and left. The second time, Mo Wentao ignored him. Yun Yi sat for a quarter of an hour before getting up and leaving. The third time, Mo Wentao still cursed him. 20 years. The territory of the Great Yin dynasty expanded threefold. In the north, at the end of the prairie lay an ice field, and at the end of the ice field was the sea. In the south, the fleet of the Tiangong army crossed the southern seas, discovering a new continent. In the west, Yu Dan led the Prairie Legion over the continuous mountains, reaching the legendary land of the far west. In the east, Mu Yu created giant ships that could fly in the sky, exploring islands that had never been visited. The entire planet was adorned with the flag of Great Yin. Yun Yi's visits to Mo Wentao became less and less frequent. It was not that he did not want to go, but that he had no time. Every day, he reviewed memorials until deep into the night, handling government affairs, meeting envoys, and inspecting various places. His hair turned white, wrinkles appeared at the corners of his eyes, yet those eyes remained as calm, as ever calm, like a bottomless pool. By the 40th visit to Mo Wentao had aged terribly. His hair was completely white, his teeth had fallen out, and his single eye had become cloudy. Several more years passed. Mu Yu came to see Yun Yi. She too had aged. Though gene enhancement serum extended her lifespan over 3 centuries, had etched their quiet passage upon her face. Her hair had turned white, deep lines furrowed her cheeks, yet her eyes still gleamed with undimmed light. Your Majesty. She stood at the threshold of the imperial study, her voice barely a whisper. Yun Yi lifted his gaze and looked upon her. Suddenly he realized how gaunt she had become, her complexion sallow like a lamp flickering at the very edge of extinction. What is it? Mu Yu smiled faintly and stepped inside, taking a seat across from him. I am nearing my end. Yun Yi's hand froze mid-motion. With your mastery of technology, surely 3 centuries should be far from your limit. Mu Yu smiled again, a pale, tranquil smile imbued with ineffable serenity. In truth, having lived 300 years already fills me with quiet gratitude. Yet I must offer my apologies, Your Majesty. For some reason, I have never been able to unlock any Starwood technology. Yun Yi remained silent for a long while. Is there anything you wish to do? Mu Yu paused and thought. I would like to see the moon once more. With you. That night the moon hung full and luminous in the sky. Yun Yi ordered her bed carried to the highest watchtower of the imperial city, where she lay bathed in its silvery radiance. The silver light fell upon her aged face, turning her snow-white hair into a cascade of frost. Do you remember? She spoke suddenly. The questions you asked me the first time we met. I remember. You asked whether I had ever slept, eaten real food, seen real flowers, heard birdsong unfiltered by machines, or sat upon grass, watching the sun sink beyond the horizon. She smiled, a delicate, fleeting expression suffused with profound contentment. Now I can answer every one of them. I have slept. I have eaten real food. I have seen real flowers. I have heard true birdsong. And I have watched the sun descend countless times. With you. Yun Yi said nothing. Mu Yu turned her head and gazed at him. Do you know? In that world no one ever saw me as human. You were the first. You let me live, as a person. She paused. Thank you. The moonlight rested gently upon her face. Her eyes closed softly, her lips still curved in that faint, deeply satisfied smile. Yun Yi sat beside her motionless. The moon traced its slow arc from east to west, stars ignited one by one, then dimmed just as quietly. Dawn approached. He rose and returned to the palace. Inside, the imperial study memorials remained stacked upon the desk, the tea still warm, the ink freshly ground in the inkstone. Everything appeared unchanged from the day he first took this seat, and yet everything had irrevocably transformed. He sank onto the dragon throne and closed his eyes. 3 days later, Mu Yu passed away. Yun Yi did not attend her farewell. He remained seated in the imperial study, reviewing memorials all day long. His brush halted over the final document. A single drop of ink fell onto the paper, spreading slowly outward like a black flower. He set the document aside, rose, and walked to the window. Outside, the sun was sinking. Its dying embers blazed across half the heavens, draping the sky in a vast golden silk tapestry. It was breathtakingly beautiful, more beautiful than anything else in existence. Your Majesty, Wei Long's voice came from beyond the door. Word has arrived from the Imperial Dungeon. Mo, Wendao wishes to see you. Yuan Yi did not turn. I am aware. Deep within the dungeon, Mo Wendao leaned against the wall, emaciated little more than bones wrapped in taut pallid skin. His single eye drifted half open, dim and wavering, like a lantern on the verge of guttering out. At the sound of approaching footsteps, he opened it fully and fixed his gaze upon Yuan Yi standing outside the cell. 3 centuries had passed, and Yuan Yi too had aged. His hair was entirely white, deep creases scored his face, but his spine remained unbent straight as a drawn bow. His eyes retained their same stillness, calm, unfathomable, like a bottomless pool of dark water. You've come. Mo Wendao's voice rasped like stone grinding against stone. For once he did not curse. Yuan Yi seated himself on the chair outside the cell. You wish to see me, eh? Mo Wendao remained silent for a long while. You? How much longer will you reign? Yuan Yi held his gaze. Until I decide it is time to depart. Mo Wendao fell silent once more. The cell grew so still that even the drip of water echoed clearly. After a long pause he laughed, a soft fragile sound tinged with indescribable emotion. 300 years. You have ruled for 3 centuries. Are you never weary? Yuan Yi said nothing. Mo Wendao asked again. What do you truly seek? I told you before, I want your cultivation art. Mo Wendao stared stunned into silence. Then he burst into laughter, shaking violently, rattling his iron chains until they clattered like storm-racked branches. You still haven't given up. After 3 centuries, you're still waiting. Yuan Yi regarded him, his expression serene and untroubled. I have all the time in the world. Mo Wendao's laughter ceased abruptly. He stared at Yuan Yi, and suddenly thick, turbid tears welled in his solitary eye. 300 years. You've imprisoned me for 3 centuries. All for that wretched cultivation technique. Yuan Yi remained silent. Mo Wendao closed his eyes, tears traced paths down his hollow cheeks. Very well. I'll give it to you. His voice was barely audible, fragile as ash drifting on wind. I am exhausted. Truly exhausted. He opened his eyes and met Yuan Yi's gaze. Listen carefully. I will speak it only once. That night, Mo Wendao recited the 3 mystical transformations of Tao Inquiry and the Blood Demon, heaven-devouring art word for word to Yuan Yi. When he uttered the final syllable, he slumped back against the wall, gasping raggedly. Are you satisfied now? Yuan Yi rose and looked down at him. Satisfied. He turned and walked away. From behind, Mo Wendao's voice followed him. You won't kill me. Yuan Yi did not look back. I promised you would live. His footsteps faded into distance. Mo Wendao leaned against the wall, listening until the last echo vanished down the corridor. The cell sank back into silence, still and hollow as a tomb. He closed his eyes. Years passed. Yuan Yi sat in the Imperial study, reviewing memorials. His hands trembled slightly, but his calligraphy remained steady, precise, unwavering. Over 3 centuries he had forged the great Yin Empire into a name synonymous with the entire world. As for the 2 hidden reincarnators, he found them both. One had concealed himself within a temple, posing as an aged Taoist master, never stepping beyond its gates since entering, living quietly in obscurity. Had he not fallen in love with a woman, who was then seized by a powerful nobleman, provoking such fury that he unleashed his abilities and slaughtered the noble's entire household? Yuan Yi might never have uncovered him. Still, Yuan Yi did not execute him, only ensured he lived out his days in peace. Decades ago he died of old age. The last reincarnator was unearthed by Yuan Yi through the Heavenly Mandate Edict. He was a turtle dwelling 10,000 meters beneath the ocean's surface. When Yuan Yi finally located him, he stood in silence for a long time. He had never imagined anyone could reincarnate as a turtle, nor had he anticipated that this turtle intended to outlive all others, relying solely on the tortoise's legendary longevity. In the end, the turtle became a rich, restorative turtle soup. Yuan Yi carried the steaming bowl to Mo Wendao's chamber and spoke with him the entire night. No one knew what passed between them. Only that at dawn, when Yuan Yi emerged from Mo Wendao's room, his expression remained perfectly composed. And Mo Wendao departed that very day, quietly, peacefully. Now, he was the last, the final reincarnator, the last survivor. He set down his brush, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes. A gentle breeze drifted through the window, carrying the fragrance of wheat fields and the distant murmur of children reciting lessons in a schoolyard. He listened to those sounds, and felt an unexpected stillness. Quiet as it had been many years earlier, the first time he sat upon this very throne. A chime rang, clear, toneless, like synthesized speech, or the overlapping whispers of countless voices. Detection complete. All reincarnator statuses updated. Remaining reincarnators 1. Active reincarnator Yuan Yi. Verdict: Soul Victor. Initiating return protocol. Yuan Yi opened his eyes. Wait. The light orb pulsed faintly. Grant me a little more time. How long? 1 day. The orb paused. Granted. Yun-E rose and left the imperial study. He walked the long palace avenues, the hall of supreme harmony, the gate of supreme peace. Past every place he had traversed for 3 centuries. Dawn broke, sunlight spilled across glazed tiles, radiant gold. Just as it had been the first day he ascended this throne. He climbed the city wall and gazed down upon the capital. Below life flowed ceaselessly, farmers bearing vegetable-laden baskets, children clutching school bags, young adults pedaling bicycles, elders leaning on canes beneath the sun. They laughed, chattered, lived. He watched all day long. The sun rose in the east, climbed to its zenith, then began its slow descent toward the west. Evening painted half the sky crimson. A vast golden silk tapestry stretched across the heavens. Then stars emerged, one, two, countless, dense as scattered diamond dust. The moon rose round and brilliant, exactly as it had been the first time he beheld it. Let us go. He turned and descended the wall. The light orb materialized before him, its silvery glow illuminating his aged, tranquil face. Return protocol initiated. The world dissolved before his eyes. The wall, the palace, the capital, the earth, the sky, all receded like a scroll being slowly rolled into endless darkness. Then light returned. He stood in boundless pure white space. No sky, no ground, no point of reference. Only infinite soft, unblinding whiteness stretching in every direction. The light orb hovered before him, rotating slowly. Welcome home, Soul Victor. Yun-E stood in that pure white space, gazing at the slowly rotating orb of light. Memories spanning over 300 years surged like a tide, only to quickly recede. Those long years were pressed deep into his mind, while his memories of living 18 years on Blue Star reclaimed their prominence. The orb of light hovered before him, its silver glow causing him to squint slightly. He blinked. The memories of over 300 years remained, though no longer overwhelming. They were pressed deep down like a thick book being closed and placed back on the shelf. He could sense the book's existence, knowing what was written within, yet he no longer needed to open it. The thin book that contained only 18 years of life was once again spread before his eyes. Interesting. Is this a reward? Yun-E murmured to himself. The experience of over 300 years in the cycle felt like a dream. He remembered everything, yet none of it could affect him in this moment. The memories of his 18 years of life reclaimed dominance. He had lived too long. So long that he had nearly forgotten who he once was. He exhaled a heavy breath, looking up at the settlement panel. Reincarnator Yun-E rating S-Class kills 9 reincarnators, including Li Changlong, Mu Yuan Zai Mo 1 Dao Karen, Wu Liang, Zhoujin Lin Dozi Mu Yu, and Luo Gui. Score settlement basic kills 900 points, world ruler 500 points, S-Class rating reward 1000 points. Defeating the strong with the weak, surviving the hell level novice world as an ordinary person, reward level 1 privilege. Level 1 privilege points doubled, S-Class rating points doubled. Total 7,200 points. After reading the panel, Yun-E's first thought was one of confusion. None of these 9 had been killed by his own hand. Even the turtle had merely been knocked unconscious and handed over to the royal chef. Is this counted? He shook his head, no longer troubled by it. Since it was counted under his name, he would accept it. But what does level 1 privilege mean? He looked at the orb and directly asked. The orb flickered. Level 1 privilege is a reward established by the reincarnation paradise for achievements deemed impossible for reincarnators to complete. If a reincarnator achieves it, they can unlock this reward. Reincarnator Yun-E, you are vastly different from the other 9 reincarnators and can even be said to have been sent into the world as cannon fodder. The reincarnation paradise judges your survival rate to be infinitesimally close to 0, making it nearly an impossible task. Yet you accomplished it. Thus you are rewarded with level 1 privilege. Level 1 privilege benefits are as follows. 1. For each reincarnation, you may purchase any item below 1,000 points once. 2. In the reincarnation hall, you have the privilege to act against other reincarnators without penalty 3 times and possess 1 privilege to kill a reincarnator without penalty. Every reincarnation resets this privilege. 3. At the end of each reincarnation, you receive double points as a reward. Yun-E fell silent for a moment and asked, what is the reincarnation hall? A public space for reincarnators to rest, communicate, exchange, and team up. Every reincarnator who completes a reincarnation can choose to enter the reincarnation hall to await the next reincarnation or choose to return to their original world. Yun-E stared at the number 7,200 points for a moment of silence. What can these points do? The orb flickered and unfolded a light screen before him. It was filled with exchange items from basic food, water, and clothing to intermediate cold weapons, armor, and foundational techniques, up to advanced firearms, spiritual medicines, and magical scrolls. In the top few lines, there were several specially marked items. Return crystal, one-time item, can directly return from the reincarnation world, but will clear all points. 1,000 points. Note, each time purchased, the next price doubles. Delay card, one-time item, each use, can delay 1 month before going to the reincarnation world. 1,000 points. Commoner card one-time item grants commoner status in the next reincarnation world. 1,000 points. Heavenly secret card one-time item can specify an item name a person to obtain information if the information relates to the strength or weakness of the other party. 3,000 points. Following card one-time item can specify a reincarnator to follow into the same world during their reincarnation. 3,000 points. Yun-E looked at these special items and generally understood they were items that could be brought into the reincarnation or items that could be used in the reincarnation world. He understood the other items. But what on earth is this commoner card? Spending 1,000 points to buy commoner status. Who would buy something like that? Although the return crystal's price doubles after each use, that could be understood, after all, the reincarnation paradise is no babysitting paradise. He had known this since the first reincarnation. The delay card at least provided some utility for those who temporarily did not wish to reincarnate, making its high price somewhat understandable. But this commoner card. He shook his head and stopped looking, pondering for a moment before deciding to use his level 1 privilege to buy a return crystal. Even if he felt he might not need it, having an extra layer of insurance was always reassuring. The myriad realms are vast. Who could guarantee that he would definitely be the protagonist with an advantage? Better to be safe than sorry. After exchanging for the return crystal, he browsed through the other items, picking and choosing, and ultimately selected 2 items. Refreshing spirit fruit, consuming it will instantly enhance comprehension. 5,000 points. Chi and blood pearl, a pearl containing 100,000 units of vitality. 1,000 points. The reason for choosing the refreshing spirit fruit was simple. His greatest gain in the last reincarnation world was not points, but the 2 cultivation techniques he received from Mo Wendao. Tao of 3 mysteries and blood demon devouring heaven decision. He did not know their specific ranks, but they were definitely not low. Yun-E stared at these 2 items, falling into silence for a moment. The refreshing spirit fruit was 5,000 points, the chi and blood pearl 1,000 points, and the previously purchased return crystal was 1,000 points, totaling 6,000. He still had 1,200 points remaining. Buy, he said. The orb flickered and 2 beams of white light. One was a fruit the size of a fist, crystal clear and translucent, resembling a piece of jade carved into the shape of fruit, with something slowly flowing inside like light or water. The other was a thumb-sized pearl, dark red, heavy, and pulsating with warmth when held in his palm like a heartbeat. Yun-E first picked up the refreshing spirit fruit. He looked at it for a moment before placing it in his mouth. The fruit dissolved instantly like a cool spring flowing down his throat. It had no flavor, yet every place it passed through tingled slightly. That coolness traveled down, sinking into his dantian, and then exploded. It was not pain, but a feeling he could not describe. It was as if someone had lit a lamp in his mind. Those things he previously could not comprehend, those things he had stared at for over 300 years without understanding, suddenly all made sense. It was not a gradual realization, but a sudden clarity, as if a window paper had been punctured, and with a pop, he closed his eyes. Blood demon devouring heaven decision. The phrases that Mo Wendao recited to him in the cell floated up from the depths of his mind, one word at a time. Previously he thought this technique was the mad ramblings of a lunatic. Devouring one's own blood, devouring others' blood, devouring the blood of heaven and earth, devouring everything alive. Refining others' lives into his own, refining others' souls into his own. Ultimately refining himself into something not human. But now he understood. It was not the technique that was mad, but the one who wrote it was insane. Mo Wendao's world, that realm of cultivation, was a world that consumed people. Yun-E opened his eyes. The blood demon swallowing heaven technique had reached perfection. Spending 5,000 points on the fruit, was it just enough to achieve this? Just as Yun-E was pondering, the light sphere spoke. His thoughts returned. Can I choose not to leave for now? I want to continue cultivating here. The light sphere flickered. No, a reincarnator can only stay for a maximum of 10 minutes after completing their reincarnation task. Given your level 1 authority, you can stay for an additional hour. Only 10 seconds remain. If the reincarnator does not leave, I will initiate forced eviction mode. Yun-E's lips twitched. Can I stay a little longer? How stingy is that? Then I choose to leave, but not to the reincarnation hall. I want to return to my original world. The countdown of the light sphere came to an abrupt halt. Confirmed. Reincarnated Yun-E choosing to return to the original world. The return coordinates have been locked. Transmission starting. White light engulfed him. Yun-E once again felt as if he was being stuffed into an industrial dehydrator. The white light dissipated. Yun-E opened his eyes. Before him was still that computer. The screen illuminated, paused at the password input interface. Behind him, a woman's breathing was rapid and fragmented, filled with suppressed tremors. She did not move. From the moment he pressed the button until now, perhaps only a second had passed. Perhaps not even a second. Yun-E's fingers hovered above the keyboard, maintaining the posture of pressing his fingerprint. He glanced down. Still those hands. 18-year-old hands, distinct joints with thin calluses on the fingertips. left from holding a pen, not from a knife, not from a sword, and certainly not from that vermilion brush he had held for over 300 years. Before him was an ordinary computer desk. No memorials, no teacups, no incense burners, nor that jade seal inscribed with Mandate of Heaven. He had returned. Su Yu had just wanted to urge him on, but upon meeting Yun Yi's gaze, her pupils suddenly, the person before her seemed changed. No, it was not just a change. He had completely transformed into another person. When those eyes looked at her, she felt as if a mountain was pressing down on her, cold shivers creeping out from her bones. Her knees felt weak, her spine chilled, her throat felt as if someone was choking her, unable to make a sound. She wanted to kneel. Not just wanted, her body had made the decision on its own. You? Su Yu's voice trembled as she bit her teeth to hold on, but her knees had already hit the ground. The cold sensation of the tiles transmitted up from her knees, yet she had no strength to stand up. Yun Yi looked at her for 2 seconds. That overwhelming aura suddenly retracted, like the tide receding, like a book being closed. He transformed back into that 18-year-old youth wearing an ordinary jacket, standing before an ordinary computer desk. But Su Yu knew it was different now. She knelt on the ground, her knees aching, her mind blank, only able to look up at him. Get up, Yun Yi said. His voice was not loud, but there was an undeniable authority within it, as if it had been repeated 1,000 times. Su Yu pushed against the ground to stand up, her legs still trembling. She wanted to ask something, her mouth opened several times, but no sound came out. Yun Yi ignored her, turned, and walked to the bedside, sitting down. The springs emitted a sharp creaking sound. He crossed his legs casually, like a university student just finishing class. He was almost unrecognizable compared to the one who had made her kneel. You Shu. Yun Yi raised a finger, tilting his head toward the window. Outside there were footsteps. Not just one person's. Su Yu's face changed. They're coming. I know. Yun Yi's tone was calm. Just as the words fell, the window shattered. Glass shards poured in like a torrential rain, accompanied by the night wind and a man's laughter. Su Yu, you really can run. A man in a black trench coat landed on the windowsill, his boots crunching on the shattered glass. 2 others stood behind him, a man and a woman, both wearing masks in the same style as Su Yu's, but in different colors. Yun Yi did not move. He didn't even stand up, just tilted his head lazily to look at the man. Name Zhao Taizhan. Identity defector, steward of the Tsangtian Society, currently a peripheral member of the Bloodblade organization. Loyalty 35. Evaluation, just entered the 2nd tier of the extraordinary, currently overflowing with confidence, but also a typical bully who fears the strong. When faced with someone of a higher realm, he kneels faster than anyone. Seeing the label of extraordinary 2nd tier, Yun Yi had a rough idea of what he was dealing with. Zhao Tai. Su Yu's voice trembled, but she still took a step forward, blocking Yun. You want to capture me? It has nothing to do. Oh. Zhao Taizhan tilted his head, his gaze shifting past Su Yu to Yun Yi. Who is this? An ordinary person. Su Yu said, I just randomly found a passerby to help me turn on the computer and send a message. A passerby. Zhao Taizhan laughed, his laughter echoing in the cramped rental apartment. Su Yu, do you think I'm stupid? He took a step forward, his boots crunching on the glass, making a piercing sound. You ran all the way to a passerby's house and let someone help you send a message. This person is either your accomplice or, his gaze swept over Yun Yi, filled with scrutiny, your lover. Su Yu's face flushed bright red. No, he is just enough. Yun Yi spoke just 2 words. Yet the air in the room felt as if it had been violently compressed by something. Zhao Taizhan's laughter caught in his throat, as if someone had gripped his neck. The 2 individuals behind him frowned simultaneously, instinctively, taking half a step back. They did not know why they retreated. Their bodies moved on their own. Yun Yi stood up from the bed and patted his pant legs. He glanced at Zhao Taizhan. There was no anger, no threat, not even much of an expression. His eyes were as calm as if he were looking at a corpse. Zhao Taizhan's smile froze completely on his face. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but his throat felt stuffed with cotton and no words could escape. A pressure he had never felt before surged in from all directions. The entire room seemed to reject him, telling him, you should not be here. He wanted to draw his blade. His hand had already gripped the hilt, yet he couldn't pull it out. It was not that he was afraid. It was that the blade he had carried for 3 years trembled in its sheath. The woman behind Zhao Taizhan reacted the fastest. Without a word, she turned and leapt out the window, her movements crisp, as if rehearsed countless times. The man hesitated for a second, glanced at Zhao Tieshan, and jumped after her. What kind of joke was this? Just the aura emanating from him instilled fear. He did not appear to be an ordinary person. He was definitely a big shot who enjoyed playing with people's lives. You all. Zhao Taizhan wanted to curse, but by the time the words squeezed out of his throat, the tone had already changed. Yun Yi looked at him. 3 seconds. Perhaps only 2 seconds. Zhao Tieshan's hand no longer shook, because it had already left the hilt. His knees no longer bent, because he had crouched down. A forced smile stretched across his face. It was ugly, very forced, but very sincere. A sincerity that seemed to ooze from the very bones. I'm leaving, Zhao Taizhan said. And then as he leapt out the window, his legs weakened, and he rolled on the ground like a tire knocking over a trash can, scrambling to his feet and running without looking back. Life was precious. Rather than gamble on a path that was at least 90% likely to lead to death, it was better to flee right now. Su Yu stood in place, her mouth agape big enough to fit an egg. She turned to look at Yun. He was still standing in front of that broken bed, his hands in his coat pockets, his expression as calm as if nothing had happened. Silence. A long silence. Su Yu's lips moved several times before she finally managed to say, "Who exactly are you?" Yun glanced at her and returned to sit at the computer desk. "Aren't you going to send the message? Hurry up." Su Yu was taken aback for 2 seconds, then quickly walked over to sit down. Her fingers trembled as they rested on the keyboard. She took a deep breath and began to type. Yun leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and listened to the sound of the keyboard. Outside the window, the night breeze continued to blow. Distantly, Zhao Taizhan's curses could be heard, as if he were explaining to someone why he had rolled out of the second-floor window. 3 minutes later, Su Yu pressed the send key. She stood up, hesitated for a moment, and turned to look at Yun. Thank you. This is my contact information. If you need any help." She did not finish her sentence, feeling that saying this was quite— how could someone who could scare away an extraordinary second-tier individual with just a glance possibly need her help? Yet Yun reached out and took the crumpled note, glanced at it, and stuffed it into his pocket. "All right." Su Yu was momentarily stunned, then smiled. She turned and walked to the window, glancing back before jumping out. Yun had already lain back down on the bed, his hands resting behind his head, eyes closed. The moonlight poured in through the broken window, casting a glow on his face. Su Yu disappeared into the night. The rented room fell silent. Yun opened his eyes, staring at the ceiling for a long time. Then he slowly sat up, taking out the chi blood pearl from his pocket. The dark red pearl glowed faintly in the moonlight, resembling a drop of solidified blood. He tightened his grip on the pearl, closed his eyes. Warm breath seeped in from his palm, coursing through his meridians like a gentle snake swimming through his veins. 100,000 units of chi blood power. In this world it was sufficient. But not for now. He opened his eyes, returned the chi blood pearl to his pocket, and sat down at the computer. He opened the browser. He typed a few keywords into the search bar: Songtian Society. The moment the search results popped up, his eyes narrowed slightly. There was a lot of information, but few key points. He picked out a few reliable ones to look at. It was roughly equivalent to an unofficial grassroots organization. An unofficial grassroots extraordinary organization. The establishment time was unknown, the number of members was unknown, and the headquarters location was unknown. These were all that could be found online. The rest was just the adulation and bragging of ordinary people. The only certainty was that this organization had some fame among lower-tier extraordinary circles, primarily engaged in two things: collecting extraordinary intelligence and recruiting scattered awakened individuals. In simple terms, it was just an amateur group. He searched again for Bloodblade, and the information was even scarcer, only revealing that it was a reactionary faction. After looking for a while, he found it uninteresting. He took out the chi blood pearl. Yun held the chi blood pearl in his palm, sitting cross-legged on the bed. Warm breath surged from deep within the pearl like a living snake, burrowing into his arm's meridians. He was not in a hurry, allowing that power to slowly flow and bit by bit seeping into his muscles and bones. The blood demon swallowing heaven technique was operating within his body. This cultivation method had a high threshold, but once entered the path ahead, was surprisingly smooth. It did not require you to endure hardships in meditation or comprehend the universe. It only needed one thing: blood. Other people's blood, or one's own blood, either would suffice. 100,000 units of chi blood power were sealed within the pearl, now being gradually extracted by the technique and merged into Yun-Yi's body. Day 1. He felt his muscles restructuring. It was not a tearing pain, but a sensation of soreness and swelling, like countless fine needles traversing beneath the skin. Sweat oozed from his pores, carrying a faint metallic scent. Day 2. The soreness and swelling subsided, replaced by fullness. He could feel the texture of every muscle and the direction of every meridian. Under the skin, faint dark red lines surfaced, as if the veins had been traced with ink. He opened his eyes. Outside the window, the sky was brightening. It was already the evening of the second day. Yun got out of bed and moved his body around. His joints emitted slight cracking sounds, but not the rusted noise. Rather, it was like a well-oiled machine in the process of breaking in. He walked to the wall, observing the palm print he had left yesterday. He raised his hand and pressed down again. This time he did not control the force. Boom! The entire lime powder cascaded down, and a palm print 3 times deeper than before was embedded in the wall, with several fine cracks extending outward from the edges. Yun retracted his hand and looked at his palm. No redness, no swelling, not even numbness. Mid-stage body refinement, he whispered. Not bad. Having used only 1/3 of the 100,000 units of chi blood power, reaching mid-stage body refinement was already impressive. At least in this world it was enough. He turned and took a shower in the bathroom, then changed into clean clothes. His reflection in the mirror bore no noticeable change from 2 days ago. Still the same 18-year-old face, still the same slender frame. Yet upon closer inspection his gaze had transformed. Yun-E dried his hair and had just stepped out of the bathroom when a knock sounded at the door. 3 knocks, neither heavy nor light, evenly spaced. Not the rhythm used by Zhao Tieshan's gang. Of course not. They likely wouldn't bother knocking at all. He walked over and opened the door. 2 people stood outside. 1 man, 1 woman. Both clad in deep blue uniforms, silver badges pinned to their chests bearing the inscription, Bureau of Transcendent Affairs. The man appeared to be in his 40s with a square jaw and thick, imposing eyebrows, the kind of face shaped by decades within the bureaucratic system. His posture seemed relaxed, yet Yun-E sensed it beneath that ease a taut string hummed with quiet vigilance. The woman was younger, around 27 or 28, with her hair tied back in a neat ponytail and holding a tablet in her hand. Her eyes swept over Yun-E, swift yet meticulously thorough. Name Zhou Zhenghua. Affiliation Grassroots Investigator, Qingqing City Bureau of Transcendent Affairs. Assessment, a seasoned veteran. Book neither provoking trouble nor shying from it. Name Lin Xiaoman. Affiliation Grassroots Investigator, Qingqing City Bureau of Transcendent Affairs. Assessment, a newcomer. Idealistic empathetic toward awakened individuals. Yun-E glanced at the silver badge without speaking. Hello, Zhou Zhenghua began, voice warm, even faintly smiling. You're Yun-E, correct? Yes. No need to be nervous. Zhou Zhenghua pulled an identification card from his pocket and held it up. Bureau of Transcendent Affairs. We received a report indicating signs of transcendent activity in this building the night before last. We've come to verify. His phrasing remained courteous, yet the word verify landed with deliberate weight. Not a request, merely notification. Yun-E stepped aside, gesturing inward. Would you like to come in? No need. We'll only take a moment. Zhou Zhenghua remained motionless, his gaze drifting past Yun-Yi's shoulders, scanning the apartment interior. He saw the shattered window and the 2 palm prints embedded in the wall. His brows twitched, then settled again, calm as still water. May I ask, Zhou Zhenghua continued, tone unchanged, when did you awaken? Yun-E leaned against the doorframe, watching him. 3 days ago. Zhou Zhenghua gave him a measured look, but asked no follow-up. Awakened 3 days ago. How much do you know about the Bureau of Transcendent Affairs? Not much, Yun-E replied. Allow me a brief introduction then. Zhou Zhenghua retrieved a pack of cigarettes, drew one out, and glanced at Yun-E. Do you mind? Go ahead. Zhou Zhenghua lit the cigarette and inhaled deeply. The Bureau of Transcendent Affairs, commonly called the Transcendent Bureau, is under the Ministry of State Security. Every major city hosts a local branch responsible for registering, managing, and protecting awakened individuals. He exhaled, smoke curled slowly through the hallway air. We don't govern you, we safeguard you. Lin Xiaoman added softly, her voice gentler than Zhou Zhengua's. Awakened individuals are often unstable in early stages, prone to accidents and vulnerable to targeting by certain organizations. Our primary mission is to guide them safely through this initial phase. Yun-E nodded, silent. By regulation, Zhou Zhenghua tapped ash from his cigarette. All awakened individuals must register with their local branch within 7 days of awakening. Registration includes a complimentary aptitude assessment followed by tailored cultivation guidance based on results. And if I don't register? Yun-E asked. Zhou Zhenghua studied him, then smiled. It was a pleasant smile, but his eyes held no warmth. You may choose not to register. The Transcendent Bureau isn't coercive. We won't drag you away in chains. He placed the cigarette between his lips and slid both hands into his pockets. But understand this. One does not see transcendent power solely through our eyes. Countless other organizations, large and small, watch for newly awakened individuals. If you remain unregistered, we cannot locate you, and neither can they. But the moment you manifest your abilities and draw their attention, he shrugged. All bets are off. Yun-E nodded once. Fine. I'd rather avoid the hassle. No registration needed. If you did register, you'd need. Zhou Zhenghua began speaking, and abruptly paused. Cigarette poised between his lips, lighter suspended midair. He froze as though time itself had halted. No registration. He removed the cigarette, scrutinizing Yun-E head to toe. Are you certain? Certain. Too much trouble, Yun-E said. Zhou Zhenghua fell silent for several seconds, then returned the cigarette to his mouth, lit it, and drew a long, slow breath. Very well, he said. Then he withdrew a business card from his pocket and handed it to Yun-E. Call this number whenever the inconvenience fades. Yun-E accepted the card and glanced at it. Minimalist. Only a name and a phone number. On the reverse, a single line in fine print, serve the people. Oh, and those marks on the wall. Repair them yourself. If the landlord files a police report, we'll end up handling it anyway. He didn't turn back, just waved dismissively toward the stairwell and walked away. Lin Xiaoman lingered a moment, hesitated. then reached into her pocket and pressed something into Yunyi's palm. A silver badge, identical to those pinned on their uniforms. Here, she whispered, not for registration. Just a keepsake. It bears our emergency contact number. Call if you're in trouble. She paused, then added quietly. Still, I urge you register. It truly is safer. The state will not harm you, as long as you remain its citizen. Even if you decline registration, avoid affiliating with rogue factions. With that, she hurried after Zhou Zhenghua, vanishing around the stairwell corner. Yun-Yi looked down at the badge in his hand and turned it over. Sure enough, a phone number was engraved on the reverse. He slipped the badge into his pocket and closed the door. Back inside, he sat on the edge of the bed and retrieved the Qishui pearl once more. 2/3 remained. He clenched it tightly and resumed circulating his cultivation technique. Not cautiously this time, but boldly, fully opening himself to absorption. Qishui energy surged forth like a breached dam, flooding his meridians with raw, untamed force. Dark red patterns thickened beneath his skin, spreading from his arms across his chest, then climbing up his neck. Sweat poured from him, each droplet tinged faintly crimson, reeking of iron and rust. His muscles tore, reformed, swelled anew. His bones cracked incessantly, as though something vital stirred and grew within. 2 days later, Yun-Yi opened his eyes. A flicker of dark crimson flashed across his pupils, gone in an instant. He rose from the bed and looked down at himself. Same lean frame. No sudden transformation into a hulking warrior. Yet he felt it. Every inch of muscle beneath his skin coiled like a compressed spring, radiating tenfold the strength he'd possessed before. Body refinement, perfected. 100,000 units of Qishui energy, fully expended. Unlike Mo Wenda, who required immense time to reach body refinement perfection. Yun-Yi's rapid breakthrough owed largely to the Qishui pearl. Unlike human Qishui, it contained no impurities nor lingering soul resentments requiring purification. Yet the greater catalyst was his heavenly mandate emperor body. Yes, the heavenly mandate emperor body. Though he had returned from his previous cycle, and that world's physical vessel was gone, the trait heavenly mandate emperor sovereign remained intact, requiring no recoronation, no new ascension. Both the heavenly mandate emperor body and the celestial emperor spirit remained with him. In his prior cycle, he'd barely sensed their potency, largely because he hadn't cultivated there at all. Now, however, he experienced their power firsthand. The sole drawback: he ruled no empire, held no noble title, commanded no followers. The residual national fortune recorded on his trait remained unusable, locked away by his absence from the great Yin imperial dynasty, unless he crowned himself emperor anew in this world. Yun-Yi pondered briefly, then shook his head, dismissing the thought. He walked to the window and gazed outward onto the street. Streetlights glowed softly, traffic flowed thinly, pedestrians hurried past, fleeting shadows. He stood there for a long while. Occasionally someone passed below, hurrying onward, never glancing up at the half-shattered window. Turning back, he placed the silver badge on the table and pulled out the business card for another glance. Bureau of Transcendent Affairs. The characters were printed crisply like official government typography. He recalled Lin Xiaomon's hushed words as she pressed the badge into his hand. The state will not harm you, as long as you remain its citizen. He tucked both card and badge into his pocket, opened the door, and descended the stairs. The noodle shop at the residential complex gate remained open. Its owner, a portly man in his 50s, was squatting by the entrance smoking. He looked up and blinked in surprise upon seeing Yun-Yi. Haven't seen you in ages. Yun-Yi nodded. Been busy lately. The owner asked no further questions, snuffed out his cigarette, and rose. Same order as always. Yes. When the bowl was brought to him, Yun-Yi looked down at the steam rising from it, and suddenly remembered something. He had been the emperor of the great Yin dynasty for over 300 years, having tasted countless dishes prepared by the imperial kitchen, which had delighted him with various delicacies from land and sea. But having a bowl like this at this moment felt quite pleasant. 8 yuan with an egg added. He picked up his chopsticks. The owner leaned against the cash register, wiping his hands with a cloth, idly chatting with him. There's been quite a stir in the building these days. I heard someone got into a fight. Did the police come? No. That's good. The owner nodded. In this day and age, it's better to have. He tossed the cloth over his shoulder. Take your time eating. After finishing his noodles, Yun-Yi paid and stepped out of the noodle shop. The night breeze blew in, carrying the scent of barbecued food and the faint sound of singing from a distant KTV. He stood by the roadside watching the flow of traffic, suddenly unsure of where to go. In the great Yin dynasty, every day he opened his eyes knowing exactly what he had to do. Review memorials, meet ministers, patrol the borders, and observe the common people. Every day was fully scheduled. Not a single day in over 300 years had been empty. Now he was free. He could go wherever he wanted and do whatever he wished. But he didn't know what he wanted to do. He walked slowly along the street. Passing by a barbecue stall, several shirtless young men were drinking and playing games, their loud voices echoing through the street. He walked past a lottery ticket shop the owner was closing up, and the rolling shutter made a clattering sound as it came down. He walked past the entrance of a residential complex where an elderly lady was slowly walking in with a shopping basket containing a few green onions and a block of tofu. He passed by a bus stop where an advertisement lightbox was illuminated featuring a smiling face with the words XX Real Estate, providing you with a warm home beside it. He stopped and looked at the smiling face. After a few seconds, he turned and continued walking. When he reached the mouth of an alley, he paused. The alley was narrow, flanked by old residential buildings with walls plastered with small advertisements. At the end, a street light flickered dim and bright, as if it might go out at any moment. He stood at the mouth of the alley, not out of fear, but because he sensed a smell, a faint but fresh scent of blood. After perfecting his body refinement, his senses had become more acute than those of ordinary people. He sighed and stepped inside. After being an ordinary person for 18 years without encountering any extraordinary events, now that he was no longer ordinary, such encounters happened every few days. He didn't know what the reasoning was. The alley wasn't deep, it was only about 50 meters to the end. The scent of blood wafted from behind a trash bin at the very end. He circled around and saw a cat. A snow-white cat. It lay in a pool of blood, a deep wound on its hind leg as if cut open by a sharp object, with flesh rolled back, revealing the stark, white bones inside. It lifted its head and looked at Yun-E. Those eyes were not ordinary cat eyes. The pupils were light golden vertical, resembling two cut pieces of amber. Yun-E crouched down. The cat did not flee or hiss, it just looked at him, emitting a low whimper from its throat. It was not a threat, but a sign of pain. Name unnamed. Race spirit cat demon clan. Status severely injured, blood chi depleted, spiritual power scattered. Loyalty 10. Evaluation: a newly awakened little demon captured for research just escaped after awakening its demonic abilities, filled with wariness towards humans. After reading those few lines, Yun-E couldn't help but glance at it a couple more times. He knew of extraordinary beings, but he hadn't expected that demons existed in this world. He reached out his hand. The cat flinched slightly, its hind leg unable to support itself, and the wound opened a bit more, causing more blood to flow. He didn't withdraw his hand, he just kept it outstretched. The cat looked at him for a few seconds, lowered its head, and didn't move anymore. He took off his coat, wrapped the cat in it, and stood up with one hand supporting it. On the way back, the cat was very quiet, curled up in the coat, without moving. He walked quickly, returning to the rented room in less than 10 minutes, having covered less than half the distance. He placed the cat on the table and rummaged through the medicine box. There was still iodine, half a roll of gauze, but the anti-inflammatory medicine had expired. He thought for a moment and took out a bead that still had a bit of blood chi left, placing it in front of the cat. The cat sniffed at it and looked up at him. Yun-E nodded. The cat lowered its head, cautiously licked the bead, then licked it again, and finally swallowed it. The bead shattered. A light pink glow spilled from the cat's mouth, flowing down its throat. The cat's body began to glow, not in a blinding way, but with a soft and gentle warm light, like the warmth of a winter fire. The wound healed at a visible rate. Flesh tightened, bones realigned, new fur sprouted from under the skin. The entire process took less than a minute. The cat stood up, shook its fur, and looked at him. In its golden vertical pupils, the light gradually gathered, transforming into ordinary cat eyes. It called out to Yun-E softly, sounding like a thank you. Yun-E glanced at the loyalty level. It had skyrocketed to 60. He nodded. It seemed he was not dealing with an ungrateful creature. He stuffed the medicine box back into the cabinet, went to wash his hands in the bathroom, and when he returned, the cat was already curled up on the pillow. It was curled in a circle, its tail resting on its nose, eyes half closed. He stood by the bed for a few seconds, then lay down and closed his eyes. The cat moved slightly, inching closer, leaning against his arm. It was fluffy, warm, and its breathing was light and even. Outside the window, the moon peeked out from behind the clouds, casting light on the windowsill, on the shattered glass, and on the snow-white cat. Yun-E closed his eyes, listening to the sound of the cat's breathing, the distant sounds of cars, and the wind rushing in and out through the broken window. "He'll call you Xiaobai," he suddenly said. The cat ignored him, but the tip of its tail twitched, gently brushing against the back of his hand. Xiaobai slept by the pillow all night. When Yun-E opened his eyes, it was already gone, leaving only a circle of indentations in the pillow. He searched the room and finally found it on the windowsill. Next to the shattered window, it was curled up, its tail resting on the windowsill, squinting in the sunlight. Hearing the noise, its ears twitched, but it didn't turn around. "Awake?" Yun-E asked. Xiaobai jumped over, nudging his palm with its head. He looked down at it, and Xiaobai looked back at him, its golden eyes wide open. Yun-E opened his computer and saw the previous invitation to the reincarnation paradise. Without hesitation, he clicked on it. Reincarnated Yun-E. Points 720. Next reincarnation in 25 days. Reincarnation hall accessible. Current status: body refinement complete. Acquired techniques: asking the 3 mysteries not yet mastered, blood demon devouring heaven technique, great achievement. Yun Yi leaned back in his chair staring at the lines of text on the screen. Xiaobai. The cat jumped down from the windowsill, landing on his lap, lightly, like a snowflake landing in a pile of cotton. It looked up at him, its golden eyes unblinking. Wait a moment, I need to disappear for a bit. Stay here quietly, and don't move. Xiaobai tilted its head. It had just awakened recently, and its intelligence was equivalent to that of a 3- or 4-year-old child. It didn't understand what he was saying, but it could sense that he was deep in thought, so it nudged his palm with its head, making a very soft purring sound. Yun Yi stroked its head, refocusing his gaze on the screen. Reincarnation Hall accessible. The flow of time is the same as the original world. 1 year spent inside equals 1 year outside. 10 years inside equals 10 years outside. It wasn't a sacred place for cultivation, just a resting place for reincarnators. But for him, that was enough. It was just right, as he had never been inside before, and he wanted to see what the reincarnation hall looked like. Yun Yi clicked to enter. The screen went black and then lit up. He found himself standing in a pure white space, exactly the same as during his first settlement. There was no sky, no ground, no points of reference, just endless white. But this time it was different. The pure white space was filled with several new elements. To the left, there was a massive light screen displaying numerous exchange items far exceeding what he had seen during the last settlement. On the right was a silver white door engraved with the words Reincarnation Hall. Floating directly in front of him was that familiar orb of light, its silver white brilliance spinning leisurely. Welcome back, reincarnated Yun Yi. What is this space for? Yun Yi looked around. Personal space. Every reincarnator has one, its private safe, and cannot be invaded. It can be used for rest, cultivation, and storage of items. It can be freely decorated. Yun Yi glanced at the vast expanse of white space. Can you make a window? The light orb flickered. A window appeared on the wall, but outside there was nothing. It was merely a window. All right. He turned and walked toward the silver white door, pushing it open. Beyond the door was a huge circular hall with a dome so high it was invisible, embedded with countless points of light that slowly rotated like a starry sky. The hall was filled with many people. Some were browsing exchange lists in front of light screens, some were gathered in small groups whispering to each other, and others sat alone in corners with their eyes closed resting. There were all kinds of attired Taoist robes, armor, tight-fitting clothes, suits, and even long robes resembling ancient costumes. Yun Yi stood at the door for a while observing. No one noticed him. Everyone was busy with their own affairs. He stepped inside and slowly walked along the edge of the hall. After walking a few dozen steps, he saw a smaller light screen displaying a few lines of text. Recruitment announcement. For the reincarnators, Tianyin team requirements must have experienced at least 3 reincarnation worlds and not used a return crystal. Yun Yi looked at the recruitment requirements and curiously asked, can we still form teams? Isn't it the case that only one person can survive in a world? The light sphere did not answer, but a man in a suit approached. The suited man wore a professional smile reminiscent of an insurance salesperson. First time here. Yun Yi glanced at him, but did not respond. The suited man was not embarrassed. He pointed to the line of text on the light screen. 10 people for 1 return, that's just a rule for the novice world. In simple terms, that's just an assessment. Only the one who truly passes counts as a real reincarnator. The worlds after that are not so cruel. There is no rule of 10 returning 1 like this. It leaves only one task, plundering the essence of that world. The suited man noticed Yun Yi was silent and did not get angry. He took out a card from his pocket and handed it over. My name is Qian Tu. I've passed through 5 worlds, and I am a Tier 3 reincarnator. This is my business card. Yun Yi took the card and glanced at it. The front was printed with the name Qian Tu and a string of numbers, while the back had a line of small text. Professional team formation, honest cooperation, fair prices. Is there a fee? Qian Tu smiled. There has to be a small information fee. However, the first consultation is free. Consider it making a friend. He took back the business card and pointed to the central light pillar in the hall. The novice world serves as a filter, eliminating those who are unlucky and incompetent. Out of 10, 9 are filtered out, and the remaining 1 is the only one qualified to be called a reincarnator. He paused for a moment and looked at Yun Yi. Those who can survive are not simple. You pass the novice world, which means you are qualified to move forward. The rules in the subsequent worlds are different. First, it's no longer a single-player mode. Teams can be formed. Second, the main objective changes. It becomes plundering the essence. As for how to plunder, it's simple: kill. Eliminate over 90% of the beings in that world, or kill the destined child of that world. Yun Yi asked, the destined child. Qian Tu smirked slightly. Yes, the destined child. Unlike the novice world, the real worlds are complete entities. Worlds like this have a high probability of nurturing a destined child. Such individuals are hard to kill, but as long as you do, you can secure at least 1,000 points. Yun Yi fell silent for a moment. Plundering the essence is killing the only requirement. Qian Tu looked at him in surprise. Not exactly. There's another condition to gain nearly 90% of that world's faith. But that's basically impossible. As an invader, do you think you can gain the trust of that world? It's good enough that the heavenly Tao doesn't interfere with you, and you still want to gain faith. Yun-E nodded. Then since there's no need for infighting, can reincarnators coexist peacefully in the subsequent worlds? Qian-Tu paused then laughed. His smile carried a hint of something profound. Peaceful coexistence. You are quite naive. He leaned against the pillar, hands in his pockets. There are only so many points and only so much essence. With one less person to share, you get to take more. Do you think? How many can resist not making a move? Moreover, you don't think that just because the main objective has changed, the killing of reincarnators is off the table, do you? It's still there. It's just not as strict as the novice world. Each world allows at most one small team and 2 lone reincarnators to return. The reincarnation paradise isn't that kind-hearted. Just because it has paradise in its name doesn't mean it's benevolent. If you ask me, compared to plundering the world's essence, the paradise prefers to see us turn on each other. Qian-Tu straightened up from the pillar and brushed off his suit. Alright, I've told you everything for free. Remember to... After speaking, he turned and walked away, disappearing into the crowd after just a few steps. Yun-E stood in the hall for a while longer. No one around noticed him, and he wandered around a few more places gathering some information before turning back to his personal space. In the following days, Yun-E learned some news in the reincarnation hall. One of them was about the levels of reincarnators. There were a total of 9 tiers from Tier 1 to Tier 9. The higher the level, the richer the items that can be exchanged with points. The method of advancement is simple for each reincarnation world experienced. If you become the highest rated reincarnator in that world, you automatically advance 1 tier. Above Tier 9, there are the Level 1 authority holders. Yes, that's Level 1 authority holder. Yun-E was stunned when he learned this. He did not expect to arrive at this level right from the start. As for how to advance to a Level 1 authority holder, there was no clear explanation. It merely stated that it entirely depends on luck. Another piece of news involved the number of participants. The number of reincarnators in the reincarnation world is not fixed, only known to be at least 10. Some worlds might even have 15 or 20 reincarnators appearing. Some individuals have even experienced a world with as many as 100 reincarnators appearing simultaneously. The crucial point is that even if the number reaches 100, the paradise's rules remain unchanged. Only 1 small team, plus 2 lone reincarnators, can ultimately return. The rest either die there, or leave using the return crystal. Time flew by quickly. Before long, it was once again the time for the next reincarnation. Yun-E returned to that vast white space, and saw the massive white light orb again. This time he had 10 more minutes of preparation time. But that was all. Soon the familiar sensation of dehydration hit him. It felt as if he were being shoved into a dehydrator. This time the sensation of weightlessness was more intense than before, as if something was pulling his soul downward, passing through layer after layer of barriers, stripping away pieces of himself with each layer. His consciousness surged in the chaos like a small boat tossed into a storm. And then, warmth, softness, pressure, that feeling again. Surrounding him was darkness enveloped in warm liquid, with the dull, yet powerful sound of a heartbeat echoing nearby. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of a heartbeat. Not his own. Yun-E sighed inwardly. Here we go again. Alright, a baby it is. He tried to move, and like last time his limbs were tightly wrapped like an insect trapped in amber. However, this time his mindset was much steadier than before. After all, having been an emperor for 300 years, he had seen all kinds of storms. Being reborn as a baby was something he was getting used to. He began to sense this new body. It was even healthier than the one he had reincarnated into in his previous life. Judging by this body alone, it seemed like a good birth this time. However, according to the judgment mechanism of the reincarnation paradise, he was probably classified again as the weakest. So the origin remained the best. Just as he was thinking this, a tremendous force began to press against him. Yun-E took a deep breath. His lungs filled with amniotic fluid, but he had already gone through this process in his last life, and he was quite familiar with it. The surrounding walls contracted violently, pushing him in a certain direction. It hurt just like last time, but he didn't think to curse anymore. The composure of a 300-year-old emperor still had its merits. Walk! A loud cry echoed. Light pierced his eyes. A hand lifted him up, wet and cool all over. It's a boy. A woman's voice, filled with unmistakable joy, exclaimed, "Congratulations, madam, it's a healthy boy." Not congratulations, your majesty. It was indeed congratulations to the madam. The title madam did not resemble the ancient forms of address. It seemed that this time he was not born in ancient times. He was placed in a soft swaddle, and a pair of hands gently caught him, trembling slightly. Let me see. A woman's voice, weak yet gentle. He was held up next to a face. He could not see the features clearly, but he caught a faint scent of milk, medicine, and blood. The metallic scent of blood from just giving birth. Such small hands. The woman's fingers gently brushed against his palm, warm and slightly sweaty. Yun-E instinctively grasped that finger. It was very small, very soft, like holding a feather in his hand. The woman chuckled softly, her laughter tinged with weariness, joy, and an indescribable emotion. Quite strong. The door was gently pushed open, and the footsteps were steady, exuding a habitual calmness. Let me have a look. The man's voice was deep, carrying a weight that brooked no argument. Yun-E felt the swaddle being taken, and a blurred face appeared in his view. He could not see the features, but he could feel that gaze. It felt heavy, like a mountain pressing down, not heavy in weight, but its presence was undeniable. Not bad. The man merely uttered 2 words, his tone flat, as if appraising an object he found pleasing. Then he handed Yun-E back to the woman. Rest well. The door closed. The footsteps receded. Yun-E kept his eyes closed, listening to the woman's even breathing, smelling the lingering scent of disinfectant in the air, and began to sort through the information this new body was receiving. That man. His footsteps were steady, not artificially maintained, but a natural calmness. Only those who have long commanded authority could possess such a gait. When he said not bad, his tone was like that of someone approving a document. Calm, brief, and unquestionable. He was a man accustomed to power. But this was not the ancient times. The air carried the scent of disinfectant, and the instruments used during childbirth were likely modern. The sound of the man's leather shoes on the floor was that of rubber soles, not cloth shoes or traditional boots. Modern, wealthy, and powerful. Yun-E silently made a judgment in his heart. Then there was that woman. Her hand had not loosened its grip, her fingers gently clutching his palm, as if confirming he was still alive. Her breathing was light, imbued with a cautious tenderness. Yet Yun-E could sense that her hand was trembling. He could not articulate it. He had only been an emperor for 300 years, never a mother. He did not know. Detecting host entering New World mythological entry system activated, extracting entries for the host. Congratulations, host has obtained myth level entry, source evolution, grade myth, starting from the origin of life, unlimited iterations. Each reshaping will strip away the old shell, molding a more perfect essence of life. Before each metamorphosis, sufficient life genes must be collected. The more collected, the more perfect the essence of life will be after reshaping. Current gene collection 0, current metamorphosis count 0, metamorphosis condition, collect a minimum of 100 units of life genes to undergo the first metamorphosis. Yun-E read this information over and over. There were none of the flashy 12 effects like Destined Emperor, but the effects were undoubtedly powerful. Unlimited iterations. Each reshaping was more perfect. The more genes collected, the stronger he became after reshaping. Isn't this evolution? An evolution without limits. As long as he collected enough genes, he could continuously grow stronger, continually reshape himself, each time more perfect than the last. This was completely different from Destined Emperor. Ding. Warning. Warning. Detected that the host is currently in a disposable soul state and cannot carry 2 mythological entries. Please choose 1 mythological entry to load. Yun-E was taken aback by the sudden warning from the system. Disposable soul state. What the hell is a disposable soul state? System clarify. Unfortunately, the system ignored him. It continued to issue warnings. Damn, this stupid system is malfunctioning again. Malfunction or not, Yun-E looked at the 2 mythological entries and chose the newly drawn one without hesitation. After making his selection, he felt a bit drowsy. He stopped thinking about these matters, closed his eyes, and let his consciousness sink into darkness. The infant's body required sleep. He needed to adapt to this new body. At the same time, in a certain place deep within the sewers, an infant was wrapped in filthy cloth, placed on a makeshift bed made of cardboard. Surrounded by sewage and garbage, rats scurried in the shadows. The infant opened his eyes, his pupils reflecting the dripping pipes above. His gaze was not like that of an infant. Cold, scrutinizing with a sharpness reminiscent of a predator. A homeless man squatted nearby, shoving a filthy finger into the infant's mouth. The infant took a couple of sucks and spat it out. The homeless man shoved it in again. The infant spat it out once more. Not eating. The homeless man mumbled, then forget it. He curled up in a corner, tightening his tattered cotton jacket, and soon fell asleep. The infant lay quietly in the cardboard box, staring unblinkingly at the pipes above. His lips moved slightly. No sound. But if someone could understand the language of infants, they would see he was saying, "That foolish paradise. I spent 1,000 to buy this commoner card, and you call this commoner status." In another place, a luxurious maternity ward. An infant was carried out by a nurse from the delivery room. Outside waiting were 7 or 8 men in suits, all standing up in unison. Boy or girl? Young master. It's a young master. In another place, a regular home. It's born. The midwife came out from the inner room, smiling. Mother and daughter are safe. The men waiting outside were momentarily stunned. Daughter. He managed a strained smile. A daughter is fine. A daughter is fine. On the same day, 20 infants were born in different corners of the same world. 3 years later, Yun-E had basically figured out the family situation in this life. His father's name was Yun Tianheng, 42 years old, and the chairman of the Shun Biotechnology Group. His mother's name was Wen Ruotang, 36 years old, a full-time housewife who supposedly studied biology before and had not worked since giving birth. There was a housekeeper in the house, surnamed Lu, in her 40s, efficient in her tasks, speaking softly, clearly a product of professional training. There was also a driver, a cook, and a family doctor. The house was large, 3 stories, with a garden and a swimming pool located in the affluent area of the city. None of this was particularly noteworthy. The key was Yun Tianheng. The day before yesterday, he wandered around the house passing the study when he noticed the door was open and glanced inside. On the desk were several documents, the cover emblazoned with the Shun Group's logo. Beside it lay a magazine with the cover story featuring Yun Tianheng himself. The headline read, "The New Tycoon of Biotechnology, the Billion Empire of Yun Tianheng." This was nothing in itself. The information that mattered came from the conversation he overheard in the days that followed. Yesterday visitors had arrived. "Old Yun, this is truly troublesome this time." The voice came from the study, carrying through a wall and a corridor, yet Yun Yi's hearing was far keener than ordinary. Every word cut through with crystalline clarity. "The CDC people came yesterday," the visitor said. "They claim it was a routine inspection, but the way they conducted themselves felt nothing like a social call." Yun Tianheng's voice was calm. "Which department?" "The Center for Infectious Disease Prevention and Control. The team leader is called Zhou Yuan, in his early 30s, young in appearance but ruthless in practice." "What have they found?" "So far there is no substantive progress, but they are reviewing nearly half a year of laboratory records, especially those pertaining to the B7 project." Silence followed. A long measured silence. Then Yun Tianheng spoke again, his tone unchanged. "All records for the B7 project are compliant. Let them inspect." "Old Yun, I said let them inspect." Yun Tianheng's voice betrayed no emotion, and the visitor fell. After a while, footsteps receded, and the guest departed. Yun Yi lay in bed, staring at the crystal chandelier on the ceiling as his mind spun at full tilt. B7 Project. CDC. The Center for Infectious Disease Prevention and Control. The name sounded oddly familiar. He shook his head. This was not his concern. What mattered now was this. His life genes were down to the last one. Current gene collection, 99. Yun Yi watched the numbers and felt a smile creep to his lips. Just one more, and he could undergo the metamorphosis. How to obtain that final gene, however, was another matter. Over the years, to assemble these life genes, he had harvested cockroaches, mosquitoes, flies, frogs. Any living creature he could catch and refine. Alas, each species could yield at most one gene. Even among insects, flies, mosquitoes, cockroaches, after repeated extractions, the same or similar specimens no longer produced anything. To gather them all, he had ruined his reputation. He could only hope this metamorphosis would not betray him. The final gene arrived sooner than he expected. On the third evening, Sister Lu was pruning roses in the garden when a hornet stung her. The wasp collapsed on a nearby stone table, still twitching. Yun Yi walked over, extended his small hand, and feigned curiosity as he reached to touch it. The instant his fingertip touched the hornet, detected new gene, order Hymenoptera family Vespidi gene collection, 100,100 metamorphosis condition satisfied. Initiate the first life remodeling immediately. Note the metamorphosis will last approximately 6 hours, during which the host will enter a deep sleep. Ensure the environment is secure. Yun Yi withdrew his hand, his heart quickening for a beat. 100 genes. 3 years. Cockroaches, mosquitoes, flies, ants, spiders, earthworms, geckos, frogs, sparrows, rats. He had, even during a physical exam, contrived to touch a laboratory mouse and a rabbit in a doctor's lab. A 3-year-old doing such things aroused no suspicion, only childish curiosity. It was only because animals he touched tended to die under strange circumstances that his reputation soured. Among the creatures he had handled were rare pets owned by socialites and matrons. Yet his father had enough influence that none dared make an accusation. There had been one woman who cursed him as a beast, claiming he had killed her child. That family vanished thereafter. Yun Yi never saw them again. Now finally he had enough. He returned to his room, closed the door, and climbed into bed. Begin the first metamorphosis now, eh? Yes, no, he drew a deep breath. He pressed the choice. Metamorphosis initiated, peeling away the old shell. Yun Yi felt a surge of heat erupt from his chest, as if something within him were awakening. It was not pain. It was an itch that crawled outward from the seams of his bones. Something writhed beneath his skin, traveling slowly and inexorably along veins, tendons, and every muscle fiber. He bit his tongue and made no sound. Itch was harder to bear than pain. 3 centuries of imperial composure meant nothing now. His hands gripped the sheet until his knuckles blanched, sweat beading on his brow. The hot current spread from his chest to his limbs, then flowed back to his heart like a tide, rising and falling, rising and falling. With each swell, he felt his body changing. He could not name the alteration. It was as if something was being dismantled and reassembled. Not a mere swap of parts, but a machine taken apart to its most primitive components, redrawn and rebuilt anew. The casing remained the same, but what lay within was different. Yun Yi's consciousness began to blur. The pattern on the sheets, the chandelier on the ceiling, the sliver of light through the curtains. All of it receded, as if viewed through frosted glass. He heard his heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. It slowed. It sank deeper. Like someone beating a drum, one beat, another. Then the drum stopped. The world fell silent. He could not even hear his breath. Darkness, pure unblemished darkness. Yun-E felt himself floating in something, without temperature or weight, without shape, everything absent. It felt like returning to his mother's womb. No, more primitive than a womb. As though he had returned to the very beginning of life before he was human, or anything at all, a formless mass of potential waiting to be shaped. Then he began to dream. In the dream he was a fish swimming in a deep dark sea. There was no light, yet he sensed countless shapes moving around him, some larger, some smaller, all swimming. He swam and swam, until suddenly he saw a shaft of light above. He swam upward. The higher he went, the brighter the light, and the warmer the water became. Then he broke the surface. He was no longer a fish, but a bird with great black wings. The wind lifted him from beneath, bearing him upward and upward. He flew over mountains and rivers, over patch after patch of forest. The world below shrank. Mountains becoming hills, rivers mere rills, forests transforming into carpets. He climbed so high he could see the curve of the earth, then struck something. Not a wall, but a membrane soft and transparent like the thin film inside an eggshell. He pecked it with his beak. The membrane ruptured and light poured in. Not ordinary light, but golden and viscous like molten gold. The light engulfed him. Then he heard his heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. He had returned. Yun-E opened his eyes. The chandelier still hung, the slit of light through the curtains remained, and the pattern on the sheets was unchanged. Nothing seemed altered. Yet he knew something had. Not a little change. Everything had been transformed. He raised his hand. It was still the hand of a 3-year-old child, small and chubby with neatly trimmed nails. But the skin was different. Previously it was the tender white of an infant, thin enough to see the veins beneath. Now it was still white, but different, like porcelain with a layer of glaze. The light did not reflect directly off the skin, it seeped in a little first, then came out warm and moist. He clenched his fist. His strength had increased. It was not just a little stronger, but significantly so. How much stronger he was not yet certain. However, he could feel that in terms of explosive power he could at least unleash 100-fold of his own strength. More crucially, he stared at his tender little hand, and with a thought layers of scales began to grow from his palm. Not just one, but many. The scales emerged from his palm, black and dense, each no larger than a grain of rice, with edges as sharp as blades arranged neatly, like a finely crafted chainmail. He flipped over his hand. The same scales emerged from beneath the skin, spreading from his fingertips to his wrist, from his wrists to his forearms, and from his forearms to his shoulders. He saw himself in the mirror. A 3-year-old child with half of his face still retaining a human appearance, while the other half was covered in black scales. His left eye was human, while his right had transformed into a vertical pupil. The metamorphosis was complete. Genetic integration, 100 types abilities unlocked. Snake scale, the epidermis, can generate keratin scales, increasing defense by 800, resistant to high temperatures, corrosion, and insulative. Frog legs, leg muscle fibers reconstructed, allowing a jump height of up to 20 times body length, explosive speed, increased by 500. Eagle eye, visual focal length, adjustable range from 0.1 meters to 3,000 meters, capable of perceiving ultraviolet light spectrum. Bat ear, hearing frequency expanded to 2 Hz, 120 kHz, capable of receiving ultrasonic echoes for positioning. Ant strength, muscle fiber density, increased strength limit, is 300 times body weight. Spider silk glands in the wrists can secrete heightened style protein fibers with tensile strength 5 times that of steel wire of the same diameter. Jellyfish regeneration, quick repair initiated after tissue damage with a single regeneration limit of 15 of total volume. Chameleon camouflage, epidermal pigment cells can change color at will, adjustable infrared reflectivity, achieving dual concealment through visual and thermal imaging. 91 remaining abilities have been integrated into a passive state. Yun-E looked at the half-human, half-beast face in the mirror, not afraid, but rather wanting to laugh. He focused his thoughts, and the scales receded from his face, revealing the tender skin beneath. His pupils changed from gold back to black. The look of a 3-year-old child. This ability was even stronger than he had anticipated. He glanced at the amount of life genes needed for the next metamorphosis. Metamorphosis condition: collect at least 100 units of life genes to undergo the second metamorphosis. Seeing that it still required a minimum of 100 units, Yun-E was a bit surprised. However, upon reflection, he understood the meaning of the word minimum. It seemed that 100 was the basic threshold for each metamorphosis. But next time he couldn't just settle for 100. At least, he needed to collect a bit more. The sound of knocking interrupted Yun-E's thoughts. "Xiaoyi, are you awake?" Lu Jie's voice came through the door, gentle and slightly cautious. For 3 years, she had always spoken in this tone, as if addressing a fragile item. "I'm awake," Yun-yi replied softly, his voice carrying the innocence of a 3-year-old. Lu Jie entered holding a cup of warm milk. "Madam said you didn't eat much this afternoon, so she had me heat a cup." She placed the milk on the bedside table, bent down to look at him, and reached out to touch his forehead. "Why is your face so red? Are you not feeling well?" "No, I just woke up." Yun-yi took the milk, holding the cup with both hands, sipping it slowly. Lu Jie stood by her, gaze scanning his face. Not finding anything unusual, she turned to tidy up the dirty clothes he had changed out of. When her hand touched a gray-brown shirt, she paused. "What is this?" She picked up the shirt, held it up to the light, and then leaned down to smell it. "Xiaoyi, did something happen to you?" Yun-yi glanced at her over the rim of the cup. "I was sweating, it's sticky." Lu Jie frowned, folded the shirt neatly, and stuffed it into the bottom of the laundry basket. "They'll wash this for you later." She didn't ask further. Having served this child for 3 years, she knew his temperament well. He was not talkative, didn't cry, or make a fuss, quiet, and still occasionally doing things that puzzled others, but never causing trouble. He did have one quirk. He liked to touch those little insects and small animals, and after he did, they would die. This news spread among the socialite circle, and several wealthy ladies were hesitant to bring their children to visit, fearing that their pets might be accidentally harmed by this young master. Lu Jie privately thought this was quite uncanny, but she was hired help, getting paid to work, and knew not to ask what Lu Jie. Yun-yi put down the milk cup and wiped his mouth with his sleeve. This action was also practiced deliberately, as it was normal for a 3-year-old to not wipe their mouth after drinking. "What is it? Where's Mom?" "Madam is resting upstairs, as she hasn't been feeling well these past couple of days." Lu Jie finished tidying up, walked to the door, and turned to glance back at him. "Do you want to find Madam?" Yun-yi shook his head, sliding off the bed and stepping barefoot onto the floor. The carpet was thick and fluffy, his toes sank in halfway. "I'll play by myself." Lu Jie nodded and closed the door as she left. Yun-yi stood in the room, listening to her footsteps fade away, going downstairs through the living room and into the laundry room. Then he heard the sound of the washing machine running. He listened again to the upstairs. It was very quiet. His mother, Wen Ruitang's breathing was soft, and even from the master bedroom on the second floor, separated by a layer of ceiling and an entire corridor. He silently counted in his heart. She was 7 months pregnant. Since last autumn, when Ruitang's belly had been growing day by day, and by this spring, she rarely came downstairs, spending all day lying in bed with the family doctor visiting every few days. The footsteps faded away. Yun-yi stood by the window, looking at the roses in the garden. The cluster that Lu Jie had been stung by was now quietly blooming red, pink, and yellow, all gilded in the sunset. The wasps were nowhere to be seen. Time passed quickly. For Yun-yi, time had never been a problem. But for Wen Ruitang, these past few months had been very slow. Her belly was getting bigger, while she was getting thinner. Not in a way of malnutrition, but as if something was being drawn from her very essence, her skin thin enough to see the green veins beneath her eye sockets, deeply sunken cheekbones protruding like a weathered statue. The family doctor Xin Jiangwo came every day, measuring blood pressure, listening to the fetal heartbeat, drawing blood for tests, and then shutting himself in the study to talk on the phone with Yun Tianing, his voice kept very low, which Yun-yi could hear even from 2 floors up, but he was too lazy to listen. Those words revolved around one meaning. Madam's health was poor, but the child was fine. As long as the child was fine. Everyone in this household thought this way. Yun-yi sometimes went upstairs to see Wen Ruitang, who would lean against the headboard, draped in a light pink cardigan, her hair cascading over her shoulders, smiling when she saw him. "Xiaoyi is here." She extended her hand, and Yun-yi walked over, being pulled into her embrace. There was a medicinal scent about her, bitter and mixed with a hint of milk. "When will Mom give birth?" Yun-yi asked. "Soon." When Ruitang looked down at him, her fingers gently combing through his hair. "Do you want a younger brother or a younger sister?" "A younger sister," Yun-yi replied without hesitation. When Ruitang smiled a soft smile as though afraid to disturb something. "Why do you want a sister?" Yun-yi pouted. What else could it be? Naturally, he could sense clearly through the bond of life that what was in her belly, but he couldn't say it outright. "A younger sister is good," he said. When Ruitang hugged him a little tighter, resting her chin on top of his head. "All right, then it's a sister." That deep autumn, when the first snow fell, when Ruitang gave birth. Weighing 6 Jin and 2 Liang, her cries were loud and clear, her little face rosy, her hands and feet kicking incessantly, like a little turtle turned on its back. Yun-yi stood at the delivery room door, watching through the glass as the nurse picked up the tiny being. So small. Smaller than he had been at birth. Her skin was wrinkled like a peach that had not yet ripened, her eyes tightly shut, her mouth opening and closing in search of milk. "It's a sister," Sister Lu said with a smile nearby. "Xiaoyi, you have a sister now." Yun-yi remained silent, just watching. His own face was reflected in the glass. 3.5 years old, his features had elongated somewhat, no longer as round as when he was born, his chin a bit pointed, his eyes a bit larger. In that moment his eyes changed slightly. It was not intentional, It was a natural reaction of his body. His sharp gaze automatically adjusted its focus at close range, clearly seeing every eyelash of the infant. They were dense. They were long. Like two small fans. When Ruotang named the sister Yun Yen, she did not explain the meaning of the character Nyen, and Yun Tianheng did not ask. After Yun Yen was born, when Ruotang's health improved somewhat, she could get out of bed and walk, could finish a whole bowl of porridge, and her complexion was no longer that frighteningly pale. But she did not smile much anymore. It was not that she did not smile, but that she smiled less. Sometimes when Yun Yi held Yun Yen to find her, she would sit by the window staring outside blankly, only returning to her senses when she heard footsteps, turning her head to smile. That smile was very faint, as if separated by a layer of mist. Yun Yi observed quietly, saying nothing. He was not a typical 3-year-old child, but he also did not know what to say. Yun Yen grew quickly. At 6 months, she could sit. At 8 months, she could crawl. At 1 year, she could walk, and by a year and a half, she could run and jump, babbling incessantly. She resembled a little sapling that had been wealth-changing day by day. Her hair was dark and thick, styled into 2 little tufts, bouncing as she ran. Her eyes resembled Wen Ruotang's, large and round like 2 black grapes, filled with curiosity about everything. She loved to follow Yun Yi. Wherever Yun Yi went, she followed. When Yun Yi sat down, she would climb onto his lap. When Yun Yi read, she would reach out to grab the pages of the book. When Yun Yi ignored her, she would cling to his arm, calling out, "Brother, brother, brother," like a little chick that would not. "Can you be quiet for a moment?" Yun Yi once said, furrowing his brows due to her incessant chatter. Yun Yen was taken aback for a moment, her mouth pouting, her eyes immediately brimming with tears. "Brother is being mean to me." Yun Yi took a deep breath. He had faced dozens of ministers in the Dian Empire without furrowing his brow, yet now he was left flustered by a 2-year-old girl. "I didn't scold you," he said, his tone stiff. Yun Yen sniffed, tears still clinging to her eyelashes, staring at him without blinking. "Really? Really?" Yun Yen broke into a smile, climbing back onto his lap, burying her face into his chest, mumbling, "Brother is the best." Yun Yi sat still, allowing her to treat him as a human cushion. In the distance in the living room, when Ruotang watched this scene, a faint smile curving her lips. The smile that day was a bit brighter than before. Time continued to move forward. Yun Yi was 4, then 5, then 6. Each birthday was simple. When Ruotang would personally bake a cake, and while Yun Tianheng might not be present, gifts would always arrive. At 4, it was a set of encyclopedias. At 5, it was a telescope. At 6, it was a microscope. Each gift was perfectly suited, as if someone had carefully studied his preferences before selecting them. Yun Yi was unsure whether this was Yun Tianheng's own idea, or if it was arranged by his secretary. But he had to admit these items were indeed useful. The encyclopedia helped him understand the biological classification of the world. The telescope allowed him to observe living things from afar. The microscope. He had not used the microscope yet. A 3-year-old could not use it, and neither could a 6-year-old. He pretended very well. Over the course of 6 years, no one in the family noticed anything amiss. Sister Lu thought he was a quiet child, when Ruotang thought he was a sensible child, and Yun Tianheng thought he was a competent child. Competent was not quite the right word, but Yun Yi could not find a better way to describe it. Yun Tianheng's attitude toward him was not like that of a father to a son, but more like that of a manager to an heir. He would regularly check his academic progress and occasionally take him to the company for a tour, allowing him to sit in the office and watch the employees coming and going and the mountains of documents. Once Yun Tianheng placed a tablet in front of him, and on the screen was a company organizational chart. "Do you?" Yun Tianheng asked. Yun Yi looked at it for 2 minutes and nodded. "Tell me about it." Yun Yi clearly explained the functions of each department, the responsibilities of each executive, and every reporting line. After listening, Yun Tianheng fell silent for a few seconds. Not bad. Just those 2 words. But Yun Yi noticed a flicker at the corner of his mouth. It was not a smile, but a slight change in curvature, almost imperceptible. In the study of imperial physiognomy, this was called a micro-nod, indicating satisfaction, but unwilling to show it too openly. When he himself was emperor, he often did the same. Yun Yen was 3 years old. Completely different from the quietness Yun Yi had at that age, she was like a fire burning wherever she went. She had broken the vase in the living room twice. Half of the flowers in the garden had been pulled out as herbs, and flour had been scattered all over the kitchen where she rolled around. Sister Lu chased after her, panting heavily. "Miss, slow down. You can't touch that." Yun Yen giggled, running barefoot on the floor with a patter, her hair a mess, her dress soiled, and a smudge of cream on her face. She ran up to Yun Yi, hugging his leg tightly, hiding behind him. "Brother, save me." Yun Yi looked down at the fluffy little head and sighed. "What did you do?" "I didn't do anything." Sister Lu caught up, leaning against the door frame, panting. "The mist has covered the lattice lipstick all over the mirror." Yun Yi glanced at Yun Yen. Yun Yen buried her face behind his leg, revealing half of her forehead and one eye which blinked nervously. "It's not me. There are your teeth marks on the lipstick." "The lipstick bit me first." Yun couldn't help. A faint sound like a bubble rising from the bottom of the water broke before reaching the surface. Yun peeked out from behind his leg looking up at him. Brother, you smiled. I didn't. You smiled. I saw it. You saw it wrong. I didn't. Brother smiled. She began to circle around him continuously chanting, smiled, like a little sparrow fed with sugar. Yun reached out to press down on her head, stopping her from spinning. Go clean the mirror. Brother, come with me. I won't. Then I won't clean it either. Then I'll tell Mom. Yun widened her eyes looking at him in disbelief, as if she were staring at a traitor. Brother is bad. She stomped her foot and ran away in a huff. 2 minutes later Yun passed by the bathroom and saw her standing on a small stool in front of the mirror seriously wiping the lipstick marks with a wet tissue. When she couldn't reach a spot, she tiptoed pressing her whole body against the mirror like a gecko clinging to glass. Yun stood at the door and watched for a while. Then he turned and left. After taking 2 steps, he turned back and cleaned the spot she couldn't reach. When Yun was 5, something happened. That afternoon Yun was searching for bugs in the garden. He needed more genes, but after 6 years he had basically touched everything that could be found in this garden. He was digging under a osmanthus tree, while Yun squatted beside him holding a twig and mimicking his poking in the soil. What are you looking for, brother? Bugs. What do you need bugs for? They are useful. Useful for what? You won't understand if I tell you. I will understand if you tell me. Yun ignored her and continued digging. Yun wasn't annoyed as she stuck the twig in the soil and rested her chin on her hands watching him. Brother, aren't you different from other brothers? What do you mean? Other brothers play with their sisters, but you don't play with me. I have played with you. You haven't. You just watch me play from the side. Yun fell silent for a moment. That's different. Well, he couldn't articulate it. He did watch her play, not because he didn't want to participate, but because he didn't know how to join in. In reality, for 18 years, he was an orphan. No one had kept him company. After 300 years as an emperor, he had become accustomed to watching from the sidelines. Watching ministers quarrel, watching the people work, watching enemy troops array, watching the mountains and rivers change. He stood at the highest point observing everything, never jumping down. But Yun was different. She didn't watch as she jumped. She jumped into puddles, jumped into flower bushes, jumped into every situation. He could only watch from afar. Then she turned back to smile at him, calling out, Brother, come quickly. He never went. Not once. Brother. Yun's voice pulled him back. It's nothing. He continued digging. You play your own games. Yun looked at him for a while, suddenly pulled the twig from the soil and stuffed it into his hand. Brother'll teach you how to play. I don't need to. You do need to. She looked at him earnestly, her 5-year-old face carrying a determination not typical for her age. You always watch and never play. That's not good. Yun held the twig, unsure of what to say. He had been an emperor for 300 years, and no one had ever said to him, I'll teach you. Everyone was waiting for him to teach. Waiting for him to speak, waiting for him to give instructions, waiting for him to nod or shake his head. Yun was the first person to say, I'll teach you. 5 years old. With 2 pigtails, her face still smeared with mud. Okay, he said. Yun smiled, her eyes curving into 2 crescent moons. She squatted down and drew a circle in the dirt with the twig. First we dig a hole. Then what? Then we pour water into it. Then what? Then we wait for the bug. Did you invent this? No, I saw it when Sister Lu was watering the flowers. The bugs will drown if they... Yun looked at her serious little face and suddenly felt. This sister seemed different from what he had imagined. Not the kind who only followed him around calling brother. She had her own ideas. That day the hole was never finished because Sister Lu called for dinner from the kitchen. Yun dropped the twig and grabbed his hand, pulling him inside. Brother, hurry up. Today there's braised pork. Her hand was small and soft, and her palm was slippery from the mud of the twig. Yun was pulled by her across the stone path of the garden, past the pond, and around the osmanthus tree. The wind blew past his ear, bringing the sweet scent of osmanthus and the aroma of meat wafting from the kitchen. He didn't shake off her hand. When Yun was 6, she started elementary school. On the first day after school, she rushed into Yun's room, without even putting down her backpack, bursting through the door with her face flushed. Brother, someone bullied me. Yun set down the book in his hand. Who? The boy sitting behind me. He pulled my hair. Did you hit him back? I did. Then that's fine. But the teacher scolded me. Why? Because I poked his hand with a pencil. Yun paused for a moment. Next time use a ballpoint pen. The ballpoint pen tip is dull, it won't break the skin, but it hurts. Yun thought for a moment and nodded seriously. Okay. Then she ran away. The next day she proudly declared that the boy no longer dared to pull her hair. Yun didn't ask whether she used a pencil or a ballpoint pen. He thought it should be a ballpoint pen. When Yun was 7, when Ruotang's health worsened again. This time it was more serious than during her pregnancy. She began to cough, a dry cough without phlegm, but it wouldn't stop. Sometimes she would bend over while coughing, curling up like a piece of crumpled paper blown by the wind. Dr. Shun came many times, each time staying in the study for a long while and emerging with a troubled expression. Once Yun-E passed by the study and heard Dr. Shun on the phone. The situation is not optimistic. It's not ordinary postpartum weakness. It seems like some chronic. Yes, I checked. There are no similar cases. Yes, I suggest going abroad for a checkup. Dr. Shun was silent for a long time after what was said on the other end. Okay, I understand. He hung up the phone and sat in the chair for a while before getting up to leave. Yun-E stood at the corner of the hallway watching Dr. Shun's figure disappear at the staircase. He didn't follow him, but he remembered that sentence. There are no similar cases. On Yun-Yen's 8th birthday, when Ruotang surprisingly came downstairs. She wore a new dress light blue, making her complexion look less pale. Her hair was also styled pinned with a hairpin given by Yun-Yen, a plastic one pink adorned with a fake diamond bought from a small shop at the school gate for $2.50. Mom, do I look good? Yun-Yen asked looking up. You look beautiful. When Ruotang bent down and kissed her forehead, anything given by Yun-Yen looks good. Yun-Yen joyfully twirled in place, her skirt fluttering like a blooming flower. Brother, look at Mom. I saw it. Isn't it pretty? It's beautiful. Yun-E's gaze fell on Wen Ruotang's face as he spoke these words. Her cheekbones had risen slightly higher than a month ago, and her eye sockets were deeper. Yet she was smiling genuinely, not a perfunctory smile meant to reassure others. She was truly happy. Because of Yun-Yen. In this household, the only person who could truly make Wen Ruotang smile was Yun-Yen, not Yin Tianhing nor him. It was that little girl with her pigtails running like a gust of wind and laughing like a string of bells. Dinner with Sister Lu prepared a feast: braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, steamed based garlic broccoli, and a large cake with 8 candles on top. Yun-Yen stood in front of the cake, clasped her hands together, and closed her eyes to make a wish. She took quite a while. What did you wish for? Sister Lu asked. Yun-Yen opened her eyes and smiled mischievously. I can't say, oh, if I do it won't come true. She stole a glance at Yun-E. That look was quick, so quick that no one but Yun-E noticed. Yun-E did not pursue the matter, but he noted it in his heart. Less than a month later, things changed. That night, Yun-E was reading in his room. At 11 years old, he no longer needed to pretend to read picture books. He had finished more than half of the encyclopedia and was using a microscope, though he had to lock the door each time to prevent Yun-Yen from barging in. He heard a sound at the door downstairs. It wasn't Sister Lu returning. She was on leave today. Nor was it Wen Ruotang. She had long since gone to sleep. It was Yun Tianheng. But today his footsteps sounded different. They were more urgent than usual. It wasn't the calm, measured way of walking where each step was firm, but rather carried a sense of. Yun-E thought for a moment and found a word: urgency. Yun-E put down his book, walked to the door, and opened it a crack. Yun Tianheng did not go upstairs, but directly entered the study. The door closed. But Yun-E's ears were not those of an ordinary person. Sitting in his room separated by 2 floors and several walls, he could hear every word clearly from the study. Yun Tianheng was on the phone. Are you ready? Silence. What about the reagents? Silence. What about the personnel arrangements? Silence. Then proceed as planned. In 3 days. Silence. As for her, I will arrange it. The call ended. The study was quiet for a long time. Then Yun Tianheng spoke, his voice low as if to himself. There isn't enough time. Just those 4 words. Yun-E leaned against the headboard, chewing over those 4 words repeatedly. Not enough time. What isn't enough time? Her body. Or something else. He recalled the term, Project B7. He thought of Zhou Yuan from this. He remembered what Dr. Shin said, there are no similar cases. All the fragments pieced together in his mind, but the picture that emerged was not a complete one, but rather a huge dark hole. He did not know what lay within that hole, but he knew that in 3 days it would open. 3 days. During those 3 days, Yun Tianheng hardly returned home. The atmosphere at home became very strange. Sister Lu still cooked and cleaned every day, but her smile had diminished. Sometimes she stood in the kitchen in a daze, the cloth in her hand, unmoving for a long time. When Ruotang still lay in bed, but her cough had improved significantly, she hardly coughed anymore. This should have been a good thing, but after Dr. Shen's visit her complexion was worse than before. Yun-E asked him what was wrong, and Dr. Shen smiled faintly, and said it was nothing, but that smile was more unappealing than crying. Only Yun-Yen knew nothing. She went to school as usual, came home as usual, chased after Sister Lu for snacks as usual, and lay on Yun-E's bed, doing homework, looking up at him whenever she encountered a difficult problem. Brother, how do I solve this problem? Yun-E glanced at it. It was elementary school math: chickens and rabbits in the same cage. Let X be the number of chickens, and Y be the number of rabbits. What is X? Let me teach you another method. He explained the problem in the simplest way, and Yun-Yen understood, happily finishing her homework before falling asleep on his bed. Yun-E gazed at her sleeping face. 80-year-old Yun-Yen was no longer as round as when she was younger. Her chin had sharpened a bit, her nose had become more pronounced, but her mouth remained small, pursed like a cherry. Her eyelashes were long like 2 small fans. He had noticed that on the day she was born. He silently pondered, What would happen in 3 days he did not know. But he knew one thing. No matter what happened, he would make sure this girl lived. Not because of the task of the reincarnator, nor to plunder the source. But because when she said, "I'll teach you how to play," the mud on her face and the light in her eyes. On the third day, that morning Yun-E woke up very early. It was not yet dawn outside, it was gray, the streetlights still lit, illuminating the empty streets. He heard movement downstairs. It wasn't Sister Lu, she hadn't arrived yet. It was Yun Tianheng. He had returned. And he was not alone. There were 2 others, their footsteps light trained, as if they were deliberately lowering their voices as they walked. Yun-E focused and listened. There were 2 men, both of them. Their footsteps were synchronized, the spacing consistent, as if they had undergone special training. Security. Military. They stood in the living room, and Yun Tianheng's voice rang out. "Are you ready?" "Yes." "What about the personnel?" "They are already in position on standby." "What about the reagents?" "All in place." "Good." Yun Tianheng paused for a moment. "Go up and bring the lady and the children down." The footsteps headed upstairs. Yun-E closed his eyes, pretending to still be asleep. The door was gently pushed open, and Yun Tianheng walked in, standing by the bed for a while. "Little E." Yun-E opened his eyes, pretending to have just woken up, rubbing his eyes. "Daddy, get up, put on your clothes. We are leaving." "Where to?" "To a safe place." Yun Tianheng's tone was very calm, no different from usual. But Yun-E noticed that his hand was clenched into a fist at his side. Not out of nervousness, but to control something. "What about my sister?" "She is already in the car." Yun-E nodded and got out of bed, dressing himself. He did not ask further. An 11-year-old child should not ask too many questions. But as he walked past Yun Tianheng, he looked up at him. There was no expression on that face, like a still pond. But beneath the stillness something was churning. Yun-E recognized that look. He had seen it in the great Yin Empire. Before each significant decision, he himself had that same look. The kind of look that said, "I know what will happen next, but you don't need to know." The kind of look that said, "Everything is under my control, but the outcome may not be what you all desire." The kind of look that said, "I did what I believe to be right, how you see me is irrelevant." Yun-E withdrew his gaze and followed Yun Tianheng out of the room. In the corridor, 2 men in black suits stood with earpieces and dark glasses, their faces expressionless. They shifted slightly to make way when they saw Yun-E. He walked between them and smelled a faint tang of, it was not ordinary disinfectant, but the sort used in laboratories. He did not pause. Downstairs the car was already running. A black business van idled at the entrance, its engine humming low. The door stood open. Sister Lu sat in the last row, her face, pale hands clenched together. Wen Ruotang sat in the middle row, wrapped in a heavy coat, holding Yun Yin in her arms. Yun Yin still slept, her head against Wen Ruotang's shoulder, a thin line of drool at her mouth, clutching a plush rabbit. One Yun-E had one for her at a mall, when she was 3, hideously ugly, yet she treasured it, and carried it everywhere. Yun-E climbed into the car, and sat beside Wen Ruotang. She glanced at him, and reached out to pat his head. "It will be all right." Her voice was very soft, the same tenderness she had used in the hospital when she cradled a newborn and told him he was strong. Yet her hand trembled. As before, Yun-E did not pull away from her touch. The car moved, leaving the compound, joining the main road, and passing streets still asleep. The horizon began to pale. Yun-E saw in the rearview mirror Yun Tianheng standing at the gate. His figure grew smaller and smaller until it became a black that vanished into the morning light. He had not gotten in. Yun-E drew back his gaze and watched the scenery race past. Street lamps winked off one by one as dawn brightened the sky. People began to appear, morning joggers, dogwalkers, those buying breakfast. Steam rose from the steamer baskets at the bun shop. Someone at the bus stop stared at a phone. Oh, traffic lights changed. Everything was as usual. No one knew the day would be different. Yun-E leaned against the seat with his eyes closed. He counted how many intersections they passed, how many turns they took, how many overpasses they climbed. He was memorizing the route, cataloging landmarks, and every possible reference point. He did not distrust Yun Tianheng's arrangements. He was merely adding an extra layer of insurance. After about 40 minutes, the car entered an underground parking facility. The lot was vast, dimly lit, with a damp, moldy tang in the air. Several vehicles were already parked, black like theirs, without any markings. The car came to a stop. Sister Lu stepped out first, then a man in a suit opened a door and reached to help Wen Ruotang. Wen Ruotang waved him off and stepped out with Yun Yin still in her arms. The movement woke the child, as she blinked groggily, looked around, and puckered her lips. "Where is this?" "A safe place," Wen Ruotang said. "Where's Daddy?" "Daddy, we'll come later." Yun Yin made an "oh" sound, buried her face in Wen Ruotang's neck, and closed her eyes again. Yun-E followed them out, and stood in the parking lot surveying the surroundings. It was a large subterranean facility, not an ordinary garage. The ceiling rose 5 or 6 meters, of ventilation ducts were as thick as buckets, and the fire doors in the walls were heavy as if for a bank vault. They passed through a fire door with the suited man and entered a long corridor. White doors lined both sides of the corridor, windowless and marked only with numbers. A07, A08, A09, stretching to an unseen end. At door A12 the suited man stopped and swiped a card. The door opened to a modest room with 3 beds, a bathroom, a television, and a table. A small high window let in a sliver of light. "Please rest here," the suited man said. "If you need anything—" He pointed to a red button by the bedside, then turned and left. The door closed. The lock's tongue slid home with a soft click that sounded remarkably loud in the quiet corridor. Sister Lu took Yun Yin from Wen Ruotang and laid her on the bed, tucking the blanket around her. Wen Ruotang sat on the edge and stared at the closed door without speaking. Yun Yi stood at the window on tiptoe to peer out. The window sat high, he had to strain his eagle-like sight to make out the outside, a gray overcast sky. In the distance the silhouettes of a few buildings suggested an industrial area. Farther away a smokestack exhaled white smoke. Beyond that nothing. He stepped down from the window and sat on his bed waiting quietly. He did not know exactly what he waited for, only later that day Yun Yi felt it. Not something he heard or saw. It was a bone-deep intuition, like an invisible needle silently piercing the membrane of the air and releasing something. Goose flesh rose on his skin. Scales slumbering beneath the flesh stirred as if being summoned. He pressed the feeling down, but his fingers trembled slightly, not from fear, but because his body warned him that something had come. That day he only watched fragments of the news. Sister Lu had the television on the news channel. The anchor, solemn-faced, reported breaking news. Multiple cases of unexplained high fever, vomiting, and disorientation have appeared in the city. Patients exhibited aggressive behavior after being admitted. The CDC has intervened as citizens should avoid panic and minimize going outside. The footage cut to a hospital entrance. Ambulance lights flashed as medical staff in full protective suits pushed a stretcher inside. The person on the stretcher struggled violently, producing a sound that was not wholly human. Deep hoarse, like a roar squeezed from the back of the throat. The broadcast quickly cut away. Sister Lu switched channels repeatedly until she stopped at a cartoon, a pink pig cavorting in a mud puddle, snuffling with a cheerful oink. Yun Yin woke, rubbed her eyes, and sat up. "What's that noise?" "It's nothing, just the television," Sister Lu said, lowering the volume. Yun Yin watched the pink pig for a while, yawned, and lay back down. Yun Yi sat on the bedside, and his mind moved at speed. High fever, vomiting, disorientation, aggression. Protective suits. The industrial zone with the smoking chimney. B7 project. CDC. It's too late. The fragments fit together. This was not an ordinary virus. It was a zombie virus. Yin Tianheng had known. He had known the outbreak would occur, known the timing and the scale. He might even have known that the virus had come from his laboratory, so he had sent his family here, a prearranged, safe, isolated place. Yet one thing was wrong. Yun Yi glanced at the closed door. It had been locked from the outside. He did not care. The door could not hold. What troubled him was that Yun Tianheng had not boarded the car. He remained outside in the city, being consumed by the virus. What was he doing? Cleaning up his own mess? Or something else? Yun Yi leaned against the headboard. A child cried in the next room. They were not the only family here. Others occupied nearby rooms. He closed his eyes and began to listen. Noises at the corridor's end, breaths from neighboring rooms, the air moving through overhead ducts. And beyond this building in the city being devoured by the virus, things he could not hear but knew were happening. Crying, shouting, footsteps, and those inhuman roars. He could not hear them directly, but he knew they existed. Yun Yi looked down at his hand. The hand of an 11-year-old, pale and soft, scales dormant beneath the skin like a sleeping beast. He clenched his fist. Not yet. Suddenly hurried footsteps sounded in the corridor, not the measured stride of the suited men, but uneven and panicked. Then a brief, sharp scream, half a syllable, cut off as if a throat had been seized. Yun Yi's pupils instantly turned golden. Silently, he slid off the bed and stepped barefoot onto the. Sister Lu dozed in the corner. When Ruotang leaned against the headboard, eyes closed, Yun Yin curled up tightly, clutching her ugly rabbit. He approached the door and pressed his ear against it. Footsteps echoed outside, more than one pair. Their breathing was labored, wet, and gurgling as though something choked their throats. Then came the clashing of metal, something scratching at the door. The door of room A11 shuddered under a heavy impact, so forceful the entire wall trembled. A child's cry pierced the air, then abruptly choked off. Yun Yi's hand rested on the doorknob. Xiao Yi. When Ruotang's voice drifted from behind him, hoarse, drowsy, still thick with sleep. He turned. Golden irises flickered once in the darkness, then vanished. By the time he faced her, his eyes had returned to black. It's fine, Mama. I'm going to the bathroom. She studied him for 2 seconds, nodded, and closed her eyes again. Yun Yi twisted the knob, slipped out, and eased the door shut behind him. Half the corridor lights were dead. The remaining ones flickered erratically, slicing the hallway into jagged fragments of light and shadow. Fresh claw marks scored the door of room A11. 4 deep, widely spaced gashes, unmistakably inhuman. Blood pooled beneath the threshold, dark crimson stark against the white tiles. He did not glance at A11. He walked forward, his footsteps swallowed by the carpet. Passing A10, he heard muffled voices inside, trembling, whispering into a phone. A09 was unnervingly silent. At the corridors, in the fire exit door stood ajar. Wind streamed through the gap, carrying the scent of rust, sewer rot, and something indescribable. He'd smelled it once before, in the Great Yen Imperial Dynasty. When corpses piled 5 feet high, and the sun baked them, that was the stench. The scent of death. Yun-E paused before the fire door, and pushed it open. Beyond lay the parking garage. 2 black sedans were missing from their usual spots. Instead, a minivan lay, overturned, its doors gaping. Empty. Shards of glass littered the ground. Shoes scattered haphazardly. And a hand. Sleeve neatly tailored, unmistakably belonging to a man in a suit. It twitched. Fingers curled inward, grasping at nothing. Yun-E knelt beside it, glanced at his wristwatch. The face was shattered, the hands frozen at 1047. He rose, and kept walking. At the garage's far end stretched the exit ramp, bathed in wan leaden daylight. The wind strengthened. The metallic stench intensified. At the ramp's mouth stood a small, derelict structure, resembling an abandoned factory gatehouse. Half its corrugated roof had peeled away, groaning in the wind. Yun-E stood in the doorway and looked out. The world had changed. Distant city silhouettes remained, but black smoke now coiled from several chimneys along the horizon. Not industrial smoke, fire. Multiple conflagrations. Vehicles jammed the highway, chaotically strewn like toppled building blocks. Some doors hung open, others bore smears of blood, some held occupants, motionless, slumped over seats or collapsed onto steering wheels. Farther still, figures staggered along the road. Their postures were wrong. Knees locked, rigid shoulders twisted sideways, heads lolling, dragging themselves across the asphalt. Not walking, shuffling. Yun-Ye's eagle-eyed vision autofocused. He saw their faces. Gray, sunken eye sockets. Cyanotic lips. Dark fluid seeping from downturned corners of their mouths. One man's left cheek had been gnawed away, exposing bone. Yet he moved. Yun-E withdrew his gaze. He retraced his steps through the garage and corridor, then pushed open the door to room A12. When Ruotang still leaned against the headboard, but her eyes were wide open, fixed on the doorway. Relief washed over her at his return. Why did you take so long? People are fighting outside. Yun-E climbed back onto his bed and pulled the blanket up to his chin. It's deafening. She asked no further questions. That night, sounds punctuated the silence. Door impacts, footsteps, guttural roars unlike any human sound. Each disturbance stirred when Ruotang to shift uneasily in bed, but she never rose, never opened the door, never spoke a word. She knew, more than any of them. At dawn the next day, Sister Lu switched on the television. Every channel displayed static, except one local station broadcasting in fragmented bursts. The anchor recited his script with strained composure. All citizens must remain indoors. Secure all windows and doors. Do not venture outside. Military forces have intervened. Quarantine zones are being established. Repeat, all citizens must remain indoors. The screen cut to a map. A crimson circle pulsed on screen, engulfing most of the city. Yun-E stared at it, and suddenly remembered he had yet to learn this world's name. He moved to the window, stood on tiptoe, and activated his eagle-eyed vision, focusing on the rooftop of the... A billboard gleamed there, its scarlet letters stark against the ashen sky. Linhai City, City of Vitality, Harbor of Dreams. Linhai City, a coastal metropolis. A virus spreading inland from the shore, logically inevitable. As he stepped back from the window, his peripheral vision caught when Ruotang's face. She gazed at the sealed door, calm, utterly still, as if staring into stagnant water. Yet her fingers trembled, knuckles bleached white where they gripped the quilt's edge. She waited, for someone who would never come. Days passed. On the 3rd day, the television signal died. On the 5th, every corridor light extinguished, leaving only the dim, sickly green glow of emergency fixtures. On the 7th, the ventilation ceased. The air grew thick, humid, suffocating. On the 10th, the tap water dwindled to a trickle, tinted with the tang of rust. Sister Lu began to unravel. She paced the room, muttering, "Why hasn't food arrived? What's happening out there? Have we been forgotten?" When Ruotang said nothing, only reclined on the bed, growing thinner each day, Yun-Yen grasped none of it. She only knew she couldn't go outside, couldn't watch TV, couldn't attend school. She filled her hours drawing. Using a ballpoint pen scavenged from Sister Lu's bag, sketching on tissue paper osmanthus trees in the courtyard, her ugly rabbit Yun-Ye's silhouette seated by the window. "Brother, when are we going home?" "Soon." "Where's Daddy?" "Daddy is busy outside." "Busy doing what?" "He'll visit us once he's finished." Yun-Yen murmured acknowledgement and bent back to her drawing. On the 15th day, someone knocked at the door. Not a frantic battering assault, but a measured knock, 3 precise raps, a pause, then 3 more. Lu Jie sprang upright from bed, eyes wide with shock. When Ruotang also opened her eyes, her body leaning forward slightly. Yun-E walked from the window to the door and placed his hand upon the doorknob. Who is it? A silence lingered outside for 2 seconds. Then a man's voice emerged, hoarse, weary yet steady. It's me. When Ruotang flinched violently, Yun-E turned the knob and opened the door. Yun Tianhing stood in the doorway, emaciated, having lost at least 20 gene. His suit jacket was gone, at dark stains, dried blood now deep brown, marred his shirt. One sleeve had been torn off, revealing a long wound on his forearm, crusted over yet inflamed and red-edged, clearly infected. His jaw was shadowed with stubble, his eye sockets sunken, but his gaze remained profound and immovable as a mountain. His eyes passed over Yun-E and settled upon Wen Ruotang's face. When Ruotang stared at him, lips parting faintly, yet no sound escaped. Yun Tianhing stepped inside and stood beside the bed. He gazed at her for a long time, then gently lifted a stray strand of hair from her forehead and tucked it behind her ear. The gesture was tender, so delicate that Yun-E nearly doubted his own sight. You're here, she whispered. How is it outside? Not well. Yun Tianhing sat down beside the bed, buried his face in his hands, rubbed his temples, then lifted his head. His gaze swept slowly across the room. Lu Jia huddled in the corner. Yun Yin sat on the bed, clutching her rabbit, gazing at him with quiet bewilderment. Daddy. Her voice was barely a whisper. You're hurt. It's nothing. Does it hurt? Yun Tianhing paused, just for an instant, so fleeting that only Yun Yi's hawk-like perception could catch the subtle dilation of his pupils. No. He said it simply. Yun Yin slid off the bed, padded barefoot to him, and reached out with small fingers to touch the wound on his arm. He did not flinch. She withdrew her hand, at once brow furrowed. You're lying. It must hurt. Yun Tianhing looked at her, and his lips curved just slightly, a faint weighted nod deeper than before, as if something long suppressed had finally eased, however fractionally. A little. She whirled and dashed back to her small backpack, rummaging until she pulled out a pink bandage, embossed with a cartoon rabbit, one she'd carried from home, hidden away, who knew how long. She rushed back, peeled open the bandage, and pressed it onto his arm with solemn care, though it covered less than a tenth of the gash. The pink rabbit clung to the brutal scar like a flag planted atop ruins. Yun Tianhing stared at it for a long silent while. Thank you. That single word sealed his resolve. He remained in the shelter for 2 days, speaking little. By day he sat by the window watching the ashen sky, cigarette after cigarette burning between his fingers. By night he sat beside Wen Ruotang's bed, holding her hand without uttering a word. She too spoke not a word, only glancing at him occasionally, her gaze still and depthless as stagnant water. Yun-E noticed one thing. Yun Tianheng kept checking his watch, not absent-mindedly, but deliberately, every so often, as if awaiting something. On the second night, Yun-E stayed awake. He lay motionless on his cot, eyes closed, ears pricked. At precisely 3:00 m. Yun Tianheng's phone vibrated, a brief soft pulse like a single message arriving. Yun Tianheng rose silently from his chair and stood beside Wen Ruotang's bed for a long while. Then he bent low, his lips never touching her skin, only brushing her forehead feather-light as a sigh upon still water. He turned toward the door and paused. Xiaoyi. Yun-E did not stir, feigning sleep. Yun Tianheng did not call again. Instead, he stood at the threshold, back, turned to the room, speaking softly. His voice was barely audible, so hushed that only Yun Yi's supernaturally acute hearing could catch it. Your mother and Yan. I leave them to you. The door opened. He stepped out. Yun-E opened his eyes and watched the door click shut behind him. He did not chase after him, not for lack of will, but because he knew pursuit would be futile, not due to speed, but because that man had already departed long ago, not just from this room, but from some distant point in time, walking step by step, each one deliberate until this moment. 3 days after Yun Tianheng left, the shelter's backup generator failed. The lights died. Ventilation ceased. The taps ran dry. Footsteps echoed in the corridor, not those of the infected, but of living people emerging from other rooms, whispering among themselves, voices thick with fear and dread. Lu Jia held Yun Yin tightly to her chest. The girl remained utterly still, like a small creature sensing the storm's approach, silent and nestled deep within Lu Jia's arms. When Ruotang sat up in bed, the first time in half a month she had done so of her own volition. Xiaoyi. Come here. Yun-E approached and stood before her. She studied him, long and deeply, then reached up and smoothed his collar. Though it was already immaculate, she adjusted it anyway. Your father committed many grave errors. Her voice was barely a breath meant only for him. Yet when he acted, he believed himself righteous. Yun-E remained silent. Before he left, he told me one thing. Her hands settled quietly upon her knee. He said, viruses evolve. So must humanity. Otherwise, there will be no future. Yun-E met her gaze directly. Her eyes were still beautiful, as they had always been, but beneath that beauty lay something deeper, heavier. Neither sorrow nor despair, but something older, more immutable. like a person standing at the cliff's edge fully aware of the fall ahead, yet smiling all the same. Mother, take Nyen and go. Yuni faltered. Head north. Don't look back. Her voice sharpened suddenly, clear, incisive, cleaving through years of haze and silence like a blade. Your father left something in the south. He said you know how to use it. Yun-E paused for several seconds. Do you know what father is doing? When Ruatang did not answer. Instead she smiled, the same gentle, weary smile she'd given him years ago in the hospital, cradling him in her arms, murmuring, "You're surprisingly strong." There was something indescribable in it, tender, tired, and infinitely complex. I don't know. Her voice was soft, certain. But I know one thing. You are different. You've always been different. Her hand rose and brushed his cheek. Her fingertips were cool. Go now. Yun-E did not move. He felt it, the violent, ravenous virus raging within his mother's body, now held in eerie, impossible balance. And her life force, swelling, surging, accelerating beyond comprehension. After a moment's silence he nodded. Yes. He turned and knelt before Yun-Yen. She clutched her ragged rabbit, gazing up at him, eyes bright, dry, unshed tears shimmering in their depths. Brother, where are we going? To find father. Where is father? The south. Is it far? A little. Yun-Yen thought for a moment, then pressed the rabbit into his hand. Then you hold my rabbit. I'll carry my backpack for you. She upended her tiny backpack. Inside lay a few candies, a bandage, a hair tie, and a child's drawing. A lopsided osmanthus tree beneath, which stood two figures, one large, one small. Beside the taller figure she had written brother. Beside the smaller me. Let's go. Yun-E tucked the rabbit back into her arms and stood. When Ruatang leaned against the headboard, watching them in silence. Yun-E reached the doorway, paused, and glanced back. Mother, we will return. When Ruatang smiled. Her smile was different from before, neither gentle nor weary. It was an expression Yun-E had never seen. Pride. All right, she said. Yun-E took Yun-Yen's hand and stepped into the dark corridor. Yun-Yen's hand was small and soft, her palm slightly damp with sweat. She clutched Yun-E's finger tightly and hurried along, her short legs moving in a blur, not uttering a sound. The corridor was pitch black, the emergency lights had long since gone out, and only a sliver of light leaked through the gap in the fire door at the end. Yun-E's eyes glowed a faint golden hue in the darkness. Yun-Yen did not notice. She kept watching the ground. When they reached the fire door, Yun-E stopped and lifted her into his arms. Close your eyes. Yun-Yen obeyed and shut her eyes. Yun-E pushed the fire door open. The world outside was no longer the same as it had been 3 days ago. The parking lot held several wrecked cars, streaks of dragged blood on the pavement, and the air reeked of rot. Far off something moved. Not people, but those gray, contorted shapes. Yun-E pressed Yun-Yen's head against his shoulder and hurried across the lot up the ramp. The ground and nearby buildings had partly collapsed, the corrugated roofs had been flipped and lay askew against the walls. He paused at the doorway and looked south. The city lay in that direction. Thick smoke rolled along the skyline. Several high-rises had burned down to skeletal frames. Closer by was a vast residential district, blocks of gray buildings packed tightly together like a concrete. What Yun Tianheng had referred to as those things were to the south, toward the city. Yun-E lowered his head and glanced at the child in his arms. She had opened her eyes, but said nothing, burying her face in his neck. One hand gripped the rabbit's ear, the other clutched his collar. Brother, what are those? She did not look up, but she meant the gray figures moving in the parking. Sick people. Will they be all right? Yun-E fell silent for a moment. I don't know. Yun-Yen did not ask again. She pressed her face a little deeper into him. Yun-E carried her into the unfolding end. Meanwhile, in Linhai City, on the east side. On the roof of an abandoned office tower, a solitary figure stood at the edge, looking down upon the dying city. He was 11 or 12, wearing a shirt faded by many washes, sleeves rolled to his forearms and revealing lean wrists. His gaze was cold, like a winter lake sealed in thick ice that reflected nothing. The wind carried the odors of blood and scorched flesh. He drew in a deep breath and the corner of his mouth lifted. It's begun. Su Muja pulled a card from his pocket. Black, wordless, its surface marked only by a silver whirlpool. It was an identity card from Luanhui Paradise, also a locator that teammates could use to confirm one another and rendezvous. But the name on this card was not his. Get Redway Jia. After releasing the locator, he returned the card to his pocket and descended the stairs. In the stairwell lay a man whose veins were starkly visible, though his blood was gone, his body draped in thin, papery shreds of flesh. The man wore tattered rags and muttered feebly, I was wrong. Kill me. Kill me. Su Muja ignored the pleas. A faint smile touched his lips as a new idea formed. In the north of the city, inside a church, 5 people had gathered. One of them produced a card, and facing the person standing at the center addressed him with a deferential tone. Boss, are we really going to use it? This is the Tianji card we scraped together 3,000 points for. If the child of fate in this world is worth less than 3,000 points, well, have wasted everything. The boy in the middle might have seemed 11 or 12 at a glance, but he was tall and lean, wearing a dark gray coat, his muscles so pronounced even the collar strained. He stood at least 9 meters tall. His name was Pei Yuan, captain of the Tianying squad. In this world, he posed as the son of a real estate developer. His parents had died before the outbreak, leaving behind 10 apartments. The virus in this world is strange. Not an ordinary zombie plague, but one that continues to evolve, and it mutates with terrifying speed. In just 3 days, a kind of monster has appeared that even I find troublesome. This is not normal. There must be other reincarnators involved. Under such circumstances, the child of fate will not be simple. Besides, using a Tianji card to locate the child of fate is itself a gamble. Even if we lose the bet, the child of fate may not be as valuable as we hope, but completing the task raises our score, and that is points in itself. All added together, it will surely exceed 3,000. Use it. Pei Yuan spoke a single word. The man no longer hesitated and tossed the Tianji card into the air. The card shattered midair into countless motes of light that coalesced into 2 characters spelling out a name, Yun Yin. The 5 watched the name hang in the air and fell silent. A Tianji card bought for 3,000 points had yielded only a name. The light dispersed, but the name seared itself onto each of their retinas like a brand. The silence lasted about 5 seconds. Yun Yin. Pei Yuan repeated the name, his voice flat, as if reading an unimportant file. Female. The tall, thin man beside him said, it could be a code name. Unlikely. Pei Yuan shook his head. A Tianji card gives a true name. It has never produced a code name. Another hush fell. The 5 formed a ring. Their shadows danced in the candlelight. Outside the church, zombies wailed in the distance, several streets away, their cries intermittent and mournful like human sobbing. Boss, the man holding the Tianji card asked, his voice thin, one name. How do we find her? Pei Yuan. At that moment, the tall, thin man suddenly remembered something. Boss, I recall. The chairman of Xinchuang Biological Research Center had the surname Yun. I remember he had a daughter named Yun Yan. Are you certain? Pei Yuan's gaze sharpened like the flip of a knife. The tall, thin man was Sun E, the squad's intelligence operative. He produced a small notebook, flipped a few pages, and tapped a line. Xinchuang Biological RD Center Chairman Yun Tianning spouse, Wen Ruotang, eldest son Yun E, younger daughter Yun Yan. I pulled that from the business registration before the outbreak and thought it useless at the time, so I just jotted it down. He looked up and pushed his glasses. Now it seems this line is useful. Pei Yuan nodded. Location. Xinchuang is in the southern development zone, but after the outbreak that area became a disaster zone. Yun Tianheng wouldn't have left his daughter there. Sun E flipped to another page. People of that status would certainly have arranged evacuations for their families in advance. Which direction they went is hard to say, but it would not be the south. Then split up and search. Pei Yuan stood up, his height of nearly 2 meters resembling a wall in the dim church. Sun E, Zhou Lu and Zhao Lei head south, while Li Hu and I will go north. I have used the Tianji card. The information is likely to be exposed. Pei Yuan picked up a long parcel resting against the bench and slung it over his shoulder. So we need to hurry. We don't need to be the first to find her, we just need to snatch her when someone else does. His voice remained steady, as if stating a fact that had already occurred. Let's go. The 4 responded and began gathering their things. The church door was pushed open and the wind from outside rushed in, carrying a rotten sweetness. The 5 vanished into the night. To the north of the city, an abandoned gas station. The 5 members of the Wuji team gathered around a map. Someone has used the Tianji card. The speaker was a woman with short hair and a slightly baby-faced appearance. Is it accurate? Someone next to her asked. The deduction indicates that the Tianji of this world has changed. The information deduced for so long cannot be human-made, yet can only be the Tianji card. Her name is Shun Suohan, the vice-captain of the Wuji team responsible for intelligence and tactics. In this life, her birth was tragic. She encountered a mudslide at birth, lost both parents, and was trapped under the mud. With incredible willpower, she survived by eating dirt for 7 days until the rescue team arrived. 3 seconds of silence. Have you found the result? A crisp male voice came from the corner. The speaker was sitting on an overturned oil drum, looking around, 10 years old, dressed in a plush costume. But his gaze was unusual. Those eyes were too calm, as quiet as a frozen lake in midwinter. Nothing could be seen, yet one knew something lurked beneath. I found it. Shin Suihan said. The Tianji card gave a name. Yun Yan. Yun Tianheng's daughter. Yes. The person in the corner fell silent. He stood up, walked to the map, and lowered his head for a moment. His finger drew a circle on the map. North of the city, in a wealthy district not far from the shelter. Search in this direction, he said. Someone like Yun Tianheng would place family members in the nearest safe house. Too far away is not reassuring. Shin Suihan glanced at him. Are you sure? Not sure, he said, but being faster than others is enough. The Wuji team's packing speed was twice that of the Tianying team. In less than 2 minutes, the 5 had disappeared into the night. The gas station was left with only a flickering light and the circle marked on the map. Yun-yi had been traveling with Yun-yen for 3 days. It was inaccurate to say they walked for the first half of the day. He carried her while in the latter half Yun-yen insisted on walking herself. Her little short legs moved quickly following Yun-yi like a wobbly little duck. After walking about 2 kilometers her feet blistered, and she climbed back onto Yun-yi's back. For the next 3 days it was basically this pattern. Yun-yi carried Yun-yen who rested on his back with her chin on his shoulder, her eyes darting around finding everything new and interesting. Brother, why did that car flip over? It was hit. What about that one? Also hit. What about the red one? So pretty. Hit. Brother, do you only know how to say these 3 words? Yun-yi did not respond. His attention was on the intersection about 50 meters ahead. 3 abandoned cars blocked the intersection, forming a small basin. In the center of the basin crouched a humanoid figure gnawing on something. Yun-yen saw it too. She said nothing, merely buried her face into Yun-yi's neck, her breathing becoming slightly heavier. Yun-yi took a detour passing through a nearby residential area. It took an extra 10 minutes, but it was safe. Such things happened countless times over the 3 days. Seeing zombies taking detours, hearing roars taking detours, smelling a stench taking detours. Yet every time they took a detour those zombies would mysteriously die. On the first night, they spent the night on the 2nd floor of a residential building. Yun-yi chose a south-facing room where the door could be locked and the window had a view of the road outside. He dragged the mattress to the corner, letting Yun-yen sit on it, while he checked the doors and windows. Yun-yen hugged her ugly rabbit and watched him busying about. Brother, aren't you tired? Not tired. You're lying. You carried me for a day. Yun-yi ignored her, secured the last window latch, and sat down beside her. Sleep now. Yun-yen leaned closer, resting her head on his shoulder. After a while she spoke again. Brother, will Mom be scared alone over there? Yun-yi paused for a moment. No. How do you know? Because she is Mom. Yun-yen thought for a moment, felt this logic was sound, nodded, and closed her eyes. In the middle of the night Yun-yi woke up. Not from noise. He was preparing to hunt. He refrained from acting during the day, not only out of concern for Yun-yen's safety, but also because he did not want her to see his other side. He sat up and glanced at the system panel. Current gene collection, 999 evolution condition, minimum 100 units of life, genes required for the 2nd evolution. Just 1 more to go. Most of these were obtained quietly when he took over some of the company's operations at the age of 9. After all, his father's company was a biotech firm, so obtaining some biological genes wasn't too difficult. After taking another look, he decided to collect the last one before starting the evolution. Mainly because he had a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder. He turned to glance at Yun-yen. The little girl curled up in the corner hugging the ugly rabbit, its ears dragging on the ground. The blanket had been kicked off halfway, exposing her belly, which rose and fell with her breathing. Her mouth was slightly open, revealing a missing front tooth. She had lost it last month, wrapped it in tissue, and tucked it under her pillow, saying the tooth fairy would come to exchange it. Even in the apocalypse, she still remembered the tooth fairy. Yun-yi covered her with the blanket again, up to her chin, and stood up. There was movement downstairs. It wasn't the dragging, rhythmless footsteps of zombies. It was alive. Human footsteps, very light, deliberately muted, but could not escape his ears. 2 people were coming from the east, crossing the supermarket downstairs. Their breathing was rapid, their hearts racing, but not out of fear, rather excitement. Yun-yi stood by the window looking down. His hawk-like eyes automatically focused in the dark. 2 figures moved between the supermarket shelves, a man and a woman, both carrying bulging packs and holding weapons. The man gripped a steel pipe while the woman held a kitchen knife. They were searching for food, moving skillfully, their coordination indicating this was not their first time. Yun-yi did not move. There was no need. They did not hinder him, and he would not hinder them. Once the 2 had gone, he slipped out the window. From the 5th floor barehanded, and without using any ability, his fingers hooked the sill, and his feet found the wall's fissures. He slid down like a gecko, silent and precise. On landing, his knees bent, slightly muffling every sound. The frog-leg technique let his calf muscles perform 3 micro-adjustments at the instant of impact, dispersing the force through every fiber. So quiet, it was like a single leaf falling to earth. The street was very quiet, unnaturally so. 3 days ago when he first came out, scattered zombies still roamed the avenues. Now they were gone. Not dead, moved. They were all heading the same way, south. His hawk-like vision had noticed it in daylight, those gray silhouettes converging from every corner, staggering southward, as if dragged by an unseen leash. Yun-tianheng lay to the south. Or rather, something in the south was calling them. Yun-yi reached the corner and stopped. His ears caught a sound, not footsteps but breathing. Heavy and wet, as if a rotten rag were lodged in a throat. To his left, 3 meters away behind, and he circled around. A zombie, dressed in a delivery rider's uniform, its helmet askew and covering half its face. The exposed half was an ashen gray, the lip curled back to reveal dark red gums. Its legs were pinned under the van and could not move, but its upper body still writhed, fingers raking the ground, leaving white gouges. Hearing Yun-Yi's steps, it turned its head. Murky gray pupils reflected nothing. Yun-Yi crouched and met its gaze. It opened its mouth and emitted a wet, gurgling roar, less a threat than an instinctive mechanical reflex. A deep wound ran through its throat, as if something had bitten into it. The blood had already dried into blackened clots crusted at the collar. Yun-Yi reached out and touched its finger, cold and rigid like touching frozen rubber. Detected new gene. Gene collection 1000. A flicker of approval. The number shifted from ashen gray to bright white, flashing deep within his consciousness like a lamp igniting. Yun-Yi did not rush the transformation. He turned and walked back. When he returned to the apartment building, Yun-Yin was still asleep, her posture unchanged, curled into a ball, clutching the ugly rabbit to her chest. The quilt had been kicked off again. This time a shoe was tossed aside, and one bare foot was exposed, toes curled like 5 little shells. Yun-Yi put the shoe back on her and pulled the blanket up. Then he sat beside her, leaning against the wall, closing his eyes. A prompt appeared asking whether to begin the second transformation immediately. This transformation would take 5 hours. Yes or no? He noticed the duration had not lengthened. In fact, it was an hour faster than before. He calculated Yun-Yin's waking time. It matched perfectly. Her breath was even and drawn out, her little mouth slightly open. The missing front tooth left a black gap in the moonlight. Yun-Yi watched her, his finger twitching and stopping 3 inches from her forehead. A filamentous strand unfurled from his fingertip, looped once around her wrist, and was tied at his own. If she turned, the thread would slacken. If she woke, it would snap. If someone approached, it would tremble. Better than any. Having done this, he closed his eyes. Transformation began. This time the heat did not erupt from his chest, it seeped out from his bones. Like magma flowing beneath the crust. Unseen, yet making the whole land feel aflame. Scales under his skin surged out, and withdrew, surfacing and sinking again, each cycle shedding a layer of ashen-brown dead skin. His skeleton sounded, not with brittle snaps, but with a deep internal grinding, as if 2 boulders were being rubbed together inside him. This time was more violent than the last. He felt his bones burning. 3 years ago he had been a rough blank, indifferent to hammering. Now he was a blade quenched in fire. Every strike made the metal scream. Something surged through his veins. Not blood, but a finer, denser, swifter fluid. Like countless tiny serpents writhing from heart to fingertips, from fingertips to scalp, leaving no inch unvisited. Where they passed, vessel walls reassembled, muscle fibers unraveled and restitched. Even the marrow was being replaced by something else. His nails sloughed off, new ones pushed up thicker and harder, their edges catching a faint metallic sheen. Hair fell in clumps onto his shoulders, knees, and the floor, ashen like shed fur. New stubble pushed from the follicles, darker, denser, each strand like tempered steel. When the heat flooded his eyes, he heard them protest. Not pain, but a sensation of being stretched, as if 2 red-hot iron balls were forced into his sockets, turned, withdrawn, and forced in again. His vision split in the dark, one half the old world, the other a different realm, a world of heat. He could see Yun-Yin's temperature. An orange-eared glow radiated from her chest, spreading outward along vessels into the limbs. The spot over her heart burned brightest, like a small sun, pulsing with each breath. He could see the warm, pale yellow handprints on the blanket where she had touched it before sleep. He could even make out a bird perched on the dead tree 50 meters away, its body 2 degrees warmer than the air, curled and dozing. Then the heat surged to his ears, and sound detonated. The street that had been as silent as a grave flooded with hundreds of layers of sound. Wind rustling, dead leaves, droplets clinging in underground pipes, zombies roaring 3 kilometers away, someone shouting run. 5 kilometers off. All those noises piled atop one another like hundreds of people whispering in his ear. He spent 3 seconds learning to filter, magnify the near, shrink the distant, suppress useless noise, and elevate useful information. Then his nose. He smelled the milky scent on Yun-Yin, the singed tang of his own shed skin, and the half-rotted corpse of a cat buried beneath the dead tree outside. Then his tongue. He tasted iron in the air, the lime of concrete, the tar of a distant blaze. Each layer of scent and taste was cut as cleanly as if by a knife. Finally, there was his skin. Wind slid through the window crack. He could sense its temperature, humidity, velocity, even the dust load it carried. Each speck striking the back of his hand with an exact coordinate. He opened his eyes. The golden pupils flared for an instant in the dark, then faded to a pale amber. Not a deliberate concealment, but his body telling him that gold was no longer necessary. Gold is the color of predators used to intimidate prey. He no longer needed to intimidate anyone. Second life, remolding complete. Gene collection 0. Genes fused 1100. Abilities fully upgraded. The snake scales transformed into dragon scales. They are not the keratin plates of reptiles, but something between metal and keratin, each piece as thin as a cicada's wing, yet 10 times stronger than before. He tapped the scales on the back of his hand with his fingernail, hearing a metallic sound. The explosiveness of his frog legs tripled. He attempted a gentle jump in the room, and a crack formed in the ceiling above. He quickly reined in his power, and as he landed, the soles of his feet shattered 2 tiles on the floor. His eagle eye's focus expanded to the limit. He could see the craters on the moon. But what truly concerned him was not the enhancement of these individual abilities, but the thing that was briefly mentioned during the integration. He raised his hand palm, facing up. Scales emerged from beneath his skin, but not covering the entire hand. Only the fingertips. Just the fingertips. The scales sprouted from the base of the nails, wrapping around the tips in a small conical shape, the edges as thin as blades. He poked his finger against the wall. It wasn't forceful, just a light touch. His fingers sank into the concrete, as if it were tofu. He withdrew his finger, and looked at the 5 small holes in the wall. The edges of the holes were as neat as if drilled, with no cracks or debris. It was not a puncture, but a cut. The edges of the scales vibrated at a high frequency, too fast for his own eyes to catch. This was a qualitative change resulting from the integration of 1100 genes. It was not an accumulation of abilities, but a fusion. The defense of the snake's scales, the explosiveness of the frog legs, the precise control of the ant's strength, and the regeneration of the jellyfish. All abilities were no longer independent modules, but had transformed into a whole. He no longer needed to think, I want to use snake scales, or I want to use ant strength. He just needed to think, what do I want to do, and his body would automatically summon the most suitable combination. He tried a few more. A gentle flick of his finger sent a spider silk shooting from his fingertips, passing through the window, and sticking to the rooftop of the building across. It was not the ordinary white silk thread of before. It was transparent, so fine it was almost invisible to the naked eye, yet its toughness was 10 times greater. As he gently pulled, a section of the entire parapet of the building across was sliced off, crashing down with a thud. The edge of the spider silk was sharper than a blade. He retracted the spider silk and looked down at his hand. The skin was fair and tender, exactly like before his transformation. But beneath the skin he could feel the network, not the rough rope-like mesh from before, but a precise network resembling an integrated circuit. Every line was connected, every node lit, ready to respond at any moment. He clenched his fist. The power remained, but it was quieter than before. Previously the power felt like a beast caged in a cage, ready to burst out at any moment. Now it felt like a river, unfathomably deep, yet its surface was as calm as a mirror. Yin Yin turned over. The spider silk released from her wrist, silently retracting back to his fingertip. He turned to look at her. The little girl was still asleep, her ugly rabbit toy tossed aside, her hand flailing in the air to grab it, but missing, her mouth pouting, almost on the verge of crying. Yun-Yi stuffed the rabbit back into her arms. She immediately grasped it tightly, rubbing it against her face, no longer pouting, and continued to sleep. He looked at her for 2 seconds, then reached out to pull the blanket over her exposed little feet. Yun-Yi did not rush to leave. He had spent 3 days sweeping through the northern part of the city. Though called a sweep, it felt more like harvesting. His body after the transformation was like a precision instrument, each movement clean and efficient. Approach, strike, recover. The speed at which the scales sliced through the zombies' skulls was 3 times faster than before. He didn't even need to stop to check for prompts, relying solely on the tactile sensation at his fingertips to determine whether the zombies' genes had been collected. Gene collection 111. On the evening of the 3rd day, he squatted on the rooftop of a half-finished building, reviewing the collected genes in his mind. 1462 species, of which 1130 came from zombies, and the remaining 332 were the scraps from the past 3 days. Rats in the sewers, geckos in the wall crevices, even a sparrow that fainted after hitting the glass. Every creature had undergone varying degrees of mutation in this virus-contaminated world, and each mutation contributed a new gene to him. He could now feel the network. It was no longer the vague ability list that required deliberate activation, but a precise 24-hour operating neural network. Every fiber was connected to muscles, bones, skin, and internal organs like a supercomputer that had been reprogrammed, capable of calling up any instruction set at any moment. When he jumped down from the rooftop, the moment his feet touched the ground, 3 layers of cushioning were automatically completed. Slight adjustments to the ankle joint, wave-like contractions of the calf muscles, and hydraulic damping at the knees. There was no sound, no vibration, not even the dust on the ground was stirred up. He glanced at his shadow, and suddenly felt that this body was no longer human. At least not the kind of human defined by this world. Yun Yin was waiting for him. The little girl sat on an overturned plastic basket, her legs swinging back and forth, holding a hot dog, one she had salvaged from the convenience store yesterday. She couldn't bear to eat it, wrapped it in a tissue, stuffed it in her pocket, and occasionally took it out to check, as if verifying that her treasure was still there. Brother, you're back. She offered the hot dog. Here, eat it. You eat it. I've already eaten. You said you ate it yesterday. Yesterday was yesterday, today is today. Yun-Yi looked at her. The little girl's eyes were bright, and there was a patch of unclean bread crumbs at the corner of her mouth. Her lips were a bit dry, peeling with a layer of white skin, but she was smiling. He took the hot dog, broke it in half, giving the longer piece back to her, and eating the shorter one himself. Yun Yin looked at the long piece in her hand, then at the short piece in his, her mouth pouting. You tricked me again. I have bigger hands that look short. You're lying. Hurry up and eat. Yun Yin reluctantly took a bite, chewed a couple of times, and then became happy again. She was always happy when eating, no matter what it was. This trait followed her mother when Ruotang. Yun Yi recalled the image of his mother drinking porridge on the hospital bed. She also sipped it slowly, one mouthful at a time, smiling afterward, as if she had accomplished something remarkable. Brother Yun Yin asked, chewing on the hot dog, her words muffled, when are we going to find Dad? Tomorrow. Really? You're not lying to me. Not lying. Yun Yin stuffed the last bite of the hot dog into her mouth, her cheeks puffed out, like a hamster storing food. She extended her pinky. Pinky swear. Yun Yi glanced at her and extended his pinky. Her fingers were thin and cool, her nails cut short. She had done it herself, unevenly, like a dog had chewed them. Pinky swear, hang on 100 years, no changing. After reciting this, she happily released her hand, picked up the ugly rabbit, and wiped her mouth with its ears. Yun Yi observed her, and suddenly felt that this reincarnation was quite good. He suppressed these thoughts, stood up, and began to gather his things. Before dawn the next day they set off, heading south. This was Yun Yi's decision. Yun Tianheng had left something in the south. It was what when Ruotang had said. He did not know what it was, but he knew one thing. Yun Tianheng would not say that without reason. The road to the south is 10 times harder than the road to the north. The closer they get to the city center, the denser the zombies become. Yun Yi carries Xiao Nian on his back, navigating between high-rise buildings, avoiding the ground, and walking on rooftops. Xiao Nian crouched on his back, initially a bit scared, gripping his collar tightly with both hands. After a few jumps, she realized she wouldn't fall and became bolder. She began to look down. Gray streets, overturned cars, and those gray shadows swaying below. Brother, there are more of them. More than yesterday. Where are they going? Yun Yi jumped across a 3-meter wide gap, landing on the air conditioning unit of the building opposite, leveraging it to take off again, landing firmly on the rooftop. South. Why are they going south? I don't know. Xiaoyan pondered. Is it because Dad is calling? Yun Yi's footsteps paused for a moment. It was a brief pause, so short that if he hadn't just landed at the edge of the rooftop and needed to adjust his balance, it might not have happened at all. Why do you say that? I don't know. Xiao Nian rested her chin on his shoulder, her voice muffled. I just feel that way. Yun Yi did not answer. He continued to jump from building to building like a bird gliding above the city. The city behind him slowly awakened in the morning light. Not a human awakening, but the awakening of those things. Gray shadows surged from every corner, gathering into a gray river flowing south. On the 4th day at noon, they arrived at a place called Luxiang. Yun Yi knew this name because the road sign was still there, crookedly hanging on the wall, splattered with blood, but still readable. It was 5 kilometers away from the city center, but the pressure could already be felt. The air was thick with a strong stench of decay, mixed with an indescribable sweetness, like a flower blooming on rotten meat. He squatted on the rooftop of a 3-story building, looking down. The streets were filled with zombies. Not the previous scattered, aimless, wandering ones, but gathered together. At least 200 crowded at an intersection, facing the same direction. South. What were they waiting for? Or rather, who were they waiting for? Yun Yi's pupils constricted slightly. In thermal imaging mode, those gray bodies had bright clusters of light pulsating within them, at the position of their hearts. No, it wasn't the heart, it was something at the center of the chest, like a ball of compressed flame, slowly expanding. The virus was evolving. It wasn't the passive mutations of the past, but an active directional evolution. They were changing toward a certain direction, and that direction. He turned his head to the south. On the skyline stood a black building, square and upright like a tombstone. The Divine Creation Biological Research Center. Yin Tianheng's empire. The birthplace of the virus. Brother, Xiao Nian's voice was soft, almost a whisper. There are so many below. What are they doing? I don't know. How do we get past? Yun Yi looked around. The street was blocked. The tallest buildings on both sides were only 4 stories high, and the gap between the buildings was too wide for him to jump. The only way was to cross that street. He remained silent for a moment. Hold on tight. Xiao Nian immediately crossed her arms tightly over his chest, burying her face in his neck. This was her invented hold on tight position. Hands must grip, face must be buried, eyes must be closed, nothing could be missing. Yun Yi jumped down from the rooftop. Not a straight jump, but a zigzag pattern. He first landed on the balcony of the 3rd floor. As soon as his foot touched the concrete slab, he bounced off, landing on the advertising board of the 2nd floor opposite. The board caved in under his weight, and he used the rebound force to move sideways, tapping his toes against the wall twice, landing on the streetlight pole. The zombies moved, not rushing forward, but looking up. Over 200 gray heads turned simultaneously, over 200 murky eyes staring at him. Like a school of startled fish, they collectively turned in the same direction. Yun-E did not stop. He bounced off the streetlight pole, landing on the roof of an overturned bus. The bus sank half a foot under his weight, glass shattering all around. He took off again, landing then taking off once more. Each step landed on a different object. Bus roofs, advertising boards, air conditioning units, garbage bins. Each step made a sound. Each step made those gray heads turn faster. Yun-E landed on the rooftop of another building and glanced back. Behind him, a mass of zombies followed like a gray forest. Xiaonian lay on his back motionless, but her fingers gripping his collar were trembling, not from the cold, but from fear. In that moment when tens of thousands of gray heads turned simultaneously, she saw it. She didn't scream, didn't cry, not even her breathing was disrupted, but her fingers trembled. Yun-E felt it. Those 5 thin, cool fingers gripping his collar trembled like branches in the wind. He turned his head and glanced at the zombies. His brow furrowed slightly. Then he raised his hand. 5 fingers spread, open palm, facing down, as if pressing on an invisible table. Spider silk shot out from his fingertips, not just one, but tens of thousands. Transparent, so fine that it was almost invisible to the naked eye, but each strand was tougher than steel. They spread through the air like a net scattered by the wind, silently falling above the horde of zombies. Yun-E's wrist gently sank. The spider silk fell. It wasn't cutting, it was weaving. Tens of thousands of strands of spider silk traversed among the zombies, wrapping around necks, ensnaring throats, weaving through rib gaps, tying knots, tightening, then knotting again. The entire process took less than 2 seconds, fast enough that the zombies hadn't even had time to come to their senses from the action of looking up. Then he clenched his fist. Tens of thousands of heads fell simultaneously. It wasn't a chop, it was a strangulation. The moment the spider silk tightened was thinner than a blade, slicing through flesh, bone, and spinal cord without making a sound. Tens of thousands of headless bodies stood still, maintaining the posture of looking up, their necks severed cleanly, as if cut by a laser. Blood did not spurt out. The spider silk tightened too quickly. The blood vessels hadn't had time to react before being sealed by high temperature. Yun-E released his hand. The spider silk retracted back to his fingertips, silent and without a trace. His palm left no red mark at all. All done, he said. Xiaonian slowly lifted her head from his shoulder. She looked down for a moment. The gray bodies still stood, but their heads were gone. A perfectly aligned row. She was stunned for 2 seconds, then buried her face back in his neck, mumbling, "Brother is amazing." Yun-E remained silent. He stood up, preparing to leave. Then he heard footsteps. Not the zombies, but a person's. Coming from the east, quickly, lightly, each step stepping into the cracks of the ruins like a wild cat that had been running in the city for 10 years. Yun-E did not look back, but he turned his ear toward that direction. A person. Male, weighing no more than 100 pounds, about the same height as him. Breathing evenly, heart rate stable. Not the rhythm of fleeing for life, but the rhythm of hunting. The footsteps stopped 30 meters away. A voice rang out, hoarse like a boy whose voice had not yet changed, carrying a hint of amusement. "Killing so many zombies with one strike, your strength is not simple." Yun-E turned his head. A boy stood on the rooftop of the opposite building, looking to be around 10 years old, dressed in a dirty hoodie, the hood down, revealing a closely shaved head. He was as thin as a bamboo pole, but stood very steadily, his feet planted on the edge of the rooftop, his center of gravity slightly leaning forward, ready to pounce or run at any moment. His eyes were deep brown, almost black in the dim light of the sky, but something within the depths of his pupils stirred like a whirlpool underwater. Yun-E looked at him. Without using any abilities, he merely gazed. "You are a reincarnator." It was not a question. The boy smiled slightly, revealing a set of white teeth. "Aren't you one too?" He took 2 steps forward and sat on the edge of the rooftop, his legs dangling outside, as if basking in the sun on his own balcony. "My name is Lu Ming. Lone wolf. Been through 2 worlds. What about you?" Yun-E did not answer. Lu Ming was unconcerned, tilting his head to glance at the cloud-like figure on Yun-E's back. "Is she your sister? Related by blood? What business is that of yours?" Lu Ming raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. "Don't be nervous, I'm just passing by. I heard some commotion over here and came to take a look." His tone was casual, but Yun-E noticed that his center of gravity remained unchanged, slightly leaning forward like a cat ready to spring. "Have you finished watching?" Yun-E asked. "I've finished watching." Lu Ming stood up, dusting off his pants. "Impressive, really impressive. After traversing 2 worlds, this is the first time I've seen someone so strong in such a short time. Interested in forming a team? Don't be in a rush to refuse." Lu Ming's voice followed from behind. "This time there are at least 2 teams of reincarnators in this world. Completing tasks is the least efficient way to gain points. The most profitable way is to kill. Especially those reincarnators who are teamed up, they definitely have a large number of points on them. If we kill them, we can at least get half, which is much more than completing tasks." Yun-E paused his steps. Not because of what Lu Ming said. He already knew all of this. He stopped, having heard another sound. To the east, a kilometer away, someone was running. Not 1 person, but 3. The footsteps were heavy, unmasked, as if chasing something. Breathing was hurried, heart racing, but not the kind that comes from fleeing, rather from excitement. Their target was clear here. Did you bring them? Yun-yi asked. Lu Ming paused for a moment, then his expression changed, not in surprise, but in a resigned sense of oh no. No, he said, but I know it's people from Tianying. The one wearing glasses named Sun Yi works in intelligence. He must have discovered some traces nearby and followed them here. How many? 3. Sun Yi, Zhao Lei, and another one I don't know. Yun-yi turned around and looked to the east. His eagle eye automatically focused, penetrating the cover of 2 buildings, revealing 3 blurred red silhouettes in his view. 2 men and 1 woman, all around their 20s, each holding weapons. The one at the front wearing glasses was holding a crossbow, its arrowhead glowing with a faint blue light under the moonlight. Something had been applied to it. The others, a man and a woman, followed behind. The man was stocky, carrying a steel pipe. The woman was petite, clutching 2 utility knives, their blades stained with dried black blood. They stopped 30 meters away. The one with glasses, Sun Yi, squinted and surveyed the 2 on the rooftop. His gaze first fell on Lu Ming, his pupils slightly narrowing. Lone wolf. He cursed silently, and there were only a few lone wolves in this world. He had never seen this one before, but anyone bold enough to call themselves a lone wolf was no ordinary person. Then he looked at Yun-yi. He took 3 seconds to match Yun-yi's face with the information he had in his memory. Yun Tianheng's son Yun-yi. The age matched. It was unclear whether he was a local or a reincarnator, but either way he was definitely not strong. Locals could be. If he was a reincarnator, it would be even more amusing. According to the rules of the reincarnation paradise, the higher one's identity, the weaker one's strength. This one was the young master of a divine creation, being born with a golden key. How strong could he be? As for the little girl beside him, she was most likely the destined child. Sun Yi's expression relaxed. He tilted his head and said something to Zhao Lei beside him, his voice low, but Yun-yi heard it clearly. One suspected reincarnator, the other confirmed as a reincarnator, and the opponent is a lone wolf. Oh, be careful. Zhao Lei grinned, revealing a set of yellow teeth. They'll hold off the lone wolf. You guys bring the others over first. Lu Ming stood at the edge of the rooftop looking down at the 3, then glanced back at Yun-yi, the corner of his mouth twitching. He wanted to laugh, but held it back. He was waiting to watch the show. As for Zhao Lei, who was staring at him, his mind was filled with thoughts of how to quickly seize the head. Sun Yi took a few steps forward, still holding the crossbow, but his stance had changed. From being tense and alert, it now resembled the casual demeanor of a cat hunting a mouse. He looked up at Yun-yi, his voice tinged with a sense of superiority from experience. Brother, your identity? You must have had a good reincarnation, right? The young master of a divine creation biological firm, living in a villa, driving luxury cars raised by servants. Life must be quite comfortable, huh? He paused for a moment and chuckled. What a pity. Having such a good reincarnation, it's probably just good luck that got you here. The woman beside him also laughed, her voice sharp like fingernails scraping a blackboard. Brother Sun, he is at least a young master. Show him some respect. Alright, I'll show some respect. Sun Yi slung the crossbow over his shoulder, his posture casual, as if he were out shopping. Young master, leave your sister behind and go on your own. We don't kill children, we keep our word. This was genuinely true. After all, there was a lone wolf nearby. If they could avoid violence, that would be best. Silence. Yun-yi stood on the rooftop looking down at them. The wind blew his hair back, revealing a pair of amber eyes. His expression was devoid of emotion, even calm, like watching 3 ants fight beneath his feet, not worth stirring any feelings. Are you deaf? Zhao Lei was becoming impatient, slamming the steel pipe into the ground, creating a small pit. Brother Sun is talking to you. Leave your sister and scram. Yun-yi spoke up. His voice was not loud, but it was particularly clear on the empty street. Are you really reincarnators? Sun Yi was momentarily taken aback. Is there a problem? How did scum like you survive the newbie trials? When he said this, there was no hint of mockery in Yun-yi's tone. He was genuinely curious. These people's performance did not seem like that of someone who had fought their way out of 10, but it was this indifference that cut deeper than any mockery. Zhao Lei's face turned red instantly. In these several reincarnation worlds, no one had ever spoken to him like that. He turned to glance at Sun Yi, whose face also looked grim. But he did not explode. Instead, he forced a laugh, a smile that seemed to be holding on despite being stepped on. Yun-yi did not speak again. He took a step forward. Not a jump, but a walk. He descended from the edge of the rooftop, his feet making contact with the vertical wall, as if stepping on flat ground, one step at a time, slow and steady. Scales protruded from the soles of his shoes, embedding into the cracks of the bricks. Each scale vibrated at high frequency, turning the concrete to powder, then re-solidifying with each lift of his foot. 5 floors in 1 second. He stood before Sun Yi. Sun Yi's smile had yet to fade, his crossbow still not raised, and the words "you damn" only managed to escape his lips in 2 syllables. Yun-yi raised his hand. It was not an action of attack, but a mere brush past. His fingers glided along the side of Sun Yi's neck as light as sweeping away a speck of dust. Scales flicked off his fingertips, piercing the skin, releasing paralyzing toxins within 0.03 seconds. Sun Yi's eyes widened, his body stiffened, and he collapsed, the back of his head striking the ground, his glasses flying off. Yun Yi walked past him, heading towards Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei had raised the steel pipe halfway, his mouth agape, the redness on his face still lingering. Seeing Yun Yi approach, he instinctively took a step back, only to realize he couldn't retreat. Something had ensnared his foot. Looking down, he saw a transparent thread wrapped around his ankle, as fine as a hair, yet no matter how he struggled it wouldn't budge. Yun Yi stood before him, raised his hand, and tapped his fingertip on his forehead. The force was not great, like flicking a glass bead, but the scales vibrated at high frequency, shattering a small hole in Zhao Lei's skull. The instant they made contact, toxins injected, and 0.3 seconds later, he crashed to the ground like a bag of cement. The woman reacted the fastest. The moment she saw Sun Yi fall, she turned and ran, leaving the utility knife on the ground, abandoning her backpack, her legs flailing like a windmill. She dashed into an alley, turned around 2 corners, her heart racing, as if it might leap out of her throat. After running 300 meters, she stopped, leaning against the wall to catch her breath. Then she looked down and saw a new shadow at her feet. Yun Yi stood behind her 3 steps away. She had no idea when he had caught up or how he had done so. She opened her mouth to scream. Yun Yi's finger brushed against the back of her neck. She collapsed as well. Yun Yi turned and walked back, his steps as unhurried as before. When he returned to the street, Lu Ming was still standing on the rooftop, maintaining that crouched position, his mouth slightly open, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Yun Yi glanced up at him. "You just said to share one with you." Lu Ming's mouth closed, then opened again, and closed once more. He looked at the 3 bodies lying on the ground, already decayed into dry skeletons in just an instant. His voice was somewhat dry. "I take that back." Yun Yi ignored him and walked behind a cardboard box. Yun Yin hugged the ugly rabbit sitting upright, counting aloud. 298, 209, editing, 300. She opened her eyes. "Brother, 300 is here." "All right, let's go." Yun Yi picked her up and headed. Lu Ming jumped down from the rooftop, chased for a few steps, stopping 10 meters away, not daring to approach any further. Yun Yi carried Yun Yin and walked south for 3 days. During these 3 days, he killed thousands of zombies and collected over 400 new genes. But he noticed a change. The number of zombies was decreasing. It wasn't that they had been wiped out, they were leaving. All the zombies were heading south, as if pulled by an invisible string. The further south they went, the denser the zombies became, yet their variety seemed to shrink. The previously diverse mutations were narrowing down. All the zombies were evolving in the same direction. Faster speeds, greater strength, thicker exoskeletons. This was the virus selection mechanism at work. Useless mutations were being eliminated while useful ones were retained and accelerated in iteration. The virus knew where it was evolving towards. Or rather, someone was helping it choose the direction. By the evening of the 3rd day, they arrived at the southern suburbs of Lehigh City. The Divine Creation Biological Research Center was just 3 kilometers ahead. That black building looked like a massive tombstone under the setting sun. But Yun Yi did not continue walking. He squatted on the rooftop of a half-finished building, observing the road below. The road was filled with zombies. Not the previous hundreds, but tens of thousands. They were densely packed on the only road leading to the research center, motionless, facing the same direction. Their bodies glimmered with a metallic sheen under the moonlight, and bony plates bulged on their backs, resembling a layer of natural armor. Their arms were thicker, their fingers transformed into curved claws, their nails 10 centimeters long, glinting coldly in the moonlight. More importantly, they were silent. No roars, no calls, not a sound. Tens of thousands of zombies crowded together, eerily quiet, like a... Yun Yin lay on his back, her breath light. She sensed the atmosphere as well, remaining silent while burying her face in Yun Yi's neck, occasionally rubbing against him. "Brother, is Dad inside?" "I don't know. How do we get in?" Yun Yi glanced around. The path was blocked. The buildings on both sides had been torn down, leaving no place to land. The only way was to cross that road. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly heard another sound. To the west there were people. Not one person, but a group. The footsteps were orderly, with a consistent rhythm, like a well-trained squad. The heartbeats of 100 people were steady, around 65 beats per minute. This was the heart rate in a combat state. It was not fear but focus. Yet Yun Yi knew it wasn't 100 people. The density of the footsteps was off. The intervals were too uniform, like one person walking to a metronome, while the others were mere echoes. He tilted his head, turning his ear toward the west. The footsteps of one person. The rest were disguises. A clever tactic. "There's someone to the west," Yun Yi whispered. Lu Ming had not left. He had been squatting on an air conditioning unit 10 meters away, like a crow perched on a branch, neither too far nor too close, impossible to drive away. Upon hearing this, he glanced westward, seeing nothing, but his expression changed because he saw nothing. "How many people, eh?" "One," Yun Yi said, but stronger than the three combined. Lu Ming's mouth twitched, the smile finally vanished completely. He stood up, jumping down from the air conditioning unit and landing beside Yunyi. This time he did not maintain a 10-meter distance, but stood within 5 meters. Are you sure? Yunyi did not answer. His attention was on the west. The footsteps had stopped 500 meters away behind a half-collapsed shopping mall. The heartbeat remained steady, 65 beats per minute. But the breathing changed. It shifted from nasal breaths to mouth breaths, with inhalations becoming shorter and exhalations longer. This was the breathing adjustment before battle. He realized he had been exposed. 400 meters. The footsteps sounded again. This time they were unmasked, striding boldly, each step landing heavily, crushing the broken glass beneath. The heartbeat was still 65, unchanged. 300 meters. Yunyi saw him. A figure emerged from the shadow of the mall, stretching into a long shadow under the moonlight. Very tall, at least 190 centimeters, broad shoulders and narrow waist, walking with a gait that resembled a stroll in his own hallway rather than navigating ruins. The hem of his trench coat billowed in the wind, revealing a long package tucked at his side. 200 meters. Yunyi clearly saw his face. An 11 or 12-year-old boy. His features could even be described as delicate, but on that face the bone structure distorted them. High cheekbones, a sharp jawline, pronounced brow ridges casting a heavy shadow that concealed his eyes, revealing only 2 points of cold light. 100 meters. He stopped. Standing amidst the bodies of headless zombies, he glanced down at a severed neck at his feet, and then looked up at Yunyi on the rooftop. Tianing Pei Yuan. His voice was low, like the string of a cello being plucked, echoing on the empty street. It was not an introduction, but a declaration. The hunter announced himself to the prey not out of courtesy, but because he did not need to ambush. Yunyi looked at him. Pei Yuan looked back at him. The gazes of the two clashed in the air. No sparks, no sound, just mutual confirmation. You are the one who needs to be taken seriously. You killed my people, Pei Yuan said, his tone calm, devoid of any anger over his subordinates' deaths. Since you know why, come to die? Yunyi replied. Pei Yuan's lips twitched, unclear if it was a smile or something else. He took a step forward. Give her to me, and I won't kill you. Yunyi looked down at him. His amber eyes showed no expression in the moonlight, but Pei Yuan's footsteps halted, not out of fear, but instinctively stopping. It was like walking on the edge of a cliff. Although he knew the path remained beneath his feet, his body was already on high alert. I want to know, why have you been watching my sister? Yunyi asked. Pei Yuan looked at him, silencing for 2 seconds. You don't know? Yunyi remained silent. Pei Yuan's gaze shifted from him to Yunyi and back again. In those eyes, hidden beneath the shadow of the brow, for the first time emerged something that could be called an emotion, not pity but scrutiny. Like someone judging whether to speak the next sentence. She is the child of destiny. 5 words dropping into the ruins, heavier than any bullet. Yunyi felt Yunyin stir on his back. She lifted her face from his neck, glanced in Pei Yuan's direction, and then buried herself back in. She did not understand, but she sensed the importance of those 5 words. So what? So what? Pei Yuan repeated those words, staring at Yunyi's face, seemingly assessing whether he truly did not care or was just pretending. Ultimately reaching the conclusion that the other party likely truly did not care. Even knowing Yunyin was the child of destiny, he bore no intent to kill. Upon reaching this conclusion, Pei Yuan smiled. A smile laced with pity mingled with some other emotion. You must have only gone through the novice trial, right? Is there a problem? Yunyi asked. Pei Yuan smiled deepened slightly. It was not a smile, but a sense of relief after a confirmation. In the first reincarnation, 10 people enter, 1 person exits. His voice echoed in the ruins, neither hurried nor slow, like recounting a story heard long ago. It is the fairest yet the most unfair. Because it truly is, birth determines everything. The worlds chosen in the first reincarnation are all incomplete. In such worlds, no matter how powerful you were in your past life, you will ultimately find it to be of no use. In the cultivation world, a powerful figure from the past can't cultivate without spiritual energy. A demonic cultivator will merely consume people without gaining any strength. A powerful figure from a technological world finds the physical laws completely different, their technological limits locked away. He stepped on the chest of a headless zombie, pressing down until the bone cracked with a crisp snap. In the novice trial, no matter how impressive you are, you can only start from the commoners. Survival luck is everything. The hardest part is not killing, but becoming the strongest in the world. Because before you become the strongest, you won't even see other reincarnators. When you finally stand at the top, you will find that you are already the last one left. He looked up at Yunyi. And you now would actually give up at least 1,000 points for a child of destiny, because of familial ties. That can only mean you have never truly suffered. From your current background, your last reincarnation was probably not from a royal family, but not much different. Only someone like you who has never truly suffered or experienced despair can still retain a shred of emotion in their heart. Are you done? Yunyi's tone was very flat as watching a dead person speak. Pei Yuan looked at him, the curve of his lips retracting. It was not anger, but a reassessment. If someone else had heard his words just now, they would either be infuriated or fall silent, hit by a painful truth. Yet this person in front of him showed no reaction. He wasn't pretending, he genuinely did not care. I'm done. Then you may take action. Yun-yi set Yun-yin down from his back, placing her beside the ventilation duct, his actions identical to before, putting her down, squatting, looking up at her. Count to 300. Yun-yin hugged the ugly rabbit, glancing at him, and then at Pei Yuan. Brother, if it doesn't work, then just give me up. Yun-yin's body trembled as she spoke. Yun-yi fell silent for a second. No need. Yun-yin nodded, burying her face into the ugly rabbit, her voice muffled. Then brother, good luck. All right. He stood up and turned around. Pei Yuan did not take the opportunity to strike. He remained in place like a tree planted in the ruins, the hem of his windbreaker fluttering in the wind, while the long package at his waist had already unfastened. Aren't you going to run? You should be the one to run. Pei Yuan fell silent. He took a step forward. This step was different from the previous one. The ground did not collapse, the rubble did not fly, not even dust was stirred up. But Yun-yi's perception changed. The net was sending out alarms to him. Not from a specific node, but the entire net was vibrating. Pei Yuan gathered all his strength into his body, leaving not a trace behind. Yun-yi took a step forward, without gathering strength, without adjusting his breath, and without even glancing at him, like walking from his living room to the balcony to check the weather. Pei Yuan's pupils constricted slightly. He could not see Yun-yi's point of force, could not see the contraction of muscles, could not see the transmission of power. This person was like a leaf falling from a tree, pushed along by the wind, lacking his own will. But the wind is not something leaves can control. He stepped back half a step. This half step shifted his center of gravity from his right foot to his left, moved his gaze from Yun-yi's chest to his shoulder, and withdrew his right hand from the hem of his windbreaker. There was no weapon in his hand, but the color of his entire arm changed from normal skin tone to a deep gray, as if coated with cement. You are the first one to make me use. Pei Yuan's voice trailed off. Because Yun-yi's fingers had already pointed at his chest. Not a fist, not a palm, but 2 fingers, his index and middle fingers together, the scales at the tips as thin as the edges of a cicada's wing glinting under the moonlight. Pei Yuan looked down at those 2 fingers. They did not pierce his skin, did not inject toxins, and did not even make him feel pain. But he felt. His heartbeat paused for a moment. It was not from fear, it was his body stopping on its own. At the moment those 2 fingers made contact, the muscles of his heart resonated with some high-frequency vibration. The myocardial fibers began to tear on a microscopic level, blood seeping from the walls of the ventricles like a piece of iron repeatedly folded, metal fatigue. He opened his mouth to speak, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. You are not the main body. Yun-yi withdrew his fingers, looking at the drop of blood on his fingertip. The blood was red but too bright, a fresh draw from a vein unoxidized by the lungs. This was a meticulously maintained body, sufficiently nourished, well hydrated, even the ratio of adrenaline precisely controlled. But it was not the main body. Because there was no soul in this body. No, to be precise, there was a soul, but it was not Pei Yuan's. This body housed a tamed, obedient soul that had no will to resist, like a piece of clothing worn on the body. Pei Yuan elsewhere was controlling this body in some manner, like a puppeteer. Pei Yuan, or rather this body, looked down at the bloodstain on his chest, then raised his head to look at Yun-yi. The cold light in those eyes remained, but beneath it was an additional layer. It was not fear, but a kind of emotion he had not experienced in a long time. Surprise. How did you figure it out? The heartbeat. Yun-yi said 65 beats per minute from 500 meters away. Until now it hasn't changed once. During a fight, if the heartbeat doesn't change, there are only 2 possibilities. Either you are so strong that you don't need to be tense, or you are simply not present. Pei Yuan fell silent for 2 seconds. Then he smiled. This time it was a genuine smile. Not just the curve of his lips, but his entire face moved. There was no mockery, no pity in that smile, only a pure, heartfelt joy. Interesting, he said, his voice beginning to weaken like a machine running out of power. Truly interesting. His body began to collapse. Not falling down, but breaking apart from the edges. His fingertips turned to ash, the ash scattered by the wind, and then his palms, wrists, and forearms. The speed of the fragmentation was slow, like a building disassembling itself, peeling away layer by layer. Next time we meet, I will come in person. Half of his face had already shattered, the remaining half of his mouth still moving. Before that, don't die. Then he shattered. He turned into a pile of gray powder resting on the ground, scattered by the wind. There was nothing in the powder. No bones, no teeth, no remnants at all. Yun-yi crouched down, pinching a bit of powder with his fingers. It was very fine, finer than flour, without any graininess on his fingertip. This was not the remains of a death, but a shell that had been actively relinquished. Pei Yuan had already left before the body shattered, leaving only a remote-controlled shell behind. He stood up and turned to walk back to the rooftop. Yun Yin peeked out from behind the ventilation duct, holding the ugly rabbit tightly in her hands, its ears pinched out of shape. Brother, where's that tall guy? He left. Left? Wasn't he going to fight? It's done? Yun Yin tilted her head, clearly not understanding what "it's done" meant. She only heard a few phrases, then a gust of wind, and the person was gone. But she did not press further, just hugged the ugly rabbit a little tighter. So are we going to find Dad now? Yuni did not immediately pick her up, but softly said, close your eyes. It'll be over soon. Yun Yin did not understand, but obediently closed her eyes. Just as her eyelids closed, Yun Yi changed. Dragon scales exploded from beneath his skin. It was not the gentle growth that had spread from his fingertips before, but a violent eruption bursting forth from every pore simultaneously. The sound of scales clashing was like 1,000 blades unsheathing at once, resonating into a deep rumble under the moonlight. His pupils turned golden. Not amber, but pure gold. The vertical slit in the darkness opened like a door to hell being pushed ajar. Luming saw it. He crouched on the air conditioning unit 10 meters away, still chewing on a grass stem he had picked up from somewhere. At the moment the scales exploded, the grass stem fell from his mouth. He saw the back of the 11-year-old boy transform into a humanoid dragon in an instant. Then Yun Yi moved. Lu Ming did not see him make a move. He only saw Yun Yi's right arm move. Just a movement with no build-up acceleration or exertion. The arm vanished from one position and reappeared in another. The trajectory in between was completely beyond his eyes' capture. The air exploded. A white shockwave spread outward from the point where Yun Yi's fist landed, sending fragments of stone dust and shattered glass flying. The air conditioning unit beneath Lu Ming's feet was pushed back half a meter by the shockwave, and his body tilted backward, his center of gravity shifting in an instant. Then he moved. Not forward, but backward. His foot pushed off the air conditioning unit, using the shockwave's force to propel him backward, while his hands sprang out of his pockets. His left hand held a folding knife and his right hand held a black sphere. His speed was as fast as a startled cat, flipping in midair and landing on a slanted utility pole. But when he landed, his foot did not find solid ground, because something was wrapped around his ankle. Transparent, thin as a hair, almost invisible in the moonlight. He looked down and his pupils contracted sharply. Not one but 6. Extending from the air conditioning unit he had crouched on for 10 minutes like a spider's trap, tightening at the moment he landed. When did he set this net? The answer did not need to be asked. From the moment Pei Yuan said, she is the chosen one, this net had already been there. Lu Ming's folding knife slashed downward. Upon contact with the spider's silk, the blade snapped clean in two. Not severed by force, but shattered by the silk's ultra-high frequency vibration, its fracture surface unervingly smooth, as if cut by a laser beam. The instant he pivoted again, Yun Yi's dragon claw was already before his eyes. In Lu Ming's pupils the golden-scaled talon surged larger and larger. He arched backward. His spine bent into a reverse bow in a tenth of a second, his occiput nearly brushing his. This maneuver had saved him 3 times in his previous world, first evading a licker's tongue, second dodging a sniper's bullet, third slipping past a second-tier reincarnator's blade. The edge of the scales grazed his nose, stripping away a thin layer of skin. Blood beads welled up, drifting upward in his inverted field of vision. There was no time to rejoice. His ankles remained bound in spider silk. His folding knife lay broken, all he held now was the black sphere. He slammed the sphere onto the ground. Not threw it, but slammed it, with every ounce of strength striking the floor between himself and Yun Yi. At the moment the black sphere detonated, the world fell silent. Not truly silent, but stripped of sound. The blast's thunder, the wind's whisper, even his own heartbeat vanished, as though someone had pressed mute. Then came the light. Not ordinary light, but a viscous near-liquid blackness erupting from the epicenter, swallowing everything within a 10-meter radius in just 0.3 seconds. Lu Ming's eyes remained closed in the darkness. He had long grown accustomed to it. This veil bomb had cost him nearly 3,000 points, a custom artifact forged in tandem with the Shadowflower Chaos Palm technique, capable of generating an absolute darkness domain, with a 10-meter radius nullifying all perception, sight, hearing, smell, thermal sensing, even spiritual awareness. In his previous world he had used this very technique to escape unscathed from an ambush by 3 second-tier reincarnators. The darkness would last 7 seconds, more than enough time to sever the spider's silk binding his ankles, retreat 100 meters and vanish into the ruins. Yet at that very moment, he sensed the wind shift. Not natural wind, but something moving through the darkness at such velocity that air could not yield in time, shrieking only after being violently cleaved apart. He lunged left, 0.3 seconds too late. A golden-scaled hand shot out of the void and clamped precisely around his nape. Fingers tightened, the scale edges bit into flesh. Darkness dissolved instantly. Lu Ming's lips moved, attempting speech, but his throat was crushed, yielding only a choked, breathless whisper. The scales constricted further. A sharp, brittle snap echoed from his cervical vertebrae. His body went slack, collapsing like a sack of emptied cement. Yun-yi released him, letting him crumple to the ground, then turned and walked away. He did not look back. Yun-yen kept her eyes closed. From beginning to end, exactly 1 second had passed. Nyen-yen. She opened her eyes. Brother, are you alright? Yun-yi crouched, lifted her onto his back. Let's go. Yun-yen nestled against him, burying her face in the crook of his neck. After a pause, she murmured softly, where did that brother go? He's gone. Oh, she asked. 100 meters away atop a partially collapsed office building, 5 figures stood motionless in shadow, like 4 statues. Shin Suihan lowered his binoculars and glanced sideways at Lin Yuan behind him. A boy clad in a plush animal costume sat astride an overturned office chair, legs crossed on the windowsill, idly rolling a candy between his fingers. Somehow unearthed, its wrapper crumpled like salted mustard greens. Did you see clearly? Lin Yuan asked, not lifting his gaze. He peeled the wrapper, popped the candy into his mouth, cheeks puffing slightly. Shin Suihan's voice dropped lower than usual. 3 members of the Heaven Shadow Squad. Downed in 1 move. Li Hu, controlled by Pei Yuan. Also 1 move. That lone wolf. 1 move too. Lin Yuan chewed, slowly silent. The crisp, grating crunch echoed for a long while in the hollow chamber. What level is Li Hu under Pei Yuan's control? Approximately 30% weaker than his original self. Even weakened by 30%, taking him down in a single strike. That's only possible for you or me. Lin Yuan crushed the candy between his molars, swallowed, and licked his lips. Interesting. He lowered his legs from the windowsill, rose, and stepped to the window, gazing southward. Yun-yi's silhouette, carrying Yun-yen on his back, had already vanished around the street corner. Behind them, the headless zombies still stood frozen in place, like a field of wheat recently mown. Shin Suihan watched him. Lin Yuan crumpled the wrapper into a tight ball and flicked it into the trash can without looking. We hold off. 1 team member turned. Captain. Lin Yuan shook his head. He's heading south now, carrying the heaven-blessed child toward Divine Creation Corporation. What lies there? Something left behind by her father. That artifact is almost certainly tied to the heaven-blessed child's growth. He slid his hands into his pockets and headed for the door. Why interfere? Killing her now, what would we earn? 1,000 points. 2,000. He glanced back. But wait until she matures, until she awakens, until she fully embodies the world's celestial mandate. Then kill her, and what will it be worth? At least 5,000, no upper limit. Peng Gongtao's eyes gleamed. Ma Xing rose from the floor, his fingers ceasing their circular motion. The captain is right. Shin Suihan nodded. Killing her now means killing an 80-year-old girl, pathetically few points. But wait until she grows, until she awakens, until she truly bears the weight of destiny. Then the kill yields maximum return. And, Lin Yuan's voice drifted from the corridor, laced with quiet amusement. Someone else is already protecting her, raising her, watching her grow. For us. We need do nothing. Just wait to harvest. Moreover, perhaps that man shares our thinking. I find it hard to believe a reincarnator of such power genuinely feels familial bonds in a cycle world. He turned and descended the stairs. Below, wind rushed through the lobby of the ruined office building, stirring dust across the floor. As Lin Yuan stepped out the main entrance, he reached into his pocket, once more withdrew another candy, unwrapped it, and slipped it into his mouth. Crunch, crunch. He chewed slowly, strolling southward with unhurried ease, as if ambling through his own private garden. Yun-yi, carrying Yun-yen, entered Divine Creation Corporation. The corridor stretched long and dim. Most lights extinguished, emergency strips casting eerie green luminescence, elongating their shadows into spectral trails. Footsteps echoed hollowly, as if dozens walked beside them. Yun-yen rested quietly on his back, lifting her face only occasionally from the crook of his neck to glance at the sterile white walls before nestling back in. At the corridor's end stood an elevator. Only the B4 button glowed. As it descended, the lights failed. Yun-yen's grip tightened slightly, but she said nothing. Digits flickered in darkness. B1, B2, B3, B4. The doors parted. A vast circular hall unfolded, 50 meters in diameter, its dome vanishing into unseen heights. At its center rose a colossal, transparent vessel, soaring from floor to ceiling. Empty now, its base dry, only a faint blue ring of residue staining the glass wall. The side hatch of the vessel stood open. The contents were gone. Her father was gone. The hall stood utterly empty, except for a console before the vessel bearing a metal case open and revealing 2 syringes, 1 gold, 1 transparent. Beside the case lay a note. Yun-yi approached, picked it up. A single line, written in Yun Tianheng's bold, hurried script. The golden one is the antidote. The transparent one is the primordial virus. Xiao-yi, if you've come here, inject the virus into Nyen-yen. For her it is the true antidote. Keep the transparent antidote for yourself. Yun-E finished reading, folded the scrap of paper, set his palm aflame, and reduced it to ash in an instant. Having read it, he more or less understood the truth. In short, his mother was gravely ill, stricken by a disease unlike any known to this world, incurable. The biological research had begun while she was still carrying him. There may have been progress, but nothing definitive. They later produced some compound, yet were uncertain whether it could save her. Perhaps when her condition became too dire she used it, and in doing so became the experimental maternal host. At that time, she was carrying Yun-Yin, and Yun-Yin consequently suffered some degree of infection. But in those days there were no outward effects on her. Their father wanted then to take Yun-Yin for study, but the mother prevented him. Later the father apparently realized there was no way to save her. He chose to release the virus, letting it evolve on its own, and to let the mother, the experimental host, find her own means of salvation. After all, she had been fully involved in the experiment, and was the finest biologist in that world. Having pieced this together, Yun-E had a clearer picture. In truth, once he discovered that Yun-Yin could perfectly harbor the virus without any apparent harm, he had begun to entertain certain hypotheses. It was only when that man said your sister is the child of destiny that he was certain. It must be said his family story was remarkably melodramatic. Had he not intervened, the likely sequence would have been they enter the shelter, the sister for some reason leaves by a series of coincidences, ends up here, reads the information, and uses the virus. Indeed, the golden vial was the true virus. As for the father's motive, Yun-E more or less understood the sister was an accident. The mother was his true love. If the sister used the virus successfully, they could leverage that to research the genuine cure and save the mother. Given her present status as the child of destiny, success seemed virtually certain. But the sole remaining question was, why did the father bring him here? One must remember that entering this place under normal circumstances was extraordinarily difficult. Exiting was even less likely, for the zombies had gathered here. The father could not have known whether he would be able to clear it. As he pondered, the ceiling trembled. It was not a quiver of the lab, but a shudder from the ground itself. He stood before the console, still clutching the paper reduced to ash. Ash drifted from between his fingers and settled on a metal box beside the two syringes. Shall we? Yun Tianhang's voice came from above. Not from the loudspeaker, but from a hidden speaker in the ceiling, a faint red light pulsing in the dome's shadow. What you are about to hear was recorded by me before I injected the original source serum. If you are hearing this, it means I gambled correctly. You were able to make it here alive. Yun-E looked up at the speaker. Yun-Yin, draped on his back, also lifted her head, but saw nothing. Beneath the lab, there is an emergency communications device operating on a military frequency. If you activate it, someone will answer. That man is my friend. He will dispatch people to arrive within 3 days. The laboratory contains enough food and water to sustain you for a month. The recording stopped. A hissing current echoed through the empty hall for a long while. Yun-E glanced down at the metal box on the console. 2 syringes lay side by side, one golden, one clear. He picked up the golden one and held it to the light. The fluid in the glass tube resembled liquefied amber flecked with innumerable tiny motes of light. Yin. Father left supplies upstairs. Food and water, enough for a month. People will come for us armed. They are coming to protect us. Yun-Yin poked her head from his back, glanced upward, and then withdrew. What about father? I don't know. Yun-Yin was silent for a moment. Is the golden one for me? Yun-E's hand hesitated. How do you know? I just know. Yun-Yin's voice was faint. Father said it was for me. He said that was the Yun-E looked at the syringe in his hand. The golden liquid slowly swirled in the light, the motes within like fireflies and stars. He remembered what Wen Ruotang had said in the shelter. The virus will evolve, humanity must evolve as well. She had not meant Yun-E but Yun-Yin. Yin, do you know what will happen after you inject this? I know. Yun-Yin slid down from his back, stood on the floor, and looked up at him. I will become like mother, something like her. Her voice was steady, unbefitting of an 80-year-old. Yun-E crouched to meet her eyes. Aren't you afraid? Yes, I'm afraid. Yun-Yin hugged her ugly rabbit toy tighter. But I do not want to be only protected by my brother. I want to be the one who protects him. Yun-E was silent for a long time. He handed the syringe to Yun-Yin. If it hurts, cry. Do not bear it alone. He had actually considered giving her the real cure. But he could not be certain whether the clear syringe was truly the cure. His only reason for identifying the golden vial as the actual virus was that he sensed the pathogen within resembled the one in his mother's body. As for whether the transparent syringe was truly the antidote, he could not tell. Although he was no longer entirely human, that did not mean he understood everything. If she were denied the cure, judging from her internal condition, though the virus had currently fully adapted to her body, that did not mean it would never erupt. It was only uncertain when it might break out. Yun-Yin took the syringe, glanced at the needle, then at her arm. She tucked the ugly rabbit under her arm, rolled up her sleeve, exposing a pale, tender forearm. When the needle pierced her skin, she bit her lip and did not cry. As the golden fluid entered, she began to tremble. From her fingertips, then her wrist, forearm, shoulder. The whole of her shook. Beneath her skin, golden veining appeared like Yun-Yi's before, only denser, brighter, and deeper. The veins spread from the injection site, following the vessels upward, across the elbow, upper arm, shoulder, neck, cheeks, until they converged at the brow. Yun-Yan's skin glowed. Not the shattering scales of before, but something else. A warm, seeping light that emanated from the bones like dawn. After the golden veins covered her body, they did not vanish, but sank beneath the skin and merged with the blood vessels. Her heartbeat changed. What had been over 80 beats a minute fell to 40, 30, 20. Each thud heavy as a drum shake. Yun-Yi stood before her, watching her pupils shift from black to gold, then to a color he had never seen. Not amber, not gold, but something between liquid and light. The point between her brows shone brightest, as if seared with a branding iron, burning through skin, skull, brain, connecting directly to some deeper place. Yin. She did not answer. Her eyes were open, but saw nothing. There was no reflection of him in those pupils, only a flowing gold. Yun-Yi did not call her again. He turned his head to the metal box on the console. The other syringe still lay within, clear, its liquid as still as dead water. He took that syringe and pocketed it. Then he lifted Yun-Yi and set her on the chair beside the console. Her body was burning hot, felt even through the clothes, as if clutching a stone warmed by the sun all day. She was still breathing, slow and deep. Each exhalation spilled golden motes from the corners of her mouth, like winter breath clouding the air. Yun-Yi took a step back, lowering his gaze to her. Then he turned and walked towards the corner of the hall, where there was a small door leading to the equipment room, ventilation ducts, power distribution boxes, and backup servers. Inside, he found a first aid kit, 2 bottles of water, and a pack of compressed biscuits. He took them out, placed them on the control panel, and found a blanket to cover Yun-Yi. After doing all this, he glanced at the panel. Gene collection 2768, not enough. Just a bit more. He walked to the other end of the hall and pushed open a door labeled Gene Vault. Inside were rows of refrigeration cabinets, most of which had long ceased operation. The temperature inside had risen above zero, and the samples had long since spoiled. But he didn't need complete samples, just a touch. He approached the first refrigeration cabinet, reached inside, and his fingertips brushed against the shattered test tubes. Glass shards cut through his skin, blood oozing out and mingling with the dried samples within. Life Gene 1. He moved to the next cabinet. 20 minutes later, he emerged from the Gene Vault. The number jumped to 2,900. Still not enough, but close. He pondered for a moment and took out the transparent antidote. After hesitating briefly, he simply twisted open the cap. Life Gene 100, that's enough. Current life, Gene 3000. Do you want to proceed with the third life, reshaping immediately? Transformation duration 4 hours. He did not click. He returned to before and stood in front of Yun-Yi. She was still glowing, the golden point between her brows brighter than before, so bright that the light patterns could be seen radiating from her forehead like ripples. Her heartbeat had dropped to 10 beats per minute. With each interval of 6 seconds in that silence, her body was rearranging itself. Yun-Yi watched her for 3 seconds. Then he raised his left hand. Scales grew from the fingertips of his right hand, thin as a scalpel. He did not hesitate, cutting down from his shoulder joint. There was no blood. The scales sealed off the blood vessels with high temperature, while cutting through the muscle, the incision clean, as if made by a laser, revealing the bones and muscle fibers inside, yet not a drop of blood. The left arm fell to the ground, the fingers still moving. Yun-Yi crouched down and touched the severed arm with his right hand. The scales extended from his fingertips, burrowing into the muscle, bone, and blood vessels of the severed arm, like seeds planted in the soil. The severed arm began to swell, muscle fibers growing from the cut surface, intertwining together, twisting into the shape of a person. There was no skin, only red muscle and white fascia, like a human model stripped of its skin. Then came the skin. Starting from the fingertips, layering upon layer, was covered, delicate and white like the skin of an 11-year-old child. 3 seconds. Yun-Yi's avatar stood before him, identical to him. Same height, same facial features, same amber eyes. But there were no pupils. The eye sockets were empty, with only 2 fuzzy dark golden lights swirling within. Watch her, Yun-Yi said. The avatar said nothing, turning and sitting beside Yun-Yi. Yun-Yi turned and walked toward the equipment room at the other end of the hall. After the door closed, he leaned against the wall and slid down to the floor. It was cold. The floor of the equipment room was iron, icy enough to pierce through his clothes and stab into his bones. He closed his eyes. Transformation begins. This time the heat was not seeping from his bones, but bursting from every single cell simultaneously. He felt his body being dismantled into its most primitive components, not muscle and bone, but molecules, atoms, protein chains. Every fiber was being dismantled, re-encoded, and reassembled. His consciousness floated in the darkness like a leaf swept away by a storm. A glimmer of light seeped through the crack of the equipment room door, golden, emanating from Yun-Yi. The avatar sat beside Yun-Yi, motionless like a sculpture. There was no heartbeat, no breath, only those two pools of dark golden light, slowly rotating in the hollow eye sockets. Its only task was to guard. 3 hours later the light on Yun Yin began to converge. It wasn't extinguishing but sinking in, from the surface of the skin into the skin beneath, from beneath the skin into the muscle, and from the muscle into the bone. Her heartbeat rose from 10 beats per minute to 20, 30, 40, finally stabilizing around 60. Her body temperature dropped, and her breathing steadied. Her eyelids fluttered. Meanwhile, 30 kilometers away, Su Muzha had one hand gripping a person's neck, that person taller than him, by half a head. Pei Yuan, the captain of the Tianning team. Go on, tell me if your news is worth sparing your life. Cough, cough. Pei Yuan's face turned red from the grip, barely managing to squeeze out the words Southern Divine Creation Company. Child of Destiny, an 80-year-old girl. Cough, cough. Su Muzha's smile deepened. Are you sure? As soon as he finished speaking, the grip on the neck tightened a bit more. Pei Yuan was nearly out of breath, desperately nodding. But there are 2 idiots over there who don't kill the Child of Destiny, but instead nurture her. They are very powerful, we can. Su Muzha didn't let him finish. A dark light surged from his palm. Pei Yuan's pupils constricted violently. Before he could finish, his body had turned to dust. Su Muzha didn't even glance at him. Cooperation. He said softly, that's something only the weak do. The strong only need to kill all those in their way. He moved in a certain direction. It wasn't running, it was something faster than running. His body left a series of afterimages in the air, and with each step the ground exploded into a pit, debris flying 30 kilometers in less than a minute. At the top of the Divine Creation biological building, he stood there looking down at his feet. Perception penetrated through concrete steel bars, ventilation ducts, and elevator shafts reaching B4, where a glowing girl and a sitting boy were. Only one. He frowned and laughed. Who cares? He stepped, breaking through the rooftop. Concrete shattered like paper as he plummeted, passing through layer after layer, accompanied by debris and dust like a meteor falling from the sky. B4. The moment he landed, the ground cracked, creating a pit, and the shockwave sent the metal box on the control panel flying. The syringe rolled on the ground for 2 rounds, crashed against the wall, and shattered, the transparent liquid spilling everywhere. The avatar stood up. Su Muzha looked at it, tilting his head. You are the idiot who doesn't kill the Child of Destiny, but instead protects her. You're weaker than I imagined. His tone carried a hint of disappointment, but that's fine. The avatar said nothing. It took a step forward, blocking Yun Yin. Su Muzha's gaze passed over its shoulder, falling upon the glowing girl in the chair. Golden lines had spread from the center of her brows to her entire body, like a woven net sinking into her bones. In the process of evolving, Su Muzha said, interesting. He took a step forward. The avatar raised its right hand, palm up, fingers spread wide. Scales erupted from the fingertips, not golden, but dark silver, like rusted iron. A high-frequency humming sound echoed in the empty hall, much weaker than the original body, but far stronger than Pei Yuan. Su Muzha glanced at that hand. Is this it? The avatar did not reply. It stepped forward, its right hand sweeping upward, fingers pressed together like a blade. The scales vibrated to the brink, ripping a pale streak through the air. The move was identical to the one the original used against Pei Yuan, yet it was 50% slower and only half as forceful. Su Muzha did not dodge. He raised his right hand, fingers splayed, and met the clone's palm blade Heaton. A scale slashed into his palm, half an inch deep, then jammed. It was not stopped by bone, but gripped by muscle. The flesh in Su Muzha's palm contracted the instant the scale pierced, like an iron vice, clamping the clone's entire hand fast. Decent force, Su Muzha murmured as he looked down at the hand embedded in his palm, his tone detached, as if appraising a dish. But insufficient. He twisted his wrist. The clone's entire right arm began to wrench from the shoulder, muscle fibers were twisted into ropes, and bones erupted in a cascade of cracks. The scale shattered, dark silver fragments spraying outward and embedding themselves in the concrete walls. Su Muzha released his grip. The clone was flung backward, tearing through the control console, shattering the glass wall behind it, and slamming into a load-bearing pillar at the far end of the hall. The pillar collapsed, its upper section plunged down, burying the clone beneath rubble and dust. Su Muzha did not look at the heap. He turned his gaze to Yun Yin in the chair. Golden veins had sunk beneath her skin, and the glow at her brow had dimmed. She was finishing, at her most vulnerable. He walked toward her, one step then another. On the third step, the rubble detonated. The clone burst forth, caked in ash, its right arm hung limp at its side, like a rope torn in two. But it did not stop. It raised its left hand, fingers spread, and silk gushed from its fingertips. Not one strand, but hundreds. Translucent threads wove into a web in the air, enveloping Su Muzha from every angle. He did not turn. His right hand swept back his palm, tracing a semicircle through the air. The silk shattered the instant it met his palm. Not cut, but broken by concussion. His palm wind carried a high-frequency oscillation different in principle from Yun Yi's scale vibration, yet identical in outcome. The clone did not cease. Its right arm regrew. Twisted muscle fibers sprouted from the severed face like countless red serpents coiling together and reknitting. Bone regenerated as new osseous buds pushed from the break, hardening and taking shape. The whole process required less than 2 seconds. Su-Muja finally turned back. He gazed at the freshly regrown arm and knit his brow. Regeneration. Intriguing. The clone was already lunging. This time it struck with full force. Its legs shattered the floor as it propelled itself like a cannonball. Its body began to distort midair, height stretching from 1.4 meters to 2 meters, shoulders swelling to twice their width, the spine thrusting out to form a row of bony spines. Scales erupted from beneath the skin, not dark silver, but gleaming white, half draconic. Its right arm became a dragon's claw, the fingers tripled in girth, nails lengthening to 20 centimeters, each one a curved blade. The left arm retained a human shape, yet silk from its fingertips had already carpeted the entire ceiling like an inverted waterfall. Su-Muja watched the half-dragon hurtling at him, a faint corner of his mouth lifting. He did not evade. He stepped forward and blasted his right fist out from his hip. At the fist's apex, a shockwave detonated, sweeping the airborne dust into a circular ring. Fist met claw. The building trembled. The ceiling of B4 split, cracks radiating from the point of impact like a spiderweb across the dome. Plaster cascaded down, the lights died, and the emergency lamps flickered on. The clone's draconic claw shattered, disintegrating from the tips back to the wrist, then to the elbow. Bone splinters and scales erupted outward like blasted ceramics. In 0.3 seconds, its entire right arm was reduced to a bare-bone stump. It did not withdraw. The silk from its left hand retracted. Hundreds of threads tightened at once, ensnaring Su-Muja's right foot and yanking it up. Su-Muja was pulled forward an inch, only an inch. He looked down at the translucent strands at his ankle and stomped his right foot down. The ground shattered. Centered on his foot, a 5-meter diameter circle collapsed, stones and dust lofting up before his foot drove them back down. The thread snapped. The clone was flung by the recoil, smashing through the hall wall into the adjacent warehouse. Shelving toppled in the warehouse, reagent bottles, shattered liquids of many colors mingling and running across the floor. Su-Muja walked to the hole in the wall and peered in. The clone crawled out from beneath the collapsed racks. Its right arm had regrown, the claw reformed, and the scales were denser and thicker than before. It had grown another 20 centimeters, the bony spines along its back extended to the coccyx, forming something like an unfinished tail. It can still evolve. A trace of seriousness entered Su-Muja's voice. He stepped through the breach and into the warehouse. The clone lunged again, not in a straight line, but in a zigzag. Its speed had doubled, ricocheting through the warehouse, each impact leaving a dent in the wall, like a rubber ball thrown into a room. Su-Muja stood motionless. His eyes tracked the clone's path, his pupils flicking left and right with pendulum-like speed. The clone's third launch came from the ceiling, headfirst, claws leading like a falling meteor. Su-Muja's right hand rose, fingers pressed together, thrusting upward from below. His palm became a blade, piercing the clone's chest and emerging from its back. The draconic claw hung 3 inches above Su-Muja's head, unable to come down. The clone bowed its head to look at the hand that had passed through its torso and said nothing. Its left hand rose and seized Su-Muja's wrist, preventing withdrawal. The right claw gathered force and descended from above Su-Muja's head. His other hand rose and caught that. His fingers tightened, scales fractured in his palm. He threw the clone off his arm as one might fling a soaking wet garment. The clone flew out, smashing through the warehouse wall, through the corridor, through the opposite wall of B4, and landed on the open ground outside. Moonlight poured down. The clone lay amid rubble, a bull's-eyed hole in its chest through which the moon could be seen. Yet it still moved. Muscle in the wound grew inward from the edges like cracks on ice, sealing in reverse. In 3 seconds the hole was closed. Su-Muja stepped out of the wall breach and stood on the open ground. He glanced at the newly formed skin on the clone's chest, and then at its swollen body, now 2.5 meters tall. Unkillable. The clone rose. It was no longer human. More than 70% draconic, its face was cloaked in scales, leaving only 2 dark golden eyes exposed. Standing 2.8 meters tall with a 1.5 meter shoulder span, its talons bore half-meter nails, and the spines along its back looked like a row of blades. It looked down at Su-Muja, the human who reached only to its waist. It opened its maw and emitted a low roar, not a human sound, but something between dragon and beast, vibrating the surrounding shards of glass. Su-Muja watched it, the amusement vanishing from his face. Annoying. He took a step forward. As he stepped down, the ground exploded. It was not an ordinary explosion. Centered around him, the ground within a radius of 20 meters completely collapsed. Fragments of stone were thrown into the air, then suspended by some unseen force. Patterns began to appear on his body. Not the golden markings of Yun-Yin, but black ones that crawled up from his neck across his chin, cheeks, and forehead, converging into a twisted symbol at his brow. His height remained the same, but his aura had changed. The air grew dense, making it difficult to breathe, as if the moonlight itself had been dimmed. The clone felt the pressure. Its scales tightened, its bony spines trembled, and for the first time something that could be called alertness appeared in its dark golden pupils. Sumuja raised his right hand, aligning his index and middle fingers towards the clone. A small spark of black light flickered at his fingertips like the last ember of a cigarette being extinguished. Then the black light exploded. It was not an explosion, but a beam. A black pillar of light shot out from Sumuja's fingertips, as thick as a telephone pole, moving faster than sound. The clone couldn't evade in time. It could only cross its arms over its chest, intertwining its dragon claws, layering its scales to form a shield. The instant the black light collided, the clone's arms shattered. Scales, muscles, bones, all evaporated upon contact, leaving not even a trace. The black light pierced through its arms, through its chest, exiting through its back, and striking the building behind. A 6-story residential building was hit by the black light, splitting open in the middle, the upper half sliding down and crashing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The clone stood in place, its arms gone, with a hole the size of a basin in its chest, the edges charred like burned paper. It looked down at the hole, then up at Sumuja. Then its body began to regenerate. Arms sprouting from the shoulder joints, muscles growing from the edges of its chest, the speed halved from before, but it did not stop. Sumuja watched it, his brow furrowing. Still growing. He took a step forward. The clone stepped back, not out of fear, but needing time. Regeneration required time, and time required distance. Sumuja took another step forward. The clone retreated again. It backed up to a crumbling wall, unable to retreat further. Sumuja raised his hand, and the black light at his fingertips brightened once more. The clone looked down at its still incomplete arms, glanced back at the crumbling wall, and then did something. It did not regenerate. It concentrated all its regenerative energy into its legs. Muscle fibers sprouted from its thigh bone, becoming 3 times thicker with double the density, as its knee joints transformed from human structure to something more suited for propulsion. Its body began to swell from 2 meters 8 to 3 meters 5, from 3 meters 5 to 4 meters 5. Its scales shifted from silvery white to dark gold, each plate the size of a palm, with edges sharp as blades. Its face was no longer human. Its snout protruded, teeth turned outward, and a pair of curved horns grew from its head, resembling the legendary dragon. 5 meters tall, the size of a building. It looked down at Sumuja at its feet, opening its mouth as a golden light ignited deep within its throat. Dragon breath. Sumuja glanced up at the dragon above him, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. Now that's more like it. He lowered his raised hand, instead supporting himself with both hands on the rubble. Black markings spread from his palms into the ground, rooting like tree roots as fissures expanded from the edges of the markings, stretching for hundreds of meters. Domain. Sumuja's voice emerged from deep within his throat, low like thunder shatter. The ground within a radius of 200 meters around him collapsed. It was not a collapse, but a shattering. Concrete fractured into fist-sized chunks, which crumbled into sand, and the sand into powder. Buildings followed suit, falling one after another like dominoes. The 6-story residential building, the 4-story shopping mall, the 3-story supermarket, and the 7-story office building all turned to ruins within 10 seconds. The clone stood at the center of the collapse with no ground beneath its feet, relying on its dragon claws to dig into a building that had not completely fallen, yet hanging there. Its dragon breath was still charging the light in its throat, growing brighter, so bright that it could be seen leaking through the gaps in its scales. Sumuja stood atop the rubble, looking up at it. Spit it out, he commanded. The clone complied. A golden pillar of light erupted from its mouth, as thick as a truck, with a temperature so high that the air was burning. Where the light passed, fragments of stone vaporized, leaving not even dust. The light beam shot directly towards Sumuja. Sumuja did not evade. His hands lifted from the ground, crossing in front of him. Black markings spread from his palms to his arms, then to his shoulders, weaving into a shield across his chest. The instant the light beam collided with the black shield, the entire night sky was illuminated. The shockwave radiated outward, flattening all remaining structures within a radius of 500 meters. The ground trembled, the air burned, clouds in the sky were dispersed, and the moonlight shone directly down, illuminating the dragon, hanging on the crumbling building, and Sumuja. The dragon breath lasted for 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, the light in the clone's mouth extinguished, its body shrinking back from 4 meters 5 to 3 meters, from 3 meters to 1 meter 8, scales shedding like autumn leaves. It fell from the ruined building, crashing into the pile of rubble and kicking up a cloud of dust. Sumuja stood and placed the black markings on his arms, still present, but faded by half. His chest rose and fell. He was breathing for the first time. He looked down at the clone in the rubble, now shrunk back to normal human size, lying there with more than half of its scales shattered, its right arm gone, its left leg missing, and 3 holes in its chest. But its eyes were still open, dark, golden, hollow, with no pupils. It was still regenerating. A bone stub sprouted from its shoulder joint. Muscle fibers grew from the bone and skin formed over the muscle. The speed was slow as a snail, but it did not stop. Sumuja watched the growing bone stub in silence for 3 seconds. What the hell are you? The clone did not respond. Its eyes were still fixed on Sumuja, or rather on the building behind him. The B4 level of the Divine Creation Company, where the glowing girl was. Sumuja followed its gaze and glanced back. The window of the B4 level was shattered, and from outside, he could see the golden light inside, dimmer than before, but still present. He turned back to look at the clone's only half-grown arm. Just for her. The clone remained silent. Its arm was still growing from the elbow to the wrist, from the wrist to the fingers. Too slow, but it was growing. Sumuja raised his foot and stepped on the clone's chest. Not crushing, but pinning it down. The pressure of his foot on its regenerating chest made it unable to breathe, causing its blood to stagnate and reducing its regeneration speed to the minimum. You just stay here and watch, he said. Watch me kill her. He turned and walked toward B4. The clone's hand reached out from the rubble, grasping his ankle. Only 3 fingers had grown while the other 2 remained stubs, but it was gripping tightly enough that the stubs pierced Sumuja's pant leg, digging into his skin. Sumuja looked down at that hand, made no move to kick it away, nor did he speak, just watching. The hand trembled from fingers to wrist, from wrist to elbow. It was not fear, but a limit. Its energy was depleted, regeneration had reached its limit, yet it still held on. How many lives can you use to stop me? Sumuja asked. The clone did not respond. It could not speak. It was merely an arm severed from the main body, infused with the command to protect. No consciousness, no emotions, no fear. Only one command. Defend. Sumuja lifted his other foot and stepped on that hand. The stub's shattered fingers crushed the elbow, burst. He ground it down, turning that hand into a pile of mush. Then he turned and continued toward B4. He stepped through the hole in the wall and entered. The B4 lobby was a wreck. Control panels smashed, the ceiling cracked, debris and dust covering the floor. But the chairs were still there, and the person in the chair was still there. Yun Yin sat there. Her golden light had all receded, her skin returned to its normal color, and the glow on her brow had extinguished. Her eyes were closed, breathing even as if asleep. Sumuja stood before her, looking down. An 80-year-old girl, thin and small tear tracks still clinging to her face. The ragged bunny slipped from her knees to the floor, its ear dusted with gray. Sumuja had just lifted his hand when several filaments wound around him again. He turned his head and caught sight of that already bloodied, mangled clone. He cocked his head and sneered with disdain. Honestly, among reincarnators, I have never seen someone as foolish as you. To go to this extent for a sister in a single cycle of rebirth. I truly cannot fathom how you survived the first cycle. As he finished speaking, he raised his hand. A jet of pitch-black light suddenly shot backward, hurtling straight at that clone. Boom. The tremendous explosion tore through several buildings behind him. After it was over, Sumuja did not glance at the clone again. He returned to Yun Yin's side, lifted his hand, his fingertip aimed at her brow. The black light glowed far smaller than before, no larger than a pea, yet brighter and more condensed, like a dead star compressed to the utmost. His hand slowly pushed forward. 3 inches to 1. The instant the black light touched her brow, she woke. Her golden pupils flung open, fixed upon that mote of darkness. She did not dodge, did not flinch, she simply watched quietly. The black light halted before her brow. It was not blocked, it was held immobile, as if someone had pressed a pause button. Sumuja's pupils contracted suddenly. His fingers trembled, the black light trembled, yet it would not be driven inward. Before he could finish, a hand reached from behind and rested atop his head. So light it felt like a leaf settling on the shoulder. But Sumuja froze completely. It was not that he had been stopped from outside. His body itself halted. Heart, blood, breath, even thought, all were pressed into pause in that instant. Had enough beating. Yun's voice came from behind, flat and calm, like someone asking the hour upon waking. Sumuja could not move. It was not fear, but something more primitive. The instinct of prey whose neck has been bitten, the body knowing resistance is futile and thus choosing surrender. Yun stepped out from behind him. Golden scales covered his body. Each scale flowed with light patterns as though molten rock flowed beneath his skin. Half-spread wings cast a vast shadow behind him, a 6-meter wingspan, through an immense darkness, the golden patterns along the edges drawing 2 arcs in that gloom. Yun's hand rested on Sumuja's crown, without force, fingers not even tightened, simply placed there like a hand laid upon a railing. Yet Sumuja stiffened entirely, every muscle nailed in place from head to toe. What he felt was not pressure, but something more primal. Gravity itself had altered. Centered on Yun's palm, the space within a 3-meter radius was recalibrated, the air's density multiplied tenfold each breath, threatening to burst the lungs. Sumuja's black light still shone, a pea-sized mote poised 3 inches before Yun's brow. He tried to push forward, but his fingers would not move, tried to pull back, but his wrist would not budge. Even the thought of flinging his whole hand away could not form. Yun-yi did not look at him. He bent to Yun-Yan. The little girl's golden pupils glowed in the dark, meeting his gaze like two mirrors reflecting one another. She did not cry, did not call, did not smile. She simply watched him quietly. Awake? Yun-yi asked. Does it hurt? No. Yun-Yan's voice was slightly hoarse, but steady. Brother, the man behind is still there. Yun-yi withdrew his hand from Su-Muz's head. The hand hung by his side as the scales slid one by one beneath his skin like the tide receding. His wings folded, shrinking from 6 meters to 3, then to 2 raised ridges along his shoulder blades, and finally, even those ridges flattened. He became once more the 11-year-old boy. The first thing he tried was to step backward, but the instant his toes left the ground, he stopped. It was not his will that stopped him. His body would not permit it. His knees refused to straighten, his ankles refused to roll, even his spine refused to straighten. The whole body, like a machine, unplugged, all parts present, but no power connecting them. He glanced down. He saw nothing. Nothing on his legs, nothing on his feet, not a single crease in his clothing. But his skin told another story. Countless filaments, so fine, they were almost imperceptible to touch, wound from ankle to knee, knee to waist, waist to chest. Each strand was drawn so tight, it had carved, grid-like depressions into his skin, yet no blood seeped out. The threads were so thin they slipped between cells without triggering pain nerves. Su-Muz's pupils finally constricted. Not from fear, but because he realized he had not even noticed when the web had been laid. When he entered, he had inspected the entire hall, floor, walls, ceiling, even the dust density in the air. Everything confirmed clean, nothing at all. And yet the web was there. Beneath his feet, above his head, 3 inches before his chest, a foot behind his back. The entire B4 hall from floor to ceiling, end to end, was filled with spider silk. It had not been woven but grown. Like mildew spreading in humid air, silent, invisible, colorless, scentless, unfurling in the dark, and waiting for him to step in so the net could close. He looked up at Yun-yi. Yun-yi stood before Yun-Yan with his back to him, speaking to his sister. Yun-Yan, close your eyes. His voice was very soft, the same gentle tone he had used earlier when saying awake. Yun-Yan glanced at him, then at Su-Muja. Brother going to fight again. Then hurry. She closed her eyes and buried her face in the ragged bunny exactly as she always did. Yun-yi turned. Su-Muja saw his eyes. Amber, composed, indistinguishable from before. No killing intent, no malice, not even earnestness. It was as if a man stood in his own parlor watching a fly entangled in cobweb on the wall, pondering whether to swat it or toss it out. You. Su-Muja managed one word before Yun-yi's hand rose. It was not an attack motion, merely a lift, fingers splayed, as if feeling for something in the air. From Yun-yi's fingertip hung a single filament, transparent. The other end connected to the net wrapped around Su-Muz's ankle. Yun-yi's finger flicked. Not a fist, but a snap, like brushing away a speck of dust. The entire web tightened at once. Su-Muja felt it. Not pain, but disappearance. His left foot vanished below the ankle. The cut was mirror-smooth, marrow visible in the bone, yet no blood flowed. The silk had contracted so swiftly it sealed the vessels with heat before they could react. Then his right foot. Then his knees. Then his thighs. From the bottom upward, as if a precision cutter were dismantling a work according to a blueprint. Su-Muja looked down as his body disappeared segment by segment from the feet upward, as though someone were plucking him from the ground. He tried to move, but could not. The filaments had wound every muscle, every bone, every tendon, not merely binding, but locking them in place. His strength remained, his abilities remained, his black light still burned. Pearl's eyes poised 3 inches before Yun-Yan's brow. But he could not push it inward because his fingers were gone. They fractured from the edges like Pei Yuan's clone had, turning to ash at the margins, the ash scattered by wind, then the palm, the wrist, the forearm. The difference was that Pei Yuan had shattered of his own accord. Su-Muja was being cut apart. Su-Muja gazed down at his own arm shrinking. First the fingertips, then the wrist, then the elbow. He watched as his chest cavity split open, revealing his beating heart, his contracting lungs, and his ribs snapping one by one, like a dismantled chicken skeleton. He saw his neck being sliced apart, trachea, esophagus, vocal cords, layer after layer like peeling an onion. He opened his mouth to utter his final word, but his vocal cords had already severed. His head tumbled from his neck, only to be cleaved into a dozen fragments midair by silken threads. The entire process lasted less than a second. Yun-yi withdrew his finger, the threads retracted silently into his fingertip. Not even a faint red mark remained on his palm. Across the entire B4 hall, Su-Muja's only trace was a pile of ashen powder, identical to Pei Yuan's clone, dispersing instantly at the slightest breeze. Within that powder lay nothing. Not a shard of bone, not a single tooth, not the faintest remnant. Yun-yi stared down at the pile for 2 seconds. Then he turned and walked toward Yun-Yan. The little girl sat with eyes closed, her face buried in her ragged rabbit plush, whispering numbers under her breath. 5, 6, 7. Yin yin. She opened her eyes. Big brother, did I reach 300 yet? No. Should I keep counting? Yun crouched down and gently patted her head. No need. It's over. Yin yin opened her eyes and scanned the hall. Chaos reigned. Shattered walls half-collapsed, ceiling rubble and dust strewn across the floor. Su Muja was gone. Only the ashen powder beside the control console remained, half scattered by wind gusting through the broken window. Where is that man? He's gone. Like the tall man last time. Yun paused, then nodded. Yin Yin picked up her ragged rabbit from the floor, brushed dust from its ears, and cradled it close. Yun watched her in silence, then walked to the control console and retrieved another syringe, transparent, filled with liquid still as stagnant water. He slipped it into his pocket. Next, he entered the equipment room and located the emergency comms unit. He powered it on. The device hummed, then glowed green. He lifted the microphone. A static crackled through the line. This is Yun son of Yun Tianheng reporting from the underground level B4 of Shunchuang Biotech Research Center. My father said this frequency would be monitored. Static hissed for 5 seconds. Then a man's voice emerged, hoarse, low, thick with exhaustion. Receive. I'm Zhao Yuanshan. Your father mentioned you. Hold position. We'll arrive within 3 days. Then the line went dead. Brisk, decisive, no pleasantries wasted. Yun set down the microphone and returned to the hall. Yun Yin still sat on the chair, swinging her legs, resting the rabbit on her knees, and stroking its fur with gentle rhythmic taps. Big brother, will someone come for us? Yes. 3 days. Yun Yin nodded, hopped off the chair, and carried the rabbit to the equipment room doorway, peering inside. Is there a blanket in there? Yes. Then I'll sleep inside. It's cold out here. Yun spread the blanket on the equipment room floor and placed iodine solution and gauze from the first aid kit beside it. Yun Yin lay down, clutching the rabbit, pulling the blanket up to her chin, leaving only her small face visible. She gazed at Yun quietly for a long while. Big brother, aren't you sleeping? Not tired. You're lying. Yun Yin murmured, your eyes are bloodshot. Yun said nothing. He sat at the equipment room's threshold, leaning against the doorframes, staring outward into the ruined hall, mounds of rubble, shards of glass, fissures snaking across walls, and that ashen pile upon the floor. He never named what the ash was, and Yun never asked. Big brother. HM, will mom come find us? Yun fell silent for a moment. Yes. Really? Really? Yun nodded, burying her face deeper into the blanket. Soon her breathing slowed, steady, deep. She slept. For 3 days Yun did not close his eyes. He sat at the equipment room's threshold, listening. Wind sighing gravel, shifting, distant groans of the undead rising from the ruins. Those groans swelled on the first day, louder on the second. On the third they converged, drawn inward, as if summoned by some unseen force. At dusk on the third day the ground trembled, not the shuddering impact of Su Muja's descent, but a rhythmic, relentless, heavy vibration, the grinding roar of tank treads crushing debris. Yun rose and approached the window. To the south 3 armored vehicles advanced in formation, carving paths through the rubble. Machine guns bristled atop their turrets, olive green serial numbers marked their flanks. 5 cargo trucks followed, each packed with fully armed soldiers, rifles leveled outward. At the convoy's vanguard stood a rugged SUV, its roof mounted with a loudspeaker. A man's voice boomed forth, hoarse, low, identical to the one heard 3 days prior over the comms unit. This is the 3rd Division of Linhai War Zone. Lay down your weapons, stand still. Zombies surged from the ruins, lunging toward the convoy. Machine guns atop the armored vehicles roared to life. Not controlled bursts, not sweeping fire, but a wall of interwoven bullets, dense and unyielding, erupting forward with thunderous force. Simultaneously rear gates dropped on all 5 trucks. Soldiers leapt down and advanced in loose skirmish lines. They wielded no ordinary machine guns, but identical rocket launchers, firing round after round with mechanical precision. As though anticipating the undead's extraordinary resilience and formidable defenses, each rocket detonated into searing white flame, consuming, relentless. Within a single hour the swarm of smaller zombies was eradicated. Yun watched from the window. These creatures had not been spared deliberately. He held no use for geneless undead, so he'd left them be. The SUV's door swung open. A man in uniform stepped out, 50-something, 3 stars on his shoulders, square jaw, thick brows, deep-set wrinkles etched like knife cuts. He glanced upward at Shunchuang Biotech's rooftop, then lowered his gaze and tapped twice on a tablet. The armored column resumed its advance. Zombies fell row upon row. The convoy halted before the research center's entrance. The officer strode to the open blast door, lifting his eyes to its towering frame. His soldiers instinctively fanned out, establishing a perimeter. Yun. His voice echoed again, not pre-recorded but live, through the loudspeaker. He raised a walkie-talkie to his lips. I'm Zhao Yuanshan, a friend of your father's. Come down. Yun glanced back toward the equipment room. Yun was awake, seated on the floor, clutching her rabbit, eyes bright and expectant. We're leaving. Yes. He lifted her onto his back and stepped into the elevator. The elevator had failed 3 days earlier. Its doors hung open, its cabin jammed between levels B2 and B3. Yun-E turned and took the stairs instead, 4 flights from B4 to B1. He climbed slowly, each step deliberate and grounded, as if measuring the weight and length of this ascent. Yun-Yin rested her cheek against the crook of his neck. Her ragged rabbit's ears draped over his shoulder, swaying gently with each step. Though she had evolved, though she could walk unaided, she preferred above all else to ride upon her brother's back. As he stepped out of the gate, the sunlight forced him to squint. After 3 gloomy days, the sun finally emerged. Zhao Yuanshan stood at the entrance watching him emerge from the darkness. A boy of 11 carrying an 80-year-old girl ascending step by step from the 4th underground level. Zhao Yuanshan gazed at them in silence for a long time. He had known beforehand that Yun Tianheng's eldest son and youngest daughter were quite young. He had vaguely guessed their ages by their voices, but seeing them in person felt entirely different from merely hearing about them. He couldn't fathom how 2 children possibly still in elementary school had survived among such a terrifying horde of corpses. He opened his mouth wanting to say something. You've worked hard. Not afraid anymore. Safe. None of those were right. There's hot water in the car, he finally said, his voice more hoarse than he had anticipated. There's food too. Bread, canned food, milk. Yun-E walked past him carrying Yun-Yin and paused briefly as he passed. Thank you. Zhao Yuanshan looked at his profile. The 11-year-old child showed no signs of fear, fatigue, or even the relief of having survived. Those eyes were too calm, too serene for a child, reminding him of Yun Tianheng. 20 years ago, when they first met, that young researcher sat in the laboratory, staring at a screen full of failed data, wearing the same expression. I can start over. Yun Tianheng had said back then. And he truly did start over again and again until he succeeded. Zhao Yuanshan followed Yun-E toward the car. Yun-Yin lifted her head from Yun-E's shoulder, glanced at him, then buried her face back down. The ear of that ugly rabbit dangled from Yun-Yi's shoulder, bobbing slightly. When the car door opened, a wave of warmth and the aroma of food poured out. Yun-Yin wrinkled her nose, slid down from Yun-E's back, stood on the ground, holding the rabbit, staring at the milk and bread in the car, unmoving. Eat up, Yun-E said. She turned to glance at him, then looked at Zhao Yuanshan. Zhao Yuanshan nodded. Yun-Yin climbed up the car step, picked up a box of milk, inserted a straw, and first handed it to Yun-E. Yun-E took a sip and handed it back. She stuffed the straw back into her mouth, sipping slowly, her cheeks puffing out. After a few sips, she tore open the bread's packaging, broke it in half, and handed the larger half to Yun-E. Zhao Yuanshan stood by watching this scene, swallowing the words he almost spoke. He had intended to say about your father, but seeing the seriousness with which this 80-year-old girl broke the bread in half made him feel it could wait a little longer. Get in the car, he said. Let's leave here first. Yun-E picked up Yun-Yin and got into the car. The moment the car door closed, the sounds from outside were cut off. The whimpering of the wind blowing through the ruins, the distant roars of the zombies, and the shouts of soldiers clearing the battlefield. Inside the car, only the low rumble of the engine and the sound of Yun-Yin chewing on bread could be heard. Zhao Yuanshan sat in the passenger seat, glancing at the back seat through the rearview mirror. Yun-Yin leaned against Yun-E, half-eaten bread in hand, half a box of milk remaining, but her eyes were already drooping. Sleep now, Yun-E said softly. She shoved the bread into his hand, closed her eyes, and fell asleep within 3 seconds. Zhao Yuanshan fell silent for a moment. Your father, I know. Yun-E's voice was soft, almost drowned out by the sound of the wheels. He's in the north. A shelter? Yes. With my mother. Zhao Yuanshan turned to look at him. Just a guess. Yun-E looked down at the half piece of bread in his hand, his tone flat. Zhao Yuanshan didn't press further, just nodded. He mentally noted the location, planning to send someone to check it out once it was safe. The reason Yun-E voluntarily mentioned the whereabouts of his parents was to let them know that he and Yun-Yin were safe. Secondly, that place was no longer safe. Not out of fear of being discovered by the military, but rather from other reincarnators. In terms of strength, he wasn't overly worried about his parents. His mother was most likely the core of this crisis, her strength. Needless to say, his father had taken the virus before his sister and wouldn't be far behind. Moreover, his father held considerable power in the military, so there was no need to worry about them from that side. What he truly feared were those reincarnators. Their methods were strange and unpredictable, especially now that Yun-Yin was the child of destiny. 3 days later, the convoy entered the camp of the 3rd Division of the Linhai War Zone. Barbed wire sandbags, watchtowers, searchlights. Layer upon layer, it was surrounded like an iron barrel. 2 tanks were parked at the entrance, their cannons facing outward. When the sentry recognized Zhao Yuanshan's vehicle, he saluted, and the barrier lifted. As the car entered, Yun-Yin woke up. Barracks, playground, training ground. Rows of army green tents stretched endlessly. Soldiers were running on the playground, their shouts echoing. In the distance, several people in white coats moved between the tents, holding folders, their expressions tense. Yun Yin watched for a while before burying her face back into Yun Yi's leg. Brother, where is this? Military district. Is it safe? Safe. Is there food? Is there a bed? Yes. Then I want to sleep. She closed her eyes, but after 3 seconds, she opened them again. Brother, when will mom come? Soon, Yun Yi replied. Yun Yin nodded and closed her eyes again. Over the past few days, she had been awake for no more than 3 hours in total. It wasn't sleepiness, it was that her body was evolving. Evolution required energy and also tranquility. A year later, Zhao Yuanshan began to involve him in the military district's decision-making. It wasn't a formal appointment, but rather a private consultation. Yun Yi's judgments were so precise that Zhao Yuanshan sometimes felt this child had a supercomputer in his head. Resource allocation, troop deployment, defense line planning. His proposals were always the optimal solution. Initially, Zhao Yuanshan had some reservations, but the facts presented before him left no room for doubt. 2 years later, the entire Linhai war zone knew. There was a child beside Commander Zhao whose words held weight. No one dared to belittle him. His judgments had never been wrong. The scale, direction, and timing of the zombie tide were predicted more accurately than any model. Soldiers privately called him Little Commander, but dared not call him that to his face, for when he looked at people with those eyes, they always reminded one of the generals on the review stand. 3 years later, Yun Yi was 14 years old. Standing at 1.60 m, his shoulders broadened, his jawline sharpened, yet his face still bore the features of a boy. The only thing that hadn't changed was his eyes. Amber calm, able to reflect anything, but unable to retain anything. He stood in the command center of the base, facing a massive electronic map, red and blue dots scattered like a star chart. The red dots represented zombies, and the blue dots marked the defense lines. Zhao Yuanshan stood beside him, his hair more gray than 3 years ago. The zombies on the northern front are gathering again. What's the scale, About 100,000. 3 days from now. Zhao Yuanshan cursed under his breath. Can we stop them? We can stop them. Yun Yi traced a line on the map with his finger. The 3rd Battalion should be moved to this position and the 5th Battalion here. Don't place the tanks at the front, I put them on the flanks. The zombies aren't stupid, they'll find a way around. At this scale, a corpse king has likely already appeared. Zhao Yuanshan glanced at him and turned to give the orders. 3 years ago he would have asked, now he didn't. Yun Yi stood in front of the map, lightly tapping the edge of the table with his finger. It had been 3 years, he had collected 18,000 genes. It wasn't a deliberate collection, the viruses in this world were evolving. Each generation of zombies produced new mutations, and he only needed to stand on the front lines and wait for them to charge. After collecting 2,000 more, he decided to initiate the 5th transformation. A new message popped up on the screen. West District Shin Chuang Biological Laboratory. Yun Yi glanced at it and turned to exit the command center. These individuals are the old team left by Yun Tianheng, protected by the military after the virus outbreak, confined in the West District, conducting experiments, writing reports, and waiting for orders every day. Yun Yi spent some time subduing them. The tents in the West District had tripled compared to 3 years ago, with white coats coming and going, all carrying various items. The old researcher Zhou Mingyuan saw Yun Yi enter and handed him a stack of reports. Take a look at this. Yun Yi took it and flipped through the pages. The satellite monitoring report showed a global distribution map of zombie activity. The map marked over a dozen red dots, each representing a zombie gathering point. The largest one was in the southern suburbs of Linhai City, the old site of Shin Chuang Biological. The others were scattered across the globe, with each continent having at least one. They are evolving in the same direction. Zhou Mingyuan's voice was very low. It's not random. There is a purpose. Someone is controlling them. Yun Yi remained silent because he knew who it was. I understand now. He set the report down and turned to leave. 3 years had passed. He spent 3 years consolidating the military's strength, studying the direction of the virus evolution, and waiting. He was also searching for other reincarnators. Unfortunately, the remaining ones were too good at hiding, and he had not found a single one until now. Yun Yi stood on the playground looking up at the sky. The sky was blue, the clouds were white, and the sunlight warmed his body. In the distance, soldiers were training, their chants resonating through the air. On the other side of the playground, Yun Yin was playing jianzi with several soldiers' children. She was 11 years old, much taller, with her hair tied in a ponytail, swaying as she ran. She had left the ugly rabbit in the dormitory, saying it was too big to bring out, but Yun Yi knew she was afraid it would get dirty. Brother. Yun Yin ran over, her face glistening with sweat. You came to watch me play jianzi. Just a moment. You always say just a moment. Yun Yin pouted but wasn't angry. She tiptoed to peek behind him. Did Grandpa Zhou call you for another meeting? Yes. Is it about the zombies again? Yes. Yun Yin fell silent for a moment, her voice dropping. Brother, when will Mom come? It had been 3 years, and she asked once every month. Yun Yi always replied soon. He knew when Ruotang would not come back, not dead, but changed. It was even hard to say she was still herself. Soon Yun Yi said. Yun Nian glanced at him, remaining silent. She lowered her head, tracing circles on the ground with her toes. After a while she looked up and smiled. Then I'm going to play Jianzi. She ran back, her ponytail swaying behind her, and her laughter floated across the playground like a string of bells. Yun Yi stood still, watching her retreating figure. Linhai City. Underground. 1,000 meters deep. There was no light, no sound, and no trace of the surface world. The only passage was a vertical shaft with a diameter of 3 meters, descending straight down from the ruins of the Shun Chuang Biological Research Center. Steel climbing ladders were embedded in the shaft wall, with a blast door every 50 meters. The door at the very bottom had been closed for a long time. Yun Tianheng sat at the control panel behind the door, staring at the data flashing on the screen. He looked different from 3 years ago. His hair was completely white, not dyed, but white from the roots. The wrinkles on his face were deep, as if carved by a knife, his eye sockets sunken, and his cheekbones protruded, making him appear like a desiccated specimen. But his eyes had not changed. They remained heavy like a mountain pressing down in this underground room. The data scrolling on the screen displayed when Ruitang's physiological indicators: temperature, heart rate, brain waves, viral concentration, mutation, direction, evolution, speed. Each line was trending upward, slowly, but it had never stopped. Next to the control panel was a cage. Inside were 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman, huddled in the corner. Their hands and feet were shackled with iron chains, and collars with red lights were fastened around their necks. These were high-voltage shock devices triggered if the heart rate exceeded 120 or fell below 60. They had been imprisoned for 10 years and had learned to control their heart rates within this range like 3 tamed animals. Yun Tianheng stood up and walked in front of the cage. The 3 individuals looked up at him. Their eyes held no hatred or fear, only a very pure feeling: exhaustion. Being confined 1,000 meters underground for 10 years, enduring blood draws, interrogations, and electric shocks every day. Hatred and fear had long been depleted. Say it again. Yun Tianheng's voice was soft, as if afraid of waking someone. The man in the cage opened his mouth, producing a dry, rasping sound from his throat. He had not spoken for a long time. The reincarnation paradise draws people from different worlds to send them to other worlds. His voice was like rusty wire, forcing out each word. I am from the Tianlang squad. Having experienced 2 reincarnation worlds. He paused, a clucking sound escaping his throat, sounding like laughter and tears at the same time. Yun Tianheng watched him for 3 seconds before turning back to the control panel. Yun Tianheng tapped a few keys on the control panel, bringing up a document. It contained information he had painstakingly extracted from the mouths of the 3 members of the Tianlang squad over 10 years. The rules of the reincarnation paradise, the mechanism of novice trials, and the balanced laws of identity and strength. Moreover, his son Yun Yi was the weakest among these reincarnators, thus born into the best circumstances. But he did not believe it. He felt they were still concealing something. Because the balance law itself was a massive loophole. He knew better than anyone about his son's origins. But he was also acutely aware of his son's abilities. The 3 self-proclaimed reincarnators from the Tianlang squad, starting from the first one he captured 10 years ago, he used various psychological torture methods to lure in the second and third. However, there was a problem with the 4th one. He died at the hands of a lone wolf reincarnator. That lone wolf also led to the 5th, who was also killed. From the videos, he could clearly see that the lone wolf far surpassed the abilities of all members of the Tianlang squad. Moreover, during his time at Xinchuang, he had also clearly witnessed the strength of that lone wolf reincarnator. Yet with such strength, he was still easily crushed by his son, without even having the chance to test his son's abilities. Let alone test, it was like an insect being squashed. Under such circumstances, how could these individuals still speak of that so-called balance law? Thus he had always doubted that these people were hiding something. Despite all his efforts over the years, he still could not extract more useful information. However, although he did not force out any truly useful news, he had not come away empty-handed over the years. Initially, he thought it was just an ordinary virus, hoping to solve the troubles with his wife, but that approach was utterly... Fortunately, through interrogating these reincarnators, he gained biological knowledge from other worlds, achieving significant breakthroughs in biological science, even creating a primordial virus that was 10 to 100 times more powerful than originally envisioned. Yet even so, it still could not save his wife. He sat in the chair staring at the screen, remaining silent for a long time. Then he stood up and walked deeper into the room. There was a circular sealed door locked with 12 locks, each requiring a different password. He opened them. The door opened. Behind it was a massive space, not a room but a cavity. A cavity over a kilometer in diameter, wrapped in flesh and bone. When Ruitang was here, her body had expanded to the boundaries of the entire underground space. From 1,000 meters deep, her roots penetrated into the mantle, drawing energy from the earth. Upwards, her tendrils passed through rock layers, soil, and concrete, reaching the surface. Her heart pulsed in the center of the cavity once per minute. Each heartbeat pumped blood into those roots and tendrils, then drew it back. Her face was still there, above the heart like a gem embedded in the flesh wall. Eyes closed, expression calm, just like when she leaned against the bed in the shelter years ago. Yuan Tianheng stood at the edge of the cavity, his feet on the warm, still-breathing flesh wall. He looked up at that face, staring for a long time. "Ruitang," he called out. No response. For 3 years he had come here every day to call her, yet she had never answered. But today was different. Her brainwave spiked again, far more pronounced than before, as if someone had stirred in deep slumber upon hearing a distant voice. Yuan Tianheng felt it. He took a single step forward. The fleshy wall beneath his feet yielded slightly, like treading upon a living mattress. He approached beneath her face and gazed upward. Her eyes remained closed, but her lips moved slow, faint like a leaf trembling in the wind. No sound emerged. Yet he understood. "Xiaoyi, Nian Nian," she whispered. Yuan Tianheng's fists clenched tightly. He bowed his head and stood in silence for a long while. Then he lifted his gaze to her face. "Xiaoyi and Nian Nian are safe," he said. "They are alive." Her lips did not move again. Yet her heartbeat shifted, from once per minute to twice, thrice, 4 times. The entire cavity trembled. The fleshy walls contracted, tendrils writhed, like a colossal beast turning in its sleep. Yuan Tianheng stood at the epicenter of the quaking, unmoving. "I will restore you," he said, voice soft yet unwavering. "I swear it." The tremors gradually subsided. Her pulse slowed back to 1 beat per minute. The fleshy walls stilled, the tendrils retracted into the rock strata. Her face settled once more into serene, motionless repose, as though nothing had ever occurred. Yuan Tianheng turned and walked out of the cavity, sealing each door behind him. Back at the control console, he pulled up another file, his own research findings over the past 3 years. The virus's evolutionary pathway, the mother entity's control mechanisms, and the method to reverse mutation without killing the host. He had simulated it thousands, even millions of times, yet each attempt stalled at the same critical juncture. He needed someone. A person capable of hosting the virus yet immune to its domination. A being strong enough, close enough, and trusted enough. His original candidate had been Nian Nian. Now, however, a superior choice had emerged. He leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. On the screen, when Ruitang's brainwaves continued their steady rhythmic pulse, like gentle waves rolling across a distant sea. The 3 figures inside the cage huddled silently in the corner, scarcely daring to breathe. In that chamber buried a kilometer underground, only the low hum of machinery and the soft digital chime of data pulses broke the stillness. Yuan Tianheng opened his eyes and picked up an old mobile phone resting on the console. The screen lit up, revealing a single half-composed message. The recipient was Zhao Yuanshan. "Let Xiaoyi come see me." He stared at it for a long time, then set the phone down. He did not send it. The timing was not yet right. He would wait a little longer. Meanwhile, Yuan Yi received that message in the autumn of the 4th year. Not via encrypted channel or clandestine rendezvous, but as a formal invitation. Embossed in gold bearing the national emblem, it arrived from across the ocean, having traversed 3 war zones, 2 relay stations, and a military post office, its edges worn smooth by the journey. A single line graced the envelope. "To Mr. Yuan Yi personally." Inside lay a plain white card handwritten in immaculate script, so precise it resembled typeset print. "I have heard of a young strategist in the Linhai war zone whose insight rivals my own, whose calculations leave no margin for error. I have long admired you from afar, and wish to consult with you on matters of great consequence. We shall meet 3 days hence upon international waters. Signed simply Shen Wui. No title, no official designation, no explanation whatsoever." Zhao Yuanshan turned the card over and over in his hands, his brow furrowed so deeply it could crush a fly. "I know this man." He placed the card on the table, his fingertip pressing lightly upon the name. At the onset of the viral outbreak, he was a refugee from a northern province. By the 3rd month after the outbreak, he had become the de facto ruler of that province. In the 1st year, he consolidated resources across 6 northern provinces. By the 2nd year, his influence spanned the entire north. And by the 3rd year, he paused, lowering his voice by half a tone. The northern half of the Asian continent obeyed his command. "He is very young, perhaps your age." Yuan Yi nodded. Given the man's words and history, he was almost certainly another cycle walker. "Will you go?" Zhao Yuanshan asked. "Yes." Yuan Yin stood in the doorway, cradling the shabby, threadbare rabbit she had carried since childhood. She was 12 now, taller by a head, her ponytail tied, high cheeks still softly rounded with lingering baby. Yet her eyes had changed. Golden, not the fleeting glints of old, but fixed steady like 2 polished pearls. "Brother, I'm coming with you." Yuan Yi glanced at her. After a moment's silence, he nodded. Yuan Yin leapt with delight and planted a kiss on his cheek. "Yes. Wonderful. Thank you, brother." 3 days later. International waters. A white yacht floated at the edge of the Linhai war zone's controlled maritime boundary. Just beyond lay open sea. The vessel was modest in size, sleek, and unadorned, its deck empty. Yuan Yi stood on the dock, flanked by Zhao Yuanshan's speedboat and 2 fully armed soldiers. Yun Yin stood beside him dressed in clean clothes. The rabbit left behind. Rabbits aren't practical for fighting, she said. Yun Yi hadn't told her that today might not involve combat at all. As the speedboat drew alongside the white yacht, the gangway lowered automatically. No greeting awaited them. No security screening. No visible safeguards. The instant Yun Yi stepped onto the deck, he sensed a subtle ripple of power, not hostile but probing. It felt like a fingertip gently pressing against his skin, testing, then withdrawing. Yun Yin sensed it too. Her hand tightened on his sleeve, but she said nothing. The cabin door opened. A figure emerged, 16 years old, clad in a charcoal gray shirt with sleeves rolled to his forearms, revealing lean, sinewy wrists. His features were unremarkable, exactly the kind that vanished instantly into any crowd. Yet his eyes were wrong, not in color but in depth. They were too deep, like bottomless wells holding something ineffable, ancient, and quietly unsettling. He looked at Yun Yi for 3 seconds. Then he smiled, a faint crystalline smile like frost forming on winter glass. Mr. Yun Yi, long have I awaited this meeting. His voice matched the handwriting on the card, precise, flawless, utterly devoid of flaw. Please come in. The interior of the cabin was far more spacious than its exterior suggested. A long table, 2 chairs, and 2 steaming cups of tea resting atop it. Shen Wui sat opposite, sliding 1 cup toward Yun Yi. Linhai War Zone produces no fine tea. This is grown in the north. Try it. Yun Yi did not reach for it. Shen Wui showed no concern, lifting his own cup and sipping calmly. I dislike circumlocution. Setting the cup down, he folded his hands upon the table and met Yun Yi's gaze directly. You are a cycle walker. Not a question, merely a statement. Yun Yi remained silent. Shen Wui smiled slightly. Me too. The 9th world. In the previous 8, I crawled out from piles of corpses. Every time the paradise throws me to the bottom. Every time I climb up from the very bottom. He leaned back in his chair. He extended his hand, lightly tapping the table twice with his fingertips. A world map emerged on the table, not on paper but projected by light. Red and blue dots densely marked every continent, every country, every war zone. The blue dots occupied most of the northern hemisphere, stretching from the Asian continent all the way to the edge of Europe. The red dots were concentrated in the southern hemisphere, scattered like prey under siege. Shen Wui said, 3 years. In 3 years I controlled the political power of half the world. Not because I have superpowers, but because I know how to use people, how to use resources, how to use information. These are all things I learned in one world after another. He retracted the map and looked at Yun Yi. But I no longer need these. What do you need? Cooperation. Shen Wui leaned slightly forward. You are the only one I recognize among the reincarnators of this world. I have investigated you. Linghai City, the epicenter of the zombie outbreak. I found traces of no less than 10 reincarnators having been active there. And not only did you survive, you brought the Child of Destiny with you. This alone is sufficient to prove your strength. I will provide you with the locations of other reincarnators. And I will build a city of hope in this apocalyptic world, gathering the faith of the entire world. In the end, we will return together. What do you think? Yun Yi looked at him and said nothing. Shen Wui was not in a hurry, picking up his teacup and taking another sip. The tea had gone cold. He did not call anyone to replace it, placing the cup down, his fingers tracing the rim. You don't trust me. Yun Yi did not deny it. That's normal. Shen Wui leaned back in his chair. I don't trust you either. That's why I say cooperation, not subservience. You have your territory, and I have mine. You guard the south, I manage the north. Leave the middle open, no one touches it. What about the other reincarnators? I have 3 in my hands. Shen Wui pointed his finger, the leader of the Tianying team, the positions of the 5 members of the Wuji team, and, on the other end of this world, a lone wolf reincarnator who intends to destroy everything, utterly insane. Yun Yi fell into deep thought. For years he had not inquired about the news of the other reincarnators. Although it was partly because he had not seriously looked into it, it was enough to indicate that the opponent's intelligence was far superior to his. 9 worlds. Regardless of the truth, if he has truly experienced so many worlds and survived, the opponent likely carries a return crystal. After thinking it over, Yun Yi raised his head and looked at Shen Wui. Cooperation is acceptable. You will gain faith and return as the strongest. But the lives of those reincarnators belong to me. Agreed. Shen Wui set down his teacup, his finger tracing the rim once more. The lives of the 5 members of the Wuji team belong to you. The life of that Tianying team leader also belongs to you. But that lone wolf. Her name is Li Shuaiqiu from the 5th world, a lone wolf who has never formed a team or trusted anyone. She has a return crystal. Whether you can obtain her life depends on your capability. Yun Yi remained silent. Shen Wui pulled out a tablet from under the table and pushed it over. On the screen was a world map marked with 7 red dots, 5 clustered on the eastern coast of Greenland, 1 isolated deep in Antarctica, like a nail on white cloth. The last one was in Linghai City. The Wuji team has been lying in wait in Greenland for 3 years, waiting for your sister to grow up. Of course they weren't just lying in wait. They used some kind of artifact to convert the world's energy there into spiritual energy for cultivation. Converted to the standards of the cultivation world, the strength of the five is at least golden core level. The deputy leader is at the peak of golden core, and I am unsure about the strength of that leader, but he has likely already become a nascent soul. You should have heard of this realm. Yun-Yi nodded. Shen Wui continued. As for Li Shuaiqiu, her inherent strength is very weak, but she likely hails from a world with highly advanced technology. According to my investigation, she has created no less than tens of thousands of things like nuclear bombs. Her intent is very clear, to launch all nuclear bombs conducting a cleansing-style attack. It's just that she is still unaware of the specific locations of us reincarnators, otherwise thousands of nuclear bombs would at least rain down on each person's head. As for the leader of the Tianying team, his strength is not to be feared, but his means of self-preservation are exceedingly strong. As far as I know, he has used the return crystal at least 3 times. He likely can no longer use it, but it is not ruled out that he will exploit his teammates to buy new ones with points. When you kill him, do it swiftly. Yun-Yi pushed the tablet back. The intelligence is sufficient. Shen Wui looked at him and waited for 3 seconds. And then, oi. Then you go back and wait for news. Yun-Yi stood up. I will give you a response within 3 days. Shen Wui stood up as well and extended his hand. 3 days. Yun-Yi shook it once. Not 3 seconds, nor 5 seconds. Just a brief touch for 1 second, then let go and turned away. Yun-Yin stood on the deck, leaning on the railing to look down at the sea. The sea surface was calm dark blue, with sunlight casting a layer of fragmented gold on it. She heard footsteps, turned her head, and her ponytail swirled around. Brother, are you done talking? Is he a good person or a bad person? I don't know. Is he a reincarnator? Yes. Yun-Yin nodded, not pursuing the matter further. She turned her head to continue looking at the sea. After a while she spoke again. Brother, should we kill him? Huh. Yun-Yi halted his footsteps. You as a girl should not be so quick to talk about killing. Yun-Yin pouted. But brother, didn't you kill all of them before? Yun-Yi fell silent for a moment. Yun-Yin walked over with a smile, taking his hand. Then let's go home. Sister Lu made red braised pork today, but she said to wait for me to come back to eat. All right. The speedboat left a white trail on the sea. Yun-Yin sat at the bow, took off her shoes, and dipped her feet in the water, feeling the coolness. Yun-Yi sat beside her, gazing at the distant horizon. Shen Wei's yacht grew smaller behind them, eventually becoming a white that disappeared between the sea and sky. Returning to the base, Yun-Yi went directly to the laboratory in the Western District. Zhou Mingyuan was still sitting in front of the microscope, his lab coat stained with coffee, and it seemed he hadn't changed it for days. Engineer Zhou, I need a list. What list? All known active biological species in this world, from blue whales to ants, from redwoods to moss. Not a single one should be missed. Zhou Mingyuan took off his glasses, wiped the lenses, and put them back on. What do you want to do? Collecting. Yun-Yi did not explain further and turned to leave. For the next 2 days he did not leave the laboratory. Zhou Mingyuan gathered every record he could find, extracting the global biological species registry from military databases and linking by satellite to the few surviving overseas research institutes, stitching the data together. When the list printed, it ran more than 3,000 pages stacked on the floor, higher than Yun-Yi's knees. He began at the first page, not to read but to touch. His fingertips skimmed each page, the scales beneath his skin trembled, and by a means he could not explain they drew out the genetic information of every species recorded on the paper, not from samples, but from the words themselves. Names, descriptions, distributions, habits. These words themselves carried the information of genes, and his body had evolved to the point where it could reconstruct genes from information. 1 page, 2, 10, 100. The numbers on the system panel flickered. Not collected from zombies, but from paper. From those creatures he had never seen, already extinct or teetering on extinction in the viral outbreak. This was a new ability acquired after his 4th metamorphosis. With only a rough knowledge of a creature's details, he could directly obtain its genetic life. In the early hours of the 3rd day, the count froze at 19997. 3 more to go. Yun-Yi set down the final page of the list, rose, and left the laboratory. The playground was empty, clouds veiled the moon, and only the searchlight on the watchtower slowly swept the night. He stood there as a breeze passed, carrying the chill of early autumn. Then he heard it. A roar 1,000 miles away, a zombie king bellowing. An invisible filament snapped across the distance and locked onto that zombie king. 19998. He continued to sense. Soon 2 more zombie kings began to roar. Current genes collected 2000 proceed with the 5th metamorphosis. Yun-Yi did not confirm. He stood and turned back toward the dormitory. Yun-Yin's room light was still on. The door was not tightly shut, a thin bar of light leaking out. He pushed the door open. The little girl lay asleep over her desk, a math workbook spread before her, a pen still in her hand, a red imprint on her cheek. Her battered rabbit was tucked beneath her arm, its ears misshapen from being squashed. Yun-Yi lifted her onto the bed and drew the covers over her. She turned over, mumbled something, and fell asleep again. Yun-E watched her for 3 seconds at the bedside, then turned and left, closing the door. He did not return to his own room, but crossed the playground past the training ground and reached a building at the deepest. It was the military district's old munitions depot, concrete walls thick enough to withstand missiles, no windows, only an explosion-proof door. He pushed it open, entered, and locked it from the inside. The depot was empty. Shelves had been moved away, leaving only a few rows of rusted racks leaning against the walls. A thin film of dust covered the floor, the air smelled of rust and concrete. Yun-E walked to the innermost corner, sat with his back against the cold concrete, closed his eyes. Metamorphosis begins. This heat did not seep from bones nor erupt from cells. It welled up from the depths of his consciousness. As if someone had chiseled a hole in his soul, something more primal than energy poured from that aperture and flooded into his body. His body began to glow, not the glint of scales but a light beneath the skin, every inch luminous, as though a layer of molten stone flowed beneath his epidermis. The scales did not burst forth. They rose from beneath the skin one by one like fish surfacing from water. Their color was neither gold nor silver, but a hue he had never seen, between translucence and white, like ice and like light itself. Each muscle fiber was being compressed, twisted, and woven into a structure tougher than steel. Bones melted, solidified, and reformed. His spine extended, each vertebra sprouted new projections. Not barbs, but finer mechanisms like gears, like clasps, like a precision machine assembling itself. Wings unfolded from his back. Neither feathered nor purely membranous, they were something between a metallic textured skeleton, hollow, and as light as foam, yet stronger than any known material. Between the struts stretched a translucent membrane, like a dragonfly's wing, veined with intricate patterns that glowed like circuitry. 10 meters. When the wings spread, they filled the entire depot. The membrane edges scraped the concrete walls, throwing off showers of sparks. He opened his eyes. His pupils were neither gold nor amber, but bore a color no living creature had possessed, like compressing the whole starry firmament into 2 rice grain-sized points of light set within his eye sockets. Not bright, but deep. So deep one could see infinite distances within. His face had changed, not becoming less human, but too human, as if the ultimate definition of human had been distilled and cast into a single face. Every line was precise to the point of the incredible, every angle impeccably placed, unreal in its beauty, as if a museum sculpture had come to life. The 5th reshaping of life was complete. Genes fused, 30000 species. Abilities comprehensively upgraded. Domain, Wanmugi, all things unified in absolute domain centered on the host with a radius of 10,000 meters. Within the domain, the host can arbitrarily alter gravity, temperature, and velocity. Evolution, perfect adaptation. Your body will generate perfect resistances to any environment and any attack. Perception, omniscient sight, everything within a radius of 1,000 kilometers lies within your perception. Not seeing but knowing. Knowing the position of every speck of dust. Regeneration, immortal as long as a single cell survives. The host can complete full body regeneration within 3 seconds. Offense, matter severance, you can generate nanowire filaments capable of severing anything. What is cut cannot be repaired. Transformation, ultimate form, you can morph into mythic or fantastical beings and possess abilities commensurate with them. Velocity, pale wings capable of breaching the bounds of physical law to achieve superliminal flight. Yun-E lowered his gaze to his hands. White scales shimmered softly under the light, like porcelain, like moonlight, like the first snow. He stood up. The wings folded, the 10-meter span compressed into ridges on his shoulder blades, tearing his clothes, yet scales surfaced from beneath his skin to cover every place that should not be exposed. Yun-E stepped out of the depot. Dawn had not yet broken, the moon still hung in the sky, but a pale wash had begun to stain the eastern horizon. A wind blew from the north, carrying the chill of late autumn and something more distant. He closed his eyes, and his perception domain instantly expanded to 10 kilometers. He walked onto the playground, stood in the moonlight, and looked up. The clouds were thick and the stars were hidden, but he could feel them, still there behind the veil, burning quietly tens of thousands of light years away. He reached out, a mote of white light gleamed at his fingertip. Not the golden glow of before, but white like the first winter snow settling in his palm. He flicked the light into the sky, it vanished into the clouds. He did not follow it, but turned and walked back to the dormitory. The door to Yun-Yin's room remained closed. He pushed it open, retrieved the ugly rabbit from under the bed, dusted it off, and placed it back into her arms. Instinctively she clutched it tightly, rubbed it against her face, and fell back asleep. Yun-E sat down beside her bed, leaning against the wall with his eyes closed. He no longer needed sleep. After his transformation, his body required no rest of any kind, drawing energy directly from the void, inexhaustible. Yet he still closed his eyes, for without doing so he had nothing to occupy himself with. At dawn, Yun-Yin awoke. She sat up in bed, rubbed her eyes, and was momentarily stunned to see Yun-yi sitting by her bedside. Brother, have you been sitting here all night? No. You're lying, your clothes are wrinkled. She stared at him for a moment. Brother, you seem to have changed again. No. Liar. Yun-yi remained silent. Yun-yin nodded, refraining from further questioning. She crouched down to put on her shoes, gathered the ugly rabbit, and headed toward the door. Let's go have breakfast. Sister Lu said we're having wontons today. Yun-yi followed behind her as they left the dormitory. The morning light streamed in from the east, casting their shadows on the ground. One long belonging to Yun-yi and one short belonging to Yun-yin. Life continued as usual. When Yun-yi returned to the base, Zhao Yuanshan was cursing in the command center. Shen Wui has sent news. Zhao Yuanshan placed a letter on the table. It was handwritten, not electronic. The paper creased, as if folded and unfolded repeatedly. He said the Wuji squad has moved. The 5 people on Greenland Island have disappeared, and satellites cannot trace their whereabouts. But he calculated their destination, Linhai City. Yun-yi picked up the letter and glanced at it. The handwriting was identical to the invitation Shen Wui had given him before, neat and flawless. The last line of the letter read, "They will probably arrive in a day. I will be waiting for you in the north." Yun-yi folded the letter and put it into his pocket. One day, he turned and walked out of the command center, standing on the playground. Yun-yin, kicking a shuttlecock in the distance, saw him come out and ran over. Brother, are you leaving again? Yes. Where to? North. To Mom's place. Yun-yi was silent for a moment. Yes. Yun-yin stuffed the shuttlecock into her pocket and dusted off her clothes. Then I'll go pack. No need. Why, oi? You don't need to bring anything. Yun-yi looked down at her. This time will be quick. Yun-yin looked at him for 2 seconds, then smiled. All right. She ran back to the dormitory, took out the ugly rabbit, and brought nothing else. The rabbit was already worn. A patch of fur on its ear was rubbed bare, and a stitched scar marked its belly, sewn by Yun-yi himself, the stitches crooked but sturdy. She held the rabbit and stood before Yun-yi. Let's go. Yun-yi crouched down. Get on. Yun-yin climbed onto his back, hands clasped over his chest, burying her face into his neck. Just like before, Yun-yi stood up. His wings unfolded behind him. Not the full 10 meters, but 2 meters enough. With a gentle push, he rose into the air. Yun-yin's grip tightened slightly, but she neither cried out nor showed fear. She buried her face even deeper, her breath warm against his neck. Yun-yi flew northward. Below, the base grew smaller and smaller. The soldiers running on the field became ants, tents shrank to grains of rice, and tanks turned into matchboxes. Yun-yin poked her head over his shoulder, glanced downward, then pulled back. Brother, it's so hot. Afraid? Not afraid. She buried her face again, her voice muffled. With you here, I'm not afraid. Yun-yi did not answer. He increased his speed, the air splitting along the edges of his wings with a low, resonant whistle. A journey meant to take a day took him less than an hour. To the north, the refuge. Viewed from above, it no longer resembled a refuge. Concrete structures were ruptured from within by some unknown force. Crimson flesh-like matter sprouted from the cracks, akin to roots, veins, or some growing entity. The entire building was enveloped in a translucent membrane, its surface pulsing with flowing light, as if breathing. Yun-yi circled the refuge once before descending. When his foot pressed on the membrane, it did not break, but indented slightly before springing back, gently pushing him. A test rather than rejection, as if someone pressed his soul to verify his identity. The membrane split open just wide enough for him to pass. Yun-yi entered, folding his wings. Inside was the refuge's corridor, unchanged from 3 years ago. White walls, green floor tiles, and the emergency lights on the ceiling still illuminated. But cracks marred the walls with golden light seeping through. The same hue as the mole on Yun-yin's brow. He walked past the numbered doors. A07, A08, A09. All doors were open rooms, empty beds covered in dust. At the corridor's end was A12. The door was closed. Yun-yi stood before it. Yun-yin slid down from his back, standing on the ground, clutching the rabbit, looking up at the door. She said nothing, but her hands trembled, not from cold, but because she sensed something waiting behind it. Yun-yi placed his hand on the doorknob. The metal was cold, but his fingers hesitated not. He turned it and pushed the door open. The room was exactly as it had been 3 years ago. 3 beds, a bathroom, a television, and a desk. The window on the wall was open, wind blowing and lifting a corner of the curtain. Someone sat on the bed. Wenruetang. She leaned against the headboard, wearing the pale blue nightgown from 3 years ago, her hair loose, cascading over her shoulders. Her complexion was pale to the point that the blue veins beneath her temples were visible, yet her expression was serene, calm as a still pond. Her eyes were closed. Yun-yi stood at the doorway, gazing at that face. 3 years had passed, yet she remained unchanged, identical to when she left. But her body had transformed, not in weight or appearance, but it was no longer a mere body. Yun-yi's perception domain revealed that only a small part of her sat on the bed, the rest Within the walls, beneath the floor, above the ceiling, throughout the entire building, the refuge, and the entire underground rock strata, was all her. When Ruotang's eyelids twitched, then she opened her eyes. Golden, identical to Yun Yan's. Her gaze was somewhat hollow. She first glanced at Yun Yi as if confirming something, then her eyes settled on Yun Yan behind him. She looked at Yun Yan for a long while. The hollowness in her eyes began to fluctuate noticeably. Then she smiled. Yan Yan. Her voice was soft as if the wind carried it from afar. You've grown taller. Tears streamed down Yun Yan's cheeks. Clutching the rabbit, she stood at the doorway, tears falling silently one by one. She bit her lip to keep from crying out loud. Then she ran forward, threw herself into Ruotang's embrace, burying her face against her chest. When Ruotang raised her hand, placed it atop her head, fingers threading through her hair, gently, one stroke after another, just as she had 3 years ago. Mom. Yes. I missed you so much. Yes. Yun Yi stood at the doorway, watching the scene unfold without stepping inside. His fingers tapped twice lightly against the seam of his trousers, then stilled. His ears caught another sound, distant, impossibly distant, north of the shelter, roughly 100 kilometers away. A single heartbeat. Just one. Yet his perception clearly registered 5 figures. No, something was off about the other 4. Only the one concealed within the mist seemed fully alive. They did not seem quite human. Yun Yi turned and walked out of A12, closing the door softly behind him. The corridor stretched long and silent, lit only by dim green emergency lights that bathed the walls in a surgical pallor like exposed veins in an operating room. He passed numbered doors, A11, A10, A09, until reaching the corridor's end, where he pushed open the fire door. Beyond lay the parking lot. Cars overturned 3 years prior remained where they fell, rusted, shattered windows, moss blooming across torn upholstery. The bloodstain on the ground had dried into a deep brown stain resembling a faded painting. Yun Yi stepped out of the parking lot and ascended the ramp. The surface structures had collapsed, corrugated roofs peeled away and slanted crookedly against crumbling walls. He stood at the threshold, gazing northward. The horizon held nothing. No smoke, no light, no sound. Yet within his perception domain, 5 figures approached from the north. He closed his eyes. His domain unfolded, reaching 1 kilometer, then 2, then 5. Still insufficient. He opened his eyes, twin compressed starfields flickered within his pupils. His domain expanded further. 10, 20, 50 kilometers, 100. There, they came into view. 5 figures, 4 men, and 1 woman, flying southward from the north. Not with wings, but on flying swords. For blades flew in formation, each bearing a rider. The 5th figure, the man trailing last, stood atop a drifting cloud. Golden core cultivators wield flying swords, nascent soul cultivators ride clouds. The 4 wore modern attire. Only the woman wore an ancient-style gown, as if stepped from a classical scroll. Yet the nascent soul cultivator at the center, the one riding the cloud, wore a plush costume, chewing candy as he drifted. Yun Yi observed them for 3 seconds, and remained silent for 3 more. Then he took a step, not walking but teleporting. 50 kilometers collapsed beneath his footfall. The moment his soul touched earth, he stood before them all. The flying swords halted midair, 4 blades screeching to an abrupt stop, their tips locked onto Yun Yi, their spiritual luminescence flaring violently. The 4 golden core cultivators paled. Not from fear but from disbelief. They had sensed no spatial distortion, no surge of spiritual energy, no traceable shift in ambient chi. He had simply appeared, like a photograph pasted onto empty air. Yun Yi's gaze swept over the 4 golden core cultivators. Intelligent, yes, yet unervingly rigid. Finally it settled upon the cloud. The cloud dissolved. Beneath it stood a youth of 15 or 16, clad in a plush costume. 2 drooping rabbit ears adorned his hood. In one hand, he held a half-sucked lollipop, its translucent stick marked with faint tooth impressions. He looked down at Yun Yi, withdrew the lollipop from his mouth, wiped it slowly on his sleeve, and tucked it back into his pocket, a motion languid as a sunbathing cat. You're Yun Yi. His voice was clear, edged with the faint rasp of an unbroken voice. Yun Yi said nothing. The boy tilted his head, scanning him from crown to toe. You're far stronger than I imagined, even terrifyingly so. His tone held the casual detachment of appraising a tree or a stone. I'm Lin Yuan, captain of the Wuji squad. Shin Suihan warned me we might die before coming here. I didn't believe him. He paused, his gaze settling upon Yun Yi's wings. Those semi-transparent crystalline appendages folded behind his back, shimmering like frozen light or solidified moonlight. Now I do. He stepped forward. His foot pressed down upon the cloud, not dispersing it, but compacting it, as if treading snow into firm, dense ice. As his soul met the cloud's spiritual energy surged from his foot, rippling outward like concentric waves across still water. His peak golden core aura erupted, solid, suffocating a wall of pressure, driving straight toward Yun Yi. Yun Yi did not move. The wall halted 3 inches from his face. shattering against an invisible barrier, dissolving into dust scattered by the wind. Fine, he mumbled, words blurred by sugar. No more tests, let's just fight. He raised his right hand palm wide open, shattering the candy between it. Fine, he mumbled, words blurred by sugar. No more tests, let's just fight. He raised his right hand palm wide open. Spiritual energy erupted from his palm, coalescing midair into a blade. Not a flying sword, but something more primal. Raw chi compressed beyond density, crystallized into flawless glass-like transparency, its edges razor-sharp as cleaved obsidian. All four flying swords surged forward simultaneously. The four golden core cultivators lunged from cardinal directions, swords leading, bodies following, blinding arcs of light splitting the heavens in half. The woman in the ancient gown struck first, her flowing skirt billowing in the wind, revealing beneath it a pair of modern athletic shoes. Yuan-Yi unfurled a single wing. Just one, yet its span exploded from 2 meters to 20. Its semi-transparent membrane caught the moonlight and flashed white, radiant as fractured ice. All four flying swords froze, not blocked, but anchored. Their spiritual luminescence pulsed wildly like insects trapped in amber, buzzing, straining, yet unable to advance even a centimeter. Yuan-Yi's finger twitched, only his left index finger, flicking gently through the air. A filament shot forth, finer than spider silk, invisible to the naked eye, undetectable even to spiritual sense. When it sliced the first flying sword, the blade's luminescence did not vanish, merely flickered like a candle flame bent sideways by a sudden gust. Then the sword split, not across its middle but lengthwise, cleaved from tip to hilt like seasoned timber. Its fracture gleamed mirror smooth. Within that perfect plane, compressed spiritual energy still coursed, yet now uncontained, spilling forth like bioluminescent motes, scattering into a constellation of drifting fireflies. Yuan-Yi flicked his index finger again. The second flying sword didn't break, it shattered, from within outward like a glass sphere struck by a hammer. Shards burst skyward, each glowing with residual chi, a miniature meteor shower of splintered light. The third flick, before it even left his fingertip, the fourth sword began retreating, not pulled by its rider but recoiling of its own accord. Its luminescence flared erratically, emitting a shrill panicked hum, like a feline yowling under a boot heel. But retreat was impossible. The filament had already coiled around it. It spiraled from hilt to tip, tightening like a serpent constricting prey. Yuan-Yi flicked his finger a third time. The filament cinched. Both the third and fourth swords exploded simultaneously, their fragments intermingling indistinguishably in midair. All four golden core cultivators vomited blood. The destruction of their flying swords rebounded upon them, faces draining from pale to ashen gray, then sickly cyan. Yuan-Yi's gaze passed over the four golden core stage cultivators and landed on Lin Yuan. The boy in the plush costume stood still, a lollipop stick still in his mouth, the candy already chewed away, leaving only a white plastic stick. His expression remained unchanged, still that lazy demeanor, as if basking in the sunlight. But his right hand trembled, not from fear, but from gathering strength, as spiritual energy surged from his dantian, coursing through his meridians, traveling through every inch of his muscles, converging in his palm to form a bead. The bead was small, only the size of a marble, but it shone brightly, so bright that the surrounding light was drawn towards it like a star compressed to its utmost limits. He aimed the bead at Yuan-Yi. Yuan-Yi watched him, his wings fully unfurled. 20 meters, 40 meters, 60 meters. His wingspan expanded, the patterns on the membrane, glowing, the light flowing along the patterns like blood in veins. The two compressed starry lights in his pupils spun, as if someone had nudged them at the edge of the galaxy. The domain was opened. It expanded outward from Yuan-Yi's body like a balloon being inflated. Within the domain, gravity changed the density of air, altered the refractive index of light, shifted, even the flow of time transformed. Lin Yuan felt the bead grow heavier. Not just a little heavier, but tenfold, hundredfold, thousandfold. His wrist was being pulled down, his elbow creaked, and his shoulder struggled at the brink of dislocation. The bead still glowed, but the light was compressed, morphing from a spherical shape to an ellipsoid, then flattening into a thin disc. Lin Yuan's fingers trembled. He bit down on the plastic stick, pulled it from his mouth, and spat it out. Then he smiled. That smile was different from before. It was not lazy, but rather the grin of someone forced into a corner. "What the hell are you?" he said, his voice squeezing out between his teeth. "What exactly are you?" Yuan-Yi did not answer. His fingers raised, the index and middle fingers together, aimed at Lin Yuan. A point of white light glimmered at his fingertips, similar to when he shattered the flying sword earlier, but smaller, brighter, and more solid. That point of white light magnified in Lin Yuan's pupils like a star falling. Meanwhile, in the shelter, Pei Yuan emerged from the underground parking lot, not wearing a trench coat. He wore a combat suit, the close-fitting black fabric devoid of any insignia, with no long pouch at his waist, and no weapon in his hands. His heart beat 65 times per minute, exactly as it had for 3 years. But this time he was in his true form. All his avatars were gone. He did not expect this reincarnation to be so perilous, far exceeding the previous ones. The Wu Ji team was holding the front. Shen Wu was watching from the north. Yun He was held back, and only that little girl and her half-dead mother remained in the shelter. He had waited 3 full years for this opportunity, and he finally got it. A wise hunter often appears last. He walked through the corridor passing by A07, A08, A09, his footsteps so light that not even dust was stirred up. The door to A12 was closed, a sliver of light shining through the crack, golden, the same color as the mark on Yun Yin's forehead. He stood before the door, his right hand raised, fingers spread wide, palm facing the door. Spiritual energy gathered in his palms, silent, devoid of light, only the air slightly distorted like the heat waves on an asphalt road in summer. The door shattered. Not exploded, but disintegrated into dust like wood eaten away by insects for 10 years, scattering at the slightest breeze. In the room, when Ruotang leaned against the head of the bed and Yun Yin lay in her arms, both turned their heads to look at him simultaneously. Yun Yin's eyes were golden, and when Ruotang's eyes were also golden too, identical pairs of eyes shining in the dim room like 4 stars nailed to the wall. Pei Yuan took a step forward. His right hand had turned gray from fingertips to wrist, from wrist to elbow, the bone armor covering his entire arm thicker, denser, and shinier than 3 years ago. You can say goodbye to your mother before you die. You consider it my final mercy to you. He looked at Yun Yin. Pei Yuan's right hand had turned gray from fingertips to wrist, from wrist to elbow, the bone armor covering his entire arm thicker, denser, and shinier than 3 years ago. His heart still beat 65 times per minute unchanged. But his breathing altered, not from tension, but from a more primal sensation, a hunter's exhilaration when in front of its prey, pushed to the utmost. Yun Yin lifted her head from Wen Ruotang's embrace. Her face bore traces of tears, her eyes red, but those golden pupils shone in the darkness, without fear, without retreat. She looked at Pei Yuan for 2 seconds, then lowered her head to glance at the ugly rabbit in her arms. She placed the rabbit in Wen Ruotang's hands, and softly said, "Mom, please hold this for me." Then she slid off the bed, standing barefoot on the floor. A 12-year-old girl, her height only reaching Pei Yuan's waist, small and thin, her ponytail tied haphazardly. Done herself in the morning, not tied well. She stood before Pei Yuan, looking up at him. "Are you going to kill me?" Pei Yuan looked down at her, his gray hand hanging by his side, the claw-like bone armor already shaped into sharp talons. "Yes." Yun Yin nodded, taking a fighting stance. "Then come at me." There was not a hint of fear in her gaze, only determination. Pei Yuan's brow twitched slightly. "Aren't you afraid?" "I am," Yun Yin replied seriously, but her eyes did not shy away. "But brother said that fear is useless." Pei Yuan frowned slightly. The child of destiny, a representative of the hard to kill. Having experienced so many reincarnation worlds, he certainly understood. But he had previously faced those who had already matured. This one clearly hadn't even reached adulthood yet. Why did it make him feel increasingly uneasy? That gray hand raised, the claws aimed at Yun Yin's forehead. Spiritual energy gathered at his fingertips, gray light leaking from the gaps in the bone armor, illuminating the entire room in a pale white. Yun Yin did not close her eyes, she just stood there looking up, her golden pupils reflecting that gray light. When Ruotang's hand reached over from behind, resting on Yun Yin's shoulder. As if to say, "There's no need to be afraid, mommy is here." But at the same time, Pei Yuan suddenly felt it. The shelter was shaking. It was not an earthquake, but a deeper tremor emanating from the ground, like a giant beast that had slept for billions of years stirring. The cracks in the walls widened, golden light gushing from the fissures like lava squeezing out from the earth's crust. The ceiling was shedding dust, the floor bulging upward, the entire building deforming. Pei Yuan felt his power draining, not being drawn away but consumed. When Ruotang's body absorbed the spiritual energy within him, like a tree embedding its roots into moist soil. His bone armor began to crack, starting from his fingertips, the fissures spreading like a spider's web to his elbow. He jumped back, 1 step out of the room, 2 steps out of the corridor, 3 steps into the parking lot. He stood beside the rusty van, looking down at his right hand. Half of the bone armor shattered, revealing skin with a layer of golden patterns, as if branded by a hot iron, unable to be wiped away. He looked up towards A12. In the doorframe stood Wen Ruotang, who he did not know when had gotten up from the bed, standing at the entrance wearing a light blue nightgown, her hair loose, cascading over her shoulders. Her eyes were golden, shining so brightly that the entire corridor was illuminated in gold. Yun Yin stood behind her, clutching the hem of her sleeve, peering out from beneath her arm, toward Pei Yuan. "Mom, it's all right." Her voice was soft yet unwavering. "I'm here, Mom." Pei Yuan recharged his right hand. Bone armor erupted from his elbow downward. Thicker, denser, and brighter than before, gray light coalesced at his fingertips, forming a sphere the size of a clenched fist. He aimed the sphere at Wen Ruotang, and thrust it forward. It shot forth like a bullet, but halted precisely 3 inches from her. Not blocked, not repelled, but frozen as though time itself had paused. The sphere hung suspended in midair, its gray luminescence rippling across its surface, yet unable to advance even a single inch. When Ruotang gazed at the sphere for 2 seconds, then blinked, the sphere shattered, not with an explosion, but into fine ash-gray dust drifting silently downward, settling upon the floor and upon her pale blue nightgown. Pei Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. He looked down at his right hand. The bone armor remained intact, spiritual energy still pulsed within, but he could no longer feel it. Not numbness, erasure. A complete severance from sensation, as if that limb had been excised from existence itself. For the first time his heartbeat surged, from 65 beats per minute to 120. Not from fear, but from his body's primal warning. The woman before him was beyond his reach. Upright maternal entity, the virus's ultimate form, evolution's final apex. Her power was not combat. It was consumption, devouring energy, matter, everything. The longer he stood before her, the faster he unraveled. Pei Yuan took a step back. Sensation returned to his right hand. Gray bone armor regrew from fingertip to wrist, then up to elbow. Spiritual energy coalesced anew in his palm. He raised his gaze to Wen Ruotang, still standing in the doorway, clad in that pale blue nightgown, hair loose, expression calm as stagnant water. Yun Yin clutched her sleeve tighter, peeking out from behind her arm, golden eyes unblinking fixed upon him. Pei Yuan did not attack again. He drew his right hand back, letting it hang at his side. The bone armor receded, from fingertips to wrists, from wrists to elbows, until his entire arm regained its natural hue. He slid his hand into his pocket and stood motionless, watching Wen Ruotang. His pulse slowed, from 120 to 100, then to 80, finally steadying at 75. You are formidable. His voice was level, devoid of inflection. But you assumed I came unprepared. He withdrew a bead from his pocket. Crimson dark thumbs eyes, its surface fissured. Through each crack glowed molten crimson light, like lava seething beneath stone. The bead pulsed in his palm, each throb warping the surrounding air, as if something immense strained to break free from within. Pei Yuan stared at the bead for 2 seconds, then pressed it into his chest. It sank beneath his skin without blood, without wound, like a stone sinking soundlessly into deep water. His chest flared, a crimson glow radiating from beneath his skin as though fire burned within his ribcage. Then he transformed. His height surged from 1.9 meters to 2. His shoulders broadened by a full span. Bone armor exploded across his body. Not the prior gray chitin, but dark crimson carapace hardened like cooled magma. His fingers elongated into talons, each 30 centimeters long, their edges igniting crimson light in the air. A carapace sealed his face. Only his eyes remained visible. Not cold, not distant, but blazing red, twin furnaces compressed to incandescent fury. His heartbeat ceased, not death, but obsolescence. Blood was replaced by a more efficient fluid humming through his veins, like high-voltage currents surging along transmission lines. Yun Yin tightened her grip on Wen Ruotang's sleeve. She sensed it. The being before them was no longer human, but a weapon forged to absolute density. Pei Yuan raised his right hand, talons aimed at Wen Ruotang. A point of dark crimson light ignited at his fingertip. Not spiritual energy, but something older, rawer, more savage. That spark swelled, from pea-sized to fist-sized, then to basin-sized. He hurled it, not as a sphere, but as a column. A crimson beam erupted from his palm, thick as a freight truck, moving so fast the air ignited hot enough to melt the corridor walls on either side. When Ruotang raised her hand, fingers splayed, palm facing the beam. Golden light burst from her palm, colliding heat with the crimson column. At the moment of impact, the entire building convulsed. The ceiling collapsed, the floor shattered, walls buckled under the shockwave, steel rebar snapped, concrete pulverized into dust. The plaque A12 tore from the wall. Midair it blackened and crumbled to ash. Yun Yin was shielded behind Wen Ruotang, golden light surging from her mother's body, enveloping them both. She felt the light protecting her, and protecting her mother. When Ruotang's body consumed the beam's energy, yet too slowly, the column advanced relentlessly, inch by inch, like a dull blade carving flesh. Pei Yuan stepped forward once more. The beam thickened, its luminance doubling. His body burned, not metaphorically, but truly, flames licking from his flesh. Bone armor melted at the edges, a crimson liquid dripped from his frame, scorching holes into the floor. Yet his eyes blazed, searing red like iron balls freshly drawn from the forge. 3 years. His voice rasped from deep within his throat, gravel scraping iron. I spent 3 years forging this demon god core. A single-use artifact, discarded after use. Yet it grants me the strength of a demon god, for 30 seconds. Perhaps your world lacks the lexicon to grasp such power, but you will understand soon enough. Even 30 seconds is enough. He advanced another step. When Ruotang's resistance faltered, her golden light dimmed, her complexion paled to ash gray, then to livid cyan. She devoured energy desperately, but absorption lagged behind the beam's advance. Its tip closed in, meter, half meter, 30 centimeters. Pei Yuan raised his talon high, aimed directly at Wen Ruotang's crown. Enough. Cease now. A man's voice echoed from behind. Pei Yuan froze, not by will, but by force. His 3-year forged demon god core his neck refused to turn, but his eyes saw clearly a gaunt figure stood in the corridor behind him. Hair snow-white, face etched with knife-deep wrinkles, clad in a grimy white lab coat. Yun Tianheng. His right hand rose, fingers spread wide, palm directed at Pei Yuan's back. In the center of his palm was a hole, not a wound, but some kind of organ resembling a golden eye that rotated slowly. You. Pei Yuan's lips moved, but no sound escaped. Yun Tianheng remained silent. The eye in his palm blinked once. Pei Yuan's body began to shatter from his back, not fracturing from the edges, but from within. The demon god heart he had spent 3 years crafting was now rebelling against its master, siphoning away his own energy. Dark red light seeped out from the cracks, resembling a crushed glow stick. His body was shrinking, from 2 meters 2 down to 1 meter 9, from 1 meter 9 to 1 meter 7, from 1 meter 7 to 1 meter 5. The bone armor crumbled to dust scattered by the wind. His face emerged, a 15-year-old boy's face, pale and gaunt, the red light in his eyes extinguished, replaced by ordinary black. He stood there looking down at his hand, smooth and delicate like that of a 15-year-old child. How is this possible? His voice was soft, as if talking to himself. What exactly did you do? Yun Tianheng retracted his hand, and the eye in his palm closed, turning into a shallow scar. He did not answer Pei Yuan's question, but instead grabbed the demon god heart that had absorbed Pei Yuan's power and turned to walk in front of Wen Ruotang. He had just opened his mouth. Wen Ruotang's attack had already arrived. It was not a beam of light nor an energy ball, but the floor beneath her feet exploded. Countless golden tendrils surged forth from the cracks, coiling around Yun Tianheng's ankles, calves, and knees like snakes. The surface of the tendrils shimmered with flowing light, blindingly golden, each vibrating at a high frequency, emitting a hum akin to bees buzzing. Yun Tianheng looked down at the tendrils, making no attempt to evade. At the moment the tendrils touched him, his body underwent a transformation. Dark red patterns emerged beneath his skin, identical to the patterns when Pei Yuan had just erupted, but denser, deeper, and brighter. Those patterns spread upward from his ankles, crawling over his calves, knees, and thighs, converging into a complex design around his waist. At the moment the tendrils touched the patterns, it was as if they had been scalded, retracting sharply, not in retreat, but being repelled. Dark red light erupted from the patterns, shattering the tendrils into fragments that turned to dust scattered by the wind. Wen Ruotang's expression remained unchanged. Her eyes were still golden, dazzlingly bright, but her pupils lacked focus. She was not looking at him, but sensing him. Her body was attacking autonomously like a machine programmed to a specific task. Upon detecting an unknown energy entity, the elimination protocol was initiated. Her right hand lifted, fingers splayed, palm directed at Yun Tianheng. Golden light coalesced in her palm. Not the soft light from before, but a violent, blinding light akin to a supernova's explosion. The light compressed, shrinking from the size of a basin to that of a fist, from a fist to a marble, and finally to a grain of rice-sized point of light. That point of light burned in the air, emitting a sharp shriek, as if something was being torn apart. Yun Yin stood behind Wen Ruotang, clutching the hem of her garment, watching all of this unfold. She saw her father, the father she hadn't seen for 3 years, his hair completely white, looking frail, dressed in a dirty white lab coat, standing in the corridor, surrounded by fragments of golden tendrils at his feet. She opened her mouth to call out, "Dad," but for some reason the words wouldn't come out. This was clearly the person she wanted to see, yet he didn't resemble her memory of her father. Yun Tianheng stared at the point of light in Wen Ruotang's palm for 2 seconds. Then he moved, not to evade but to step forward, advancing toward the light 1 step at a time, as if walking in his own living room. Wen Ruotang's light was unleashed. It was not a beam but a thread, a golden ray thinner than a hair, shooting from her fingertips, moving so swiftly that even the light itself couldn't keep up. Where the ray passed, the air was cleaved apart, a vacuum cracks spreading through the air, producing sounds akin to shattering glass. Yun Tianheng did not evade. His right hand lifted, and the eye in his palm suddenly opened wide, not with the slow rotation from before, but as if someone had kicked open a rusted iron door. Golden light erupted from the eye, colliding with Wen Ruotang's ray. In that instant the world fell silent. In the middle of the corridor appeared a spherical void, 3 meters in diameter, the edges as neat as if cut by a knife. One could see the walls, ceiling, and floor opposite the void, all severed, including the air. Yun Tianheng stood on one side of the void, while Wen Ruotang stood on the other. The two stared at each other across the spherical emptiness, neither moving. Yun Yan finally shouted, "Daddy!" Yun Tianheng stirred, looking at Yun Yan, his eyes reflecting clear emotional turmoil, but then he sighed and shook his head. When Ruotang looked at the tears in Yun Yan's eyes, something shifting in her golden gaze. She took a step forward, wanting to touch Yun Yan's head to comfort her. But as she lifted her foot, she halted, because she sensed something approaching from the end of the corridor toward the parking. It was not Pei Yuan. Pei Yuan lay on the ground, half of his face buried in rubble, eyes closed, breathing faintly, like a string about to snap. It was something else coming from further away, moving fast enough that the air seemed to ignite. Yun Tianheng sensed it too. He turned around, facing the fire door at the end of the corridor. That door was no longer there. But today was different. Today something was falling from the light of day. Not rain, not snow, but a person. Falling from the sky, moving at a speed akin to a meteor, trailing a white tail. The person landed in the parking lot, creating a pit in the ground, debris flying, dust rising. He walked out of the pit, dusting himself off, and looked toward the corridor. 16 or 17 years old, wearing a dark gray shirt, sleeves rolled up to his forearms, revealing slender wrists. His features were ordinary, but his eyes were deep, like a well with no bottom. A hint of a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Not a friendly smile, nor a malicious one, but a subtle smile, as if he were observing something. Shen Wui. He had arrived. He walked through the parking lot, past the half-closed fire door, and entered the corridor. His steps were light, crunching on the gravel. He walked past the unconscious Pei Yuan without so much as a glance. He paused beside Yun Tianheng, nodded slightly, as if greeting someone he wasn't too familiar with. He stepped in front of Wen Ruotang, looking down at her. "You are the mother body," he stated, not as a question, but as a declaration. Wen Ruotang gazed at him, her black eyes devoid of light or focus, an empty void. Shen Wui regarded her for 2 seconds, then turned to Yun Yan. "Hi, we meet again." Yun Yan clenched her hands, remaining silent. Shen Wui smiled briefly, returning his gaze to Yun Tianheng. "My techniques are quite useful, aren't they? As long as you agree to my demands, I can provide you with even more advanced technology. Among them is technology to fully restore your wife." He stood in the corridor, a bit of dust on his gray shirt, casually brushing it off, as if it were a couch in his own home. His gaze shifted from Yun Tianheng to Wen Ruotang, then from Wen Ruotang to Yun Yan's face, finally returning to Yun Tianheng, a smile still lingering at the corner of his mouth. Yun Tianheng remained silent. His right hand hung at his side, the eye in his palm half closed, like a ferocious beast pretending to nap. Shen Wui raised both hands, palms facing outward. "Don't be nervous, I'm not here to fight. I told you I have the technology to restore your wife." He crushed the candy in his mouth, swallowed, and licked his lips. "But there is no free lunch in this world. I need you to help me with something." "What is it?" "Help me kill someone." Yun Tianheng looked at him, remaining silent. Shen Wui tilted his head, his gaze crossing over Yun Tianheng's shoulder, looking toward the end of the corridor. Over there, 100 kilometers away, Yun was confronting the Wu Ji team. He couldn't see, but he knew. "Your son Yuni. He is a reincarnated, you know that. He won't be able to stay in this world for long. Once he completes his task, he will leave. By then your wife will still be like this, your daughter will still be like this. You won't be able to save them." He shoved his hands into his pockets, taking a step forward. "But I can. I have the technology, I have the resources. As long as you help me kill him, I will leave everything to you before I..." The corridor remained quiet for a long time. The wind blew in through the shattered dome, lifting Wen Ruotang's hair, Yunyan's ponytail, and the hem of Yun Tianheng's white coat. Yun Tianheng looked down at his right hand. The eye in his palm had fully opened, and its golden pupils rotated in the darkness like a living star. He raised his head to look at Shen Wui. "Do you know why I am doing this?" His voice was very soft. Shen Wui remained silent. Yun Tianheng glanced at Wen Ruotang, and then at Yun Yan. "It's not for any ambition, but for my family." Shen Wui looked at Yun Tianheng, and finally sighed. "Sigh, why won't you agree? As Yun Yan's father, if you agreed, it would at least increase my chances by 10%. Since you won't agree." Before he could finish speaking, Shen Wui's entire body exploded. 4 more eyes appeared on his forehead, and 2 heads sprouted from his shoulders, while 6 large hands grew from his back. His height kept increasing, finally stopping at 5 meters. "Then he'll kill this destined child first, and then deal with you all." 100 kilometers away, Yun Yan's fingertips glowed with a point of white light. Lin Yuan's pupils reflected that light, not dodging it. He tucked his hands behind his back, fingers crossed, and looked up at the sky illuminated by the white light. Shen Suihan said we would die this time. She said she had calculated it 7 times using the heavenly machine technique, and each time the result was the same: total annihilation. So she used the return crystal and ran away. The other 3 did too. They all fled. Of course, because I didn't use the return crystal, they left a strand of spiritual intelligence behind before leaving, turning themselves into a puppet avatar with half a strand of intelligence in their original body. That's also quite a bit of help for me. He took out the half-eaten lollipop from his pocket, glanced at it, and stuffed it back. "Why?" Yunin asked. Lin Yuan smiled, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. His smile held no fear, no despair, only a pure, almost mad light. "Because I don't believe. Before I was born, my mother was thrown into the sea to feed sharks along with me. With such a background, I absolutely do not believe I am not the strongest reincarnator in this world." I took a deep breath. Moreover, in my world, I was the lowest of the low, killing my way up step by step to. During this journey, I faced countless deadly situations, but I survived them all. I have always only believed in myself, and this time is no exception. He raised his right hand and spiritual power surged from his dantian. Unlike the previous condensed pearls, it was everything. All his spiritual power was released in that instant. His body began to glow. It was not white but golden, bright enough to be blinding like a star that was. His height expanded, his muscles swelled, and his bones stretched, transforming from a frail boy into a 3-meter-tall golden giant. Spiritual power coalesced into armor, weapons, wings, and everything he could imagine. Lin Yuan's body swelled 3 meters, 5 meters, 8 meters. Spiritual power formed tangible armor on him, golden scales bursting forth, each the size of a basin, with edges sharp as knives. A pair of wings unfolded from his back, not feathers, not membrane wings, but light wings, purely compressed from spiritual power, semi-transparent like glass. At the moment the wings spread, the air within a 10-kilometer radius was evacuated, the ground collapsed, and debris floated in midair like a frozen photograph. His voice descended from above, muffled like thunder. My years in this world were not spent in vain. With my hands clasped together, a golden light ignited between my palms, not the previous marble-sized light, but a sphere of spiritual power compressed to its limit, 100 meters in diameter. The surface of the sphere was crawling with lightning, burning with flames, crystallizing with frost, and fracturing with space. 4 types of energy flickered on the surface of the sphere, each flicker causing the sphere to shrink from 100 meters to 50 meters, from 50 meters to 20 meters, from 20 meters to 10 meters. The 10-meter golden sphere hovered in his palm, bright as a small sun, illuminating the entire night sky into daylight. This move, Lin Yuan's voice emerged from the light, hoarse like sandpaper rubbing against iron. I've named it Radiant Gold, Burnt Heaven. Yunin looked up at the 10-meter diameter golden sphere. His hair was blown up by the wind, the edges of his clothes fluttered, and the ground beneath him cracked with debris floating upwards. His expression remained unchanged, amber eyes calm, as if watching a ball tossed into the sky by a child. If you know you will die, why not choose to hide? Yunin asked. I asked the same. Lin Yuan's voice was steady, but the conclusion was that it would be faster to come and die than to hide. Yunin nodded. It seemed that the fortune teller was indeed formidable. If the other party hadn't come, he would have gone looking for them first. After all, they were a small team, the kind where 5 people were still alive. Compared to the other 2, they were alone. With all 5 of them together, killing would yield considerable points. Forget it, why say so much? I just want to know how big the gap between you and me really is. That we would say that all 5 of us together are certain to die. Lin Yuan smiled, that smile emerging from the golden light, distorted, deformed, but still visible. Just like the previous smile, lazy, as if basking in the sun. Moreover, I don't believe I will die here. I will definitely be the last one standing. He pushed the 10-meter diameter golden sphere plummeted from the sky, trailing a long streak with fire, electricity, ice, and shattering space in its wake. Wherever the sphere passed, the air burned, the ground collapsed, seawater evaporated, and clouds dissipated. The entire land trembled like a giant beast stepped on its tail. Yunin watched the golden sun falling toward him, silent for a second. Then he raised his hand. Not just his index and middle fingers together, but his entire right hand, fingers spread wide, palm facing the sphere. A point of white light ignited from his palm. It was not spiritual power, nor a virus, nor any kind of energy that had existed in this world. It was a power that surged from deep within his soul, refined through 30,000 genes belonging to him alone. The white light shot out from his palm, not as a beam, but as a thread, a white line thinner than a hair shooting from his fingertips toward the golden sphere. The moment the white line pierced the sphere, it halted. It wasn't blocked, it was sliced open, cut in half vertically like slicing an apple. The cut surface was smooth as a mirror, revealing the compressed spiritual power inside, still flowing like a honeycomb that had been split open, honey oozing out. The sphere shattered. It was not an explosion, but a disintegration from within. Spiritual power spewed from the cracks, scattering into countless golden light points in the air, like a reverse meteor shower flying up toward the sky, toward the clouds, toward the stars. The light points flew past Lin Yuan, past his shoulders, past his wings, and past the illuminated night sky behind him. Lin Yuan looked down at his hands. Spiritual power remained, the armor remained, the wings remained. But his body was shrinking from 8 meters to 5 meters, from 5 meters to 3 meters, from 3 meters to 1 meter 70. The armor peeled off him piece by piece like autumn leaves falling. The wings folded back from his back, shrinking into 2 protrusions on his shoulder blades, then flattening out. He transformed back into that 15 or 16-year-old boy wearing a doll costume, with 2 long ears drooping from the hood, holding nothing in his hands. He stood in midair looking down at Yunin. His eyes held no fear, no despair, only a pure light that one has when they are liberated. What the hell? He said, his voice soft as if talking to himself. How strong are you exactly? Yun-Yi did not respond. He withdrew his hand, letting it hang by his side, folding his wings and closing his domain. He gazed at Lin Yuan for 3 seconds. Since you can already see the disparity, why don't you use the return crystal? Lin Yuan was momentarily stunned. That smile was bitter as chewing on a handful of unsteeped tea leaves. Because I never bought one. So you're staying here isn't to prove yourself, but because you simply cannot leave. Yun-Yi said. Lin Yuan smiled wryly and nodded. I am confident that even among reincarnators, I will be the one to reach the pinnacle. Just like in the original world, step by step, rising from the dust to become the strongest. But you are a bit too strong. The amount I have sacrificed to reach this point is something only I know. Yet even so He raised his head and looked at Yun-Yi. You go ahead and make your move. Yun-Yi stared at him, remaining silent for a long time. The technique you cultivate, give it to me. Lin Yuan was taken aback. What? The technique that allows cultivation to the nascent soul in such an ordinary world. Give it to me and I won't kill you. Lin Yuan was stunned. He looked into Yun-Yi's eyes. Amber-colored calm, just like 3 seconds ago. But those eyes held no intent to kill, no hostility, not even seriousness. It was as if a person stood in their own living room contemplating whether to swat a fly trapped in a spider's web or to set it free. You won't kill me. Lin Yuan's voice was slightly hoarse. Why would I kill you? Yun-Yi said, what do I gain from? I believe that with your strength, your technique must be worth far more than points. Of course, there was one thing Yun-Yi did, that was that he did not want to return so quickly, although he was still unclear how many reincarnators there were. But it was estimated that there should not be many. Lin Yuan fell silent. He looked down at his hands. His spiritual power was exhausted, his armor was shattered, and his wings were folded. He stood in midair, the wind blowing, lifting the hood of his puppet outfit, obscuring half of his face. Aren't you afraid I'll deceive you? You wouldn't. Yun-Yi said, because you also don't believe you will die here. Given your pride you wouldn't, nor would you despise deceiving me. Lin Yuan smiled. This time it was a true smile. Not bitter, not languid, but that kind of smile one has when pulled back from the edge of a cliff. He pulled out an object resembling a crystal ball from his pocket and infused it with spiritual power. After a moment, he tossed the crystal ball to Yun-Yi. The 9 meridians of heaven, a technique I spent 1,000 years summarizing. I'm giving it to you now. Yun-Yi caught it without looking, merely nodding. You're quite confident, aren't you? Aren't you afraid I'll change my mind? Lin Yuan smiled slightly. Just as you said you don't believe I would deceive you. I also believe you wouldn't, nor would you despise deceiving me. Yun-Yi quietly looked at him, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. All right. Since you trust me so much, I'll fulfill my promise not to kill you. Lin Yuan smiled. That smile was not bitter, but rather one of a person who had been liberated. How wonderful, he said. Not dying, he truly hoped not to die. Lin Yuan looked at Yun-Yi. Aren't you concerned about your sister? Although Shen Wuyi's strength in her original world isn't too strong, she has experienced quite a few worlds. Previously, I thought you might be the kind to nurture a destined child only to kill them later for points. But now I see you don't seem like that kind of person. You really don't care. Yun-Yi stood still, not moving. She's not in danger, so why should I care? Lin Yuan was taken aback. You're that confident your sister can win. Although she is a destined child, she is still too young. If she were a destined child in a higher world, that would be one thing, but this world. He didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was clear. No matter how absurd, a destined child from an ordinary world still has limits. Yun-Yi, however, shook his head. My true self is there, why should I worry? Lin Yuan, upon hearing this, stood dumbfounded for a full 3 seconds. A clone. His voice was a bit dry. All along, the one who fought me was your clone. Yun-Yi did not answer. His body began to fade, from the edges like a watercolor painting soaked in water. The colors faded, the lines blurred, the outlines dissipated. 3 seconds later he vanished. All that remained was a white thread hanging down from the sky to the ground, the other end connected to the north, towards the refuge. The thread swayed gently in the wind like an abandoned spider's silk. Lin Yuan stood in midair looking at that thread, silent for a long time. Then he laughed. A clone. He repeated, his voice light, as if talking to himself. After fighting for so long, I didn't even see the real person. He raised his head looking at the dim sky, his lips moving. And that broken paradise with such a miserable origin gives me such an opponent. What the hell is fairness? This is not fair at all. To the north, the refuge. Shen Wuyi's 5-meter-tall figure stood in the corridor, her head touching the ceiling, 6 arms spread out at her sides like a statue of Buddha crammed into a small room. Her eyes lined up on her face, all staring at Yun Tianheng, the remaining 2 fixed on Wen Ruotang and Yun. A smile still lingered at the corners of her mouth, but the smile had changed. It was no longer the faint, observant smile from before, but a smile devoid of pretense after being rejected. If you don't agree, her voice came from 3 mouths simultaneously, overlapping like a chorus, then I will do it myself. 6 arms lifted simultaneously. 2 aimed at Yun Tianheng, 2 at Wen Ruotang, and 2 at Yun. Light shone from her palms. Not spiritual power, not a virus, but something more primordial than both, a power accumulated from 9 worlds bought with her life. 6 spheres of light expanded in her palms, each a different color: red, blue, white, black, gold, and purple, illuminating the dim corridor like stained glass in a cathedral. Yun Tianheng did not retreat. He took a step forward, standing in front of Wen Ruotang and Yun Yan. His right hand rose, the eye in his palm fully opened. Not the golden light from before, but dark red, the exact color of Pei Yuan's demon heart. Light erupted from the eye, weaving into a dark red shield in front of him, translucent, revealing the face behind the shield. Gaunt, wrinkled, yet with bright eyes shining like 2 stones polished for 3,000 years. Shen Wei's 2 beams of light collided. Red and blue, one to the left, one to the right, like 2 hammers striking the shield. The shield shattered, not into pieces, but into dust. Yun Tianheng slid back half a meter, his feet carving 2 grooves into the ground. His right hand trembled, the eye in his palm bleeding, dark red blood oozing from the pupil and dripping down his fingers. He did not take a second step back. The left hand lifted, fingers splayed open, the palm devoid of an eye. From within surged not blood, but zombies. Numerous phantoms of the undead pouring out from the scar, gray and translucent like ghosts. They lunged at Shen Wui, biting his arms, gnawing at his shoulders, tearing at his clothes. It was not a physical attack, but a soul attack. Each zombie had been under his control, each bearing the imprint of a virus, each having endured extreme pain and despair before death. All that pain and despair was released at this moment, flooding into Shen Wei's body. His 4 eyes blinked simultaneously. It was not fear but annoyance. His hands turned away from Yun Yin, striking his own body left and right. Golden and purple light erupted from his palms, shattering the phantoms of the zombies into fragments. The fragments scattered in the air like a gray snow. Is it useful, eh? Shen Wei's voice echoed from 3 mouths, simultaneously layering together like an echo. Your virus, your zombies, your energy. What isn't given by me? 3 years ago you began to control the evolution of zombies. I helped you correct your direction. 3 years ago you tampered with Pei Yuan's heart of the demon god. I helped you hide the traces. He stepped forward again, 6 arms realigning towards 3 directions. Every ounce of your power carries my... Yun Tianheng's left hand fell. The scar closed up, no longer emitting phantoms of the undead. His right hand also dropped, the eye in his palm half open, blood still dripping. Dripping onto the ground, onto the rubble, onto the filthy white coat. He gazed at Shen Wui for a long time. So what? His voice was soft. You helped me so much just for today. Shen Wui nodded, all 4 eyes blinking together. And for tomorrow? By killing your son and daughter, I can quietly gather faith, quietly wait for the task to end, quietly take my reward and leave. Your wife I can save. This world I can rebuild. He crossed his 6 arms in front of him like a person tying shoelaces. Then why won't you agree? The corridor fell silent. Wind poured in through the shattered dome, ruffling Wen Ruotang's hair, stirring Yun Yin's ponytail, lifting the cuffs of Shen Wei's 6 arms. Yun Tianheng stood there, the hem of his white coat billowing in the wind, blood still dripping from his palm, drop by drop, like a leaky faucet. He did not step aside. Yun Yin released her grip on Wen Ruotang's clothing. She stepped forward, walking out from behind, Yun Tianheng standing before him. The 12-year-old girl reached only to Shen Wei's calf. He was 5 meters tall, she was 1.4. She looked up at him, her golden eyes shining astonishingly under the glow of the 6 lights. Her right hand rose, fingers splayed, palm facing Shen Wui. A small point of golden light gleamed in her palm, like the last ember of an extinguished cigarette. But Shen Wei's steps halted. You. He looked down at that point of golden light, all 4 eyes squinting simultaneously. You evolved. Yun Yin did not answer. The point of golden light in her palm began to expand. Not the slow, labored expansion from before, but a relaxed, natural blooming, like a flower opening. The golden light surged from her palm, spreading in the air. Not an attack, not a defense, but a domain. A golden domain with a radius of 10 meters, enveloping her, Yun Tianheng and Wen Ruotang. Within the domain, Shen Wui felt his power being suppressed, not devoured, but tamed. The colors of the 6 lights in his palm faded from bright to dim, from dim to dark, from dark to gray. It was not taken away, but persuaded, like a person who after being convinced by another voluntarily relinquishes resistance. His pupils constricted. The child of destiny. Truly hard to kill. Yun Yin did not respond. The golden light in her palm continued to expand from a radius of 10 meters to 20 meters, from 20 meters to 50 meters. The golden light filled the entire shelter, spilling out from the corridor, bursting from the shattered dome, oozing from the cracks in the walls. The entire building glowed like a lamp that had been lit. Shen Wei's 6 arms trembled. The light in his palm extinguished. Not snuffed out, but extinguished by itself. Within the golden domain, his power melted like an ice cube submerged in warm water, dissolving, dissipating, turning into water. His height shrank from 5 meters to 4, from 4 to 3, from 3 to 2. 6 arms turned into 4, 4 into 2. 4 eyes became 2, 3 heads turned into 1. He transformed back into a 16 or 17-year-old youth, wearing a gray shirt sleeves rolled up to his forearms, revealing slender wrists. He stood there looking down at his hands, fair and youthful, the hands of a 16-year-old. The smile at the corner of his mouth finally vanished. You? He looked up at Yun Yan, his lips moved as if to say something, but the words never came. Because he saw, Yun Yan's hands were trembling. From her fingertips to her wrists, from her wrists to her elbows. Her forehead was covered in sweat, her lips bitten until they bled, her knees bending, her calves shaking. Her domain was suppressing Shen Wui, but it was also suppressing herself. Her body could not endure any longer. Shen Wui saw it. The corner of his mouth tilted up again. Can't hold on anymore. He stepped forward. The domain of Yun Yan cracked open beneath his feet, a fissure extending from the entrance to beneath her feet. Golden light leaked from the crack like a shattered lamp. He stepped forward again. The fissure widened, the golden light dimmed, and Yun Yan's knees bent. A hand reached out from behind her, resting on her shoulder, lightly like a leaf falling on her shoulder. But Yun Yan's knees stopped shaking, her calves ceased to tremble, and her fingers lay still. Her domain stabilized the instant that hand settled on her shoulder. The fissure closed, and the golden light refilled every gap. All right. Yun Yi's voice came from behind her, very calm, as if a newly awakened person was asking what time it was. I'll handle the rest. The golden light in Yun Yan's palm extinguished. She lowered her hand, turned around, and looked up at Yun Yi. Amber eyes calm, just like before she left. Tears fell from her eyes, but she was smiling. Brother, you're back. Did you win? She nodded, stepped back a step to stand beside Yun Tianheng, and looked up at her father. Dad, brother is back. Yun Tianheng looked at her, at Yun Yi, without answering. His hands hung at his sides, the eye in his palm closed, the blood ceased to flow. Yun Yi walked out from behind Yun Yan, standing before Shen Wui. Shen Wui had shrunk back to a normal size. 1.70 m, gray shirt sleeves rolled to his forearms. He looked at Yun Yi, the smile at the corner of his mouth returned, though it held no warmth. When did you come back? I have always been here, Yun Yi said. Shen Wui's pupils constricted. He looked down at Yun Yi's feet. There a shadow, a lone man's shadow, lay silently upon the ground. He lifted his head to Yun Yi's face. Amber eyes calm, identical to those 3 days ago on the high seas yacht. You? The one who fought Lin Yuan, a clone. Shen Wui's mouth opened and closed. He glanced at his own hand, pale and tender, the hand of a 15 or 16-year-old. Across 9 worlds he had clawed his way from the lowest depths to the summit. He had slain more people than remained alive in this world. He had seen prodigies, monsters, even 6 sons of destiny. Yet a monstrosity like this he had never before encountered. He knew Lin Yuan. That man who indeed he had at first sought to ally with him. He also knew Lin Yuan's strength was tremendous, but even someone as formidable as Lin Yuan could not hold this opponent, and he had been fighting only a clone. What are you exactly? His voice was dry. Yun Yi did not answer. He raised his right hand, fingers splayed palm aimed at Shen Wui. A pinpoint of white light glimmered at his fingertips, countless filaments that instantly coiled around him. Shen Wui tried to step back, but there was nowhere left to retreat. Beneath the inky lattice of threads, his body underwent 7 transformations. Human to half-dragon, to elemental form, elemental, to phantasm, to light, to particles, to void. No matter how he transmuted, escape proved impossible. He could feel the filaments' might. They could have slain him in an instant. Yet the other plainly did not choose to kill, only to encircle and contain him. He lifted his head to Yun Yi. You will not kill me. Would killing a clone serve any purpose? Yun Yi offered no answer. A faint smile curved Shen Wui's mouth. Indeed, it would be useless. Yun Yi sighed. While he had used a clone to spar with Lin Yuan, his true body had been probing for the other's genuine self. Unfortunately, as one who had lived through 9 cycles of worlds, Lin Yuan was impossibly good at hiding. At that moment his gaze drifted past Shen Wui's shoulder toward the sky at the corridor's end. The sky had not the previous gray cloud-smothered firmament, but a brilliance from above, as if 1,000 suns were simultaneously emerging from behind the clouds. Those points of light were falling, dense and innumerable, drilling out of the clouds, entering from beyond the atmosphere, streaming down from the depths of space. Each point of light was a warhead, and each warhead contained a nuclear device. 1,000, 2,000, they fell from beyond the atmosphere with such velocity the air ignited. Their contrails carved white arcs across the sky like thousands of whips cracked at once. Shen Wui gazed up at the lights, and that faint smile returned to his lips. Li Shuiqiu, that madwoman. Seems she was not wholly foolish after all. Yun Yi offered no reply. He watched the sky, 1,000 nuclear bombs descending the fastest, already piercing the stratosphere, each dragging a white trail like a falling star. He turned to Shen Wui. So this was your true plan. But what do you gain? All the points would effectively go to Li Shuiqiu, you would gain nothing. Shen Wui shook his head. I am not like those of you who spend your days scheming to amass more points and tear each other. I have but one simple requirement, that I live. To return alive from each world by whatever means, Yuan Yi fell silent. He could not fathom this man, not pursuing points, only determined to survive and return. World after world. Without the support of points, how can one be certain to keep growing stronger and not be killed in the next more brutal world? Others do not have the kind of cheat he does. You do not understand. Shen Wui watched his expression, the smile at his lips dimmed. Some people in merely surviving have already expended all their strength. Yuan Yi said nothing. He lifted his eyes to the sky. The fastest warheads had already pierced the stratosphere less than 100 kilometers from the ground. Their contrails traced white arcs across the sky like thousands of whips swung in unison. His perceptual domain locked onto every warhead, 3,000 neither more nor less. Each bearing a 5 megaton yield, an explosive radius of 15 kilometers, a shockwave radius of 50 kilometers, and a radiation radius of 100 kilometers. 3,000 detonating at once would leave no living thing in the entire northern hemisphere. Moreover, in his perception, 3,000 was not the upper limit. These 3,000 were merely a probe. The intent was plain: confirm the remaining reincarnators and the Sons of Destiny were here, and in the course of doing so annihilate over 90% of this world's populace, thereby completing the mission and returning. He looked down at Shen Wui. You bet I would hesitate. I bet you are human. Shen Wui's voice was even. You have family, friends, land you spent 3 years defending. You are not me, you would hesitate. Given your strength you could leave without issue, but if you go, can those who follow you, those behind you, leave as well? Yuan Yi remained silent. His right hand hung by his side, the filaments at his fingertips tightened in an instant. Shen Wui's clone was cleaved into a mist of blood. When Yuan Yi had finished, he stepped forward to the corridor's end and stood before the half-shattered window. Outside lay the parking lot, and above the ramp the light was a gray-white pall, sullen and oppressive, identical to 3 years ago. But within that light, 3,000 falling stars descended. He glanced back. Yun Tianhing stood in the corridor, right hand at his side, the eye in his palm half open, blood still dripping. His gaze passed over Yuan Yi's shoulder toward the warheads in the sky. His expression remained unreadable. When Ruotang leaned against the wall, her body already more than half transparent, her organs visible, the heart beating, the lungs contracting. Yet her eyes were open, black and unchanged from 3 years ago, fixed on Yun Yi. Yun Yin stood beside her, clutching her hem, golden eyes staring at Yun Yi. Brother, what are you going to do? Yun Yi offered no answer. He turned to face the falling star. Then he changed. Not the earlier change of scales bursting from beneath the skin, but a deeper transmutation. One beginning at the genetic level, activating 30,000 genes at once, and reverting him into something older than humanity, more primitive than any virus, more real than myth. His body swelled. Not a growth of muscle or bone, but an expansion of essence, his very being inflated, as if he were a blown-up balloon. His mouth split from one ear to the other, opening into a maw that could swallow an entire mountain. Teeth erupted. No longer human, but those of some ancient creature extinct before the age of dinosaurs, each as long as a dagger serrated along the edges and barbed upon the serrations. Deep within his throat, a black hole formed. Not merely black light, but the very substance of blackness. Where light vanished, space fractured, and time came to a halt. Tao Dai, the voracious beast of legend that devours heaven and earth. His body continued to swell, expanding from 2 meters to 100, from 100 to 1,000, from 1,000 to 10 kilometers. Yun Yi's body kept swelling, 10, 20, 50 kilometers. His head pierced through the clouds, his gaping maw split wide open, could swallow an entire city. Within his throat, a black hole rotated, a vortex mirroring the galactic core. 3,000 nuclear warheads descended. The vanguard few had already entered the oral cavity, warheads ablaze, their silvery casings glowing crimson under searing heat, like iron spheres freshly drawn from a furnace. His jaw snapped shut, teeth clamped down, the warheads shattered between them. Not detonating, flames vanished before they could erupt, sucked into the black hole, the shockwaves collapsed inward before dispersing, compressed into specks of light no larger than grains of rice. Yet even those luminous motes flickered out before they could gleam, swallowed deep into his throat. He swallowed them all. 3,000 nuclear warheads, 500 kilotons apiece, multiplied by 3,150 gigatons of explosive force, compressed within his stomach into a single muffled sound. Gulp, as if swallowing a sip of warm water. The Cheelant's jaws closed, its fangs retracted into the gums, the black hole deep within its throat sealed shut. Pei Yuan crawled from the rubble, trembling violently. Not from fear, but from agony. The backlash of the demon god core still raged, his body unraveled from within. Skin fissured, blood vaporized, spiritual energy dissipated. Yet he saw her, Yun Yin, standing in the corridor less than 20 meters away. The chosen one of fate. His final chance. 3 conditions permitted return: securing faith from over 90% of the world's populace, slaying the chosen one of fate, or witnessing mortality reached 90% of the global population. The first two were beyond his reach, the third was underway. The nuclear barrage overhead bore witness. Yet he need not wait for the bombs. Slaying Yun Yin alone would grant him return. He had purchased the return crystal 3 times, he did not buy it a 4th. Subsequent worlds had grown too costly. He chose to gamble, to stake everything on this one chance at return. Alas, the gamble failed. Yun Yi had returned, meaning the Wujia squad was annihilated. Only one squad remained now his own, and among the lone wolves, 3 still lived. He gambled once more that he could kill the chosen one of fate, that among the 3 lone wolves one would perish in the wake of 3,000 nuclear detonations, that he himself might return before death claimed him. Without hesitation, he reignited the shattered demon god core within his chest, not with spiritual energy, but with life itself. Vital essence surged from his dantian, flooding the dark red orb. The orb pulsed anew within his thorax, each beat tearing his veins apart. Blood erupted from his pores, not flowing but gushing. His body swelled again, not the controlled directional expansion before, but a wild, unbridled inflation, like a balloon bursting under unbearable pressure. Bone armor erupted across his body, not dark red, but charblack, like calcined bone. Claws sprouted from his fingertips, not 30 centimeters long, but 1 meter. His face vanished beneath the bone plating. Only his eyes remained visible, white as boiled eggs. His heartbeat returned, 200 beats per minute, each pulse hurling blood throughout his body, then drawing it back inward. His temperature soared, from 36 degrees to 40, 50, 60. His skin steamed, his bone armor glowed, charioted, the shattered stones beneath his feet melted. "Eh!" His cry tore from his throat. Not human, but the raw guttural roar of a beast imprisoned for decades finally unleashed. He launched forward, not running but launching like artillery, his foot shattering the ground, his body hurtling toward Yun Yin like a cannonball. Claws led the way, bone armor followed, his white eyes locked solely upon the girl's golden irises. 20 meters. 15 meters. 10 meters. Yun Yin did not flinch, not out of inability, but necessity. For Yun, he had already turned, had sensed her the moment she rose. A colossal foot descended from the heavens, crushing Pei Yuan beneath it, as if stamping out a cockroach. Boom. His body plummeted midair, driven deep into the earth, then crushed hundreds of meters underground by the titanic tread. Yun knew without looking. He was utterly dead. He glanced downward, his form rapidly shrinking, until he stood once more at human scale. He turned, walked back down the corridor, and stood before Yun Yin. The little girl tilted her head up, tears still clinging to her lashes, and without hesitation rushed forward and embraced him. "Brother." Yun stroked her hair, then glanced toward his mother, who still fought fiercely against his father. A silence settled over him. Yun Yin was radiant. Mother was safe, father had returned, and brother had banished all the monsters. Antarctica, 3,000 meters beneath the ice sheet. Li Shuaiqiu stood in the launch control room of the silo, eyes fixed on the screen's crimson dots. 6,000 in total, 3,000 now grayed out. The remaining 3,000 flickered steadily, fading one by one, indicating detonation. Meanwhile, 10,000 others still glowed, labeled unlaunched. Her fingers tapped the keyboard, no response. She tapped again, still nothing. Rising, she walked to the window. Outside stretched ice, azure translucent, 3,000 meters thick. Above it hung the sky, above the sky the nuclear warheads. From birth, she had wielded absolute authority over her clan, fully commanding it by age 3, governing a province by 6, and by 7 having amassed resources to relocate entirely underground in Antarctica. Years of relentless effort, and the vast resources under her command, had convinced her these warheads. After all, in the previous 3 worlds this strategy had prevailed, leveraging knowledge centuries ahead of its time, seizing power, swiftly amassing nuclear arsenals, and unleashing them simultaneously to cleanse the world, then waiting in silence for return. But this time something had gone awry. An adversary had endured 3,000 nuclear detonations. She turned, staring at the row of buttons mounted on the control room wall. The largest button, vivid red, bore a label: Biogenetic Virus Extinction Strain. Her finger hovered above it, unmoving. Her gaze held fast upon the button, unblinking for a long while. Her lips twitched, perhaps a smile, perhaps something else. Then she pressed down. The ice sheet trembled, not from seismic activity, but from vibrations rising from below, from the silo's base, from the bioreactors, where she had cultivated the virus over 3 years, from the Antarctic krill she had inoculated with it. This was her contingency. She would never rely on nuclear arms alone. This extinction virus, engineered from every known genetic sequence on the planet, was her ultimate safeguard. It would spread worldwide within 3 days, yet via krill transmission, compressed into just 3 hours. An irreversible pathogen capable of erasing biological genetic code entirely. Once unleashed, no living soul would remain on this planet, including herself. This virus is terrifying, even she cannot escape its grasp. Yet she believes that with the contingency plan she has prepared, she can survive at least another month. She does not believe anyone can survive a month under such a horrifying virus. Moreover, she does not need to wait for everyone to die. The return conditions require a reincarnation team along with 2 lone wolves. A tremor emanated from beneath the ice cap, rising from the ground from the ocean, spreading throughout the world. Yun-E stood in the corridor feeling it. It was not a sound nor a vibration. It was something that seeped from the air, emerged from the soil, and overflowed from the water. His perception domain expanded in an instant, and he saw. The ice cap of Antarctica was melting not from heat, but from the virus. The blue virus surged from beneath the ice cap, flowing into the ocean, into the atmosphere, and into the lungs of every living creature. Those viruses multiplied in the air, in the water, and in the soil. They burrowed into the bodies of insects, into the bodies of birds, into the bodies of mammals. They penetrated the skin of humans, invaded their blood, and infiltrated their bone marrow. Over 90% of the world's organisms were infected with this virus within 30 seconds. Yun-E stood in the corridor, perceiving the lights of those lives extinguishing, one after another like candles blown out by a gust of wind. In the northern hemisphere, southern hemisphere, eastern hemisphere, and western hemisphere. The oceans, the land, the sky. His fingers gently tapped twice on the seam of his pants, and then stopped. Li Shuaiqiu, what a mad woman indeed, he murmured softly as he pronounced the name again. Above the Pacific Ocean, within a stealth aircraft, Shen Wui sat in the pilot seat watching the global infection distribution map on the screen. Those blue dots were expanding, starting from Antarctica, spreading northward, covering the entire southern hemisphere, crossing the equator, and entering the northern hemisphere. A smile returned to the corner of his mouth. It was not the previous faint smile like observing something, but another one. The smile of a hunter when the prey reveals its vulnerabilities. Li Shuaiqiu. He pronounced the name again. Then he moved. Not south, not north, but westward. The aircraft made a turn, flying toward Antarctica. His fingers tapped a few times on the console, bringing up Li Shuaiqiu's coordinates, 3,000 meters below the ice cap, launch shaft control room. His right hand lifted, and a point of light glowed in his palm. The light expanded in his palm, from the size of a pea to that of a fist, and from a fist to the size of a basin. He pressed that ball of light into the aircraft's engine. The speed of the aircraft instantly broke through the sound barrier, the supersonic barrier, and the speed of light, leaving a white trail in the sky. In Antarctica, 3,000 meters below the ice cap, Li Shuaiqiu stood in the control room staring at the rapidly rising blue dots on the screen. She smiled. It was not the smile of a madwoman, but one that could only be had by someone who had been released. Enough. It's time to prepare for the aftermath. After saying this, she withdrew her hand from the button, turned around, and prepared to leave. Then she saw him. Shen Wui stood at the door of the control room, wearing a gray shirt, sleeves rolled up to his forearms, hands empty. A smile hung at the corner of his mouth, as if strolling through his own backyard. How did you get in here? I walked in, Shen Wui replied, stepping forward to stand in front of Li Shuaiqiu. Her height barely reached his chin, a 15 or 16-year-old woman with neatly cropped hair. Are you going to kill me? Yes. Why? That reincarnator is too terrifying. Right now he is still young and not powerful. But once he truly grows up, it will only be a matter of time before my true form is discovered. So, I will kill you first to fulfill the conditions for return. Li Shuaiqiu gazed at the point of light, falling silent for a second. Then she smiled. So you came to kill me in order to return? That depends on whether you can do it or not. Shen Wui did not respond. He was enveloped in glowing points, his body becoming nearly transparent. He had prepared all his trump cards before coming to kill her. 1 minute later, Li Shuaiqiu's body began to shatter from her chest. The edges turned to ash, which was blown away by the wind. Her mouth was still open, wanting to say something, but her vocal cords had already ruptured. Her eyes remained open, blue just like the ice of Antarctica. Then she shattered. Shen Wui retracted his fingers. Upon hearing the familiar voice, her entire being vanished from the spot, returning to the reincarnation paradise. Return. At the moment of Li Shuaiqiu's death, Yun-E also heard that voice. Detection shows that return conditions have been met. The current number of deaths in the world has reached 91. 7. Reincarnated Yun-E, do you choose to return? Yun-E paused for a moment. He slowly lowered his hand to his side. How long can I stay at most? Detection shows that reincarnated Yun-E currently has first-level authority, with a maximum stay time of 30 natural days. After 30 days, regardless of the condition of the reincarnator, a forced return will occur. Yun-E remained silent for a moment. He did not respond, further turning and walking back down the corridor to stand before Yun-Yen. The little girl looked up at him. Her golden eyes were still red, tear stains not yet dried. The ugly rabbit was clutched under her arm, its ears squished out of shape. Yun-E said nothing. He stood up and walked over to Yun Tianheng. Yun Tianheng leaned against the wall, his right hand hanging at his side, the eye in his palm, closed, blood no longer flowing. His face was pale enough to see the bluish veins beneath his temples, but his eyes were bright. Not golden, not amber, but their own color. I know, Yun Tianhing interrupted him, his voice calm. You are a reincarnator. Since you were 6 years old I have known. I hesitated for a long time. But seeing Wen Ruotang's gentle smile, seeing Yun Yan's happy smile in the end, I said nothing. I will find a way regarding your mother's situation. Yun Tianheng's gaze passed over Yun Yi's shoulder, landing on Wen Ruotang. She was still leaning against the headboard, her body already half-transparent, revealing her heart beating and her lungs contracting. You should go. Before you leave, spend more time with Yin Yan. Yun Yi looked at him for 3 seconds. Then he turned and walked over to Wen Ruotang. Wen Ruotang was staring at him with eyes wide open, black, just like 3 years ago. Her lips moved without sound, but Yun Yi understood. Little Yi, he nodded at his mother. A glimmer appeared in Wen Ruotang's eyes like a light that had been extinguished, suddenly reigniting. Yun Yi withdrew his hand, turned, and picked up Yun Yan from the ground. The little girl still held onto the rabbit, her face buried in its head, unwilling to look up. He pressed her head against his shoulder, just like when they were little. We're leaving, going home. Yun Yan's hand stretched from his shoulder, clutching tightly around the back of his neck. In the northern region at the military district's base, Zhao Yuanshan stood at the entrance of the command center, gazing at the falling stars above. 3,000 nuclear warheads suspended 10 kilometers above the ground, swallowed whole by a monstrous beast. The cigarette he held burned down to the filter, singeing his lips. He remained still, lost in confusion, at a loss for what to do, doubting whether he was dreaming. Yun Yi descended from the sky, landing at the entrance of the command center. His wings folded in, and Yun Yan, resting on his back, had already fallen asleep. Zhao Yuanshan watched him removing the cigarette from his lips and extinguishing it. You're back. Yes. What about the nuclear warheads? Handled. Zhao Yuanshan nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Primarily because he didn't know what to ask. He felt this world was too fantastical, so unreal that he barely recognized it. He turned and stepped into the command center, picking up the intercom on the desk. Attention, everyone, the crisis is over. All battalions, count your numbers and report back. A cacophony erupted from the intercom. After listening for a moment, Zhao Yuanshan put down the device and moved to the window. Outside the window, the playground was filled with soldiers. Some sat on ammunition crates, some leaned against tank treads, while others squatted on the ground. All eyes were on the nuclear warheads frozen in the sky. No one spoke. Yun Yi stood by the window. In his perception domain, the light points of life were dimming. Starting from the south, one city after another, like a game of dominoes. Linhai City fell, Nangan City fell, Yuezhou fell. One by one, like candles extinguished by a breath. The blue dots spread northward, moving so quickly that his perception domain could not keep up. Zhao Yuanshan's intercom buzzed again. Commander, something happened in the south. The voice trembled like someone inadequately dressed for winter. What's the situation? Silence lasted for 3 seconds. Zombies. They've fallen. They're collapsing one by one. At this rate, they will reach us in less than 10 minutes. The intercom cut off. Zhao Yuanshan stared at the crackling device in his hand, then looked up at Yun Yi. Over the years, he had developed a habit. When something significant happened, he would first look to Yun Yi. This habit was one even he as the commander could not change. Yun Yi did not look at him. He was gazing outside the window. A layer of blue mist was spreading across the eastern horizon, moving so fast, it was visible to the naked eye. Wherever the mist passed, trees withered, grass wilted, and birds fell from the sky, turning into pools of blue water before they even hit the ground. What is that? Zhao Yuanshan's voice was somewhat hoarse. A virus, Yun Yi said, a virus capable of exterminating all living beings. Zhao Yuanshan remained silent for a long time. He lowered his head, looking at his hands. Those of an old soldier, rough and calloused, with nails embedded with indelible machine oil. Is there a way to stop it? Yun Yi did not answer. He stepped out of the command center, standing on the playground, facing the layer of blue mist that was spreading. Yun Yan still lay on his back, sound asleep. Her breathing was light and steady. He gently set her down on the grass of the playground. Her brow furrowed slightly, her hands moving in the air, searching for the elusive, ugly rabbit. Yun Yi pulled the rabbit from beneath her arm and tucked it back into her embrace. She grasped it tightly, rubbing it against her face, her brow relaxing. He stood up, facing the mist. His body began to glow. Not the kind of light that bursts from scales, but a different kind. Warm and gentle, like the first rays of sunlight on a winter morning. His skin transformed from white to silver, from silver to pure white, and then to transparency. Beneath the transparent skin, genes flowed. 30,000 types, each glowing like stars in the galaxy. His hair grew longer. From black to white, from white to transparent, it billowed in the wind like a flag scattered by the breeze. His eyes changed. Not amber, not gold, but a color he had never seen before, like the entire starry sky compressed into 2 tiny points of light placed in his eye sockets. Not bright, but profound. A pair of wings unfolded from his back. Not the combat wings from before, but another kind. Feathered wings, white, with each feather glowing. Light leaked from the gaps in the feathers like dawn breaking through leaves. His body expanded rapidly, instantly transforming into a giant beast of 100 meters. Baize, the auspicious beast of myth knowledgeable about all things. He opened his mouth and uttered a syllable. Not a human language, but a tongue older than humanity itself, one that existed before the advent of written words. The syllable hung in the air, sending ripples outward. Silver-white like a pebble thrown into a calm lake. The ripples spread out, colliding with a layer of blue mist. The mist halted. Not blocked, but purified. The blue faded from the mist like diluted ink, turning transparent, then white, then into nothingness. Within the military district, the wounded soldiers discovered their injuries, healing rapidly. Those who were sick or had colds found their ailments disappearing in an instant. On the playground, the grass returned to lush green from withered yellow trees, sprouted new buds, and flowers broke through the soil, blooming. Zhao Yuanshan stood at the entrance of the command center, watching it all unfold. The cigarette fell from his mouth, and he didn't pick it up. He slapped himself hard across the face. What the hell? In Yuan's perception domain, the dimming light points came to a halt. It wasn't that they reignited, but that the speed of their extinguishment slowed, transitioning from collapse to gradual descent, then to stasis. His purification was resisting the virus spread, but not fast enough. The virus surged up from Antarctica like a tide. His purification pushed outward from the military district like ripples. The tide was too swift, the ripples too slow. He calculated the time. In a month he was confident he could purify the globe. But as long as any trace of the virus remained in a purified area, it would spread anew. At the moment he stopped, everything would revert to the starting point. In the instant of his form restoring, he furrowed his brow, beginning to contemplate countermeasures. Just then the panel in his consciousness flickered. New gene detected. Exterminator virus blue. Gene information has been recorded. Current life, genes 2896. It wasn't collected from zombies, but from the air, from those blue viruses that were consuming life. As the virus destroyed genetic sequences, it released new genetic information, and he captured that data. The panel was fluctuating 31,000, 35,000, 40,000. The numbers were rising, increasing every second. The virus was spreading, and with every life form it infected, a genetic recombination occurred, each recombination contributing a new gene. He watched the genes being recorded in his perception domain, as if witnessing a global-scale harvest. He ceased purification. Standing on the playground, he faced a layer of mist waiting for it to come. Zhao Yuanshan stood at the entrance of the command center, watching as that layer of blue mist halted at the edge of the military district, like being blocked by an invisible wall, unable to surge forward or retreat. He observed for a long time before turning back into the command center, picking up the intercom. All battalions, note that the virus is under control. Stand by in place. On the playground, soldiers sat on the ground, watching the layer of blue mist rolling at the horizon like a wild beast caged in a cage. No one spoke. Yuan sat down at the bedside, closing his eyes. 3 hours later. Aside from their area, the entire world was surrounded by the virus. This meant that apart from this side, there were no survivors left in the world. 2 hours ago, his father successfully restrained his mother and brought her over, setting her up not far from them. Yuan had wanted to help purify her directly at that time. But unfortunately, the virus had already penetrated deeply, or rather his mother was alive solely because the virus was sustaining her. To purify her completely would be tantamount to killing her. He could only hope that his father could truly save her. As time passed, his life gene escalated to 100. Current life gene 100000. Proceed with the next transformation. Duration of this transformation 1 hour. Yuan opened his eyes. He did not confirm. 1 hour was neither too long nor too short. However, he could not guarantee that during the hour he was away the virus would not encroach. He stood up and turned around. Yun Yin sat by his feet, looking up at him. Her golden eyes were somewhat despondent. Brother, did Dad fight with Mom again? Brother, do you think Mom will get better? Her voice was a bit downcast. Yuan was silent for a moment, gazing at. On the eastern horizon, a figure was flying towards them. It wasn't a flying sword, but something slower. A lack of spiritual power made it wobble like a bird drenched in rain. Lin Yuan fell from the sky, landing on the grass of the playground, sliding a couple of steps before stabilizing himself. His costume was torn, and one of the long ears on his hood was only half intact. His face was covered in dust with dried dark red blood at the corner of his mouth. He held nothing in his hands. The lollipop was gone. He stood on the playground staring at Yuan for a long time before smiling. That smile was no longer the lazy sunbasking kind he usually had. It was disheveled, weary, yet contained a glimmer of light in his eyes. I've chosen to stay for a day, he said. I want to discuss some matters with you before returning. Yuan looked at him, remaining silent. Staying for a day? He certainly understood this rule. Each reincarnation world could choose to stay for a day before returning. However, because he held first-level authority, he could stay for a month. Lin Yuan took a step forward, closing the distance. Brother, you're so strong it's a pity to be a lone wolf. He said, join our team, the captain will take care of you. Being a lone wolf is indeed good, it saves trouble. But teaming up has its advantages, like teammates being able to sense each other. Especially if there's someone in the team with an exceptionally good background, it can alleviate some of the early hardships. It's much better than fighting alone. Yun-Yi remained silent for a long time. I refuse. Lin Yuan was not surprised, he merely smiled. He pulled the candy stick from his mouth, spat it out, and looked up at the blue mist in the sky. What are you planning to do about that virus? Yun-Yi did not respond. I can help you. Lin Yuan broke the candy stick in half and threw it on the ground. I've set up an array in the north for purification covering the entire northern hemisphere. The core of the array is me, using my life. Anyway, after returning, I can't bring this cultivation back. As long as my consciousness can return, that's enough. Yun-Yi turned to look at him. Why? Because I owe you. Lin Yuan put his hands in his pockets, looking up at the sky. If you don't kill me, consider it me repaying you a favor. Very fair. Yun-Yi was silent for a moment. How long can this array last? Lin Yuan shook his head. Not sure. This world has no spiritual energy, but with my cultivation at least a month should be no problem. Yun-Yi nodded. All right then. Lin Yuan smiled. He turned and walked north. After a few steps, he stopped without looking back. Well, I still have to persuade you a bit more. His voice lowered. As a reincarnator, it's best to discard familial ties if you can. It's not that it can't be done, but after experiencing too much, a person can genuinely go insane. Although this memory will fade with each return, it doesn't mean it completely disappears. Yun-Yi did not respond. He raised his right hand, and a hint of white light appeared at his fingertips. A thread shot out from his fingers, landing on the other side of the playground. Where the thread landed, the ground began to bulge, muscle fibers growing from the earth, intertwining together to form the shape of a person. 3 seconds. The clone stood on the playground identical to him. The clone walked to Yun-Yin's side and sat down beside her. This was his original plan. 1 hour was neither too long nor too short. Although the clone could transform into various mythical beasts, the effect was ultimately not as good as the main body. However, sustaining for an hour was no problem. Now, though someone was helping, creating a clone was still a form of insurance. Yun-Yin lifted her head, glanced at the clone, and then at Yun-Yi. Brother, who is he? He's here to protect you. Yun-Yin nodded, bowing her head, and continuing to bury her face in the ugly rabbit's head. Lin Yuan stood at the edge of the playground, watching the clone, his mouth twitching. Really? You don't trust me at all? Do you know why I haven't killed you? Yun-Yi's voice suddenly rang in Lin Yuan's ear. Lin Yuan was startled. He hadn't noticed when Yun-Yi had approached him. However, this sounded somewhat strange. Isn't it for my techniques? Yun-Yi shook his head. It's because I want to stay in this world a little longer. Unfortunately, intentions cannot keep up with changes. Lin Yuan was about to say something when he suddenly froze. Then brother, you promised not to kill me, right? Yun-Yi glanced at Lin Yuan and shook his head. With your strength, even among this batch of reincarnators, you're considered top-notch. Why be so timid? Lin Yuan's mouth twitched. If not for Yun-Yi, he really was top-notch in this reincarnation world. However, hearing Yun-Yi say he wouldn't kill him, he felt relieved. He hurriedly bid farewell, swiftly flying north. Yun-Yi stood in place, watching Lin Yuan's figure disappear into the blue mist, shaking his head. He then turned and walked into the vacant ammunition depot beside the playground, locking the door behind him. Proceed with the 6th transformation. Current gene 100,000. Duration of transformation 1 hour. He did not hesitate and confirm. This time the heat did not seep from his bones, erupt from his cells, or surge from the depths of his consciousness, but burst forth from the very bottom of his existence, from the gap where his soul met his body, like a flood breaching a dam. In an instant his body was disassembled, not in the previous orderly manner of disassembly from outside to inside, but in a simultaneous collapse and reassembly starting from every dimension. Skin, flesh, bones, blood vessels, and nerves all shattered into the most primitive particles at the same time. Those particles floated in the air like a stirred-up nebula, each one glowing. Not golden, not white, but a color that had never appeared in nature. If it had to be described, it was the color of the world itself. Then they recombined. Not according to the original blueprint, but according to a completely new biological structure that bordered on the philosophical. His new body no longer had a fixed form, able to switch freely between matter and energy, able to traverse freely between reality and concept. His perception no longer relied on senses, his thoughts no longer relied on the brain, and his existence no longer relied on the physical body. The door of the ammunition depot pushed open from the inside. When Yun-Yi walked out, he was not wearing clothes, but he did not need to. His body was covered with a thin, nearly invisible film of light that adjusted its color and texture according to the environment, sometimes like skin, sometimes like fabric, sometimes like armor. He had not changed in height, still appearing as a youth. But his face had transformed, not into something unrecognizable, but into something too human, so much so that it seemed unreal. Every line was refined to perfection, every angle just right, beautiful, like a sculpture illuminated. His eyes were transparent. Not white, not colorless, but transparent. Able to see directly through to what lay behind the pupils, and behind the pupils there was nothing but an infinite deep void like the vacuum of the universe. He stepped out of the ammunition depot and stood on the playground. Yun Yin was sitting not far away on the grass leaning against the clone, already asleep. The ugly rabbit was cradled in her arms, its ears drooping to the ground. The clone sat beside her motionless like a statue. Yun Yi glanced at her, then raised his head, facing the layer of blue mist to the south. He raised his right hand, fingers spread palm, facing the sky. It was not an attack nor a defense, but a proclamation. He adjusted his frequency to resonate with the entire planet. His heartbeat synchronized with the pulsation of the Earth's core, his breath synchronized with the atmospheric circulation, and his thoughts synchronized with the consciousness field of all life. From this moment on he became the sole ruler of this realm. Then he uttered a single word. It was not a human language nor that of any known creature, but the very language of... At the moment that word fell, the entire planet responded. The crust trembled, the oceans howled, the atmosphere roared, and the core burned. The layer of blue mist began to collapse from the edges, not being eradicated but corrected. The genetic sequence of the virus was reversed, restored to its most primitive amino acids, and broken down into carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, and nitrogen. The blue mist faded, transitioning from blue to gray, from gray to white, and from white to transparency. In the southern hemisphere, the corpses of the once dead creatures melted away, turning into liquid, seeping into the soil, absorbed by the roots of plants. Plants grew wildly, transforming from withered yellow to vibrant green, from vibrant green to deep green, eventually blossoming. In the northern hemisphere, those beings being eroded by the virus froze. Not revived, but captured in the moment before death. The virus was drawn from their bodies, wounds began to heal, and heartbeats resumed. Within Yun Yi's perception domain, those extinguished points of light began to reignite. Not all of them, but those that had not completely dissipated, those with a glimmer of life. He swept from south to north, from east to west, across each continent, like a global purification program being initiated. 1 minute. Global purification complete. The blue mist had utterly vanished. The sky transformed from grayish white to light blue. The sun emerged from behind the clouds, casting warm light upon the earth. Yun Yi lowered his hand, letting it hang by his side. His body showed no change, his expression remained unchanged, his breathing steady. He turned and walked back to the playground, pausing for a moment beside Yun Yin. The little girl was still asleep, turning over and pressing the ugly rabbit beneath her, her mouth pouting before relaxing again. He looked at her for 2 seconds, then continued forward to the makeshift cabin at the edge of the encampment. The door was open. When Ruotang lay on the bed, her body still transparent, with visible organs moving inside, but much better than before. Not transparent like glass, but like frosted glass, blurred and hazy. Yun Tianhing sat at the bedside, the stump of his right arm already scabbed over his left hand, holding when Ruotang's hand, eyes closed, as if asleep. Yun Yi walked in, standing by the bed, looking down at Wen Ruotang. His right hand lifted, the tip of his index finger glowing with a soft white light. Not the combat light from before, but a different kind, gentle and warm like the fire in a winter hearth. He touched that point of white light to Wen Ruotang's brow. The white light spread from her brow like a drop of ink falling on rice paper, flowing from her forehead to her cheeks, from her cheeks to her neck, and from her neck to her entire body. Those golden patterns began to fade under the erosion of the white light, changing from gold to light gold, from light gold to silvery, white from silvery, white to transparency, and finally disappearing completely. Her body transformed from transparent back to solid, from frosted glass back to skin, from pale back to... Her heart beat once. Not the previous virus-driven rhythm of 60 beats per minute, but a normal human heartbeat of 72 beats per minute. Her eyelids fluttered, then opened. Her black eyes were just as they had been years ago. She looked at the ceiling for 2 seconds, then turned her head to look at Yun Tianheng. Yun Tianheng also woke up, gazing into her eyes. His lips moved, but no words came out. Tianheng. Wen Ruotang's voice was very soft, as light as the wind blowing from afar, yet steady as when she had said it's all right 3 years ago in the shelter. Yes. What about your hand? It's fine. Wen Ruotang looked at his empty sleeve, paused in silence, then smiled. Just like the smile from years ago, gentle, weary, carrying something he could not articulate. You tricked me again. Yun Tianheng's eyes turned red, but he did not cry. He pressed her hand against his face and closed his eyes. I want to see you again. Yun Yi stood at the door watching this scene. His expression did not change, but his fingers gently tapped on the seam of his pants twice before stopping. He turned and walked out of the cabin, returning to the playground, sitting beside Yun Yin. His doppelganger glanced at him, stood up, walked to the edge of the playground, and stood facing north, the direction of Lin Yuan's formation. Its task had been completed, but it did not dissipate as Yun Yi had not allowed it to. Yun Yin woke up. She sat up from the grass, rubbing her eyes, her hair a mess like a bird's nest with grass stains on her face. She saw Yun-E sitting beside her and paused for a moment. Brother, when did you come back? Just returned. Have you evolved, Oi? Yes. Have you become stronger? Yes. Yun-Yin nodded, not pressing further. She picked up the ugly rabbit from the ground, dusted it off, hugged it back to her chest, and looked up at the sky. The sun had come out, the blue mist was gone, the sky was very blue, the clouds were very white, and the wind was very warm. Brother, what about Mom? She's fine. Really? Really? Tears fell from Yun-Yin's eyes, but she did not cry out loud, just buried her face in the ugly rabbit, her shoulders shaking. Yun-E did not comfort her, just sat beside her gazing at the sky. A month passed. Yun-E did not leave the encampment. His daily routine was simple. Morning he played Jinzi with Yun-Yin on the playground. In the afternoon, he visited Wen Ruotang in the cabin, helped Zhao Yuanshan with military affairs at the command center, and in the evening sat on the roof of the dormitory building watching the stars. Yun Tianhang's right arm had not regrown, but he had become accustomed to using his left hand for eating, writing, and injections. Yun-Yin stayed by Wen Ruotang's side every day, helping her comb her hair in the morning, feeding her at noon, and assisting her in taking walks in the evening. She placed the ugly rabbit beside Wen Ruotang's pillow, saying, "The rabbit will protect Mom." Wen Ruotang did not refuse, only smiled, that smile growing brighter each day. Yun-E sat on the roof of the dormitory building watching the stars. The sky was clear, filled with stars, the Milky Way stretching from east to west like spilt milk. Yun-Yin climbed up, sitting beside him, placing the ugly rabbit on her lap. Brother. Yes. Are you going to leave? Yun-E paused for a moment. Yes. Where to? To a far place. Will you come back? Yun-E did not answer. Yun-Yin lowered her head, wrapping the ugly rabbit's ears around her fingers in circles, then letting go. She did not cry, tears fell silently, but no sound came. Then you're leaving? What should I do? Her voice was very light. Sister Lu, Dr. Shun, and that little friend from A09. She draws very well, better than I do. If you leave again, I won't know who to play with in the future. Yun-E remained silent for a long time. It's all right, they will all come back. Yun-Yin looked confused, but still nodded. The last moment. Yun-E stood on the playground, the sun rising from the east, the light falling upon him, turning the layer of transparent light around him golden. He raised his right hand, fingers spread wide, palm facing the sky. This time it was not purification nor an attack. It was reversal. He released all his genes, all his energy at this moment. Not for the living, but for the dead. His perception domain expanded globally, locking onto every person who had died during the virus outbreak. Not the corpses, but the remnants of consciousness, the fleeting soul not yet dissipated in the moment of death. He pulled those souls back from the void and poured them into new bodies. Those bodies were not regrown, but retrieved from time. He turned time back to the moment before the virus outbreak, bringing everyone back to their positions just before their deaths, then changed the outcome. The virus did not infect them, they survived. The entire world revived simultaneously. On the playground, Zhao Yuanshan stood at the command center door, watching those soldiers rise from the ground. Not crawling out of corpses, but appearing out of thin air, as if a name had been crossed off an invisible list of death and rewritten as alive. The cigarette in his hand did not drop this time. Instead, he took a deep drag. Yun-Yin stood on the playground watching the people rising from the ground in the distance, tears streaming down her face, but she did not cry out. She just hugged the ugly rabbit a little tighter. Yun-E lowered his hand. His body began to fade, starting from the edges like a watercolor painting soaked in water, the colors fading, the lines blurring, the outlines dissipating. He had used all his power genes' energy, all to reverse death. Just as Lin Yuan had said, the power of this body would not return. Better to use it for good. But he left a little behind. He took that point of light from his fingertips, the size of a grain of rice, golden, like the last embers of a snuffed-out cigarette. He pressed that point of light into Yun-Yin's brow. Yun-Yin's eyes brightened for a moment, golden, then darkened, returning to black. Brother, what is this? Me. What can it do? When you miss me, you can look at it. Yun-Yin looked into his eyes, transparent, allowing her to see the infinite void behind his pupils. Her tears finally fell, not silently, but with a cry, like years ago when she was stung by a wasp in the garden, bursting into tears, hugging the ugly rabbit squatting on the ground, shaking all over. Yun-E squatted down, patting her head. Don't cry. I'm not crying. She wiped her face with the back of her hand, but the tears only increased. Sand got in my eyes. Yes. So much sand. Yes. Yun-Yin cried for a while, slowly stopping. She lifted her head, her eyes red, nose red, her face streaked with tears. Brother, will you come back? Yun-E stayed silent for a long time. I don't know. Yun-Yin nodded, stuffing the ugly rabbit into his hand. Then take the rabbit with you. It will protect you. Yun-E looked down at the ugly rabbit. Its ears were wet from being bitten, one eye's thread was about to fall off, its belly bore stitched scars he had made all crooked. He looked at it for a long time, then put the rabbit in his pocket. All right. He stood up, wings spreading behind him, 2 meters wide. With a gentle push he ascended into the air. Yun Yin looked up at him, tears still flowing, but she was smiling. Brother, goodbye. Yun Yi did not respond. His figure transformed into specks of light, gradually dissipating. Yun Yin stood on the playground watching for a long time. The wind blew from the north, carrying the chill of early winter. She lowered her head, looking at her hands, soft and tender, the hands of a 12-year-old girl. She clenched her fist, and then relaxed. She smiled at the empty space. Yun Yi stood within a pristine white settlement chamber, before him a vast luminous sphere radiating soft, unwavering light. This cycle had lasted only 15 years. Compared to his previous cycle, it was astonishingly brief. His gaze settled upon the settlement interface before him. Cycle Walker Yun Yi. Rating S. Eliminated cycle walkers Su Muzha Pei Yuan Li Hu Lu Ming Sun Yi Zhao Lei Qian Duo, 7 in total. Points settlement base elimination points, 700 World Faith bonus, 2000 Mandate of Heaven bonus, 300 ES rating bonus, 3000. Level 1 authority doubles, all points, ES rating further doubles points. Additional points from eliminating 7 cycle walkers, 11780. Total 37400 points. Current points, 39080. Yun Yi's eyes froze on that line. Mandate of Heaven, 30. What on earth happened? Did his younger sister perish? The thought flashed through his mind, and instantly he spoke aloud, his voice echoing crisply across the white expanse. What exactly is this Mandate of Heaven? The luminous sphere pulsed faintly. Because you attained full affection and absolute trust from the Mandate Air, and near total world faith. Your presence itself has become synonymous with the world's mandate, even without eliminating the Mandate Air. Yun Yi's taut shoulders relaxed. Relief washed over him. His sister was alive. Yet as his eyes skimmed the point contributions from those 7 cycle walkers, his brow instinctively arched. The combined points from 7 cycle walkers fell short of what he'd earned from a single world. How could it be? After so many cycles, his accumulated wealth remained so meager. Though he grumbled inwardly, he already knew precisely how to spend these points. 3 spirit-cleansing wisdom fruits, acquired without hesitation. The first would go to the blood demon devouring heaven art. Though it had served no purpose in his last world, his strength would only escalate. And if ever he faced a cataclysmic opening scenario paired with a system-granted latest trait, he'd truly be left screaming into the void. Worse still, if fortune turned against him, he might even forfeit his return crystal. The remaining 2 fruits were allocated to the Tao-seeking triple mystery transformation. Its 3 lives alone justified the cost. As for the heaven-seizing 9 veins art, he'd read its description and acknowledged its merit: seizing celestial chi, seizing earth vein vitality, seizing mortal fortune. Its essence resided solely in the character seize. He had to admit, Lin Yuan was indeed a prodigy. With over 20,000 points still remaining, Yun Yi paused thoughtfully, then spent 10,000 on a 100,000 chi vitality pearl. Its essence resided solely in the character seize. He had to admit, Lin Yuan was indeed a prodigy. With over 20,000 points still remaining, Yun Yi paused thoughtfully, then spent 10,000 on a 100,000. Yet purchasing a ready-made pearl for 10,000 points felt like sheer extravagance. Without it, however, every other path to cultivation advancement moved at a glacial pace. After weighing all options, this remained the swiftest route. A sudden intuition stirred within him. He drew his awareness inward, probing the traits carried over from his prior cycle. They remained intact, and coexisted peacefully with the Mandate Emperor Sovereign trait, showing no sign of mutual rejection. Nor did the system flash any warning about one-time soul limitations. Thank heavens. Relief surged anew. Then another idea crystallized: life genetic essence. That would yield far more direct enhancement. At once he scoured the exchange catalog for relevant life genetic options, and saw the price. What the hell, are you robbing me blind? 100 points for an ant's genome. And anything with even a trace of transcendence jumps to over 1,000. His voice reverberated through the white chamber. The luminous sphere flickered calmly. All life genetic essences we provide are directly integrable into your own genome. Take the common ant genome as an example. Integration permanently alters your genetic sequence, granting 10-fold, or even 100-fold, increases in explosive power. All others follow the same principle. Thus the pricing is equitable. Yun Yi's mouth twitched. After 2 silent seconds, he rephrased his question. Is there any life genetic essence offered in its pure, unmodified form? No enhancements whatsoever? The sphere flickered once, then again. It flickered repeatedly for nearly 15 seconds. None exist. Yun Yi exhaled slowly. Not disappointed, merely pragmatic. Fine. If none existed, so be it. He could gather them gradually in the real world. No need to rush. With the remaining points, he browsed idly. Then purchased a celestial mechanism card. Though costly, its reputation among cycle walkers was unimpeachable. Finally, invoking his level 1 authority, he claimed a 10,000 chi vitality pearl, free of charge. He lifted his gaze, locking eyes with the silent luminous sphere. May individuals from cycle worlds be exchanged out? The sphere pulsed. Yes, but required points depend on that individual's world weight and intrinsic world strength. Yuan nodded, then asked, what if the individual is the world's mandate heir? The sphere paused, noticeably longer than before. Yes, but the mandate heir anchors the world's foundation. The heavenly Tao will not release them. To exchange the mandate heir, you must exchange their entire world alongside them. Yuan pressed further. How many points does a world require? The sphere flickered. Current cycle walker authority insufficient for world exchange. Then what authority level permits it? Authority insufficient to disclose. Yuan fell silent. Then asked directly, how does one ascend from level 1? The sphere pulsed once. 2 paths exist. First, the cycle paradise designates a world adjudged impossible to complete. Upon successful completion, level 2 authority is granted. Second, secure endorsement from over 90% of all cycle walkers currently registered in the cycle hall. Hearing this, Yuan exhaled in quiet relief. Options existed, and that was infinitely preferable to none. His mind swiftly calculated the first method mirrored the nature of his very first cycle. Thus, in the cycle paradise's judgment, his second cycle was classified as feasible, not impossible. Otherwise, he would have already attained level 2 authority. As for the second method, his sharp instincts seized upon a critical phrase. You mentioned the cycle hall, implying there is more than one. The light sphere flickered. In this reincarnation hall you are in, there is currently only one level 1 authority holder. The reason he obtained the authority ahead of time was that he had completed a task deemed impossible to accomplish. The first condition goes without saying. If it weren't for his special advantage, he wouldn't even know how to survive in the first. The second condition, in his view, is just as difficult as the first. Over 90% of reincarnators support who would willingly allow someone to ride on their head. Moreover, within level 1 authority, there is a crucial line. Others will face punishment for actions taken in the reincarnation hall, while he will not. This is akin to having a knife hanging over all reincarnators that could fall at any moment. Who would be willing? Faced with 2 options, Yuan hardly hesitated. The first one. The second is too time-consuming and troublesome. The first option is straightforward. 1 world, 1 task, complete it, and level up. Having decided to take the first path in the next reincarnation world, he looked at his remaining points and unhesitatingly purchased 2 more spirit-cleansing fruits. As soon as he purchased them, he said to the large light sphere, send me back to the real world. The moment the words fell, the familiar toilet bowl-like rotation rushed towards him. When Yuan opened his eyes again, he was back in his room. After so many times he couldn't help but curse. Damn, can't the stupid paradise change its method? Suddenly Xiao Bai exploded in anger. Yuan looked down at Xiao Bai, whose hair was standing on end, and then at his outstretched hand, suddenly realized it was a habit from the last world. Seeing something furry made him want to touch it and collect some genes. When he first returned, Xiao Bai had rubbed against him, and he instinctively reached out. After Xiao Bai calmed down, its amber eyes cautiously scanned the surroundings. Just a moment ago, when it leaned in to rub against its master, a chilling sense of death inexplicably pressed against its back. Yuan looked at Xiao Bai, who was alert and tense, and somewhat sheepishly placed his hand back on it, gently rubbed. This time he did not use that ability. The moment his palm landed, this clingy little creature obviously stiffened for a moment, and its ears flattened down like airplane ears. But it did not run away. It simply stared at Yuan with its amber eyes, letting out a low whimper, as if cautiously asking, Master, what just happened? After calming Xiao Bai, he gathered his thoughts and prepared to begin his cultivation. Before officially starting, he swallowed a spirit-cleansing fruit. The blood demon devouring heaven technique was pushed to perfection. Then he took 3 more in succession. 2 of them fully refined the questioning Daos, 3 mystical transformations. The last transformation, the heavenly transformation, was not touched. It was far more challenging than the previous 2 combined, and 1 fruit was simply insufficient. The last fruit was used on seizing heaven's 9 meridians. The chi of heaven and earth was successfully cultivated, and the progress bar for the spirit of the earth vein also surged significantly. After completing all this, he took out the million chi blood pearl. The chi blood pearl floated in his palm, entirely crimson, resembling a solidified small sun. Yuan sat cross-legged on the living room floor, hands held up, as the perfected blood demon devouring heaven technique roared into action. The efficiency of the technique was completely different. The immense energy within the chi blood pearl surged into his meridians like a raging torrent, roaring along the operational route of the blood demon devouring heaven technique, and ultimately converging into his dantian, transforming into the purest foundation of cultivation. There was no wind in the living room, yet the curtains fluttered as if blown by an invisible force. Xiao Bai crouched far away on the sofa, the tip of its tail quivering slightly, its eyes fixed intently on it. It could sense that its master's aura was surging upward at an astonishing speed. The first day, the third day, Yun-E hardly closed his eyes, dedicating all his focus to refining that million chi blood pearl. On the fourth day, the chi blood pearl had shrunk a size. His cultivation level smoothly transitioned from early foundation establishment to mid-foundation establishment. On the sixth day, the chi blood pearl was reduced to half. The bottleneck of mid-foundation establishment was as thin as paper, easily shattered by his advancement. On the eighth day, the chi blood pearl shrank to the size of a fist, the color shifting from bright red to dark red, with over 70% of the chi blood essence refined. The threshold of late foundation establishment was now within reach. On the 10th day, the first ray of sunlight pierced through the gap in the curtains, casting a thin line of light on the floor. Yun-E opened his eyes. The chi blood pearl in his palm had completely dissipated its last trace of essence, slipping silently into his meridians, merging into the turbulent sea of chi blood within his dantian. Within the dantian, the chi blood surged like tides, each wave stronger than the last, far thicker than it had been. Late foundation establishment. The next day, he changed to another mountain range. This mountain range was filled with ravines, streams, and a richer variety of life. In addition to insects, there were frogs, small fish, and even a few non-venomous snakes coiled in the crevices, flicking their tongues to observe this uninvited guest. Yun-E was still welcoming to all. He directly captured anything he could catch and used leaves to scoop up what he could retrieve. For those he couldn't grasp, he used his spiritual power to condense fine threads, taking in a wisp of breath from afar, as precise as using a silver needle to lift a hair. Another day passed. 100 types of genetic material were collected. The only regret was that his foundation establishment was based on chi and blood, and he was unable to give birth to the divine sense. Otherwise, with a sweep of his consciousness, he could have perceived the life essence within a radius of several hundred meters, and the speed would have increased several-fold. The moment the collection was complete, he made a decision. Evolution on the spot. After all, there was nothing urgent in the real world, and this mountain range was secluded enough. He found a sturdy old pine tree deep in a grove, leaned against the trunk, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes. 6 hours later, when Yun-E opened his eyes again, the dappled light of the setting sun was filtering through the pine branches above. A brand new power surged through his veins, as if something sleeping at the very bottom of his genes had been awakened. He raised his right hand, fingers spread wide, then suddenly clenched his fist. A muffled sound erupted from his palm, and a nearly invisible wave of air distorted the air in front of him slightly, causing pine needles from above to fall all over him. It's similar to that time in the zombie world. Yun-E muttered softly to himself, feeling the changes in his body. The only difference is the source of the genes and some details and abilities. But in essence, they are the same. He stood up, brushed off the dirt and pine needles from his body, and stretched his slightly numb legs. It was already getting late. The setting sun spilled through the gaps in the treetops, and the entire forest began to darken. The sound of birdsong gradually became sparse, replaced by a certain kind of silence belonging to the night. He initially planned to find a place to spend the night and continue gathering the second batch of genes tomorrow. However, after walking less than 200 meters, his footsteps suddenly halted. An unusual sound came from the distant woods. It was neither the howling whine through the treetops, nor the calls of returning birds, nor the snapping of branches by wild beasts. It was the muffled sound of spiritual energy colliding. It was heavy, urgent, accompanied by a sense of oppression that made one's scalp tingle. Yun-E perked his ears for a moment, raising an eyebrow slightly. Interesting. He followed the direction of the sound. Passing through a patch of low bushes and climbing over a moss-covered ridge, he found himself in a clear area. Below the mountain hollow was a relatively flat valley, which should have been a quiet mountain meadow, but was now in chaos. 3 people. No, 4 people. In the center of the valley, 2 figures were engaged in a fierce clash. Waves of air generated by the collision of spiritual energy spread outward, uprooting the surrounding grass and trees, with fragments of stones flying like shrapnel, and the ground was riddled with furrows carved by the violent winds. On the outskirts of the battlefield were 2 other individuals. One lay collapsed in the grass, his chest heaving violently, clearly having lost the ability to fight. The other was half kneeling on the ground, propping himself up with one hand, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet his gaze remained locked onto the center of the battlefield. Yun-E crouched behind a protruding rock, watching quietly. In the center of the battlefield were 2 individuals. One wielded a knife. A long knife, entirely black with blood, its blade faintly swirling with dark red patterns resembling solidified veins. Every strike he made was infused with violent waves of spiritual energy, carving deep furrows into the ground. The knife wielder was a man in his early 30s. With short hair, a scarred face, and a robust build, his clothing was completely tattered on both sides, exposing 2 muscular arms. His fighting style was fierce. Every strike was executed with full force, leaving no room for mercy, like a rampaging bull. The other wielded a sword. A slender, soft sword, its silver-white blade glimmering with a cold sheen in the twilight. The sword wielder was a woman in her early 20s. With her long hair tied in a high ponytail and dressed in a tight-fitting dark gray outfit, her figure was remarkable. Her fighting style was the complete opposite of that man. No heating clashes or entanglements. Every strike was as swift and precise as a viper's strike, targeting her opponent's vulnerabilities. The strength of the two seemed comparable with back-and-forth exchanges. However, Yun-E quickly discerned the underlying dynamics. The man with the knife possessed greater raw strength, but his overly aggressive style was rapidly depleting his spiritual energy with every strike. The woman with the sword, though slightly weaker in strength, moved gracefully, her strikes clever, clearly waiting for her opponent to tire out. Their strengths are probably at the late stage of chi refinement. Yun-E silently assessed in his heart. He also wasn't sure what level this world classified as extraordinary. As this thought crossed his mind, the Eye of Fate was quietly activated. Qi Zhanzhuang, Identity Blood Knife Leader Evaluation, joined a certain cult 10 years ago and obtained evil techniques. Elevated to extraordinary level 9 through the consumption of qi and blood, aiming to conquer the entire Qing city as his territory. Due to excessive practice of demonic techniques, irreversible damage has occurred to his mind. Lin Qing, Identity Deputy Director of the Extraordinary Affairs Management Bureau of Qing City Evaluation, a once-in-a-century genius in Qing City, broke through to extraordinary level 9 at the age of 24. Extremely socially anxious, focused solely on cultivation, and highly resistant to communication with others. When on missions, she only chooses the most difficult and time-consuming ones, because they reduce contact with others. Yun-E's mouth twitched slightly. A cult leader against a socially anxious deputy director. This combination had quite the entertainment value. However, he was more concerned about another matter, whether these two individuals fighting in this desolate mountain wilderness had anything to do with him. Just as he pondered whether to take a detour and leave, the battle suddenly changed. Qi Zhanzhuang's blood-black long knife erupted with a burst of dark red light. The patterns on the blade seemed to come alive, writhing and twisting, emitting a nauseating bloody aura. Blood slaughter across 1,000 miles. Qi Zhanzhuang bellowed, swinging the long knife downwards. This strike was entirely different from the previous ones, because this strike was aimed at him. Sneaky little rat. Don't think I can't see you hiding behind the rock. Die. The knife, light enveloped in a thick, bloody aura, shot towards the rock, where Yun-E was hiding. Qi Zhanzhuang held nothing back in this strike, unleashing the spiritual energy of extraordinary level 9. The grass and trees along the path were reduced to fragments, stones exploded into dust, and the ground was carved into a deep gully with soil rolling to the sides. Yun-E crouched behind the rock, watching the approaching knife light. His mouth twitched again. No, he was just passing by. Why was he being targeted? He stood up. There was no retreat. When the blood-black blade light struck before him, Yun-E raised his right hand, his fingers spread wide, and gently grasped towards the blade light. That blade light, capable of splitting a car in half, seemed to be grasped by an invisible giant hand before his palm, freezing in midair, immovable. Then it shattered. The blade light broke into countless tiny points of light, drifting in the air like fireflies, eventually dissolving into the dusk. The valley fell silent in an instant. Qi Zhanzhuang's hand holding the knife froze in midair, his expression transforming from ferocity to astonishment, and from astonishment to disbelief. His blade light. The blade light he unleashed with all his strength. Just like that, it was casually crushed by someone. Lin Qing, who was half kneeling on the ground, was also stunned. She raised her head towards the direction of the rocks, her cold eyes filled with shock. Who was that person hiding in the shadows? Yun-E walked out from behind the rocks, brushed off the dirt, clinging to him, his expression as calm as if he had just swatted a mosquito. He looked at Qi Zhanzhuang, his tone casual, as if discussing the weather. I was just passing by, not intending to meddle in your affairs. But you insisted on striking at me. Then I can only fight back. The moment the words fell, Yun-E's figure vanished. It wasn't a disappearance that was too fast to see, but a true disappearance. As if he had never been in that position. Qi Zhanzhuang's pupils shrank suddenly, instinctively raising his knife to protect himself. But he was too slow. The moment Yun-E appeared before him, his right hand had already reached out, fingers like hooks directly penetrating the blood-black long knife's blade, piercing through Qi Zhanzhuang's hastily erected qi shield and pressing steadily against his chest. Qi Zhanzhuang's eyes widened in shock. He didn't even see how Yun-E made his move. He only felt a chill at his chest, an irresistible force crashing down like a mountain. Bang! A dull crash echoed in the valley. Qi Zhanzhuang's body flew backward like a kite, with a broken string crashing heavily into a giant rock several meters away. The rock shattered in response, his body embedded in the rubble, blood gushing from his mouth. The blood-black long knife flew out of his hand, embedding itself in the ground not far away, its blade vibrating. One strike. Just one strike. The extraordinary Qi Zhanzhuang, the notorious Bloodblade Lord who had been rampant in this city for 10 years, was left sprawled in the rubble like a dead dog. Yun-E withdrew his hand, glanced at his palm, and shook his head. Too weak. He genuinely felt it. With a latest-stage foundation establishment cultivation combined with the enhanced strength of his body, after the first transformation, defeating Qi Zhanzhuang felt like a university student going to kindergarten. Lying in the rubble, Qi Zhanzhuang continuously spat blood, his gaze vacant, his lips still moving. Impossible. This cannot be. I clearly mastered my techniques. I should be invincible. Yuan Yi ignored this guy whose mind had clearly gone astray and turned to look at Lin Qing. Lin Qing stood there dazed. One glance. One strike. Qi Zhanzhuang was incapacitated. Such strength. Even their Extraordinary Affairs Bureau director might not be capable of this, right? Yuan Yi walked in front of her, squatted down, and glanced at the wound on her waist. Her clothes were torn with a gash revealing skin beneath that bore a deep cut down to the bone, the edges tinged with an abnormal dark red, a sign of erosion by the bloody spiritual energy from that blade. You're hurt badly, we need to treat this quickly. Lin Qing opened her mouth wanting to say something, but her throat felt as if blocked by something, and after a while she managed to squeeze out a word. Thank you. Her voice was very soft, almost covered by the mountain wind. Yuan Yi paid no mind. For someone with severe social anxiety, being able to say these two words was already quite difficult. He didn't expect her to say much. He stood up and turned to leave. There was no sound behind him. He didn't look back. In the following 16 days, Yuan Yi traversed various mountain ranges. After Qingfeng Mountain came Kangwu Ridge, then Duanlong Cliff, and beyond Duanlong Cliff were three nameless wild mountains. He was like a silent gatherer wandering through each desolate mountain forest, collecting every life gene within. At the moment the 1000th life gene was collected, Yuan Yi leaned against a ginkgo tree and exhaled deeply. Damn, the gene repetition rate in this world is just too high. The same species of ant could be encountered 7 or 8 times on different mountain peaks. The same species of snake would appear again at a different altitude. Just the deduplication alone wasted a lot of time. But in any case, 1000 species had been gathered. He found a concealed cave and began his second transformation. 5 hours later he emerged from the cave and set off on the road back to the city. Pushing open the door of his apartment, the 16 days of mountain life had layered a thick coat of dust on him. Xiao Bai immediately jumped down from the sofa, circled around his legs twice, sniffed vigorously, then sneezed. It took a step back, its face full of disdain, but its tail was gently wagging. Disdain aside, it was reluctant. Thus this cat kept circling around his feet, maintaining a subtle sense of distance like a fluff ball oscillating between disdain and dependence. Do I smell? Yuan Yi looked down and sniffed his clothes. A mixture of dirt, pine resin, and some unknown plant juice assaulted his senses. It was indeed quite smelly. He took a shower, changed into clean clothes, prepared cat food and water for Xiao Bai, then sat on the edge of the bed and closed his eyes. The power within him after the second transformation had risen to another level. If 18 days ago he was still at the late stage of foundation establishment, now, just in terms of physical strength, he had surpassed that level. As for the specific extent, without a reference, he couldn't be sure. Yuan Yi opened his eyes and pulled out a small cloth bag from his pocket, emptying its contents onto the bed. Clatter! Dozens of small beads of various colors rolled onto the sheets, radiating a faint wave of spiritual energy. Among them one was significantly larger than the others, pitch black, with dark golden patterns swirling on its surface. These were all demon cores condensed from the bodies of the demon beasts he had casually slain in the mountains. Yes, demon beasts. This real world was far more complex than he had imagined. In the deep forests marked as no man's land on the map, there were not only ordinary wild beasts, but also vast populations of demon beasts. Their strengths varied. The weak ones didn't even qualify as chi refining stage, while the strong ones, he had encountered one. That was on the 15th day. In an untouched primeval forest, he ran into a giant bear, entirely black, its size comparable to the power fluctuation of that giant bear was extremely terrifying, far surpassing the extraordinary 9th stage. When it swiped down with its paw, the ground cracked open, a chasm several dozen meters deep, and trees within 100 meters were snapped in half by the shockwave. Yuan Yi fought it for a full 10 minutes before barely slaying it. It was precisely because he obtained these demon beast life genes that his second transformation now was on a much higher level than the one in the zombie world. Xiao Bai's fluffy head had somehow leaned over. Its amber eyes were fixated on the pile of beads, emitting spiritual energy on the bed, making a gurgling sound in its throat, its tail raised high, gently swaying behind it. It was being cute. This cat, usually as aloof as a little princess, was now behaving like a begging puppy. Yuan Yi looked at its expression and couldn't help but chuckle, casually picking up the smallest first-tier demon core and weighing it in his hand. Want it? Meow. Xiao Bai let out a sound soft and sticky, completely unlike a noise a cat could make. Yuan Yi held the demon core out to it. Xiao Bai bit it in one go, not bothering to chew, swallowing it directly. Then it squinted its eyes, its whole body seeming to be scorched by something. Its fur fluffed up and then settled down, repeating this 3 times before returning to calm. It burped, releasing a small wisp of spiritual energy, satisfiedly licking its lips, its gaze drifting back to the pile of demon cores on the bed. One is enough. They'll put the rest away, Yuan said, patting its head. You can't handle too much of this. Xiaobai flicked its tail in discontent, but didn't protest further. It jumped onto the windowsill, curled up, and began to digest the energy from the demon core it had just eaten. Yuan sat on the edge of the bed, inspecting the largest demon core, the one from the giant bear. Completely black, the surface's dark golden patterns resembled some ancient runes faintly shimmering under the light. Held in his palm, he could feel a heavy and violent force surging within, like a ferocious beast imprisoned in amber, ready to break free at any moment. Peak Foundation Establishment. No half-step golden core. Yuan assessed the strength of the giant bear in his mind. With his current power, it took him 10 minutes to slay a half-step golden core level beast. Not fast, but not slow either. The key was that he sustained almost no injuries throughout the process, indicating that his overall strength was steadily at the threshold of the golden core stage. At that time, his cultivation was only at the late foundation establishment stage. The reason it took 10 minutes was mainly that he realized a rather awkward problem during the battle. He seemingly lacked any devastating offensive techniques. After the first transformation, although his physical strength had greatly improved, his attacking methods were noticeably weak. Lacking complementary offensive techniques was akin to having great strength, but only being able to swing punches aimlessly. Though he possessed various genetic abilities, the enhancements were primarily to his physique rather than offensive capabilities. This made him realize that next time he needed to borrow some powerful offensive techniques from certain reincarnators. With that thought, Yuan stored the demon core and sat cross-legged on the bed, beginning to circulate the energy from the nine heavens mystic art. Whether it be spiritual energy, demonic energy, or ghostly energy, as long as it existed in that world, this technique could forcibly seize it for his own use. In a sense, this was an extremely adaptable technique. No matter which world he found himself in, as long as there was energy present, it could operate. After practicing for about 2 hours, he stopped. The reason was simple: too slow. Compared to the leap brought by genetic transformation and the rocket-like speed during blood absorption, the cultivation efficiency of this technique was slow enough to be disheartening. He glanced at the curled-up little white cat on the windowsill, took out a small demon core from his bag, and placed it next to the cat's food bowl before his mind moved. It was time to head to the reincarnation hall. At the same moment, Yuan's figure vanished from his rental apartment. The air was as heavy as if it were filled with lead. 5 people sat around the round table. No one spoke, only the air conditioning vent emitted a faint buzzing. Sitting in the main seat was a middle-aged man with graying temples, the director of the Supernatural Affairs Administration, Zhou Xian. In front of him lay a report, the corners of the pages frayed from being repeatedly touched by fingers, clearly having been reviewed more than once. Have you confirmed it? Zhou Xian's voice was not loud, yet it weighed heavily on the air of the entire room. Confirmed. The response came from Zhao Ming, the head of the technical department, sitting to his left, a young man, wearing glasses. He turned a tablet towards the center of the round table, where a high-resolution satellite cloud map was displayed. At the center of the image was a patch of original forest labeled as D17 area, with a coordinate point circled in red. 3 days ago, the D17 monitoring station captured a high-intensity spiritual energy fluctuation. The peak lasted nearly 10 minutes, with energy levels far exceeding conventional monitoring thresholds. Zhao Ming adjusted his glasses, swiping his finger on the tablet to switch to the next image. The conference room was filled with gasps. The photo showed a completely flattened forest. The original forest within a radius of several kilometers appeared to have been wiped off the map by an invisible giant hand. Towering ancient trees uprooted the ground, shattered debris, and soil rolling like solidified waves. In the center there remained a massive depression over 100 meters in diameter, like a scar left by a meteorite. And lying in the exact center of the depression was a gigantic corpse. Even though it had been reduced to a bloody pulp, the body still emanated a disturbing sense of oppression, as if it remained the ruler of this land, even in death. The Mountain Bear Monarch. Zhou Xian slowly uttered these 4 words, his fingers unconsciously tapping twice on the table. Everyone present understood the weight of these words. The Mountain Bear Monarch. The absolute overlord of the D17 area. It had occupied that original forest for over 200 years. The first record of it by the Supernatural Affairs Administration dates back 70 years. At that time, an elite team composed of 3 extraordinary 9th-tier members inadvertently entered its territory, and the entire team was wiped out, unable to even send a distress signal. In the following decades, the administration organized for extermination attempts, each involving more manpower and resources than the last, with casualties increasingly severe. The last extermination attempt was 8 years ago. Zhou Xian personally led a luxurious lineup of 3 extraordinary 11th tier and 11 extraordinary 10th tier members deep into the D17 area. As a result, the giant bear killed an 11th tier member with a single paw, and Zhou Xian himself was severely injured in that battle, taking 6 months to recover before he could get out of bed. Since then, the mountain bear monarch was officially listed as a disaster level threat. The D17 area was designated as the highest level red zone, and any unauthorized approach would be considered a serious violation. And now, this disaster level beast that had troubled the entire Qingxing Supernatural Affairs Administration for decades was dead. Just like that, it was dead. Who did it? The question came from a woman sitting across from Zhou Xian, around 40 with short hair and an old scar at the corner of her eye. Fang Yu, head of the administration's action department. Her voice was calm, but the knuckles of her fingers gripping the armrest had turned white. Zhao Ming took a deep breath, swiping his finger on the tablet once more. A spectral analysis chart of the spiritual energy fluctuations popped up on the screen. 2 curves were displayed side by side. The upper curve exhibited a violent heart rate-like fluctuation, with each peak corresponding to a strong release of energy. This was the combat characteristic of the mountain bear monarch, and the administration's database held complete data from the battle 8 years ago. The waveform characteristics matched perfectly. The lower curve was a waveform that each person present had never seen before. This was neither a siege nor a war of attrition. Zhao Ming's voice was a bit hoarse, as if he was stating a conclusion he himself found hard to believe. From the characteristics of the spiritual energy fluctuations, there were only 2 individuals involved in the battle. One was the mountain bear monarch, the other unknown. The battle lasted about 10 minutes. It was a direct confrontation without any signs of flanking or retreat. He paused for a moment. In other words, the person or entity directly killed the mountain bear monarch. The conference room fell silent for a full 5 seconds. The lights above the round table flickered slightly, as if even they were suffocated by this statement. Zhou Xian's fingers stopped on the table. He looked down at the report in front of him, remaining silent for a long time before speaking in a tone almost devoid of emotion. Continue. Zhao Ming swallowed hard, switching to the next image. It was a blurry picture taken from a very high angle, as if a satellite had fortuitously captured a moment through a gap in the clouds. In the picture, the massive body of the mountain bear monarch was tilting backward, and in front of it stood a tiny figure that was almost indistinguishable to the naked eye. This image was captured by a civilian weather satellite during its operational window over D17 area. Zhao Ming enlarged the image. The figure remained so blurry that only the outline was visible. We have done the maximum possible clarity enhancement, but the distance is too far, and the cloud interference is too strong, making facial features completely unrecognizable. Fang Yu stared at the blurry figure for a few seconds, and suddenly spoke up. Can we confirm it is human? Not 100% confirmed. Zhao Ming answered quickly, but based on the posture, combat style, and the nature of the spiritual energy fluctuations, it is most likely a humanoid. There is one more thing. Zhao Ming hesitated for a moment, as if weighing his words. 12 days before the incident in D17 area, there was also an unusual spiritual energy fluctuation in the Qingshan Mountain area in northern Qingxing. The level was much lower than this time, but the waveform characteristics. He pulled up another chart overlaying the matched perfectly. It is the same person. Zhou Xian's gaze fell on the overlapping curves, pausing for 2 seconds before raising his head, scanning every person present. From Qingshan Mountain to D17 area, a span of 16 days, covering over 800 kilometers. His speech was slow, each word seemed carefully weighed before being spoken. This person has been active in the wild during these 16 days. Qingshan Mountain, Kangwu Ridge, and Duanlong Cliff, along with 3 unnamed wild mountains. He visited them. Zhao Ming displayed an electronic map on the tablet where a winding route was marked in red with 6 red markers illuminating sequentially from Qingshan Mountain all the way to D17 area. We retrieved data from all monitoring stations along the way, and his movement trajectory was very clear. Each area he reached, his stay lasted from 1 to 3 days before moving on to the next area. Zhao Ming paused. It didn't seem like he was tracking anything, nor did it look like he was avoiding anything. More like collecting something. Zhou Xian completed the latter half of the sentence for him. The conference room fell silent once more. Zhou Xian leaned back in his chair, his fingers slowly tapping 3 times on the table before stopping. The confidentiality level of this matter is raised to the highest level. His voice regained the calmness of a director, every word firm and unquestionable. The site investigation report for D17 area is completely encrypted, and all personnel who have accessed related data must sign a confidentiality agreement. All information about this person without my personal approval no one is allowed to access. He paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone. Additionally, notify all branches. If any suspected targets are found, do not follow, do not contact, do not probe. Report immediately, and then wait. Wait for what? Fang Yu asked. Zhou Xian didn't answer immediately. He turned to look out the window. The outline of Qingxing was faintly visible in the afternoon, mist the glass curtain walls of the tall buildings reflecting the grayish-white daylight, like countless silent mirrors. Wait for him to appear himself. His voice sounded particularly clear in the quiet conference room. A person with such strength cannot hide forever. On the other side, Yun, he had already entered the reincarnation hall. He had no particular purpose, he merely wanted to inquire if anyone was already pursuing the second option. After all, such matters are easy to investigate. One only needs to know if any of the reincarnators have shown a tendency or support for any side to grasp the situation. Time flew by. Soon Yun arrived at that blank space again. The good news was that after several days of inquiry, he found no reincarnator expressing a desire to support anyone. The bad news was that several reincarnators were exceptionally well known, being absurdly powerful monsters who had reincarnated into over 100 worlds. Upon learning this, Yun felt a bit of a headache. To complete the most impossible task, the conditions set by the paradise could not possibly be easy. Either the world was absurd or the opponents were. If the paradise assigned one of those old monsters as his opponent, that would truly be a cause for concern. Even with a cheat, he felt considerable pressure at this moment. Reincarnated Yun, are you sure you want to undertake the most impossible task? Yes. With Yun's confirmation, he suddenly felt a sense of weightlessness. His consciousness felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand and suddenly pulled down. It was a familiar sensation. Wow, it's happening. It's happening. It's a little master. A surprised female voice exclaimed, and Yun immediately felt himself being carefully lifted from the warm environment and wrapped in a soft, warm swaddle. He struggled to open his eyes, and through his blurred vision, he could vaguely see several faces leaning in. Those faces were filled with joy, some had red eyes from excitement, while others had already turned to run outside, shouting, "Master! My wife has given birth. It's a little master." Yun blinked. Each reincarnation begins from infancy, and this time was no exception. Detecting that the host has entered a new world, the mythical attribute system is activated, extracting attributes for the host. Congratulations, the host has obtained a mythical level attribute, innate wisdom seed, all laws awake, automatically nurturing an innate enlightenment seed, learning efficiency, reaches an extreme breakthrough. Each time new knowledge, martial arts or techniques are learned, the innate enlightenment seed will grow. With each growth, comprehension speed increases exponentially, becoming self-taught and drawing parallels effortlessly. A seed emitting a faint glow quietly hovered in his mind. The seed was no larger than a grain of rice, yet its surface flowed with incomprehensible patterns, as if containing the deepest truths of the universe. Just looking at it, Yun felt an inexplicable clarity rising within him. If he wished, all martial arts techniques and skills in this world would no longer be a mystery. Yun peacefully closed his eyes. The noisy voices around him gradually became clearer. "Hurry, let me see my son." A powerful male voice came from outside with hurried and forceful footsteps. The curtain was suddenly lifted, and a middle-aged man, slightly plump and dressed in a brocade robe, strode in. His face was filled with uncontrollable joy as he carefully approached the bedside and took Yun from the midwife. Yun opened his eyes again at this moment. Their gazes met. The middle-aged man, his father in this life, Yun Wantong, a prominent merchant of the Great Wu dynasty, was currently observing him with a mix of pride, joy, and caution. Good. Yun Wantong exclaimed, twice his voice trembling. "I, Yun Wantong, now have a son. My Yun family has an heir." He held Yun high like lifting a rare treasure. The swaddled Yun's mouth twitched slightly as he surveyed his surroundings. It was highly probable that he was in an ancient world. However, looking at this father, he seemed to be a man of wealth. Although the start was promising, it felt somewhat lacking compared to the previous 2 times. According to the Paradise's balancing rules, the weaker the reincarnator, the higher their status in the new identity. Now his status was quite high, but being a merchant in ancient times wasn't significant at all, especially with his father's remark, "My Yun family finally has an heir." Looking at Yun Wantong, filled with vitality, yet lacking any sense of holding power, it suggested that his current family was not even considered a noble family, merely a wealthy merchant. Having lost so much status all at once, he felt somewhat unaccustomed. Detecting all reincarnators in place, this is a special notice. Among this batch of reincarnators, there is a level 1 authority holder conducting a level 2 authority task. The Paradise hereby informs all reincarnators. Anyone who kills this level 1 authority holder will gain level 1 authority and be rewarded with 1 million points. Just as Yun was about to close his eyes and take a nap, his movement suddenly froze. "No way. Are you playing with me?" After being dazed for a full 10 seconds, Yun decisively activated the Heavenly Mechanism card, acquiring information on this level 1 authority reincarnator. The Heavenly Mechanism card flickered in midair for a few seconds. Then it turned to dust, disappearing without a trace. Unable to query. 3,000 points just went down the drain. Yet he felt relieved. It seemed the Paradise still had some conscience. At the same time, in the Great Qin dynasty at the mass grave, an infant was wrapped in a tattered military coat, placed between 2 gravestones. The baby opened his eyes, reflecting the lead gray sky. A limping old soldier passed by the mass grave and heard a faint crying sound. He stopped, hesitated for a moment, then limped over with his wooden stick and picked the infant up from between the gravestones. Mass grave, old soldier adopts. Better than that last pit. At least it hasn't been taken by dogs. Looks like the civilian card was worth it. Detecting all reincarnators in place, this is a special notice. Among this batch of reincarnators there is a level 1 authority holder conducting a level 2 authority task. The paradise hereby informs all reincarnators. Anyone who kills this level 1 authority holder will gain level 1 authority and be rewarded with 1 million points. Upon hearing the voice from the paradise, the infant narrowed his eyes slightly. He wasn't thinking about the reward, instead, he was weighing whether to use the return crystal directly. In the end, he chose to abandon the thought of returning directly. He wanted to take a gamble. He had reincarnated into 126 worlds not knowing where the end was. But he knew that if he continued to reincarnate endlessly, he would eventually lose himself. Since that was the case, he might as well take a chance. In the Great Song Dynasty, behind a brothel, an infant was placed in a bamboo basket on the steps of the back door. The basket contained a note scrawled with 2 words seeking adoption. Inside the courtyard, the sounds of silk and bamboo instruments and the laughter of men and women could be heard, with the scent of powder wafting through the door crack. The infant opened his eyes, expressionless, watching the lantern swaying above him. It was not until he heard the voice from the paradise that a smile gradually appeared on his previously expressionless face. On the eastern coast, in a fishing village, an infant lay in the standing water at the bottom of a fishing boat still connected by the umbilical cord. The fishing boat was rocking violently, and thunder rumbled in the sky. Outside came the sound of a chaotic crowd. Why was he born early or late? Just as this infant arrives, we encounter the wrath of the sea god. Sacrifice the infant to the sea god, let the sea god calm his anger. Yes, quickly sacrifice to the sea god, plead for the sea god's mercy. The infant lay at the bottom of the boat, eyes wide open, gazing at the swirling dark clouds and flickering lightning in the sky above, surrounded by the cacophony of shouting. His lips twitched. He regretted not saving that commoner card. However, upon hearing the voice from the reincarnation paradise, the gloom in his heart dissipated. He even felt a hint of excitement. In the depths of the Miaojiang, within the vast mountains, a pitch-black goo worm was placed on the offering table before the shrine, surrounded by a circle of Miao people chanting incantations. The shaman in the village, with colorful patterns painted on his face, held a bone bell dancing and shaking around the goo worm. The ringing was crisp, intertwining with the surrounding chants, eerie yet solemn. The goo worm lay quietly on the offering table. But no one knew that at this moment it was roaring wildly in its heart. I am paradise. So this is the treatment I get for not buying a commoner card. However, after hearing the voice of paradise, it slightly wriggled its body, looking at the group of people worshipping it, its eyes gleaming with bloodthirst. Time rushed forward with a nearly brutal speed. For an infant, it was undoubtedly swift. When He opened his eyes, the sky outside was just beginning to lighten. He had been awake for a while, but did not rush to move. His body was in a phase of frantically absorbing nutrients and growing rapidly. With each passing night, his bones were becoming denser, and his muscle fibers were silently thickening. This change was invisible to the naked eye, but once accumulated to a certain point, it would transform into a power capable of altering everything. He lay in bed, his gaze falling on the satin patterns of the tent top, quietly recalling the content he had seen yesterday. The Initial Understanding of Meridians, Volume 1, page 17, The Pathways and Branches of the Han-Tying Lung Meridian. Every word was precise. Deep in his sea of consciousness, the innate understanding seed trembled slightly. The feeling was subtle. Like a seed buried deep in the most fertile soil, it was slowly and unavoidably rooting downwards. The roots delved into the darkness, absorbing nutrients, and then returning them to the whole seedling. Not as pain or comfort, but something more essential. Translucent. As if a layer of membrane that had been lying between consciousness and truth was pierced, what had originally required effort to reach suddenly became self-evident, as natural as breathing. He had experienced this feeling many times before. At the age of 1, he began to recognize characters. Yin Wantong hired 3 tutors for him, teaching him basic learning, mathematics, and the etiquette of writing. According to this wealthy merchant's thinking, the son of the Yun family did not need to take the imperial examination, but could not be illiterate. In a merchant's family, accounting was the first priority, literacy the second, and as for the classics, being able to recite a few pieces to handle social situations sufficed. As a result, on the first day, Yun finished reading the 3-character classic, and by the second day, he could recite it fluently. On the third day, he began correcting his tutor's pronunciation. The old scholar who had taught basic learning for 30 years was left stunned when a child just over a year old pointed out that the character Rin in Rinjichu was not pronounced smoothly enough. He incredulously flipped through the Guangyun, comparing for half a day, his bony fingers trembling slightly. What the child said turned out to be correct. When the news reached Yun Wantong, this plump, middle-aged merchant was in the accounting room verifying this year's salt quota. He froze for 3 breaths, then pushed the abacus fiercely and strode toward the back courtyard. "Where's my son?" Yun was in the study flipping through books. The 1-year-old child, still not as tall as the table, had moved a small stool to step on, and was leaning over the desk turning the pages of the Shuowen Jiezi. The page-turning motion was slow as his fingers lacked strength, requiring the full force of his palm to turn each page. Yet he looked very focused, scanning every character, absorbing them into his mind like a sponge soaking up water. Yun Wantong stood at the door watching his son's small back and suddenly felt his eyes grow warm. The proudest thing in his life was that he had built himself up from nothing to become a prominent merchant in the Great Wu dynasty. The greatest regret was that he had not read many books and always felt inferior when dealing with the aristocratic families. Now his son at the age of 1 was reading the Shuowen Jiezi. "Go." Yun Wantong lowered his voice, saying to the steward beside him, "Buy all the best books in the city for me. Classics, histories, essays, astronomy, geography, medicine, divination, astrology. Any book, I want them all." "Sir, the young master is only 1 year old. My son can read the Shuowen at 1 year old, can you?" The steward fell silent. Rare editions, good editions, copies, rubbings. He welcomed all. Within a month, 3 shelves of books turned into 10. Within 6, although the Great Wu dynasty thrived on martial arts, books remained precious items. A common family might not accumulate even a few in their lifetime. Yun Wantong did not care, as long as it was a catalog sent by a bookseller. He would circle dozens of books with his pen. Rare editions, good editions, copies, rubbings. He welcomed all. Within a month, 3 shelves of books turned into 10. Within 6 months they became 30. When Yun was 2 years old, the Yun residence specifically cleared out a courtyard to store books. Yun Wantong personally inscribed a plaque, "Library." The 3 characters were written unevenly with varying thickness of strokes, yet when he hung it up he stood tall and straight, as if hanging a royal decree. Yun looked at the plaque, his lips twitching slightly. Then he withdrew his gaze and opened the next book. His reading speed was increasing. At first he read 1 book a day, then 3 a day, and later 10 a day. He was not skimming through, he was genuinely absorbing every word and sentence. He remembered, understood, and integrated everything. Those words flowed into his mind, entwined, dismantled, and restructured by the roots of the innate understanding seed, becoming a part of his cognitive system, building a tower that grew ever higher like bricks. The seed's growth was visible to the naked eye. With each book read, with each new knowledge mastered, it grew a little. From the size of a grain of rice to that of a soybean, the surface patterns became increasingly intricate, and the halo grew brighter. By the time Yun was 2.5 years old, the seed had grown into a small seedling, 2 tender leaves unfurling with faint golden light flowing between the leaf veins. The 2 leaves represented 2 layers of realms. The first leaf was literacy. When he finished reading, understanding, and integrating the Shuowen Jiezi area, Fangyin and shimming, the seed broke the ground and grew its first leaf. From that point on, he no longer had issues with recognizing any characters. There was only a distinction of having seen them before. The second leaf was understanding principles. When he had read and comprehended most of the classics and histories in the study, sorting, comparing, and digesting the teachings of the 100 schools, the second leaf sprouted. From that point on, he could get to the essence of anything he observed. The seemingly complex phenomena would automatically decompose into the simplest cause and effect relationships in his eyes, like untangling a mess into a straight line. At 2.5 years old, he was knowledgeable about the 100 schools. When this news spread, no one believed it. The literary circle in Luozhou at first treated it as a joke. That nouveau riche, Yun Wantong, will go to any lengths to promote his son. A 2-year-old knowing the 100 schools. Is his son a monster? I think Yun Wantong himself can't even recite the 3-character classic fully, so he thinks his son is a genius just because he can turn a couple of pages. Yun Wantong heard these words. He was not angry, just smiled. 3 days later, the literati of Luozhou suddenly received an invitation. The Yun residence invited the city's esteemed scholars to gather at the Yun residence's library in 3 days to critique writings. The invitation was politely worded: "My son has a few insights and has recorded several pieces of writing. I kindly request the gentleman's guidance." Signed by Yun Wantong. 3 days later, over 30 people arrived in front of the Yun residence's library. There were the head of the Luozhou Academy, an old Hamlin who had returned home after serving, and a renowned scholar known for his poetry and prose. Half of these people came out of curiosity, while the other half wanted to see the joke. Yun sat on a specially made small chair, his feet barely touching the ground, gently swaying in midair. In front of him was a stack of papers, the things he had casually written over the past few days. There were interpretations of classics, historical critiques, military strategies, and even a few casual essays. The old Hamlin casually picked up the top sheet. The title read, "On the Book of Shang Jun." He expected to see some childish transcriptions or cliched phrases written by an adult. However, after reading just 3 lines, his expression changed. By the 10th line his hand began to tremble uncontrollably. Halfway through he looked up, his face displaying the expression one has when encountering a ghost staring at the 2-year-old child in front of him. Did you write this? Yun-E nodded. No one helped you? Yun-E shook his head. The old Hanlon remained silent for a long time before passing the article to the person beside him. The person beside him finished reading and passed it on to the next. The library courtyard grew increasingly quiet. By the end, over 30 of the most learned individuals in Luozhou City surrounded a toddler sitting on a small chair, silent as a grave. Only the sound of the wind rustling the pages and the occasional chirp of birds in the distance could be heard. The headmaster of Luozhou Academy, surnamed Zhou, had a single character Li as his given name. He was a respectable graduate of the top 2 lists and had been teaching in Luozhou City for 20 years with students scattered throughout the government. He read through all of Yun-E's writings from beginning to end, then crouched down to bring his gaze level with Yun-E's. How many books have you read? In the library I read about 70%. How much is 70%? About 3,200 volumes. The corners of Zhou Li's eyes twitched. He had just roughly scanned the collection of the Yun family, and it indeed amounted to around 4,000 volumes. A 2.5-year-old child who had read 3,200 volumes, not just flipping through them, but truly understood, digested, and was able to write such articles. How did you read them? I just opened them and looked. Yun-E thought for a moment and added, I remember after Zhou Li stood up and bowed deeply to Yun Wantong. Lord Yun, I dare not comment on your son's talents, because I cannot evaluate them. Zhou Li smiled bitterly. I have taught for 20 years and have never seen such a student. This is not a prodigy, this is a heavenly bestowal. Heavenly bestowal. The weight of this term was different when spoken by Zhou Li. Within 3 days the news spread throughout Luozhou City, then to neighboring counties, to the provincial capital, and eventually even reached the capital. The Yun family of Luozhou has produced a literary star descended from the heavens. At 2.5 years old, knowledgeable in various schools, astounding the old Hanlon. Not a prodigy, but a talent bestowed by heaven. The rumors grew increasingly exaggerated, but the core fact was undeniable. Yun-E had indeed captivated the most learned individuals in Luozhou City at just 2.5 years old. During that time Yun Wantong walked as if he were floating. He framed Yun-E's essay on the Book of Shangjun and hung it in the most prominent position in the main hall. Every guest who came to discuss business, he would casually guide them past the main hall, and then casually introduce the origins of this article. The guests all cooperated by displaying shocked expressions, which made Yun Wantong even happier. Yun-E felt indifferent about this. He had experienced fame before. In his first life, he had been an emperor standing at the pinnacle of power. This little fame in Luozhou City was to him nothing more than a child's game. What concerned him more now was something else. This world was different from the previous 2. This world had martial arts. There were third-rate warriors, second-rate warriors, first-rate warriors, then innate masters, grandmasters, and great-grandmasters. His current identity was that of a merchant's son, not a prince. The strongest individual his father could hire was merely a first-rate warrior. So far he had found time to practice a bit, and his realm was just at the peak of chi refinement along with being a grandmaster. Still too weak. The third leaf had yet to sprout. But he could feel it was coming soon. The seed that had already grown into a seedling swayed gently in his mind with golden specks of light swirling on its 2 leaves. Whenever he read a new category of book, the seedling would tremble slightly, as if anticipating something. Just a little more. Just one last piece of the puzzle. On his 3rd birthday, Yun Wantong held a moderately sized family banquet. All attendees were family, and even distant relatives of the Yun family rushed over from the neighboring county. Yun-E's mother Qin held him in her arms while Yun Wantong went table to table, toasting his smile, never leaving his face. The proudest moment of my life, Yun Wantong said as he raised his 3rd cup, slapping the table, is not how much money I've made, but that I have a good son. Relatives chimed in agreement. Yun-E sat expressionlessly in his mother's embrace, but his gaze passed over the table full of food and landed on an old locust tree outside the courtyard wall. There was someone there, not an ordinary person. A faint elusive aura was emanating from that direction. It was very subtle, as if it had been deliberately restrained, yet it also intentionally released a thread, fine as silk, precisely probing into his perception, like a finger extending out to gently tap his shoulder. He is trying to catch my attention. Yun-E made no sound, simply retracting his gaze, continuing to quietly be a 3-year-old child. After the banquet dispersed, the guests gradually left. Yun-E was carried back to his room by the wet nurse, and as usual read a bit before sleep. He flipped to page 18 of Initial Understanding of Meridians, and then paused. Come out. The room was very quiet. The candlelight flickered slightly, casting shadows on the wall. Then a figure stepped out from the shadow beside the bookshelf. It was an old man. His hair was gray and disheveled, tied into a bun with a stick he had picked up from somewhere. Though his clothing was rough, Yun-E could see at a glance that beneath the coarse texture lay a certain deliberate casualness. like someone intentionally wearing tattered clothes, but forgetting to swap out the priceless boots on their feet. But what Yuni noticed was not these. It was the old man's gaze. It was not the gaze one would have when looking at a child. It was a kind of condescending, playful look tinged with scrutiny and some hidden expectation, like a person standing high above having gazed down for so long that they viewed the world as a game. The old man stepped out of the shadow casually, pulled a book from the shelf, flipped through a couple of pages, and then casually shoved it back. The action was so casual, as if he were in his own home. Initial Understanding of Meridians, Volume 1, page 17, The Pathway of the Tying Lung Meridian. The old man sat down opposite Yun-E, unceremoniously plopping himself onto the small desk, indifferent to the hierarchy of age. Tisk, who wrote this? It's all wrong. Yun-E's gaze sharpened slightly. Don't be nervous. The old man waved his hand. I'm just curious. I want to see what this little one called the literary star descended from the heavens actually looks like. Yun-E was silent for a moment. So you finished looking? The old man nodded. I've finished looking. What they say outside is indeed not an exaggeration, or it may even be an understatement. He closed the book and casually tossed it back to the bookshelf, tilting his head to scrutinize Yun-E. A new layer appeared in his eyes, no longer playful, but rather a deeper, almost resonant quality. 2.5 years old, 3,200 volumes, photographic memory, integrated understanding. He pointed to his own eyes, and then to Yun-E's eyes. You and I are alike. The way you see this world does not resemble the way you see your home. It feels more like observing. No, a game. The room fell silent for a moment. The candlelight flickered again, casting two small flames in Yun-E's pupils. He neither denied nor confirmed it. He simply placed the initial understanding of meridians beside his pillow, then lifted his head, meeting the gaze of the old man across from him with the eyes of a 3-year-old child. So, the old man casually declared, as if commenting on the pleasant weather. I intended to wait until you were 12 before coming. He continued, talking to himself. 3 years old is ultimately too young. The bones have not yet grown, the meridians are not yet clear. Teaching anything would be futile. Originally, my plan was to let you grow steadily in this Luozhou city until you turn 12, allowing you to enjoy all the privileges before taking you away. But you are too eager. In 2.5 years you have completed the reading that an ordinary person would take a lifetime. At this speed, by the time you reach 12, if I come to teach you, there might be nothing left to teach. Yun-E stood frozen in place, not processing a single word of what the old man said. All his attention was focused on the brief glance the old man had cast at his brow. Could it be fake? His innate enlightenment seed is something born from the attributes. How could people in this world possibly? Meanwhile, the old man looked at Yun-E's expression, and a barely perceptible arc of a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. He certainly did not truly see what was in the other's spiritual sea, but years of observation had led him to a nearly certain conclusion. This child has a habit. After each reading, he instinctively closes his eyes, entering a brief meditative state. Others might simply consider it review, but he is different. In his early years, he encountered some wonders, and within him resided an extraordinary object that accelerates cultivation. After each session, he instinctively introspects, and this child's reaction is strikingly similar to his own back then. The timing, duration, and subtle changes in expression, all the details pointed to the same answer. Even if he guessed wrong, it didn't matter. He said nothing, only took another glance. At this moment, Yun had already cursed the paradise countless times in his heart. The crystal of return had long been gripped in his hand, ready to be crushed at any moment. He finally understood one thing. A task deemed impossible to accomplish by paradise either signifies an absurd world or an absurd opponent. Previously he suspected it was the latter, but now he was finally certain. This world has problems. He once thought this world was merely an ordinary martial arts world. By now it was clear that there were circumstances in this world he did not know about. More importantly, he never imagined that someone could see through the innate enlightenment seed. Of course, the other party shouldn't have directly seen what was in his attributes. According to the attribute's description, this seed is merely a byproduct birthed from the attribute. But even so, being able to perceive its existence is already incredibly astonishing. This damn paradise. I know it desires to complete tasks deemed impossible to accomplish. That world must be complex, but this is too complex indeed. However, after calming down, Yun-E understood one thing. According to the rules of the previous 2 worlds, his status has never been low. Based on the situation of this world, being a merchant like Jia can be considered quite low. His family is the kind that could be robbed at any moment by a righteous hero. But if it is deemed impossible to accomplish by paradise, his opponent cannot be weak. After all, if we consider the first world as a reference, then the opponent must be extraordinarily strong. His identity cannot simply be this. After all, this does not align with the fairness mechanism of the reincarnation paradise. Unless his true starting point was never Yin Wantong, but rather this old man who wishes to take him as a disciple. The old man looked at Yun-E's expression, and the smile at the corner of his mouth deepened. He did not urge him, merely leaped off the table, walked to the bookshelf casually, pulled out a book, flipped through 2 pages, and then put it back. I am surnamed Jiang, he said, turning his back to Yun, his tone as calm, as if discussing a trivial matter. I have long forgotten my name. Some called me the true martial emperor, others called me the supreme Tao, Lord, too many names to count. Later I found these titles too troublesome, so I let them call me Old Jiang. In my life I have never taken a disciple. Perhaps it was when you were born that I happened to pass by, a thought arose in my heart, or perhaps it was the way I looked at you just now that mirrored my own. But regardless, what I decide will not change. After hearing this, Yun, he fell silent for a moment. Taking you as a master is fine, but you must present something to prove it right. Otherwise, how can I believe it? Yun's meaning was clear. Old Jiang, it's fine, but you must show some gold coins. When it comes to taking a master, Yun knows he cannot resist. The gap in strength is too great. Since he cannot resist, he might as well enjoy it. Moreover, this old man can see the existence of the seed in his mind, though he still cannot comprehend how the other party figured it out. But at least one thing is certain: before he truly grows up, other reincarnators cannot touch him. After all, no matter how powerful other reincarnators are, they cannot possibly require no growth. Let alone that those people want to guess he is that level 1 authority holder, the likelihood is negligible. Old Jiang raised an eyebrow at this. Having lived for so many years, he has seen all sorts of scenes. A 3-year-old child one moment suspiciously scrutinizing him, the next moment confidently asking for benefits. This audacity and temperament remind him of his youth. Proof. Old Jiang looked at Yun with a half-smile. What kind of proof do you want? Yun remained unfazed, his expression serious. Master taking disciples must have a ceremony, right? It's the rule. The rule. Old Jiang almost burst out laughing at these 2 words. Just a moment ago this kid was resisting, and now he's calling me master. How quickly he has changed. However, he did not expose it, instead finding it increasingly amusing. He pushed the door open and stepped into the courtyard. At a single step, he seemed to lift like a falling leaf caught by a gust, gliding silently over the wall. Yun watched the vanishing figure and remained silent for a few breaths. Then he lowered his gaze to his hand. In the center of his palm, the returning crystal had already been warmed by sweat. 3 days passed. Lao Jiang did not return. Yun barely minded and continued reading. 7 days later, Lao Jiang still had not come back. Yun felt only mild curiosity and kept reading. Half a month passed and Lao Jiang was still absent. Yun wondered whether he had been forgotten. After a month, Lao Jiang finally returned. His clothes were somewhat tattered, and his whole person bore the dust and weariness of travel. He looked around nervously as if guilty of some misdeed, eyes furtive and uneasy. But this time he carried something extra in his hand. A palm-sized cloth pouch, gray and coarse, as if woven from rough hemp, its mouth tied with a leather thong. Here. Lao Jiang casually tossed the pouch to Yun. As he did so, he muttered a few complaints. Those old friends of mine are shameless. Asked to borrow some books and behaved like that. Yun ignored the grumble and, curious, opened the pouch to take a look. In the next instant he was utterly The pouch was not empty. It contained another space. Within the gray hazy void, rows of crystal-made bookshelves stretched in neat ranks from his feet to the horizon with no visible boundary. Every shelf was filled with books, not paper scrolls, but jade slips. Thousands upon thousands of jade slips were arranged according to some system, some warm and creamy like mutton fat jade, others of vivid emerald, and a few a profound onyx black, their surfaces shimmering with faint luminescence. It was a library the size of a palace compressed into a palm-sized cloth pouch. This bag is called Nachuan. Lao Jiang's voice came from outside. A trinket I used in my youth, now that I'm old it's of no use to me. Inside are all sorts of things, cultivation methods, martial techniques, secrets, miscellanea, everything chaotic and scattered. I didn't know what you preferred, so I bundled them all up. He paused and added, roughly 103,000 volumes, give or take. I was in a hurry and didn't count them. 103,000 volumes. Yun tightened his grip on the pouch. Yin Wantong had taken 2.5 years and spent who knew how much silver to gather 4,000 volumes for him. And this old man had casually tossed over a single pouch containing 103,000 volumes, entirely focused on martial arts and cultivation manuals. To think his father had only managed to collect a few dozen manuals related to martial ways. Thank you, master. This time Yun said it with genuine sincerity. Lao Jiang waved a hand. Save me the theatrics. The books are yours. Read as many as you can. If you don't understand something, don't force it. If you go astray and lose your mind, I won't be responsible. Yun buried his head in the pouch. His consciousness slipped into the Nachuan bag, and he reached for the nearest jade slip. Knowledge flowed into his mind like a stream. Jiuzhuan Ning Yuan Gong, ninefold essence condensation, using the Dantian as furnace, using true qi as medicine. Through ninefold refinement, the mundane may be transmuted into spirit. Yun's eyes brightened slightly. Though not rivaling the 3 arts he possessed by nature, it far surpassed the masterwork his father had once paid dearly for, by an unfathomable margin. And yet such techniques were the ordinary kind in this place. He seized another slip Jinghongbu astonishing swan step, a movement technique. When perfected, one could tread on snow without a trace and stride across the void. Yuan Yi grew ever more excited. He drew his consciousness from the Nachuan pouch, retied the leather thong, and held the cloth pouch close to his chest. Lao Jiang watched him with a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes. His efforts these past days had not been in vain. All right, the books are yours. The matter of apprenticeship is settled. Lao Jiang stretched and yawned. I'm sleepy. They'll borrow your bookshelf for a nap. Without waiting for Yuan Yi's reply, he flopped onto a shelf and began to snore. Yuan Yi watched the old man doze atop the shelf and was silent for a moment. Then he turned to page 19 of Jingmai Chuji Meridian Primer and resumed reading. The candle burned on quietly. 2 silhouettes, one large and one small, each busy with their own tasks in the study. It had an odd kind of harmony. The next morning, when Yun Wantong pushed the door open, he was startled anew. This time it was not because of Lao Jiang. Lao Jiang had left before dawn, departing, without a sound, vanishing like a droplet evaporating into the air. The shelf was empty, not even leaving an impression of where he had lain. Yun Wantong was alarmed because as he entered, a fine breath of aura issued from his son's body, the residue of a martial technique brought to completion. The current was almost imperceptible. If not for the slanting morning light, it would have been invisible. But Yun Wantong saw it. He stood in the doorway, his mouth opening and closing until no sound came forth. His son was cultivating martial arts. His 3-year-old son was practicing martial cultivation. When his son had asked him to gather martial manuals, he had harbored suspicions, but had not expected it to happen so swiftly. Yun Wantong had met many martial practitioners in his life. His merchant's travels had exposed him to all manner of people from every walk of life. He knew the true colors of those so-called heroes. They preached chivalry while their hands moved the fastest when collecting coin. He had also seen truly capable warriors, those whose mere presence produced an aura that kept others at a distance. Yet none of them compared to the aura his son had just emitted. "Master," the steward behind him whispered. Yun Wantong returned to himself, drew a deep breath, and softly closed the door before stepping back out. "Go." He lowered his voice to the steward. "Withdraw all servants from the young master's courtyard to the outer compound. No one is to disturb him without my orders." "But," the steward began. "Do as I say," Yun Wantong interrupted, unusually adamant. The steward dared not argue and hurried to carry out the command. Yun Wantong stood in the courtyard, looked up at the gray sky, and let out a soft laugh. Careful and light, as if afraid of disturbing the small figure in the study. His son, Yun Wantong mused, was like a celestial star descended to earth, and now learning martial ways. He had done much business in his life. Some ventures profited, some incurred loss. But without question, fathering this son was the most profitable bargain he had ever made. Time slipped by as Yun Yi practiced tirelessly, heedless of day and night. Lao Jiang would come by every 3 to 5 days. He did not teach much during his visits. Mostly he lay upon the shelf and watched Yun Yi cultivate, offering the occasional pointer. Yun Yi complied readily, using those casual hints to force through breakthroughs in his methods. After all, this man was his master, and for the moment his bodyguard as well. Courtesy still mattered. When the chi passes the hand, tying slow by 3/10 at the Chai's point. For the 7th turn of Jiuzhuan Ning Yuan, do not rush the surge. First, thicken the Dantian foundation. Your footwork is wrong. Landing on the heel is a mistake. Power must rush from the Yongquan point. Yun Yi would always pass through the hurdle naturally after such counsel. Sometimes he would get stuck once or twice at the harder spots, and Lao Jiang would patiently guide him, only pointing and watching until the disciple broke through. His hands trembled slightly behind his back. In that 3rd year, Yun Yi cultivated the 9th turn of Jiuzhuan Ning Yuan Gong, thereby breaking through to the Heaven-Man realm. This was the cultivation realm beyond Grandmaster. One he had learned from Lao Jiang. Above the celestial realm lay martial divinity, and beyond that the terrestrial immortal gods who could attain godhood while still walking among mortals. As for what lay even higher, Lao Jiang did not say. Meanwhile, he devoured the spirit stones stored within his Nakuan pouch, their inscribed scrolls consumed at a furious pace. At this stage, the innate Tao enlightenment seed surged to its peak potency. Each scroll's martial art required only a single reading for him to grasp its profound essence in full. The arcane subtleties that would take ordinary cultivators years, or even decades, to unravel appeared before him as plainly written script, lucid and effortless, demanding no further contemplation. Of the 100,300 secret manuals, he mastered 3,000 within half a year. During this time, the tender sprout of the innate Tao enlightenment seed grew with frenzied vigor. On a silent night, when he turned 3.5, its 3rd leaf unfurled, unheralded, unannounced. Unlike the first 2 leaves, this one bore no tender green hue, Instead it shimmered with an ethereal, almost imperceptible gold. Its veins pulsed with dense constellations of light, like a miniature galaxy sealed within a single leaf. The third leaf embodied martial mastery. From that moment onward, no martial art in the world held any barrier before him. Any technique once glimpsed revealed its core truth instantly. Any martial skill observed just once in another's execution dissolved in his mind into its most fundamental components, then reassembled flawlessly, perfectly replicated. He perceived connections across disciplines, one insight ignited countless others. This was the true terror of the innate Tao enlightenment seed. That winter when he turned 4 heavy snow-blanketed Luo Prefecture, Yun Wantong's mercantile house tripled in scale that year, expanding first to the imperial capital, then southward into Jiangnan. Silver flowed in like a river, and flowed out just as swiftly. Most of it transformed into cultivation resources filling Yun Yi's courtyard. Herbs, alchemical cauldrons, weapons, armor. Yun Wantong knew nothing of their use, yet understood one immutable truth: whatever his son desired, he would procure. After all, wealth was the one thing he possessed in abundance. That winter the northern 3 prefectures suffered a snow disaster unseen in a century. Mountains vanished beneath blizzards, roads vanished beneath ice. Hundreds of thousands of refugees displaced, and starving surged southward. Luo Prefecture, straddling the vital north-south artery, became a floodgate for the desperate. Each day at the city gates, frost-bitten corpses were carried away like refuse. Government rice porridge stations offered little more than symbolic relief. Yun Wantong made a decision. He would open his granaries. "Master, we are merchants, not magistrates," pleaded the chief accountant, voice thick with concern. "Such matters fall to the court. We need not shoulder this burden." "The court?" Yun Wantong sneered. "By the time imperial relief grain reaches Luo Prefecture from the capital, half the refugees will already be dead." He slammed his palm upon the table. The abacus rattled violently. "I've spent my life amassing silver. Now that my son has risen, what use is hoarding it? Shall I bury it with me?" The accountant opened his mouth, then closed it again. For though Yun Wantong was normally as shrewd as an old fox, splitting every coin in 2, once his mind was set, not 10 oxen could drag him back. From that day forth the Yun household erected porridge stations beyond the city walls, 3 at first, then 10, then 30. Grain carts rolled ceaselessly from the Yun family granaries. White rice porridge simmered day and night, night and day. Refugees queued in long, weary lines, each receiving precisely 1 bowl, no more, no less. Yun Wantong himself presided over the operation, wrapped in his thickest padded robe, standing beside the steaming vats, his expression unreadable, layered with sorrow, resolve, and quiet anguish. Yun Yi came too. He sat inside a carriage, lifting the curtain to observe. Though only 4, he stood taller than children his age, his features retained childish softness, yet his gaze held a stillness far beyond his years. He watched the eyes of the refugees, hollow, numb, desolate. Eyes worn down by fate's relentless grind. "Master!" A steward rushed up, whispering urgently into Yun Wantong's ear. His brows knotted. "Where?" "Just behind the porridge station, in the alley." Yun Wantong turned and strode off, his steps unusually swift. Yun Yi leapt down from the carriage and followed, silent, unseen. The alley was shallow. 2 turns brought them to its end, where a man and woman crouched. The man was skeletal, cheekbones jutting like cliffs, hollow eyes sunk deep into shadowed sockets, his padded robe torn open to reveal gray-black cotton batting. The woman knelt beside him, hair matted like dry grass, lips blue with cold, cradling a little girl tightly against her chest. She looked nearly Yun Yi's age, 3 or 4 years old, painfully thin, yet her eyes were large, luminous. She nestled silently in her mother's arms, watching the approaching figures without tears or tremor. Her gaze held no fear, no pleading, only a calm utterly alien to her tender years. Before her, thrust into the frozen earth, stood a single straw marker. Yun Wantong froze. His eyes locked onto the straw marker, his face darkened. "What is this?" His voice dropped, low-edged with steel. The man shuddered, lips trembling, until finally words emerged. Selling our daughter. Why, we cannot survive." Tears spilled down his cracked cheeks, 2 raw crimson streaks cutting through frostbitten skin. "Sir, please, take her. Just feed her. Just feed her." The woman spoke now, her voice a rasp like sandpaper on wood. "We ask for nothing more, only a chance for her to live. If no one buys her, she trailed off. But Yun Wantong knew the unsaid ending. If no one bought her, she would become two-legged sheep, slaughtered and devoured. Such horrors had already unfolded repeatedly during this snow calamity. Starvation had stripped humanity bare. People ate anything, sold anything. Selling children was perversely an act of conscience, seeking at least one path to survival for them. Yun Wantong fell silent, long and heavy. He gazed at the girl as she gazed back. Their eyes met, and she smiled. Faint, fragile, like a wildflower blooming on snow, delicate enough to vanish with the next breath. Yet it was real, A pure, uncalculated childlike gesture of goodwill, neither supplicant nor sycophant. Something struck Yun Wantong's heart with brutal force. How old is she? 4 years. 4, exactly Yun Yi's age. Yun Wantong knelt, bringing himself to her eye level. What is your name? She shook her head. She had none. Or rather, none had been given. The disaster had arrived before names could be bestowed. Yun Wantong drew a slow, steadying breath and rose. I will buy this child. He withdrew a tintal silver ingot from his sleeve and placed it before the man, more than enough to sustain them through winter with surplus to spare. Take the silver, buy food, find shelter. Come spring, if you have nowhere to go, seek me at the Yun Mercantile. I will find work for you both. The man stared at the ingot, whole body trembling violently. He tried to speak, but his lips quaked so fiercely no sound emerged. Finally he dropped to his knees, forehead striking the frozen ground with a dull, echoing thud. The woman followed suit, prostrating herself beside him. Yun Wantong did not intervene. He knew that stopping them now would only deepen their shame. Turning to his steward, he said, bring the child to the mansion. Have the kitchen prepare a meat porridge, lightly seasoned, no excess oil. Starved stomachs cannot bear greasiness. Also summon a physician. Prescribe gentle warming tonics.